Chapter 1. The Standard Equipment of a Time Traveler. On the 26th of March in the 13th year of the Tianxi era, Shen Jingyi accomplished a significant milestone in her life. She got married. She wed Xiao Yunxian, the fifth son of the emperor, as a concubine. Formerly, she was an overworked modern employee, toiling from 9 to 5 and often burning the midnight oil for 5 years, just to save enough for a down payment on a house. However, before she could finalize her home purchase, she was swept away by a wave of time travel, landing in the unfamiliar era of the Great Xia Kingdom. The original owner of her body was the legitimate daughter of a minister. One fateful night, while admiring the moon in the garden, she accidentally fell into a lake and caught a chill. Upon awakening, her essence had shifted. She now possessed the memories and experiences of her predecessor. Having endured a difficult life in her previous existence, she seized the opportunity to start anew, opting for a more relaxed approach to life. After 2 months of leisurely living, she was unceremoniously packed into a bridal sedan chair. She was determined to maintain her leisurely lifestyle within the confines of the royal residence. In the main courtyard of the royal estate, the scene was bustling. Isn't today's spectacle a bit excessive? When Concubine Su entered the estate, it wasn't such a grand affair, remarked Zhao, the royal wet nurse, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who appeared quite prosperous. The young princess, only 24, adorned in resplendent red attire and a golden tassel phoenix crown, sat gracefully in the main seat, her demeanor dignified, yet her makeup added an air of authority. While admiring the crimson polish on her nails, she replied nonchalantly, "It ought to be lively. Today's arrival is a gentle reminder for Mother. She seems dissatisfied with the number of children in our household." Lowering her voice to ensure privacy, Zhao inquired, "Then, shall we continue with that medicine?" "No need for that, let's pause for now. The heir is already 7 years old, so if a couple more children happen to come along, it won't be a problem," she said, a light chuckle escaping her lips as she recalled something. Amusing. With such a grand affair today, some may find it hard to remain composed. We shall simply enjoy the show. With that, she instructed, "Enough of this. Please check if the bridal sedan has arrived at the second gate. I must attend to our guests in the front hall. With so many visitors today, we must ensure their enjoyment." As she exited, Zhao respectfully replied, "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." To the entrance of the royal estate, lanterns were strung in jubilant colors, casting a festive glow over the entire residence. As the cheerful sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, a lavishly decorated bridal sedan slowly made its way into the estate. "Please, concubine, disembark." Shen Jingyi extended her hand, which was gently grasped by a soft, warm hand, carefully assisting her down from the sedan. As a concubine, she was not permitted to wear bright red, so she was clad in a deep crimson wedding gown, adorned with a jeweled crown. Beneath her veil, her delicate features resembled those of a blossoming peach. At this moment, Zhao coincidentally arrived and announced, "This servant pays her respects to the concubine. I am Zhao, the royal wet nurse, here on the princess orders to welcome you." "Thank you for your efforts, dear nurse." Shen Jingyi's melodious voice emerged from beneath the veil. "The concubine is too kind. This servant is merely fulfilling her duty. Now that you have arrived, I shall return to report," Zhao concluded. Zhao Mama displayed little emotion, embodying a demeanor of strict professionalism. At this moment, Qin Mama, who had been standing beside Shen Jingyi, approached Zhao Mama and discreetly presented a pouch, smiling as she said, "Thank you for your patience, Mama. This is a small token of appreciation from my mistress. Please enjoy some tea." Zhao Mama, grasping the plump pouch in her hand, appeared quite satisfied, and her expression softened slightly. She then expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, consort," before turning to leave. Once Zhao Mama departed, Shen Jingyi, supported by her maidservants, entered a 2-courtyard abode known as Yulan Courtyard. After being assisted onto the bed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The sedan chair had only taken her to the entrance of the Wangfu, and after disembarking, she felt as though she had been led a considerable distance. Moreover, with her veil obscuring her vision to just her toes, she felt an unsettling lack of security. She licked her lips and called out, "Chuntao." "Madam, how may I serve you?" replied a maid dressed in pink, with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. "It's nothing," she thought for a moment before adding, "Could you fetch me a cup of water?" Chuntao acknowledged her request and approached the table. After checking the temperature of the teapot, She poured a cup and carefully handed it to Shun Jingyi. Lifting her veil, Shun Jingyi took a small sip before returning the cup. At that moment, a round-faced maid named Dong Mei chimed in playfully, "Madam, are you feeling nervous?" Shun Jingyi responded curtly, "Silence." Meanwhile, Qiujio, feeling a pang of sympathy for her mistress, gently inquired, "Madam, are you hungry? Should I fetch you something to eat?" Shun Jingyi considered how busy they had all been that day, likely leaving them quite famished. Thus, she replied softly, "Am not hungry. You all should go eat. I wish to sit alone for a while." The four maids, interpreting her words as a sign of shyness, exchanged glances and retreated. "Madam, we are outside. Call us if you need anything." "All right, understood." Once they exited, they stood guard outside, while the others sent a young maid to the large kitchen to fetch some food, sharing it among themselves. With everyone gone, Shun Jingyi found sitting on the bridal bed rather dull. She began to mentally organize the information she had recently learned from her brother. The Xian Wang was 24 this year, the fifth son of the current emperor, with his mother being consort Shu. He had one official wife, a side consort, and two concubines, along with 3 maidservants. His official wife, Chu Mengyao, was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War and had a son, Xiao Zihong, aged 7, who had already been granted the title of heir. The side consort, Su Wan, had 1 son and 1 daughter. Her son, Xiao Zimo, was 5, and her daughter, Xiao Tingting, was 3. Among the 2 concubines, one named Tang Yuro had a son, Xiao Zian, aged 6, while the other, Lu Ruoxue, had no children. The 3 maidservants also remained childless, and it was unclear why there had been no births in the past 2 years. However, whatever the reason, it was likely due to the machinations of these women themselves. This was a battlefield without smoke, without some means. How could one possibly secure a child? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the voices from outside. "Greetings to the Wangya." "Rise," came a deep voice in reply. Then, a gentle rustling sound followed as the door was softly pushed open. As footsteps approached, Shun Jingyi's heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from her throat. Her palms began to perspire, her hands nervously gripping the handkerchief. At that moment, the obstruction above her suddenly vanished. Shun Jingyi's gaze gradually ascended, ultimately resting upon an extraordinarily handsome visage. That face appeared to be meticulously sculpted by a master artist, with arched brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that curved slightly upward, hinting at an imperceptible smile. Such beauty, if placed within the modern entertainment industry, would undoubtedly incite frenzied adoration and shrieks from countless women. Shun Jingyi could not help but feel a surge of delight. What a fortune! This long-term investment was indeed priceless. She found herself irresistibly captivated by his allure, momentarily entranced, oblivious to her surroundings. Meanwhile, the king of Xian was also scrutinizing Shun Jingyi intently. Her skin was as fair and delicate as the finest white jade, her willow-like brows gracefully arched like a crescent moon, her eyes sparkling like stars, her straight and petite nose, and her lips, red as cherries, were irresistibly enticing. Her figure was curvaceous, and her waist slender and graceful, truly a beauty. The king of Xian could not help but admire her inwardly. Observing the way the woman before him gazed at him, lost in a smile, he found it amusing. He then curled his lips into a seductive smile. Is it pleasing to the eye? Shun Jingyi was momentarily dazzled by this smile, and she instinctively nodded, replying, "Yes, yes, it is pleasing." "Ha!" As laughter erupted, Shun Jingyi jolted back to reality, her face instantly flushing crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. She inwardly chastised herself for such a lapse in composure. In her fluster, she hastily lowered her head, daring not to meet the king of Xian's gaze. At that moment, her cheeks and ears were as red as ripe apples. Shun Jingyi screamed internally. "Oh no! How could I have succumbed to such infatuation and been caught? How humiliating!" Consequently, she could no longer bear to look at the handkerchief in her grasp. The king of Xian found the sight of this bashful beauty, now with her head bowed and ears tinged with pink, quite amusing. He reached out, taking her delicate hands that were twisting the handkerchief, gently pulling her into his embrace. Having had boyfriends in modern times, Shun Jingyi was aware of the forthcoming steps. Gazing at this long-term investment, she felt no loss and boldly wrapped her arms around the man's robust waist. Her garment was gently unfastened, slipping away like petals, revealing skin as white as snow and a figure that flowed with grace. As the last piece of clothing fell, the room was suffused with an intimate and enchanting atmosphere. The crimson drapes descended slowly, resembling a blooming red lotus, isolating this sanctuary from the outside world. The flickering candlelight illuminated the entwined figures upon the bed, exuding endless charm. Their breaths quickened, intertwining into a beautiful melody outside the bridal chamber. Several maidservants exchanged shy glances, their cheeks flushed, and silently withdrew a distance. Afterward, Shun Jingyi lay exhausted upon the bed, while the man held her tightly from behind, his hands wandering unabashedly. Gradually, Shun Jingyi became aware of a peculiar sensation at the base of her thigh. Oh dear! Not again. She felt utterly drained and longed for rest. How could this man possess such vitality? The following morning, Shun Jingyi was roused by her maid. The secondary consort should rise soon. We must present tea to the princess. Shun Jingyi opened her eyes, realizing the absence of the man beside her. What hour is it? And where is the prince? It is now the beginning of Chun's 7 o'clock, and the prince departed at the beginning of Mao's 6 o'clock. Understood. Prepare the water for a bath. Of course, Chun Tao acknowledged before exiting. Shun Jingyi felt an overwhelming sense of soreness throughout her body as her feet touched the ground. She nearly collapsed, only to be caught in time by Xiazhu. She anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, secondary consort?" Upon noticing the numerous bruises adorning Shun Jingyi's body, Xiazhu gasped, her eyes immediately welling with tears. "The prince is excessively cruel. Do not speak such nonsense. I am fine." Shun Jingyi swiftly interjected, fearing that others might overhear. "But look at all the bruises on your body." At that moment, Granny Qin entered and overheard their conversation, urging, "You foolish girl, you will understand once you are married. Now, cease your chatter and assist the secondary consort in bathing. The time for salutations is approaching." "Understood, Granny." Xiazhu dared not speak further and quickly supported her mistress toward the bathing area. Upon entering, they were greeted by a fragrant blend of floral scents mingled with a hint of medicinal aroma. Qiuju was testing the water temperature and, upon seeing them, hurried over to assist Shun Jingyi, saying, "Secondary consort, I have added some medicine to the water. You will feel much better after soaking." "Excellent. You are always so thoughtful, Qiuju." After the two helped her shed her garments, Shun Jingyi comfortably immersed herself in the tub for a quarter of an hour. When she emerged, although her waist still ached slightly, she truly felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 2. A slight ache in the waist. Shun Jingyi, dressed impeccably, sat before the vanity as Chun Tao adorned her with jewelry. She continually massaged her waist with her right hand, murmuring, "Mama, my waist aches terribly." Qin Mama, watching her with concern, suggested, "Perhaps you should lie down on the bed, and I can massage it for you. It will feel better. Otherwise, when you go to the main courtyard to serve tea later, you will suffer more." Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi's expression immediately fell, and she plaintively replied, "But my waist truly hurts so much that I can hardly kneel. How am I to serve tea?" She lamented the crown prince, who, like one unaccustomed to feasting, had kept her awake for most of the night. Little did she realize that she had been equally enthusiastic the previous evening. As she lay on the bed, allowing Qin Mama to massage her, she soon felt a notable improvement. Rising from the bed, she adjusted her attire and hair before exiting the room. Upon reaching the side hall, she found the crown prince had returned and was already seated at the dining table awaiting her. An idea sparked in her mind. With her hand resting on her waist, she approached him slowly, greeting him with a soft and melodious voice. "This humble servant wishes to pay her respects to His Highness." The crown prince, upon hearing her voice, lifted his gaze. Though he had witnessed Shun Jingyi's beauty the night before, the sight of her now still took his breath away, especially as memories of her audacity from last night flashed through his mind, eliciting an involuntary reaction. He quickly suppressed those thoughts, admonishing himself not to dwell on them. "No need for formalities. Come and join me for breakfast," he said, his tone low yet firm. Shun Jingyi's eyes brightened. She truly was famished. Having scarcely eaten the previous day and expended considerable energy during the night's activities. Approaching the table, she was greeted by an array of exquisite dishes: crystal shrimp dumplings, steaming soup dumplings, elegantly shaped flour rolls that could be devoured in a single bite, fragrant chicken congee, soft and sticky rice porridge, osmanthus cake, red bean pastries, yam and red day cake, and 6 plates of refreshing side dishes. Overjoyed at the sight of such a bountiful feast, Shen Jingyi was about to take her seat when suddenly she recalled the advice from Mama to serve the crown prince's meal. Hastily, she stood upright, inwardly cursing the cruel confines of this ancient society, yet maintaining a sweet smile as she said, "Your Highness, this humble servant shall attend to your breakfast." The crown prince found her eager gaze fixed on the food rather amusing. She hardly seemed the type suited for servitude. He thought to himself, "Very well. The household has no shortage of servants. I see no need to alter her nature." Having made up his mind, he spoke, "You may sit and dine with me. There is no need for you to serve. I am sure you are hungry as well." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi's face lit up with genuine delight. Not having to serve was indeed a welcome relief. She quickly took her seat, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." However, before she began to eat, she first placed a crystal shrimp dumpling in the crown prince's bowl. Watching him take a bite, she then indulged heartily in her meal. Joking aside, she was in the presence of her superior, so it was only natural for her to ingratiate herself. Otherwise, navigating this inner courtyard would prove quite difficult. After the two enjoyed a hearty breakfast, Shen Jingyi softly remarked, "Your Highness, my waist is so sore that I can hardly walk." As she spoke, she leaned gently against the prince, her expression one of delicate vulnerability. The prince, upon seeing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle. He lightly patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Enough of the pretense. I shall accompany you to present tea, and we will return afterward." Realizing that the prince had seen through her little ruse, Shen Jingyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but was pleased that her objective had been achieved. It was customary for newcomers to present tea to the principal wife, and thus attendance was necessary. Upon their arrival at the main courtyard, they found the princess and several other women, each with their own distinct charms, already seated. The hall was suffused with a delightful aroma, creating a lively atmosphere. Shen Jingyi gracefully moved, carefully following the prince. The moment she entered the hall, her enchanting figure immediately became the focal point of attention. Gazes, intense and varied, some envious, some resentful, others dismissive, intertwined, as though attempting to engulf her. Yet, in the face of such scrutiny, she maintained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In that moment, Shen Jingyi resembled a blooming flower, resplendent yet dignified. Her beauty shone like the brightest star in the night sky, impossible to overlook. Her presence resonated like the first rays of morning sun, warm, gentle, and vibrant. In this hall, she stood out with her unique elegance, capturing the attention of everyone present. "I come to pay my respects to Your Highness," she announced. The princess, accompanied by a few attendants, gracefully approached to offer her greetings. "Rise," the prince said dismissively, not even glancing at them as he strode past and took his seat at the head of the table. The princess, undeterred, returned to her previous position, her attire of richly embroidered crimson silk accentuating her gentle smile, though her eyes were fixed intently on Shen Jingyi. Concubine Su glared with barely concealed resentment, her hand nearly tearing the silk handkerchief she gripped. In contrast, concubines Li and Lu exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, each harboring their own thoughts. Once everyone was seated, the prince surveyed them, his brow furrowing slightly, and addressed the princess in a low voice, "Commence." The princess snapped back to attention, her thoughts mirroring those of the others, wishing to obliterate Shen Jingyi's presence. Shen Jingyi observed it all keenly, her heart tightening as she contemplated, "It seems I must tread carefully in the future. This inner courtyard is indeed a treacherous place. If the master disregards you, even the servants may come to oppress you. Yet once you gain their favor, you become a target for their collective ire." The thought left her with a sense of helplessness and worry. At that moment, a nearby maid approached with a tray. As she lifted a teacup, her body stiffened. Just as she intended to place it down, the maid swiftly retrieved the tray and turned to leave. However, This teacup is filled with a bitter brew. Is this the first blow upon arrival? She silently lamented in her heart, desperately wishing to hurl the cup away. Yet, she could not. She had to hold it aloft, kneeling respectfully on the mat, offering her salutation. "I have the honor of presenting tea to the princess," she uttered. Chu Mingyao cast a glance at Prince Xian. Her expression slightly stiffened, but she managed to maintain her composure and said, "From now on, we shall all be one family. You must coexist harmoniously with your sisters and avoid any jealousy that may disrupt our peace." Shun Jingyi gritted her teeth and replied softly, "Yes, I shall certainly remember." As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Prince Xian and subtly moved her fingers. At that moment, Prince Xian also turned his gaze toward her. Catching the motion of her delicate, jade-like fingers, which were already tinged with red at the tips, the prince's countenance darkened considerably, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he looked at the princess. In a cold tone, he queried, "Does the princess not wish to partake in this tea?" Chu Mingyao realized she had been discovered. Nevertheless, she laughed lightly, responding, "Your Highness, you jest. This tea is offered by my sister. How could I refuse?" With that, she took the cup, sipped delicately, and then quickly set it down. "Sister, please rise." "Thank you, Princess." Shun Jingyi expressed her gratitude, standing with the assistance of Chun Tao, while she subtly moved her reddened fingers to ease the pain of the burn. Subsequently, Chu Mingyao received a box from Granny Zhao's hands and handed it to Shun Jingyi. Feigning warmth as she said, "Sister, just take good care of His Highness and bear him children. Should you encounter any grievances, feel free to seek me out. Furthermore, I am rather laid back, so you need not visit daily to pay your respects. Coming once every 5 days will suffice." Shun Jingyi accepted the box without peering inside, respectfully replying, "Yes, I shall remember. Thank you for your guidance, Princess." She breathed a sigh of relief internally, grateful that daily visits were unnecessary. She then offered a half-bow to the discontented side consort Su, saying, "Greetings, Sister Su." However, side consort Su did not return the gesture, remaining seated and merely replied coolly, "Let us not pretend. I am not your sister." At this, Prince Xian's brow furrowed even deeper. Shun Jingyi was unfazed. She had no intention of calling her sister anyway, for they were of equal standing. She merely addressed her as such out of courtesy for having entered the residence first, thus saving herself the trouble in the future. At that moment, Lu Shufei, and 3 maidservants approached to pay their respects, saying, "Greetings, Sister Shun." Shun Jingyi briefly assessed them. Each possessed their own charm, all beauties in their own right. "Please, sisters, rise." Once the formalities concluded, Prince Xian disregarded the expressions of those present, standing up and striding out with Shun Jingyi in tow. As the prince departed, the others exchanged glances and took their leave, in the face of the enveloping silence. The princess, seething with anger, raised her hand and swept the items off the table to the ground, exclaiming furiously, "That wretched woman! How dare she? This is a provocation against me." "Princess," Granny Zhao raised her hand, signaling the maidservants to exit the room. Why, Granny, did you see? After just one night, the prince is so protective of her, as if I would harm his precious treasure." As thoughts of Shun Jingyi's appearance consumed her, her resentment grew, prompting her to seize 2 vases and shatter them. Seeing the princess become increasingly agitated, Granny Zhao urged, "My lady, you are the rightful wife of the prince, and you have the heir. Even if she is a concubine, she is merely a mistress. Such displays of beauty yield no favorable outcomes." Upon hearing Granny Zhao's words, a flicker of hatred crossed the princess's gaze. She halted her destructive actions, took a moment to calm herself, and gradually returned to her chair, the tension in her forehead easing. "You are correct, Granny. I am indeed the prince's legitimate wife, and I have the heir to carry on our lineage. Please relay the message for the heir to return to the main hall for lunch at noon." "Yes, my lady, I shall convey your message immediately." Satisfied that the princess had regained her composure, Granny Zhao resolved to personally check on the heir. After Granny Zhao left, her eyes scanned the 4 maids, Hong Yin, Hong Yue, Hong Jin, and Hong Xiao, who stood in a row, and she gently instructed, "You 4, please go inside and attend to her well." "Yes, Granny," they replied in unison. Upon entering the room, they were met with a scene of chaos on the floor. Instead of summoning the younger maids to clean, as was customary, they rolled up their sleeves and began tidying up themselves. As Hongyin brushed away the shards of porcelain from the chair, she occasionally glanced at the princess, who sat in a daze on the main seat. The princess appeared pale and weary, her spirit seemingly diminished. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Hongyin softly suggested, "My lady, would you like to rest in the inner chamber for a while? After all, you rose quite early today." The princess gave a slight nod, then slowly stood and made her way toward the inner chamber. Hongyin and Hongyue hastily followed, carefully assisting the princess as she walked inside, while Hongjin and Hongxiu remained outside, diligently continuing to restore order to the disheveled room. They worked with deft precision, swiftly organizing the scattered items and meticulously sweeping the shards from the floor. Chapter 3. A catfish disturbs the inner quarters. After Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi exited the main hall, they did not return together to Shun Jingyi's residence. Midway, they parted ways, with Prince Xian heading directly to the study to attend to official duties, while Shun Jingyi relished the leisure, taking in the scenery of the estate as she strolled leisurely back, accompanied by her maid. Upon reaching the entrance to the courtyard, she paused, lifting her gaze to observe the lofty characters of Yulan Courtyard hanging above the door. The calligraphy, lively and vigorous, seemed to embody profound meaning. Stepping into the compact yet elegant courtyard, she found the ground beneath her feet paved with bluestone, flanked by a plethora of flourishing flowers and trees, radiating vitality. The main house, oriented north to south, basked in abundant sunlight, with its high eaves and intricately carved beams showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient architecture. The doors and windows were adorned with intricate patterns that were vividly lifelike, evoking admiration for the artisan's ingenuity. The east and west wings stood opposite each other, symmetrically beautiful, exuding a harmonious elegance. Continuing forward, she arrived at the second small courtyard. This area, likely intended for the servants, though still featuring some flora, lacked the refinement of the previous one. After exploring her living quarters, Shun Jingyi resolved to return to her room for a brief respite. Little did she know that as soon as she lay down, Granny Qin called her back up. For the ladies of the side consort's courtyard awaited her greetings and salutations. With no choice but to muster her energy, Shun Jingyi rose once more and stepped outside. As she took her seat at the main position, she was greeted by a chorus of maidservants and matrons, who reverently exclaimed, "Congratulations, side consort. We pay our respects to the side consort." "Very well, you may rise," Shun Jingyi replied with a faint smile, turning to Granny Qin to instruct, "Please reward them." "Yes, side consort," Granny Qin replied promptly. She then continued, "Furthermore, there is a matter that requires your decision. According to the regulations of the Wang residence, each side consort is entitled to 1 matron, 2 first-rank maidservants for second-rank maidservants, and 4 junior maidservants, along with 2 course servants at your disposal. Might I inquire whom you wish to promote from your current maidservants to the position of first-rank maidservant?" After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jingyi responded, "For the first-rank maidservants, let it be Chun Tao and Xia Zhu. As for the second-rank maidservants, I proposed Xiu Ju and Dong Mei. Additionally, we shall select 2 from the junior maidservants we brought along, naming them Qiu Kuei and Dong Shui. You may handle the rest as you see fit." "Yes, side consort. Shall we make any changes to the responsibilities they previously held?" "No need. They will continue in their previous duties. As for the 2 newly promoted second-rank maidservants, you may arrange their tasks accordingly." She then inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, you may all disperse." Seeing that there were no further matters, Shun Jingyi intended to return to her chamber for a rest. Chun Tao and Xia Zhu promptly followed her inside to attend to her. In the Xinya courtyard, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Su Wan knelt on the carpet, absent-mindedly accompanying her 3-year-old daughter as she played with building blocks. Just as impatience began to creep in, a young maid entered quietly. She hurried to the matroness' side and whispered a few words into her ear. The matroness' face immediately brightened with satisfaction, and she waved her hand, signaling the maid to withdraw. With a buoyant step, The matron entered the inner room and nodded slightly to Su Wan, indicating that the matter had been successfully resolved. Finally, a smile graced Su Wan's previously somber face, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Ha ha, no matter how favored you are, what does it matter? Without offspring by your side, how long can you remain arrogant in this grand mansion? At that moment, upon seeing her mother smile, Xiao Tingting relaxed as well. Although her mother had been playing with her, her expression had been rather grim, causing the child some worry. Now, however, all seemed well. Eager to showcase her creation, she proudly pushed her building project toward her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, look, this is our house." Su Wan turned her attention to her daughter's construction, unable to discern its form. Yet she encouraged, "Well done, Ting Ting. It resembles a house quite well." Hearing her mother's praise, Xiao Tingting danced joyfully, her laughter filling the room as she expressed her desire to continue building more houses. Li Shufei addressed Zhang Momo, Yueqin, and Yueqi, instructing them to diligently supervise the servants in the courtyard over the next few days, ensuring they remained in their rooms and refrained from idly wandering about. "Understood, Your Highness," they replied. Noticing the absence of others, Yueqin lowered her voice and inquired, "Your Highness, have you sensed that someone may be plotting again?" "Indeed," Li Shufei chuckled softly. "That newly arrived concubine has quickly become a thorn in the side of certain individuals. But she has only just entered the estate," Yueqi chimed in. Li Shufei let out a cold laugh. "What does it matter? Just keep an eye on our people and ensure they do not get embroiled in any troubles." "Understood. I will keep it in mind," Zhang Momo replied. Then she cautiously asked, "Should we offer any warnings to this new concubine?" "Not necessary. Let's observe her for now." Li Shufei reflected on the morning's tea ceremony and mused, "Perhaps she is already on guard." Meanwhile, in Li Shufei's courtyard, conversations flowed with a notably lighter atmosphere. Seeing the expressions on those women's faces this morning was truly gratifying, one remarked. Indeed, with the prince's evident concern, it's clear that this new concubine is not to be underestimated, another added. Yunxin and Yunrui were instructed to keep a close watch on concubine Shen. "If there are any developments on her end, we can certainly consider the matter of pregnancy," Li Shufei stated. "Are you referring to the young mistress? How wonderful. I shall make arrangements at once," Yunxin replied, barely concealing her excitement as she rushed out. Li Momo, concerned, cautioned her, "Take care not to arouse suspicion." "Understood," came Yunxin's voice from outside. Li Momo reflected, "Since your miscarriage 2 years ago, we have refrained from pursuing pregnancy for fear of becoming targets. Now, with the momentum surrounding concubine Shun, perhaps we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who could have imagined that within the confines of a mere prince's estate, the intrigues and rivalries would rival the intensity of a battlefield?" Li Shufei lamented, her eyes filled with weariness and resignation. Li Momo reminisced about the bustling courtyard of the past, now starkly quiet, with empty yards appearing one after another. Doubts crept into her mind, contemplating whether a warning should be issued to concubine Shun. "Should we alert her?" she inquired. "Of course, with her shielding us, I can enjoy my peaceful days," Li Shufei responded without hesitation. She then turned to Yunrui, instructing Yunrui, "Arrange for them to gather information about the estate. Just be cautious not to expose ourselves." "Yes, Your Highness, I will attend to it immediately," Yunrui replied. After her departure, Li Momo gazed at her mistress with a sense of helplessness. From the moment she joined her side, she recognized her as a woman devoid of ambition, solely desiring to live her own quiet life. Had it not been for the miscarriage 2 years prior, she might have long since ceased to concern herself with anything at all. Chapter 4. Sister, am I truly so toxic? Your Highness, it is time to rise, announced Qin Mama, gently rousing the consort. Just now, Chu Jiao came from the prince with word that he shall join us for lunch shortly. Shun Jingyi had been lost in a nightmarish reverie of returning to the modern world, where she had painstakingly crafted a proposal only to be met with her superior's dissatisfaction. Not only had she been reprimanded, but her salary was also to be docked, leaving her in a state of profound anxiety and despondency, just as she was enveloped in her gloom. The soothing voice of Qin Mama jolted her awake from her dreadful dreams. She swiftly sat up in bed, scanning her surroundings and recognizing the familiar decor of her chamber. Clutching her chest, she murmured, "Oh my, I'm so relieved to be back." That was terrifying. Noticing her mistress's distress, Qin Mama understood that a nightmare had beset her. She tenderly patted Shun Jingyi's back, offering comfort. "Fear not, my dear. It was merely a nightmare, and you are awake now. All is well. I shall have the kitchen prepare a calming soup for you to drink shortly." "Ah, there is no need for concern, Mama. I am quite well and do not require such a tonic," Shun Jingyi replied, attempting to divert Qin Mama's attention from her dreams. "I believe I heard you mention that the prince is to join us for lunch, yes? We must hasten to prepare. Indeed, how forgetful of me. We should rise at once, lest the prince arrive before we are ready." "Oh," and Chu Jiao also delivered a bottle of burn ointment, stating it was a gift from the prince for you. "But tell me, have you sustained an injury?" Seeing Qin Mama's alarm, Shun Jingyi recounted the incident involving the tea ceremony. Upon hearing the tale, Qin Mama's heart ached, and she dabbed at her eyes in sympathy. Shun Jingyi, exasperated, assured her that she was unharmed, even presenting her healed hand as proof. Only then did Qin Mama appear somewhat reassured. She stepped aside to allow Xia Zhu and Dong Mei to assist with Shun Jingyi's grooming while she continued to chatter away. "My lady, I have just learned that on the second day of our arrival at the estate, the prince accompanied you to the main courtyard for tea, and you were the sole lady present. Furthermore, at lunch on the following day, you were also the first to be invited." Shun Jingyi did not appear overly pleased by this revelation, sitting pensively before the vanity as Xia Zhu styled her hair. Might this be too ostentatious? The jealousy of women can be quite formidable, she mused. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that there are rather few women in the main courtyard today. We should inquire further. Upon hearing her mistress's thoughts, Qin Mama pondered the matter as well. After all, within the prince's harem, how could there be only a handful of women? Their master, a mere vice minister, had several concubines himself. With a respectful bow, she took her leave to arrange for inquiries. Emerging from her inner chamber, Shun Jingyi held a geography book she had yet to finish. She instructed for a table and chairs to be set beneath the large tree in the courtyard, intending to leisurely read while awaiting the arrival of the prince. Such a leisurely and delightful existence is undoubtedly too comfortable and pleasant for a mere worker, perpetually occupied with the demands of labor. However, the absence of a mobile phone and television proves quite disconcerting for one accustomed to gazing down at screens. After a brief period of reading, a shadow loomed overhead, prompting her to raise her gaze, only to encounter the striking visage of Prince Xian. She mused to herself, how swift his arrival, and yet it is not even mealtime. Nevertheless, a smile graced her lips as she greeted him. "Your Highness." Her eyes inadvertently drifted to the side, where a maid and a young servant stood with bowed heads. It was curious that no one had announced the princess' presence. Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. Setting aside her book, she prepared to rise and pay her respects. "No need for formalities. What are you reading?" Prince Xian remarked, taking a seat on the chair just arranged by the attendants. He casually picked up the book from the table and flipped through a few pages. Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, his gaze tinged with playful mockery as he regarded the now-seated Shun Jingyi. "I initially presumed you were indulging in those romantic tales." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at her fingers, noticing they had regained their lustrous, jade-like hue before retracting his gaze. Shun Jingyi, blissfully unaware of his scrutiny, smiled and replied, "Those tales are already familiar to me. They lack novelty. They merely recount the cliched narratives of impoverished scholars and wealthy young ladies, some of which are even illogical. My own writings surpass those in intrigue." "Oh, how confident you are!" Prince Xian's lips curled into a smile, his interest piqued by the petite figure before him. He privately mused, "This young lady possesses some charm." "Ah, I was merely jesting. Your Highness, please do not take my words to heart." She hastily waved her hands, fearing that Prince Xian might request her to showcase her writing. She was not adept at wielding the soft brush for calligraphy, and more importantly, she had no desire to engage her mind at present. "Is that so? However, it appears you have a genuine fondness for reading," Prince Xian astutely observed, recognizing that his consort had likely perused many texts. Shun Jingyi blinked her bright eyes and replied candidly, "Confined to home and with little to do, I turned to books out of boredom and gradually developed an affinity for them. My favorite reads are those concerning geography and various miscellaneous records. I find them far more engaging than the usual romantic tales. Upon hearing this, Prince Xian graciously remarked, "Since you enjoy such topics, I happen to have a study in my front courtyard dedicated to this very collection. It is replete with numerous volumes that should satisfy your interests. I can escort you there shortly to select a few that captivate you." Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi nearly leaped with excitement. "Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, Your Highness. Just recently, I finished all the books I had, and my attempts to procure new title from the bookshop were in vain." She joyfully thought, "To have access to the prince's study is a remarkable opportunity. No longer will I need to send others on fruitless quests for books." Prince Xian gazed at the joyous figure before him, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Is that all the gratitude you can muster?" he mused, noting the insincerity in her words. Shun Jingyi, her beautiful eyes sparkling, surveyed the surrounding crowd before raising her hand with a gentle wave, signaling them to disperse. "Everyone, please step outside." Beside the prince, Chu Jiao cautiously glanced at her lord and, upon receiving his nod of approval, exited the courtyard alongside Granny Qin and the others. Once they were alone, Shun Jingyi deliberately flushed her cheeks, lowering her voice to feign seduction as she whispered into the prince's ear, "What if we settled this in a more intimate manner?" Initially, Prince Xian was taken aback, not fully grasping her implication. After a moment, a hearty laugh erupted from him. Shun Jingyi pretended to be bashful, her face flushed as she averted her gaze. Yet internally, she reveled in her triumph, thinking, "Now you're pleased, aren't you? Quite sincere indeed. I'm not worried about winning you over." Outside the courtyard, those who had withdrawn exchanged knowing glances, marveling at how the side consort had managed to amuse the prince so thoroughly. Unbeknownst to them, however, the prince's good spirits were soon to be tested. At that moment, Chu Jiao noticed an elderly woman accompanied by two young maids approaching with a food box, prompting her to step forward and bow. "Your Highness, the side consort's lunch is ready." "Then let us set the table," Prince Xian replied, rising to assist Shun Jingyi, whispering in her ear, "Don't forget tonight." Her ears tinged with crimson, a result of their sensitive nature, and she could only muster a nervous laugh in response, inadvertently intertwining herself further in the situation. Prince Xian, unfazed, wrapped his arm around her waist as they made their way to the flower hall. Qiu Jiao hurried ahead to arrange the meal, yet her expression grew increasingly grave as she worked. Before the serving staff could retreat, she spoke up, "Your Highness, there seems to be an issue with this food." The three servants, alarmed by her words, immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Please, Your Highness, we assure you that this meal was brought directly from the main kitchen without any delay. There could not possibly be a problem. We would not dare." The prince's good humor evaporated instantly as he scanned the room, his gaze settling on Shun Jingyi. However, she remained composed, undeterred by the notion that someone sought to harm her. With a hint of pride, she declared, "Your Highness, Qiu Jiao was specifically trained by my grandfather at my mother's behest before her passing. She possesses knowledge of pharmacology and is particularly sensitive to poisons. Please, have her examine the food thoroughly." Suppressing his anger, Prince Xian was curious to evaluate Qiu Jiao's capabilities. "Very well," he commanded. Qiu Jiao stepped forward, meticulously inspecting each dish. Upon the return of the prince, it was reported that the seasonings in the chicken soup and fish had been tampered with, containing incompatible herbs. If consumed over a prolonged period, it could render a woman barren for life. Furthermore, the dish of shredded bamboo shoots contained a poison known as 3-day drunken beauty. Initially, there would be no adverse effects. Rather, within 3 days, one's complexion would appear rosy and vibrant. However, after this period, one would gradually experience weakness, as the internal organs began to fail, ultimately leading to demise. Qiu Ju calmly conveyed her findings to the prince. Upon hearing her words, Prince Xian let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Ah, I did not realize our royal residence was so lively. Indeed, it conceals many hidden talents." Was the poison being administered before his very eyes a deliberate affront, or did they believe he would not uncover the truth? In reality, Prince Xian had misjudged the perpetrators. They had not anticipated his presence for lunch that day, as typically on the second day of a new concubine's arrival. He would either be in the outer courtyard or visiting the princess. It was merely a fortuitous encounter. You still have the leisure to jest. My lord, this is merely the second day since I entered the palace. Who is it that cannot bear my presence? Came the feigned melancholic voice of Shun Jingyi. At that moment, Granny Qin also knelt, her expression wrought with concern, pleading, my lord, you must stand up for the side consort. It is evident that someone wishes to harm her. If we do not swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this, I fear they may strike again. Fearing that Granny Qin's excessive words might provoke further trouble, Shun Jingyi quickly interjected. Granny Qin, please rise. We must place our trust in the prince. He will make the necessary decisions. Prince Xian furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice, Chu Jiao, I entrust this matter to you. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to poison within my palace. Yes, I shall take care of it immediately, Chu Jiao replied, bowing before departing with the 3 servants who had delivered the meal. Chapter 5. The remarkable traveler. The toxic dishes were swiftly removed, and a new banquet was arranged. Qiuju naturally took the lead in inspecting the new spread, confirming its safety before they finally sat down to dine. As Shun Jingyi gazed at the array of exquisite dishes, an unexpected hunger overtook her. Everything appeared delectable. She sampled each dish, even offering Prince Xian a bite of her favorites, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Although Prince Xian had initially lost his appetite, he found himself drawn to eat more upon witnessing Shun Jingyi savoring her meal. After dining, Shun Jingyi rubbed her stomach, feeling a bit too full. Prince Xian raised an eyebrow in amusement. How is it that a grown person can overeat? Do you fear I will let you go hungry? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shun Jingyi's cheeks flushed. Nevertheless, she retorted, I was simply so hungry that I ate quickly, and my stomach had yet to catch up. Ha ha, what an amusing explanation. He chuckled. Your boldness is intriguing, yet you do not seem particularly audacious, and when you blush, it contradicts the notion of your thick skin. Gulme, let me take you out for a stroll to aid your digestion, Prince Xian declared, rising to his feet and gently taking Shun Jingyi's hand as they strolled outside. Where we headed? She was somewhat reluctant to venture out, for it was the peak of noon, and the heat was quite oppressive. Did you not wish to find a book? I suggested, let me take you there now. Upon hearing that we were heading to the study, Shun Jingyi instantly felt the heat dissipate. Her spirits lifted as she was led away with joy. A throng of maids and attendants quickly followed behind. But Shun Jingyi preferred solitude, so she called only for Xia Zhu and Dong Mei, sending the others back. Once outside, she discovered it was not as hot as she had anticipated. The paths were shaded by corridors and trees, and a gentle breeze made the atmosphere quite pleasant. As they strolled along, they engaged in conversation. Your Highness, may I request a small kitchen? I have 2 excellent cooks, and Qiuju's medicinal dishes are quite remarkable. Shun Jingyi ventured cautiously. Duke Xian glanced at her, perhaps thinking she had been startled earlier that day. We can have Chu Ba arrange it for you shortly. Thank you. Your Highness, Shun Jingyi exclaimed, her heart lifted by his acquiescence. A stroke of fortune indeed. Behind them, Xia Zhu and Dong Mei exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with delight. Hee, Your Highness, is it convenient that your little servants' names follow the order from the 1st to the 9th day of the lunar month? Duke Xian, upon hearing this, playfully tapped Shun Jingyi on the nose. Indeed, it was simpler for me when they first arrived at my side when I was younger. It is quite convenient and memorable, she agreed. Will your cousin participate in the imperial examination this year? Yes, before I entered the manor. My aunt mentioned that my eldest cousin would take part this year. Her maternal grandfather was the head of the Lishan Academy in Jiangnan, renowned for cultivating talent and maintaining friendships across a wide array of circles, from noble families to wandering heroes, and even among the various sects and trades. Her grandfather had only 1 son and 1 daughter. Unfortunately, the daughter was deceived by the original owner's father, who failed to appreciate her worth. The son now oversees the academy and boasts 2 grandsons, both of whom excel in their respective fields of learning. The original owner also had a brother currently gaining experience at the Hamlin Academy. In short, the family was replete with admirable traits. When he arrives, I shall make it a point to meet him, the Duke replied. As they conversed, they arrived at a serene and beautiful courtyard, aptly named Water Moon Cave. The yard was enveloped by high walls, with moss creeping up, a testament to the passage of time. Passing through the arched entrance, they were greeted by an exquisite garden, bursting with a riot of blossoms that released fragrant aromas. At the center of the garden lay a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the azure sky and white clouds like a mirror. Lotus flowers bloomed in the pond, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, while fish occasionally leapt from the water, disrupting the tranquil reflection. Beside the pond stood a quaint pavilion, furnished with a stone table and several stone chairs for repose. Following a pebbled path through the garden led to a rustic little building. Before the building were several stone steps, flanked by clusters of verdant bamboo, which rustled softly in the cool breeze. The windows of the small building were wide open, allowing sunlight to illuminate the wooden floor, casting flickering shadows. Entering the small building, one would find an elegant interior. Bookshelves were filled with tomes, and several calligraphies adorned the walls, adding an air of scholarly refinement. The courtyard of Shueyue Dongtian resembles a paradise, a sanctuary that offers respite from the clamor of the world, allowing one to immerse in the beauty of nature. It is truly beautiful here, an excellent place for reading, Shun Jingyi remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. This is my private space. It is seldom visited. If you like it, you are welcome to come by any time. I will inform the gatekeeper when we leave. Really? That would be wonderful. I adore this place. Can one fish here? She inquired eagerly. I did not realize you were fond of fishing, he replied, somewhat surprised. Indeed, I see so many fish in the pond, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the water. However, Xian Wang coldly denied her request, stating, "No, the fish here are not for catching." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "But if you're truly passionate about fishing, I know of an exceptional location where I can take you to enjoy it in the future." "That sounds splendid," she responded enthusiastically. Just then, a young attendant entered, bowing and saying, "Your Highness, there's been a discovery at Chujiao. Please come at once." "Understood," he replied before turning to Shun Jingyi. "Feel free to find a book. I shall go see what it is." "Yes, I bid you farewell, Your Highness." Once Xian Wang departed, Shun Jingyi felt even more at ease, exploring the area and examining the books. Many of them were unfamiliar to her, filled with intriguing content, including a biography of Empress Han, a legendary figure from her hometown, renowned for her multifaceted talents and for thwarting the financial aspirations of all time travelers. Indeed, she was responsible for the introduction of various innovations, such as glass, cement, gunpowder, sea salt, perfume, lip balm, soap, soy sauce, sweet potatoes, greenhouse vegetables, and high-yield rice cultivation. What? A poetry collection can elevate one to the status of a talented woman? How embarrassing. I too have published a collection, she mused, reflecting on the obstacles created by such a prolific individual. In any case, her extensive knowledge, whether original or adopted, earned her admiration. After selecting several books, she carried them to Xiazhu, then retreated to a small pavilion to feed the fish. Watching them thrash about in the water as they scrambled for food brought a smile to her face. It truly was a delightful place. After a while, feeling somewhat drowsy, she decided to return home. Upon seeing Shun Jingyi return with Xiazhu and Dong Mei, Chun Tao joyfully welcomed them. "Madam, you have returned. The prince has sent someone to build us a small kitchen." "Such speed," Shun Jingyi exclaimed, astonished by their efficiency. "Where's Granny Qin?" "Granny is overseeing the arrangement of your dowry," the maid replied. "Where's the box given by the princess during the tea ceremony this morning? I wish to see what is inside." Having been too weary upon her return that morning, she had forgotten about it. "I placed it in the cabinet." "I will fetch it for you now," Xiazhu said, heading into the inner chamber with the books. "Let us go. It is too hot at noon, and I might feel drowsy. I shall take a short nap. Please keep track of the time for me. I fear I will oversleep and be sluggish tonight." As they conversed, they stepped into the room. Dong Mei, being quite vivacious, dared to speak freely. After glancing around to ensure no one was present, she remarked, "Hee, concubine, you may be overthinking. The prince will come by tonight." The implication was clear. Tonight, the prince would arrive, meaning you might find it difficult to sleep. Oh, our Dongmei is quite knowledgeable. Are you perhaps thinking of marriage? Have you set your sights on someone? Do share, and I shall certainly advocate for you. Preparing a substantial dowry for your union. Dongmei, flustered by the teasing, protested. What are you saying, concubine? I have no intention of marrying. She then stomped her foot, covered her face, and dashed out. Such a little one thinks she can jest with me. Ha ha ha. Shen Jingyi chuckled to herself. Chun Tao remarked, the mistress is becoming more mischievous and increasingly cheerful. It is truly delightful. At that moment, Xia Zhu approached, cradling an intricately carved redwood box from a nearby partition, just in time to witness Dongmei's retreating figure. Why did Dongmei run out? It's nothing, don't mind her. Is this the item the princess gave this morning? Indeed. I have yet to open it. Then let us unveil it now and see what our princess has bestowed upon us. As Shen Jingyi settled before the vanity for Chun Tao to remove her hairpins, she continued, Xia Zhu, please, open it. Xia Zhu unveiled the box and placed it upon the dressing table for Shen Jingyi's inspection. Shen Jingyi reached for it. Inside lay a delicate, hollow golden bracelet, substantial in appearance, but surprisingly light in her grasp. She clicked her tongue, saying, humph, this is merely for show. She then passed it to Xia Zhu, who examined it and remarked, this seems to be an item from several years ago. Is that so? Then let's take it to the shop for melting down and remaking. Shen Jingyi replied nonchalantly, all right, you may leave. I shall rest for a while. With that, Shen Jingyi approached the bed and lay down. Soon the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. Chapter 6. The back courtyard is truly chaotic in the main courtyard. A sharp crash echoed as a cup shattered, its fragments scattering across the floor. Chu Mengyao stood fuming, her face a mask of anger. Beside her, Granny Zhao looked on with concern for her lady, gently advising, Your Highness, please do not let this trouble your health. It is not worth the distress. Chu Mengyao clenched her teeth, cursing, that wretched woman. She is nothing but a vixen. She has stolen the prince's heart within a single day. On her very first night, she demands a small kitchen built and can freely enter the study. Her ire intensified, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Granny Zhao quickly interjected, Your Highness, please calm yourself. I have inquired thoroughly about the kitchen. It was merely a coincidence. Someone attempted poisoning and was fortuitously caught by the prince, which is why he consented to the kitchen's construction. As for the study, it is not the prince's office. It is merely a place where he relaxes in his leisure. Hearing this, the princess's expression softened slightly, though dissatisfaction lingered. She snorted, That may be his domain, but very well, I shall not dwell on this matter. Do you know who the fool was that attempted the poisoning? Indeed, one who cannot even poison properly has failed in their endeavor. And now they have inadvertently alerted the enemies. The matron lowered her voice respectfully and replied, At present, we are aware of 2 instances of poisoning. One incident occurred outside the residence. The details remain unclear, and currently, the prince's men are investigating. It would be unwise for us to intervene. How long will the prince harbor resentment towards me? Ever since the unfortunate incident with consort Lu 2 years ago, he has blamed me. Sigh. When we finally let go of his anger, you are the princess. For the sake of the heir, the prince will surely show you some consideration. We must exercise patience and refrain from any rash actions. In truth, the prince's attitude towards you has already begun to improve. Chu Mengyao pouted. At present, I have done nothing but merely observe. Little did she realize that merely watching others could also be seen as a transgression. Indeed, I understand. Did you not craft a garment for the prince? How goes the work? It is nearly finished. At this moment, the scene shifted to Ziyue Garden. A sharp female voice pierced the air. What a useless bunch. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter without drawing attention. Have you ensured that all traces have been thoroughly erased? Another replied hastily, Report to the mistress. It has been handled properly. They will not trace it back to us, though we did lose a few personnel in the process. Very well, just a few individuals. They could be replaced. You may leave. I need to contemplate our next steps. Yes, the servant takes her leave. During the evening meal, the prince did not enter the rear courtyard, as Shen Jingyi's small kitchen was still inoperable. The food was still prepared in the main kitchen, though the dishes were quite satisfactory. After dinner, Shun Jingyi strolled in the courtyard with Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Xiujuan. Just then, a little maid named Qiukui hurriedly returned from outside, her countenance not quite right. After greeting, she said, "Consort, I have gathered some information." She glanced around cautiously. Understanding her intent, Shun Jingyi instructed, "Let us go to the study." Once seated, Qiukui eagerly began, "I have learned that when our prince's residence first opened, there were indeed few individuals. However, as time passed, various princes sent concubines, and even the virtuous consort bestowed a couple of gifts, resulting in a total of around 17 or 18 women. The rear courtyard has become quite lively. Just yesterday, two were arguing, and today, another was wailing, which has vexed the prince, causing him to rarely enter the courtyard. As the disputes escalated, violence ensued. First, a concubine named Tang suffered a fall and miscarried. 3 days later, the one who caused her fall was bitten by a venomous snake and died in her sleep. The investigation indicated that the concubine Tang had instigated the incident, though she did not admit to it, and ultimately, she was expelled from the residence. Chuntao could not help but interject, "Consort, do you think she was framed?" "It is quite possible." "Qiukui, please continue." "Yes, soon after anyone discovered they were a child. The pregnancy would not last long, and some even suffered severe hemorrhages leading to death. It was later revealed that their food had been tampered with. The prince and princess, incensed, ordered a search of every courtyard, which led to the discovery of 2 individuals. One had employed witchcraft to curse the women of the rear courtyard, ensuring they could bear no children. In another room, a package of poison was discovered, identical to that found in the deceased who had suffered from severe bleeding. Subsequently, these 2 individuals were taken away by the prince and have not been seen since. 3 others succumbed to illness, while another seemed to have lost their sanity, hiding behind a rockery with a knife. Upon encountering a consort taking a stroll, they rushed out and killed her. Rumors circulated that this consort was responsible for punishing a maidservant who had knelt outside in the bitter cold for an entire day, resulting in a miscarriage and lasting damage to her health, rendering her unable to conceive again. Fearing that such events would tarnish the prince's reputation, the virtuous consort intervened to halt the actions of various royal residences and summoned the princess to the palace for a stern discussion, after which tranquility returned to the estate. Goodness, the inner courtyard is indeed chaotic. Shun Jingyi mused thoughtfully. Someone has deliberately incited this turmoil. Granny Qin remarked, "We have only just arrived. Could this information have been gathered too quickly and meticulously? Might be false. Do you think someone could have intentionally leaked this to us as a warning?" Shun Jingyi considered. "That is certainly a possibility. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. The fact that poison was used upon our arrival is a clear signal. I have also heard that today the main kitchen dispatched 2 individuals, a vegetable sorting maid and a cook from the stove," Granny Qin added. After hearing this, Shun Jingyi smiled and said, "Understood. You have worked hard. Go and have your meal." "Yes, I take my leave," replied the maid, Aku, happily exiting. Observing Aku leave, Shun Jingyi remarked, "That little girl is quite clever." She then turned to Granny Qin and Chun Tao, instructing, "Keep a close watch on our people and guard the courtyard against any intrusions. We should refrain from hastily arranging for additional personnel and instead observe carefully. We must not fall prey to other spies. The remaining individuals in this courtyard are certainly not simple." "Yes, consort, we will be cautious," they replied. Though Shun Jingyi had longed to relax and enjoy a life of leisure, such indulgence must remain within the bounds of her safety. With the estate in such disarray and being targeted with poison upon her arrival, she could not remain passive. It was essential to cultivate trustworthy personnel to avoid becoming oblivious and deaf. This would enable her to gather intelligence and act decisively when needed. She preferred not to instigate trouble, but was also unafraid of facing it. After her evening bath, feeling warm, Shun Jingyi donned only a pair of white silk pants and a pink lotus bud bodice, draping a sheer outer garment over herself. Leaning against the favored concubine's couch, she engrossed herself in a book, exuding an enchanting allure. When Prince Xian entered, he was greeted by this captivating scene, validating the adage that the more one gazes upon a beauty under the lamp, the more enchanting they appear. Sensing a burning gaze upon her, Shun Jingyi looked up to find Prince Xian standing at the doorway, watching her intently. She quickly rose to pay her respects. "This humble servant greets the prince." "Rise," he said, striding over to embrace her, drawing her back against the couch. "Why did you not inform anyone of your arrival?" "I had no idea you were here," Shun Jingyi chided playfully. "I merely wished to see what you were engaged in," Prince Xian admitted candidly, revealing that his intention was indeed to observe her. Shun Jingyi smiled slyly and inquired, "Are you satisfied with what you have seen?" "Indeed, I am exceedingly pleased, particularly with this exquisite portrait of a beauty under the lamp." After speaking, he turned to the charmingly giggling face beside him and softly whispered in her ear, "I have come tonight to collect my reward." Shun Jingyi shivered at his words. With a playful tone, she exclaimed, "Your Highness." Prince Xian laughed heartily, lifting her into his arms as they made their way to the bathing chamber. "Come, accompany me for a bath." "But I've already bathed," she protested. "Then let us bathe once more." Chapter 7. What kind of fate is this? The two of them frolicked in the bathing chamber for an hour before emerging, with Shun Jingyi being carried out, utterly exhausted. Observing her state, Prince Xian jested, "You simply do not exercise enough. You ought to be more active." "Oh, I cannot possibly compare to your Highness," she replied. "Very well then, let us converse. What would your Highness like to discuss?" Today, there were two individuals who administered poison. The one who used the counteractive substance was a woman from the main kitchen. She is now deceased, along with her family, severing that lead. The other is the young daughter of the Minister of Justice, Xue. Shun Jingyi absent-mindedly traced circles on Prince Xian's chest with her fingers, while stating, "Your Highness, may I share my thoughts on this matter? Please do not be offended." Prince Xian seized her mischievous hand, holding it firmly. "Speak freely. I believe the one who administered the sterilization potion must be a woman from our royal residence's courtyard. However, since that lead has been severed, I cannot ascertain her identity. As for Xue, I am unfamiliar with her and do not understand why she would wish to harm me." Prince Xian felt a twinge of guilt, but candidly replied, "It may be related to me." Shun Jingyi was taken aback and looked up at him, only to hear him continue, "When my mother selected concubines for me, she presented two choices, you and Xue. She might have thought that without you, she could enter the manor." Shun Jingyi was incredulous. "What kind of logic is that? If you had not chosen me, I would still be at home, living idly, or perhaps married to someone of simpler means, avoiding all this turmoil. With my dowry, I could have lived quite comfortably." Despite her internal frustration, her face portrayed nothing but heartfelt emotion. "Then why did you choose me?" she inquired. Unbeknownst to him, Prince Xian was unaware of her inner thoughts. He simply felt elated, pinching her cheek gently as he responded, "The moment I beheld your portrait, I knew you were the one." It was as if the long-awaited had finally arrived. I was filled with joy and certainty. After a moment, he added, "Actually, I saw you at Qingshan Temple last year, but I did not feel anything then and could not explain why. It was only 2 months ago, upon seeing your portrait again in my mother's palace, that those feelings resurfaced." Shun Jingyi was truly astonished. She had only arrived 3 months prior, and the portrait had been painted and sent to the palace only after her arrival. Could it be that she had traversed time for Prince Xian? She found herself utterly bewildered by the nature of this fate. It seemed rather complicated. She could only respond with a perfunctory smile. "Could it be that I was still young at that time, which is why you saw me merely as a little maid?" The original self had visited the Qing Mountain Temple to pray, seemingly over a year ago, so this explanation would have to suffice. "Perhaps," the prince replied indifferently, leaving his belief uncertain. "How is Lord Xue handling the situation now?" Shun Jingyi swiftly shifted the topic, reluctant and afraid to linger on the previous one. "The Minister Xue has mentioned that his daughter has seen through the world's illusions and has decided to become a nun at the Shueyue Monastery, leaving tonight. What do you think? Is the side consort content with this outcome?" "Naturally, she is satisfied. However, there is the fear that Minister Xue may harbor resentment towards you from now on. Rest assured, he would not dare. His daughter poisoned and killed the side consort of the prince's residence. That is a definitive fact, a capital offense. Should this escalate to the emperor, even he would face consequences." Suddenly, a thought crossed Shun Jingyi's mind, and her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the prince. "Will I receive any compensation?" The prince, noticing her avaricious demeanor, felt a playful urge to tease her. That depends on your sincerity. Sincerity, you say? Shen Jingyi's eyes twinkled mischievously as her small hands began to stir. Her hands, as smooth and soft as satin, glided gently down her chest, trailing down to her abdomen, where a tingling sensation arose. Just as her hands sought to venture further down, the prince seized them, flipping her beneath him. This is what you brought upon yourself. Before she could comprehend the situation, his lips were upon hers, with the bed curtains drawn and the night filled with tender passion. In truth, Shen Jingyi had misunderstood the prince. When he spoke of sincerity, he merely meant to kiss her and exchange sweet words. Little did she know she had ventured into a different realm of desire, and thus she had ensnared herself. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shen Jingyi's delicate features as she languidly rose from the bed, stretching with a yawn. Upon hearing the commotion, her maidservants entered in a line with washing supplies. "What time is it?" Shen Jingyi rubbed her eyes and inquired sweetly. Dongmei hurried forward, assisting her in dressing while replying to the side consort. "It is already the hour of the snake, 10 a.m. So late. Why was I not called to rise?" Chun Tao, standing nearby, smiled ambiguously and whispered, "The prince specifically instructed us not to disturb your rest, wishing for you to sleep a little longer." Xia Zhu chimed in, "The prince truly cares for the side consort. Let us give him credit for his conscience. By the way, did the prince leave anything for me this morning?" She was still mindful of her compensation. "Yes." As the words fell, Chun Tao swiftly approached the table, retrieving 2 exquisite boxes and opening them. The prince stated that the 1,000 taels of silver inside is a gift for the side consort, while this box of pearls is for your jewelry making. Shen Jingyi grasped a handful of pearls, examining them closely before carelessly tossing them back into the box. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she murmured, "It was worth it. I nearly exhausted myself last night." "Side consort, what did you say?" Winter May did not hear clearly, mistakenly believing that the consort had some instructions, and thus inquired. Shen Jingyi's face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly concealed it by saying, "It's nothing. Please collect these items quickly." After Shen Jingyi had freshened up and donned her attire, she left the inner chamber and headed directly to the dining hall. Upon entering, she found Xiaojuan had already prepared a bowl of medicinal porridge and 2 dishes of appetizers. Upon seeing Shen Jingyi enter, she smiled and said, "Consort, please have a bit to tide you over. The lunch will be ready shortly." Shen Jingyi sat down and asked with curiosity, "Can we use our small kitchen now?" "Yes. Early this morning, I brought over some ingredients, and I have checked them. There are no issues." "That's good." Shen Jingyi picked up a spoon and sipped the porridge slowly. Lost in thought, after finishing her breakfast, she summoned Mama Qin and several trusted maids to the study, sharing the findings of the poison investigation from the previous day and Shue's motives. Mama Qin, upon hearing this, remarked bitterly, "I never expected Shui to be so malicious. Her visit to Shuewa Monastery is indeed her comeuppance. Only 1,000 taels in compensation is far too lenient." Chun Tao chimed in, "Indeed, as an unmarried young lady, to scheme for a marriage is truly shameless." Shen Jingyi, now unfazed, observed their anger and reminded them, "Her father is now aligned with the prince. Let us not speak of this matter again." Seeing that the consort had spoken, they could only acquiesce, responding, "Yes, we understand." "Consort, we must now be wary of the people in this household. The poisoner has yet to be discovered," Mama Qin said with a hint of concern. "Indeed, we must all remain vigilant and cautious, particularly regarding incoming items. Yes, we will ensure the gates are secure and supervise all incoming goods." "Very well, there is nothing more. You may all leave. Chun Tao, go to my inner chamber and fetch the book I was reading yesterday." "Yes, consort." Throughout the day, the prince did not visit, and Shen Jingyi spent a leisurely day in the study, reading and practicing calligraphy, feeling quite at ease. In truth, she had little desire to practice writing, disliking the soft brush, but there was no alternative. One cannot simply refrain from writing altogether. Thankfully, the original owner was not a talented woman, or she would indeed have had a headache. Chapter 8. A night of domestic chatter. As night descended, Prince Xian arrived gracefully under the moonlight. It was late, and the candlelight flickered in the room. The two engaged in minimal actions, merely covering themselves with a quilt and chatting about mundane matters. Tomorrow you will return to your family. Do you need my company? Prince Xian asked softly. Your Highness, your kindness is appreciated, but as a mere consort, if I act too ostentatiously, it may incite jealousy, Shun Jingyi replied. Prince Xian pondered this, but recalling the poisoning incident from the previous day, he unkindly remarked, You may already have made some enemies. Shun Jingyi sighed lightly, helplessly saying, Perhaps, alas, it is too late. One can only blame oneself for being too endearing. With that, she cast a playful glance at Prince Xian. Noticing this, Prince Xian's lips twitched slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. Hee, I shall be heading in that direction for business tomorrow. I will come to escort you back. She readily agreed, which was quite delightful. At that time, I shall accompany His Highness back to the residence. In truth, she understood that the prince was deliberately creating a fade for her, not wishing to offend his goodwill. Subsequently, Prince Xian inquired, I recall your brother is in the Hamlin Academy. If memory serves, he remains unmarried. Is it that your stepmother is reluctant to arrange a match for him? The mention of this made Shun Jingyi somewhat melancholic. She sighed softly and replied, My brother once had a fiancée, but circumstances changed. After her grandfather passed away, she returned home with her family to observe the period of mourning. They had originally planned to marry last year, yet unexpectedly, she called off the engagement, later rumored to have wed the son of the local governor. Since then, my brother has become a confirmed bachelor. A faint smile graced Prince Xian's lips as he jested. Ah, your metaphor is indeed quite apt. Shun Jingyi shyly chuckled, conceding, Your Highness is too flattering. It is merely the truth. After that, my dear father's wife, sought several suitable families, but alas, none proved satisfactory. Either the households were disorganized, or the young ladies lacked virtue. Thus the matter remains unresolved to this day. Do you harbor ill feelings towards your stepmother? The prince queried, for he was surely aware of the circumstances surrounding her family. Prince Xian nodded, understanding that the background of any woman entering the palace necessitated thorough investigation. In truth, I suspect that my mother was harmed by that woman. She likely realized this and implored my maternal grandfather to provide me with a maid knowledgeable in medicine. This suspicion had lingered in her mind, and she had been discreetly investigating, yet had uncovered nothing. Would you like my assistance? Prince Xian asked, gazing at her. If your Highness could lend your support, it would be most splendid. Shun Jingyi responded with unrestrained joy. The original owner had been pursuing this matter for quite some time with no leads. Now, being within the confines of the royal residence made further inquiry quite challenging. However, with the prince's backing, progress would undoubtedly accelerate, for he wielded power and influence. With extensive connections occupying this body, she felt compelled to fulfill the original owner's wishes and care for her family. They conversed a while longer before extinguishing the lights to rest. The following morning, Prince Xian rose early to attend court. Shun Jingyi, rarely rising at such an hour, decided to rise alongside him and voluntarily offered to assist him with his morning routine. However, lacking experience and skill, she inadvertently splashed water onto his collar, dampening his attire. Assisting him with dressing, well, that did not go as planned. Ultimately, he donned his own garments. As for serving breakfast, although Shun Jingyi expressed her willingness to assist, in reality, she merely kept him company during the meal. After a flurry of chaotic activity, she finally saw Prince Xian off to court. As he departed, he left behind a resigned remark that Shun Jingyi found quite endearing. He said, You are not suited to serve others. Let us find our respective roles and focus on what we can manage. She found the words quite accurate. Henceforth, she resolved to refrain from rising at such an early hour. The role of a virtuous wife and mother did not suit her. It was best if she simply returned to slumber in the morning. Gazing at the still dim sky, she nestled back into her bed. She slept soundly until the hour of chun, which is to say, 8 o'clock in the morning, when she was roused by Qin Mama. Side consort, it is time to rise. You are to pay your respects to the princess, she announced. Very well, I shall get up, Shun Jingyi replied, sitting up but still keeping her eyes closed. Qin Mama adjusted the curtains and turned to observe her mistress's demeanor, feeling quite exasperated. Turning to Chun Tao, she instructed, "Quickly prepare the side consort's face. She needs to awaken." "Of course, Mama," came the prompt reply. Soon, after a thorough massage and tidying up, Shun Jingyi emerged revitalized. Just as she was about to head towards the main courtyard, a young maid entered, accompanied by Hong Yin, who served the princess. "Greetings, side consort," the maid curtsied. "Ah, Hong Yin, you have arrived. Does the princess have any instructions for me? We were just about to visit her to pay our respects," Shun Jingyi said with a smile. In response to the side consort, "I am here on the princess's orders to convey a message. The princess has stated that you need not visit her today to pay your respects, as the return gifts have already been prepared. Please feel free to enjoy your time with your family without haste to return to the residence." As she concluded her message, she handed the list of gifts to Chun Tao, who was closest. Chun Tao accepted the list and passed it to Shun Jingyi for her perusal. Shun Jingyi casually flipped through it, noting that the items were rather ordinary and lacking any particular distinction, yet there was nothing amiss. She did not dwell on it too much, instead feeling quite pleased. With a gentle smile, she addressed Hong Yin. "Please convey my gratitude to the princess for her thoughtful arrangements. This return gift is splendid." Then she turned to Xia Zhu beside her. "I recall having a pair of golden-laid pearl earrings. Please find them for Miss Hong Yin, as her ears are dainty and perfectly suited." "Indeed, I shall fetch them at once," Xia Zhu responded with a smile. "Then, I shall shamelessly accept them. Thank you, side consort, for your generosity," Hong Yin expressed with delight. Before long, Xia Zhu returned with a box in hand. After receiving it, Hong Yin expressed her gratitude once more and departed with joy. Shun Jingyi then stood up, stretched her arms wide, and with a rather unrefined yawn, waved her hand with authority. "Let us return to the residence and see what mischief awaits us." Qin Manga, Chun Tao, Xia Zhu, Qiu Zhu, and Dong Mei shall accompany me. Qiu Kuei and Xia Shui, please stay behind with the others to guard the house and ensure no one enters. The maids responded cheerfully, affirming their understanding. Only Qin Mama, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips and reminded her gently, "Miss, do be mindful of your words. As the esteemed side consort of the Xian Wang Fu, your demeanor must be measured and cautious to avoid leaving a poor impression on the Wang Yi." Shun Jingyi nodded in acknowledgement, indicating she understood, though internally she remained unconcerned. Just as she was about to step forward, she turned back to her companions, expressing her unease. "Upon our return, refrain from speaking of matters that should remain unsaid." "Yes, we are aware, and we shall speak no nonsense, especially regarding the eldest son." After hearing their assurances, Shun Jingyi felt reassured and led them outside. Upon exiting, she found a soft sedan chair waiting at the entrance, carried by two sturdy matrons. Without any pretense, Shun Jingyi took her seat. The sedan chair halted at the side gate of the Wang residence, where several luxurious carriages awaited, accompanied by carts laden with return gifts. The coachman, upon noticing their emergence, promptly lowered the footstool and respectfully stood to the side, his head bowed, eyes averted in proper decorum. Chun Tao hurriedly assisted Shun Jingyi into the first carriage, followed by Granny Qin. Once the two were settled inside, she hastily made her way to the rear carriage to join Xia Zhu and the others. A throng of individuals made their way towards the Shun residence. Chapter 9. Return visit on the spacious street. Several exquisite carriages moved forward slowly, their wheels producing a crisp clattering sound. This area was a gathering place for the affluent, each household possessing expansive grounds, resulting in a serene and dignified atmosphere with few residences along the street. As the carriages traveled a stretch, the ambience gradually grew lively. Various clamorous voices filled the air: steamed buns, freshly made, steaming hot, large and satisfying, guaranteed to please. Sesame cakes, deliciously fragrant sesame cakes, freshly brewed soybean milk. The calls of fried pastries echoed, creating a vibrant scene. Along the roadside, voices bargaining and children joyfully playing could be heard intermittently. Due to the influence of the founding empress, the constraints on women in the Great Xia Kingdom were considerably relaxed, and many women could be seen walking along the streets, even engaging in commerce. Shun Jingyi, filled with curiosity, could not resist gently lifting the corner of the carriage curtain to peer outside. She observed an array of stalls lining the streets, brimming with an astonishing variety of goods. Pedestrians moved in a steady flow, some hurrying along, others leisurely strolling. Upon seeing the opulent carriages, they instinctively made way, while many paused to gaze curiously. Someone with keen eyes caught a glimpse of the beautiful visage passing by in the carriage and could not help but inquire, "Whose carriages are these so early in the morning?" A friendly gentleman enjoying his breakfast nearby responded with a hearty laugh, "Young man, I can tell from your accent that you are from out of town, aren't you?" "Indeed, sir. I just arrived yesterday." "No wonder you don't recognize the emblem of the Xianwang residence. It is, after all, the carriage of the Xianwang residence. No wonder it looks so grand." Afterward, the man continued chatting with the gentleman, who was also new to the city and eager to learn about its affairs. Such exchanges were commonplace along the street. As the carriages gradually distanced themselves, the murmurs of speculation ebbed and flowed. Having briefly relished the lively commotion, Shun Jingyi watched as the bustling scene faded into the background. "Granny, when will we venture out to explore as well? I haven't been out in such a long time," Shun Jingyi playfully implored. Granny Qin, with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, regarded her mistress, who, despite being married, retained the innocent spirit of a child. "My lady, if you wish to play, it will not do to charm your old servant. You must coax the prince instead." "Very well. I shall wait until I see him to speak of it." She had resolutely decided to persuade the prince to allow her to venture out for a stroll. Then, Shun Jingyi lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. The sunlight cascading upon her face, illuminating her exquisite features. A smile graced her lips, and her eyes shimmered with a yearning for the world beyond. Upon arriving at the residence of the minister Shun, she elegantly descended from the carriage. Her complexion resembled the blush of peach blossoms, and a dignified yet graceful smile adorned her face as she was gently supported by Chun Tao and Xiu Ju, slowly making her way towards the entrance. At that moment, her stepmother, half-sister, and a host of illegitimate children had long been waiting there. Shun Qianqian, observing the grand spectacle of Shun Jingyi's arrival, gritted her teeth in resentment, reluctantly lowering her head after receiving a sharp glare from her mother. "Greetings to the side consort," the crowd intoned in unison. Witnessing the bowed heads of those present, one could not help but acknowledge the potency of power. "Please rise. It must be quite tiresome for you all to wait here so early," Shun Jingyi remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing her words and perceiving Shun Jingyi's demeanor, Shun Qianqian's dissatisfaction intensified. She bit her lip, contemplating a glare towards Shun Jingyi, yet refrained for fear of inciting her mother's ire. At that moment, Lin Xixia gently interjected, "Side consort, shall we proceed inside? Your courtyard has been preserved for you. Your father has already departed for court and will return in time for dinner. Chenzi has also gone to the Hamlin Academy and mentioned he would return promptly." Shun Jingyi nodded, responding politely, "Thank you, madam. I appreciate your efforts. You need not accompany me. Do attend to your own matters." "What, madam? Such a lack of decorum. You ought to address me as mother." Shun Qianqian seized what she perceived as an opportunity, exclaiming loudly, "Is that so?" Shun Jingyi raised an eyebrow, a glint of mockery flashing in her eyes. She continued, "I believe refraining from calling you Lin Xiaonyang is already quite courteous." Lin Xixia's expression instantly soured upon hearing this. She detested any mention of her past as a concubine, and this insolent girl had a knack for bringing it up, consistently opposing her. Previously, she had been unable to deal with her, hoping to send her and her deceased mother's spirit away, but despite several attempts, the girl had survived unscathed. Now, as a side consort of the Xian Wangfu, her arrogance had only magnified. Others present lowered their heads, feigning ignorance while their eyes sparkled with amusement. Unable to restrain herself, Shun Qianqian shouted in anger, "Shun Jingyi, you wretched girl, impudent!" At that moment, Nurse Qin's stern reprimand echoed like thunder, stinging the ears of those present. Yet, none of this deterred Shun Qianqian from continuing her tirade. Just as she prepared to speak again, a sharp crack resonated through the air, plunging time into a haunting silence. Shun Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her mother's hand, still raised. The searing pain on her cheek brought tears to her eyes. She could hardly fathom that her mother had struck her, an unprecedented occurrence in her life. All of this was Shun Jingyi's fault, if it were not for her mother. How could she have become the despised, illegitimate daughter? In truth, she ought to reflect upon this. How can she blame Shun Jingyi's mother? If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon her wretched father. Moreover, without Shun Jingyi's mother, who knows where her scoundrel father would be lurking? She certainly would not enjoy the privileged life she currently possesses. Thus, it is often the case that people prefer to see and hear only what they wish, conveniently ignoring that which is detrimental to themselves. Throughout her life, she had existed in the shadow of Shun Jingyi, living in obscurity. After enduring the trials of her mother's passing and finally being recognized as the legitimate daughter, she thought she could finally savor her hard-earned rewards. Yet, Shun Jingyi became the consort of Prince Xian, once again trampling upon her aspirations. Why was it that Shun Jingyi could so effortlessly suppress her? The more she dwelled on it, the more her resentment and indignation festered, nearly manifesting into a physical form. With the spectators around her watching with a mix of amusement and disdain, she felt utterly humiliated and could no longer remain. Thus, she fled towards her courtyard without a backward glance. "Miss, please slow down. Wait for your servant." Shun Qianqian's maid, sensing the urgency, hurried after her. Lin Xixia, witnessing her daughter's retreating figure with her face obscured, felt a pang of sorrow, yet understood that this was not the moment to soothe her daughter's emotions. Gritting her teeth against the rising fury within, she forced a smile and said apologetically, "Please forgive us, consort. Qianqian did not intend to offend you. As her elder sister, surely you would not hold it against her? I assure you, I will impose strict discipline upon her henceforth." Shun Jingyi smiled slightly, feigning magnanimity as she replied, "Of course. We are all family, after all. Why would I dwell on such trifles? However, Madam Lin, you must be more vigilant and properly educate Qianqian. Look at her spoiled demeanor. If not restrained, she may easily offend others in the future. Who knows, it might bring calamity upon the family." After this, Shun Jingyi disregarded Lin Xixia and the others' expressions, swaying her hips with a buoyant spirit as she made her way back to her former quarters. The feeling of witnessing Lin Xixia's discomfort without the audacity to retort was quite delightful. Is this the joy of being a villain? Finally. She had vented her frustrations today. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiazhu gleefully remarked, "Silence. Be cautious. Walls have ears. We shall discuss this later," cautioned Qin Mama, noticing the unrestrained delight upon their faces and the inclination to further comment. The group exchanged sheepish glances, refraining from further discourse. Yet their lively steps and smiling faces betrayed their elation. Chapter 10. Brother Shun Jingyi returned to her original residence with Qin Mama and Shun Tao. Gazing upon the place where she had dwelled for 3 months, she felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. For residing here had been exceedingly comfortable. She had needed to do nothing but indulge in daily pleasures, eating, sleeping, reading, and taking leisurely strolls. Although Lin occasionally caused some disturbances, she regarded them merely as a seasoning in her life, for she had never succeeded in her mischief. Alas! If only the individuals within the Wang residence were a touch more innocent. It is their idleness that breeds malicious thoughts. As Xia Jingyi pondered this, she made her way to the swing beneath the tree. Once seated, Dame approached and began to push her gently. Soon, the delightful laughter of Shun Jingyi rang out. Higher. I want even higher. Granny Qin, having brought a small embroidered stool, sat nearby to observe, though she had witnessed this scene countless times. The sight of the swing ascending higher still filled her with concern, prompting her to call out, "Not too high. Be careful not to fall. Granny, once we return, let's make a swing in the courtyard as well." Granny Qin gazed at Shun Jingyi with a loving expression, mistakenly believing her to be reminiscing about her late mother. "Very well. I shall remember this. I will instruct someone to craft it upon our return." This swing was made for Shun Jingyi by her mother while she was still alive. In truth, the old woman misunderstood. Shun Jingyi merely desired the swing for its own sake. She relished sitting upon it, feeling the gentle breeze caress her cheeks, and relishing the sensation of soaring freely. In her modern life, she had always cherished swings, though circumstances had not permitted her to enjoy them. Thus, upon arriving here and encountering one, she was immediately captivated. The servants, observing her frequent occupancy of the swing, assumed she was longing for her mother. It can only be said that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Shun Qianqian found herself in a rather less cheerful atmosphere. Having just vented her frustrations, she continued to curse, while several maidservants knelt before her, trembling in fear. The ground lay in disarray, littered with shards of porcelain. Particularly, her chief maid, Wan'er, bore swollen cheeks, with faint traces of blood visible on her shoulder. Lin Xixia, feeling a pang of sympathy for her daughter, entered the room to behold this sorry sight, her brow furrowing slightly. However, she refrained from reprimanding and merely instructed a nearby maid, "Give Wan'er 5 taels of silver and take her to the physician to tend to her injuries." Turning to Wan'er with a benevolent expression, she continued, "Rise, dear. A woman's beauty is of utmost importance. We must avoid scars. I shall grant you a 10-day leave to recuperate and visit your family." This statement also served as a reminder not to forget her family. Even when mistreated by her mistress, she must not speak indiscriminately, lest she and her family face dire consequences. Wan'er, filled with gratitude, replied, "Yes, thank you, my lady," before departing with the others. In truth, she harbored resentment. Shun Qianqian had a notoriously foul temper and would unleash her frustrations upon those nearest to her at the slightest provocation. They could only endure, for their livelihoods depended on serving within the residence. Presently, her face ached and numerous parts of her body throbbed in pain. Were it not for Jeaner supporting her, she would hardly be able to stand. Upon witnessing her mother's arrival, Shun Qianqian felt a twinge of fear. Her mother had always taught her that, despite her anger, she must not take it out on those around her. Winning their hearts was essential to prevent betrayal. Yet today, having been struck by her mother, her fury had momentarily overwhelmed her. Now, she no longer dared to scold, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong, awaiting the reprimand of an adult. Observing her daughter in such a state, Lin Xixia found it impossible to utter any harsh words, especially after she had just struck her across the face. Her intention now was to offer comfort. Thus, she said nothing, carefully stepping over the shards of porcelain on the ground and approaching Shun Qianqian. Gently cradling the side of her face that had been struck, she inquired, "Does it still hurt?" This question, however, only served to deepen Qianqian's sense of grievance, and tears began to well up in her eyes, soon cascading down her cheeks. Nevertheless, she replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. But you have no idea how much I suffered just now. Mother did not mean to hurt me, yet your temper certainly needs to be tempered." Saying this, she took Shun Qianqian's hand and sat down on a nearby chair, continuing, "Now that you are a concubine of the prince, your status has changed significantly. We must cultivate a good relationship with her. We cannot afford to offend her lightly." Upon hearing that they were to curry favor with that woman, Shun Qianqian immediately exploded in protest, refusing without hesitation, "No way. I refuse to flatter her. I dislike her the most. Qianqian, my dear, I would never harm you. You must reconsider your marital prospects. Do you wish to find an exceptional husband, or will you settle for just anyone?" Lin Xixia earnestly counseled. Yet, Shun Qianqian remained unable to accept such a reality, bitterly lamenting, but I simply cannot accept it. Why is it that she can always suppress me?" With that, tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Lin Xixia looked at her daughter with a pained heart, patiently whispering words of comfort, attempting to soothe her and analyze the situation's pros and cons. Meanwhile, not long after, Shun Jingyi saw her elder brother, Shun Chenxi, striding confidently, illuminated by the sunlight. His graceful demeanor and refined appearance reminded her of the poetic lines, "A gentleman as pure as jade, unmatched in the world." Enchanted, she momentarily lost herself in admiration. Upon noticing his arrival, Granny Qin quickly rose, leading 4 maids to greet him with respect. "Greetings, young master." "You may rise," Shun Chenxi replied. Approaching Shun Jingyi, he asked gently yet anxiously, "You have returned. How have you fared in the palace?" Have you been mistreated? Snapping back to reality, Shun Jingyi hurriedly halted her swinging and, with a playful tone, replied, "Brother, I have been perfectly well in the palace. The prince has been very kind to me. There is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing his sister's reassuring words, the burden he had carried since her marriage finally lifted. Then, Shun Jingyi's playful voice chimed in again. "Why do I feel like you've lost weight in just a few days? Are you missing someone?" "Nonsense. I am merely fatigued. There have been many matters to attend to at the Hamlin Academy," he said, playfully tapping her forehead. "Ouch. What's wrong? That was not hard at all." "Let me see." Shun Chensi, startled by his sister's exclamation, feared he had struck her too harshly. Shun Jingyi quickly jumped back. "Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you, I'm fine." Playfully, Shun Jingyi stuck out her tongue and then turned to Chun Tao and Xia Zhu, saying, "Go fetch a chair for the young master." Soon, the two entered the main hall and, after a brief moment, returned with a chair they carried together, placing it beside the swing. "Brother, let us sit here and chat. It's cool and comfortable," she suggested. "Very well. I shall follow your wishes," Shun Chensi replied as he seated himself. "Since it is rare for you to return, you should go play with your friends. I shall remain here with my brother and not venture out. Consort, let them go. I shall keep watch at the door. And should you need anything, just call out," the old maid said. Shun Jingyi appreciated having someone at the door and remarked, "Then I shall trouble you, ma'am." "What trouble is there? I shall simply sit at the door and enjoy the cool air. Many envy my position." Qin Mam chuckled as she led the four maidservants out. As they reached the entrance, they heard Qin Mam say, "You have an hour. Do not lose track of time in your play." "Understood, Mom. We will return shortly," they replied before hastily departing. Chapter 11. That woman is up to her tricks again, seated on the swing. Shun Jingyi noticed that only she and her brother remained and, without any preamble, cheerfully inquired, "Brother, do you have someone you fancy?" Shin Chensi, taken aback by her unexpected question, paused before responding, "Of course not. Why do you ask?" "Prince Xian inquired about you yesterday, and I suspect he might propose a marriage for you." Shin Chensi, indifferent to the notion, replied, "That might be quite agreeable. We are now allies, and surely his choice will not be inferior to that woman's." Shun Jingyi was somewhat astonished, feeling a sense of disbelief. "Are you suggesting that you would accept such a proposal? What choice do I have? He is a prince, and besides, you are depending on our household for your livelihood." Initially touched by his words, she was quickly diverted when he added, "Thus, sister, for both your sake and mine, you must ingratiate yourself with the prince at the Wang residence. Ensure he chooses a more suitable wife for me." Shun Jingyi shot him a glare. "Is this what an elder brother ought to say? Enough of this nonsense. Is that woman up to her tricks again? How do you know?" After receiving another glare from Shun Jingyi, he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I heard she wants me to marry her niece. She just turned 16, and she seems to be better than the previous candidates, though her family background is somewhat lacking. She has quite the imagination. Thinking she can control you without having a son of her own, she ought to consider whether her niece is suitable. What do you plan to do this time?" "As per usual, I shall investigate before making any decisions." After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jingyi uncertainly suggested, "What if it is true that her initial intention was for you to marry her niece, and the previous candidates were merely a pretext?" Hearing his sister's conjecture, Shun Chensi fell into deep thought. After a while, she lifted her head to gaze at Shun Jingyi and remarked, "You might actually have a point. That niece of hers is merely the daughter of a rural gentry. After all this convoluted maneuvering, it seems she aims to make it appear as though the fault lies with me for being unable to find a wife. Ultimately, in desperation, she has arranged for me to marry a girl from a humble household, thus leaving my father with little to criticize." Shun Jingyi retorted with disdain, "Umph. She ought to fear that her plans may unravel unexpectedly." She continued, "Listen closely. You must exercise caution. She likely has further schemes in store. Do not be ensnared, lest you find yourself unable to escape later. Haven't you have any more tricks up her sleeve?" "I will certainly remain vigilant," he replied, sensing her frustration as she observed his confident demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about his adversary. "You cannot afford to be complacent. In her quest to secure your agreement, she may resort to some heroic rescue or employ seduction, or even resort to drugs to force a situation where you have no choice but to marry her. If that occurs, You will find yourself wed against your will, and you will be left to lament your fate. Shen Chenxi felt a shiver run down his spine. Women could indeed be formidable, and he wished to avoid such circumstances. I understand. I shall be cautious. However, you must also be wary of those women in the Wang residence. I have heard that several concubines have perished within the Xianwang mansion. Do not worry. My sister is exceptionally clever, and she will not encounter any trouble. Besides, there are still Qi Mama and Xiu Ju to look after her. Alas, if her brother were aware that someone had already plotted against her, he would likely be consumed with worry and lose sleep over it. Unbeknownst to them, their every word and action would soon be presented before the Xianwang. As the prince perused the note delivered by his shadow guard, a cryptic glimmer flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, the two siblings continued their light-hearted banter until they were informed that their father had returned, summoning the concubine and eldest son to the front hall for dinner. Understood, Shun Jingyi replied, descending from the swing. Let's go. The two were escorted by maids and young attendants to the front hall, where 2 tables had already been set. The concubines occupied 1 table on their own. All the significant figures of the household had assembled, including their father, Shun Yaowen, the deputy minister of rights, who presided at the head of the table. Beside him sat Lin Xixia, wearing a forced smile, and Shun Qianqian, who appeared to be demure. There was also the son of Concubine 1, Shun Chenhui, a 15-year-old scholar, and Shun Chenhao, the son of Concubine Qing, only 12 and reportedly disinterested in studying. Consequently, Shen Yaowen had sought out a martial arts instructor to ascertain whether the boy possessed any aptitude in that regard. Additionally, there were 3 half-sisters, Shun Jia, 13, Shun Qing, 10, and Shun Lin, 8. Shun Jingyi raised an eyebrow at Shun Qianqian, surprised to see her participating. She had expected her to remain hidden away in her room. Greetings, concubine, Shun Jingyi said, observing the 7 stunning concubines and the others offering their respects, and she couldn't help but reflect, what a lively gathering. My father is indeed fortunate in his amorous pursuits. I wonder if that old back can still handle it? Nonetheless, she maintained her composure, saying, Please rise. There is no need for such formality among family. She then followed her brother to pay respects to the 2 seated at the head of the table. Having encountered her father, one cannot help but observe the undeniable resemblance between him and his wife. Indeed, Shun Chenxi refers to Lin Xixia as madam, a term that Lin Xixia despises. Previously, Shun Yaowen would admonish them, insisting they address her as mother. However, after several disputes, they remained obstinate, leading to frequent quarrels. Concerned that this discord might affect the father-son bond, he ultimately acquiesced to their wishes, realizing it was merely a form of address. Shen Yaowen gazed at his proud offspring, a gentle smile gracing his face. Come, have a seat. Yes, father. Shun Jingyi, now a concubine, proceeded to the left side of the main seat, which was occupied by Shun Qianqian. Approaching silently, she merely observed her, prompting Shun Qianqian to reluctantly rise and take the secondary position instead. Meanwhile, Shun Chenxi settled into the right side of the main seat. Once Shen Yaowen confirmed all were present, he addressed the servants standing nearby. You may all leave. There is no need for attendance at this moment. Yes, responded the servants, exiting in an orderly fashion. Qin Mama and the others exchanged a glance with Shun Jingyi. Upon receiving her nod, they followed suit in their departure. With the servants gone, Shen Yaowen looked at his elegantly adorned daughter and was momentarily reminded of his late wife, feeling a pang of nostalgia. How does the prince treat you? The prince treats me very well. The princess is also kind. Be cautious while in the prince's residence. My position is humble, and my words carry little weight, so I may not be able to assist you greatly. However, if you face any grievances, you can always return. At worst, we can return to our hometown together. Shun Jingyi felt a stir of emotion upon hearing these words, surprised to find her father quite commendable, at least in his treatment of his children. Indeed, little sister, you must not neglect your own well-being, Shun Chenxi began, only to be playfully interrupted by Lin Xixia. What nonsense are you two spouting? Jingyi has just married. Must he not think positively? Does she not just say that the prince treats her well? Do not complicate matters. She shot Shun Yaowen a reproachful glance before continuing. If you feel your position is insignificant, then strive for advancement. Stop dreaming of returning to your hometown. Are you still fixated on those 2 acres of land? As her words faded, Shun Jingyi could not contain a laugh. The others present, witnessing Shun Yaowen's discomfort, averted their gazes, their shoulders trembling as they stifled their mirth. Seeing this, Shun Yaowen, in a state of surrender, remarked, "All right, my lady, let's change the subject. At least grant me a modicum of dignity." Upon hearing this, Lin Shixiao relented. "Very well, we shall not dwell on that." She had always disliked Shun Yaowen's talk of resigning and returning home. Many coveted his position, yet he often lamented it, seemingly weary of his role. "Now, Jingyi, as you have ascended to the position of concubine in the prince's residence, you must look after your younger sisters from now on." "Of course," Shun Jingyi replied obediently. The rules of a Shen residence are not as stringent as those of the royal palace. They do not adhere to the custom of serving dishes in silence or observing the principle of not speaking during meals. Thus, this dinner was lively and leisurely. However, the atmosphere shifted when a messenger arrived to report that the Prince of Xian was on his way to escort the consort back to the palace. With expressions varying from reluctance to resignation, the guests began to rise. "Father, I shall return now," Shun Jingyi said respectfully, bowing to Shun Yaowen. "Very well. Serve the prince diligently upon your return, and do visit often if time permits." With that, they made their way to see her off. As the prince was soon to arrive, and they did not wish to keep him waiting, Shun Jingyi nodded in acknowledgement. As they exited the main hall, Granny Qin and others promptly followed suit. The group hurried outside, just as the Prince of Xian descended from his carriage. Shun Yaowen, upon seeing him, quickly led everyone in a respectful bow. "Greeting, we pay our respects to your highness." "Please rise," the prince replied. "I happened to pass through this area and thought it a perfect opportunity to escort her home." His gaze swept over Shin Chensi before settling on Shun Jingyi, who returned his look with a smile brimming with warmth. "Here, let us depart," he said gently, personally assisting her into the carriage before following her inside. Seeing this, Granny Qin and the others hastily boarded the carriage behind them. Subsequently, the group set off in their exquisitely adorned vehicle, laden with generous gifts, leaving amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the wheels rolling and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 12. The fragrant drunken tower seated within the carriage. Shun Jingyi gazed intently at the man across from her. His features were sharply defined, his handsome visage exuding an alluring charm. It was laced with a hint of stubbornness and awkwardness. She understood that he had come deliberately to support her, to bolster her presence. Though uncertain of the origin of this fondness, she accepted it wholeheartedly. How wonderful it would be if he could always cherish her in such a manner. A smile graced Shun Jingyi's face. However, she quickly shook her head, casting aside any unwarranted thoughts. This man did not belong solely to her. Having shared moments together was sufficient, and it was essential to guard her heart for a fulfilling life. "What are you pondering?" One moment smiling and the next frowning, the Prince of Xian inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Shun Jingyi blinked. "Oh, it's nothing, just some idle thoughts." She then cautiously asked, "Your Highness, have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet. I came to fetch this ungrateful girl, and now you remind me?" The prince teased. Hearing the commotion outside, a clever idea struck her, and she mischievously smiled. "How about I treat your highness to a meal?" "Oh, how intriguing. What do you wish to treat me to?" The prince replied with keen interest. "Well, I have heard that the 8-treasure duck, crispy chicken, and soy sauce beef at the fragrant drunken tower are exquisite. Shall we go there?" Shun Jingyi suggested, swallowing hard at the thought of the dishes. These are the very meals Shun Chensi had promised to bring her to try once she was settled in. However, her body was rather uncooperative in recuperating, and just as she finally regained her health, a decree from the Empress Dowager regarding a concubine arrived, which effectively confined her within the estate to embroider her dowry, forbidding her from stepping outside. Speaking of embroidering the dowry, it truly evokes a sense of poignant sorrow. Although the original owner possessed exceptional embroidery skills, she herself did not. And ultimately, she had to rely on her memories, secretly practicing for quite some time before managing to produce the pieces, her hands pricked by countless needles in the process. When the servants noticed her surreptitiously burning her embroidery, they mistakenly assumed she opposed the marriage, which caused them much concern, prompting them to discreetly come and offer their counsel. Only when they witnessed her diligently embroidering did they finally relax. "How can you still manage to eat?" The Prince of Xian teased with a slight smile, his expression ambiguous. "I do so in order to accompany your highness," she replied, unwilling to admit that her appetite was her own desire. The prince, noticing her gluttonous demeanor, felt an urge to tease her further and remarked, "But I am not particularly inclined to indulge in such fare." Upon hearing this, Shan Jingyi's expression stiffened momentarily. "Oh, that's fine. Then what would your highness prefer? I am not particularly familiar with other options. Perhaps you could simply take me to wherever you wish to dine?" The prince feigned contemplation for a moment, though his gaze never strayed from Shan Jingyi. Then he sighed dramatically as if in defeat. "Alas, I simply cannot recall. Let's head to the Zue Xianglu instead." Upon hearing that they would indeed go to Zue Xianglu, Shan Jingyi realized she had been playfully tricked. Nevertheless, she was unfazed. As long as there was food, she was content. Thus, she cheerfully responded, "Great. Does your highness know what delicacies they offer there?" The prince gently tapped her forehead with his finger, affectionately saying, "You are so delightfully cheerful. It's all written on your face." Shan Jingyi blinked playfully and retorted, "Is that not a good thing?" The prince smiled softly, caressing her hair, and replied tenderly, "It is splendid. It would be even better if you could always maintain this demeanor in my presence." Shan Jingyi rose and settled beside the prince, resting her head on his shoulder, and earnestly declared, "As long as you continue to protect me, I shall remain unchanged." He pulled her into his embrace, seating her on his lap, and solemnly vowed, "Very well, I shall ensure your safety at all times." He then turned to the window and instructed to Zue Xianglu, "And let the carriage following us return to the palace." A respectful reply echoed from outside, "Yes, your highness," followed by the sound of the carriage turning around. As the carriage rattled along, the interior was filled with the prince's hearty laughter and Shan Jingyi's playful protests. The two individuals driving the carriage exchanged glances, one pondering, "When did our master become so merry?" While the other mused, "It appears this concubine is indeed extraordinary." Upon arriving at the location, the prince alighted from the carriage first, then turned to extend his hand to Shan Jingyi, assisting her in descending. The wine house was situated on a bustling street, a charming three-story establishment with a broad entrance and a prominent sign. Inside, it was spacious and brightly lit, with wooden tables and chairs arranged neatly. Potted plants adorned the corners, and exquisite calligraphy and paintings decorated the walls, adding an air of cultural elegance. At this moment, the tavern was abuzz with the lively chatter of patrons, their laughter intertwining with the clinking of cups. The waitstaff busily navigated through the crowd, warmly attending to every guest. As the two entered, a waiter promptly approached them, exclaiming, "Your Highness, welcome. Please, upstairs." The proprietor, engrossed in manipulating the abacus, immediately abandoned it upon hearing the commotion and hurried over, his round face beaming with smiles. He replaced the waiter and graciously escorted them to a private room on the third floor. Once inside, Shan Jingyi curiously surveyed her surroundings and approached the window to glance outside. The proprietor, standing alongside Chu Ba, quietly inquired, "Who is this esteemed guest?" Noticing both nobles at the window, Chu Ba swiftly responded, "This is Consort Shan." The proprietor cautiously glanced up, recognizing her as the lady who had entered the residence 3 days prior. Shan Jingyi observed their interaction, but chose to remain silent. Before long, the waiter returned with 2 cups of tea. As the proprietor served the tea, he inquired, "What would your highness like to dine on today?" Xianwang glanced at Shan Jingyi before casually replying, 8 treasure duck, crispy chicken, braised beef, sweet rice balls, osmanthus puff pastry, white jade pearl soup. And for the rest, just select a couple of small dishes." "Certainly, your highness. I shall attend to it right away," the proprietor replied with a bow before retreating. Chu Ba discreetly stepped outside to wait. "Your highness, it seems you have ordered quite an abundance of dishes. I fear we may not finish them all." Shan Jingyi whispered softly. "What? Are you worried about your purse?" Xianwang teased. "Fear not. There is no need for you to pay. I shall cover the expenses. Keep your coins for yourself, he added with a chuckle. Shun Jingyi, feeling flustered, quickly clarified, that is not the case. Besides, I do have some funds to treat your highness to a meal. How could I allow you to pay when I am dining with my lady? That would be quite unbecoming of me, Xianwang jested. Without thinking, Shun Jingyi blurted out, pretty boy. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted it, lightly slapping her mouth in chagrin, realizing she should have refrained from such remarks. She hurriedly amended, I merely meant to say you have fair skin and handsome features. Oh, is that so? Xianwang inquired with interest. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, what would your highness think I meant? Shun Jingyi replied, her cheeks flushed as she looked down. Speaking softly, enough of this idle chatter. Do you not enjoy these dishes? I want you to sample each one, so you won't be left yearning for them. Xianwang said gently. I do not, Shun Jingyi retorted, though her heart was filled with sweetness. Chapter 13. The farce of abducting commoners. The dishes arrived promptly, and soon the proprietor returned with a splendid array of food. In addition to the items they had initially ordered, there was also a sweet soup, a vegetable dish, and tender bamboo shoots. Gazing at the bountiful table filled with delectable dishes, Shun Jingyi felt her appetite rekindle. She picked up her chopsticks, eyeing the braised beef and sauce, yet ultimately shifted her focus and served a piece of 8 treasure duck to Xianwang. Though she had only been married for 3 days, she was already aware that the Prince Xian preferred a rather light diet. The prince kindly offered her a piece of sauce beef, gently saying, please enjoy. Let me know if it suits your taste. Shun Jingyi nodded with delight and began to eat heartily, occasionally serving dishes to the prince. She sampled every dish and found them all satisfactory. She had remembered these 3 dishes from her earlier days of recovery when she had been eating lightly. Thus she recalled them easily when Shun Chenxi mentioned them. The meals prepared in her small kitchen were also delicious. It was merely the change of setting that altered her dining mood. It was akin to how we feel when dining at home daily, yet occasionally yearn for the experience of a restaurant. Before she knew it, Shun Jingyi had overeaten and, feeling full, turned her focus to serving the prince. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the window. Recognizing it as a scene of abduction, Shun Jingyi's curiosity piqued, and she eagerly approached the window to observe the unfolding drama. The prince, noticing her enjoyment of the spectacle, indulged her interest, having already dined sufficiently. He sat at the table, listening intently to the ruckus outside, his brow furrowing deeper with each sound. He then rose and moved closer, though his position rendered him unseen by those outside. In the street, an elderly man knelt before a young man of about 20, bowing his head repeatedly while pleading, Esteemed sir, I beseech you to spare my daughter. She is to be wed shortly. Please have mercy and allow us to go. Meanwhile, a young woman was surrounded by several fierce-looking men. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed an elegant figure, yet her face was filled with terror. She struggled against her captors, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Bystanders gathered around, yet none dared to intervene. Realizing escape was futile, the young woman also knelt down, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in supplication, Sir, I implore you to show mercy and let me go. I am already promised to another. I cannot accompany you. Please have compassion and release me. With your esteemed status, you could have any woman you desire. Why must you torment us humble village girls? The brutish men surrounding her began to jeer and mock. Look how beautifully she cries. Far more enchanting than the last one. Another man standing nearby rolled his eyes and retorted, This is what they call pear blossoms drenched in rain. Truly captivating. Do you not understand? I always tell you to read more, but you refuse to listen. Yes, that is the phrase. I just couldn't recall at the moment. The man sheepishly replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. At this juncture, the young man approached slowly, holding a folding fan, and gently lifted the young woman's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. After a moment of scrutiny, he smirked slightly and murmured, Indeed, she is quite beautiful. This only heightened the young woman's fear, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The elderly man, seeing the scene unfold, disregarded everything else and struggled to rise, lunging towards his daughter. However, before he could reach her, a burly man kicked him hard to the ground. The elderly man coughed up blood on the spot, and remained unable to rise for a long while. Upon witnessing the scene, the woman cried out in sheer terror, desperately attempting to break free from her captors to check on her father's condition. Unfortunately, her hands were firmly grasped by two individuals, rendering her unable to move. "Take her away," commanded the young master, and his subordinates, laughing, forcibly dragged the woman away. She struggled incessantly, her voice filled with despair as she shouted, "I will report you. How dare you abduct a woman in broad daylight? Is there no law left?" Despite her desperate pleas, her situation remained unchanged. Soon, she was shoved into a carriage. Shen Jingyi, witnessing this injustice, was incensed. Just as Prince Xian was about to speak, she abruptly turned and ran back to the table, seizing a bowl of soup and rushing to the window, unhesitatingly hurling it at the man. Prince Xian felt a vain throb on his forehead, swallowing his words as he observed the unfolding chaos, thinking to himself, "This audacious woman, what would happen if I were not here today?" As the soup bowl neared the man, a strong arm suddenly appeared, swiftly swatting the bowl aside. Nonetheless, the broth splattered all over the man. Shen Jingyi felt a pang of regret, wishing the soup had still been hot enough to scald him. "Who dares to attack this young master?" The man bellowed in fury. Bolstered by Prince Xian's presence, Shen Jingyi vehemently retorted, "You dare to abduct a woman in broad daylight. Is there no law left?" The young master, following the sound, was momentarily captivated by Shen Jingyi's exquisite beauty. Regaining his composure, he felt a twinge of indignation but laughed mockingly. "Where did this little lady come from? How dare you meddle and attack me? You should be considering how to atone for your actions." The man, brazen and undeterred, was solely focused on claiming the enchanting woman for himself, commanding his subordinates, "Go, take that daring woman who attacked me as well." Onlookers began to murmur among themselves, lamenting the young woman's plight. "Oh, this girl is in for it now. Meddling in others' affairs has landed her in trouble. What girl? Can't you see she is styled like a lady? Besides, those dining on the third floor of the Zue Xianglu are certainly not ordinary folk. It's uncertain who is truly unfortunate here." Another bystander chimed in. "I believe you're right. It's about time someone dealt with Chu San, who relies on his father and sister to commit misdeeds." However, before the burly men could step inside, they were all swiftly incapacitated by Chu Qi, who was guarding the carriage outside. Shen Jingyi watched this unfold with sparkling eyes. Clapping her hands in delight, she turned to Prince Xian, her admiration evident. "Your men are truly remarkable. They took them down in no time." Prince Xian observed the excited young woman before him, feeling a mixture of helplessness and affection. He smiled gently and said, "Go sit over there. No more mischief." Then, he called out loudly, "Bring them here." Upon hearing a sound from outside, the 8th servant promptly responded before hastily descending the stairs to fetch someone. "Young Master Chu, my lord requests your presence." As Chu San witnessed the 7th servant taking action, he became acutely aware of his circumstances. The sight of the 8th servant emerging from the building sent a chill through him. He recognized these two individuals as members of the Xian Wang's household, indicating the presence of the prince himself, whom he had just seen. A sense of impending doom enveloped him, and trembling, he followed the 8th servant inside with trepidation. Meanwhile, the crowd outside remained, eager to witness the spectacle of Chu San's misfortune. Inside the private room, upon learning that the prince wished to meet a certain individual, Shen Jingyi obediently suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps I should retreat to the inner chamber?" She gestured towards a small partitioned area within the room, furnished with an exquisite concubine couch typically reserved for guests to rest or recuperate. The Xian Wang nodded with a smile, granting her permission. With grace, Shen Jingyi glided towards the secluded space, settling onto the couch to await the unfolding events. Just as she settled in, the sound of the door opening caught her attention. Brother-in-law. The term momentarily stunned Shen Jingyi. Only one person could address the Xian Wang in such a manner. The younger brother of the Wang Fei, known as Chu Qingming. Ah, indeed, this was the infamous Chengming, notorious for his domineering behavior over men and women alike. As anticipated, the voice of the Xian Wang resonated. "You are indeed bold. Is this what the minister has taught you? You were just contemplating taking someone away. The prince's tone was laden with authority, starkly contrasting the gentleness he exhibited in Shun Jingyi's presence. Chu Chengming trembled in fear, hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy. Brother-in-law, I implore you, spare me this once. I had no knowledge that she was your person. Had I known, even 100 lies would not have emboldened me to act thus. I vow never to be reckless again. The Xian Wang scoffed coldly, demanding, do you dare to entertain the notion of a second chance? Tell me, how many maidens have you wronged? Chu Chengming stammered, taking eternity to reply, not many, really. Not many, you say? How many precisely? The prince's tone grew increasingly severe. With his head bowed, Chu Chengming quivered as he confessed, three. The Xian Wang slammed his hand upon the table, his fury unabated as he commanded, you shall return at once and release all these women, providing each with 100 taels of silver as compensation. Should you dare to repeat this offense, I shall send you to the mines to toil, and I will instruct the minister to disown you. Yes, I will release them. Thank you for your mercy, brother-in-law. Chu Chengming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nodding vigorously in agreement. Furthermore, you are henceforth forbidden from addressing me as brother-in-law. The Xian Wang continued his reprimand. Yes, your highness, Chu Chengming replied hurriedly. Finally, the prince, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, commanding, begone. Yes, I shall leave at once. Chu Chengming scrambled out, practically tumbling over himself in his haste. This time, he appeared genuinely terrified. Once outside, he frantically ordered the release of the father and daughter pair, forcibly stuffing a 100-tael banknote into the old man's hands, before hastily returning to his residence. The old man trembled as he held the 100 taels of silver, his hands quaking uncontrollably, too apprehensive to accept it, fearing it might be a trap that would leave him unable to repay the debt. It was then that Chuki, standing nearby, could no longer bear to witness his distress, and said, do not worry. You should accept this. It is compensation for you. Take this money and return home quickly. The journey may not be safe. With that, she cast a warning glance at the people surrounding them. 2 of them, caught in their guilt, immediately lowered their heads, abandoning their furtive intentions. Upon hearing her words, the old man ceased his inner turmoil. If she had said so, it must indeed be a gift for them. He promptly accepted the silver, pulling his daughter close to kneel, bowing his head towards the window where Shun Jingyi had just stood, and then turned to express his gratitude to Chuki. Only then did the father and daughter hastily depart, disappearing into the throng. Chapter 14. It turns out the powerful can dine without paying. After Chu Chengming left, King Xian sat in silence, deep in thought, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound. After a while, he lifted his gaze to Chu Bai, instructing, go to the residence of Minister Chu and deliver a message. If he cannot discipline his child, he should confine the child within the estate and prevent him from leaving. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, replied the subordinate. Upon hearing that everyone in the room had departed, Shun Jingyi stepped out, biting her lip, and cautiously asked, Your Highness, have I caused trouble? You have committed an error today. Reflect on what it is, said King Xian, his voice calm and steady, revealing neither joy nor anger. Shun Jingyi blinked, pondering for a moment before cautiously responding, I should not have struck Chu Chengming with the bowl. King Xian shook his head slightly, his gaze piercing as he regarded her. She felt a tightening in her chest, a wave of uncertainty washing over her. If she had guessed correctly about one part, what might the other part entail? She lowered her head, deep in thought, striving to recall everything that had transpired. Have you considered how you would have dealt with those individuals had I not been present today? How would you have concluded the matter? King Xian did not wait for her to ponder further, directly voicing his concerns. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi's initial anxiety dissipated in an instant. She approached the king, grasping his sleeve, and playfully said, It is only because I have your highness's support that I dared to act in such a manner. Seeing her charming demeanor softened King Xian's heart, yet he maintained his seriousness, advising, one must not act impulsively. Always consider an exit strategy and prioritize one's own safety. Shun Jingyi nodded repeatedly, signifying her understanding of the king's guidance. She nestled beside him and softly declared, I shall be more cautious in the future and will not bring further trouble to your highness. King Xian smiled, gently stroking her hair. This is not trouble. It is the resolution of a potential crisis. Shun Jingyi reflected on this. Had they not encountered those individuals today, allowing Chu Qingming to continue his reckless ways could have led to dire consequences, possibly implicating even the king himself in the eyes of those with ulterior motives. After all, being a brother-in-law was not an easy role to fulfill. Are there any places you wish to visit later? No, it is too hot. I have no desire to go anywhere. Let us return, Shun Jingyi replied candidly. All right, I shall heed your words. Following this, the two exited the restaurant and boarded the carriage that had been awaiting them outside. Back to the residence. It is the prince. The carriage began to move slowly towards the royal manor. Inside, Shun Jingyi sat gracefully beside Prince Xian, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. With a teasing smile, she remarked, Your Highness, it seems that the powerful truly can dine without payment. Upon hearing this, Prince Xian could not help but smile faintly. He reached out and gently tapped Shun Jingyi's forehead, saying, What nonsense is this about dining without payment? No one can indulge in such extravagance. If you're unaware, it is best not to speak foolishly, lest you become a subject of ridicule. Shun Jingyi, feeling defiant, muttered, But you did not pay either. Prince Xian, exasperated, placed a hand to his forehead. Are you not aware that some individuals can dine on credit? They simply accumulate a sum and later send someone to collect the debt. Shun Jingyi blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed. I truly did not know that. No one has ever told me. And I have not yet studied the art of managing a household. Noticing her curiosity, Prince Xian smiled mysteriously. Then allow me to share something else with you. What is it? Shun Jingyi inquired with interest. This Zui Xiang Lu is in fact my property, hence I need not pay. Shun Jingyi chuckled inwardly, for she had already discerned this, merely seeking to tease the prince. She feigned surprise and said, Your Highness, I actually realized that long ago. Do you believe me? With that, she playfully winked at him. Prince Xian was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, he had never intended to be discreet. So the innkeeper might have already given away the secret. Upon returning to the residence, Prince Xian personally escorted Shun Jingyi back to the Yulan courtyard before heading to the front courtyard. Mother, have the gifts we brought back been delivered to the main hall? Shun Jingyi, seated before the vanity as Xia Zhu removed her hairpins, asked. Yes, esteemed consort. As soon as I returned, I sent them over, replied Granny Qin. Dong Mei, standing nearby, still pondering the delicacies of Zui Xiang Lu, inquired, Esteemed consort, was the food at Zui Xiang Lu good? Without hesitation, Shun Jingyi responded, It was satisfactory. I believe it has its merits, much like the dishes we prepare in our own kitchen. I shall take you all to taste it one day. The others expressed their delight, responding, Thank you, my lady. With excitement, Shun Jingyi continued, Let me tell you, today your mistress accomplished a great deed. What great deed? Did you not go to Zui Xiang Lu for a meal with the prince? Xia Zhu asked in confusion. Shun Jingyi, beaming with pride, replied, While dining with the prince at Zui Xiang Lu, we heard a ruckus from below, bully brigands attempting to abduct a common girl. So Shun Jingyi animatedly recounted the entire incident of her heroic rescue to the four of them. Dong Mei guessed in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness! I never imagined the princess's brother could be such a person. Chun Tao concurred, indeed, in broad daylight under the heavens. He dared to commit such an act right beneath the emperor's nose. Truly audacious. Xia Zhu expressed her relief, stating, Fortunately, we were caught by you and the prince today. Otherwise, who knows how many young ladies he would have harmed. Granny Qin, however, was anxious about whether the princess would make things difficult for the concubine after learning about today's events. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, Concubine, what about the princess? Prompted by Granny Qin's concern, the others quickly shared her apprehension, their faces etched with worry. Indeed, would the princess complicate matters for the concubine because of this incident? Shun Jingyi, however, appeared unfazed, reassuring them with a calm demeanor, no need for concern. The prince has stated that he will handle this matter. Having finished removing her hairpins, Shun Jingyi stood to stretch her neck, feeling a significant lightness atop her head. She could not fathom how those adorned with jewels and pearls could endure such weight without fatigue. Seating herself beside the bed, Shan Jingyi softly addressed the remaining attendants. I generally do not leave the courtyard from the initial hours of Shenzhong, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., so you may arrange your shifts accordingly during this time, allowing you to rest. The attendants recognized this as a gesture of her consideration, their faces brightening with gratitude as they exclaimed, "Thank you, mistress. Now go along. I shall take a nap," Shan Jingyi replied, stifling a small yawn. After lying down, it wasn't too long before the sound of her steady breathing filled the room. She was indeed weary. The others departed quietly, their spirits lifted. Once outside, Granny Qin beckoned them to a secluded spot, saying, "Our mistress possesses a kind heart and shows great care for her servants. Yet we must also learn to maintain a sense of balance. Although the time frame mentioned by the concubine seems devoid of pressing matters, the world is unpredictable. You are all well aware of the circumstances within this residence. Therefore, I believe it prudent for our 7-member team to arrange for only 2 individuals to rest each day." Granny's words ring true, Chun Tao remarked, nodding without hesitation, her earlier worries dissipated. Dong Mei and Xia Zhu shared no objections either, echoing her sentiment that this approach was decidedly more cautious. "Then let us proceed with this arrangement for today, and we shall reconvene to organize the shifts in the evening." Meanwhile, after returning to the front courtyard, Prince Xian sat quietly in his study for an hour before composing letters to both Minister Wang and Minister Chu, sending them out discreetly. Chapter 15. Minister Chu receives 20 strikes. Princess Chu Mingyao sat gracefully upon her couch, holding a garment in her hands, deftly threading the needle through the fabric. A smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of delight as she carefully unfolded the dark-patterned brocade robe with black edging. This exquisite piece was the culmination of several days of meticulous effort, and at last, it was complete. A nearby maid, quick and attentive, eagerly stepped forward to take the robe and spread it out for the princess to inspect for any necessary alterations. The attendants within the room admired the garment, showering praises upon it. "This robe is indeed exquisitely crafted, Your Highness. Your sewing skills remain unparalleled." As Princess Chu Mingyao listened to their compliments, her heart swelled with joy. "Do you think the prince will appreciate this garment?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Madame Zhao approached with a smile, observing the garments and reassuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, the prince values intention above all. Moreover, this attire you have crafted is truly exquisite. I am certain the prince will be fond of it." Upon hearing her words, Chu Mingyao felt a measure of relief, though her gaze frequently drifted toward the door. She was aware that the prince would visit today. Traditionally, he would grace the main residence 3 days after a new bride's arrival, a gesture of respect towards her. At that moment, a faint yet distinct sound of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the respectful salutation of the servants. "We pay our respects to the prince." A thrill of joy surged within Chu Mingyao, prompting her to hurry toward the entrance. As she reached the threshold, she beheld the prince stepping inside, his expression less than favorable. Taken aback for a brief moment, she quickly regained her composure and led the bow with a soft voice. "This humble servant greets Your Highness." The other maidservants followed suit, collectively expressing, "We pay our respects to the prince." As Prince Xian walked in, he casually remarked, "You may rise. Prepare the meal." His tone was calm, yet it bore an invisible authority. Chu Mingyao and the maidservants responded in unison, "Yes." Before long, a lavish spread was laid before them. Seated across from one another, they partook of their meal in silence, the maidservants serving without uttering a word. After dining, Chu Mingyao looked at Prince Xian and gently said, "Your Highness, I have crafted a brocade robe for you. Would you care to try it on and see if it fits?" Observing the numerous attendants in the room, the prince did not wish to dismiss the queen's kindness and nodded in acquiescence. Having spoken, he rose and proceeded toward the inner chamber. Noticing this, the queen promptly followed, gesturing to indicate that no one was needed to attend to them. Once inside, Chu Mingyao approached the couch and personally assisted Prince Xian in donning the brocade robe. After he was dressed, he merely glanced down and remarked, "It is very good." Although his response was succinct, A smile of joy illuminated Chu Mingyao's face. Just as she intended to embrace his waist, the prince unexpectedly stepped away. "I have something to discuss with you," he stated, his expression impassive as he seated himself at the table. Observing the prince's demeanor, an ominous premonition surged within Chu Mingyao. She carefully reflected on recent events, finding no apparent discrepancies. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she slowly approached and seated herself opposite the prince. "What is it that you wish to convey, Your Highness?" "This afternoon at the Zue Xiang Tower, I chanced upon your brother brazenly seizing a commoner in the streets. Thus, I intervened to teach him a lesson," Prince Xian stated, his face devoid of emotion. Chu Mingyao's countenance paled at his words, and she hastily explained, "Your Highness, my brother is still young and has been spoiled by our family, leading to some unruly behavior. I shall certainly inform my father to discipline him strictly." Prince Xian let out a cold snort. He is not so young anymore. "It is fortunate that it was I who encountered him today. Had it been another, it could have escalated to a situation before the emperor. Consider the consequences." With that, he made to leave, his sleeves sweeping dramatically. Terrified, Chu Mingyao grasped his sleeve, pleading, "How shall this matter be resolved, Your Highness? I have already devised a strategy." "You need not concern yourself with this matter," he replied. "Yes, I shall ensure they are well disciplined henceforth," she promised earnestly. "Such is splendid. I shall return to the front courtyard," the prince declared, withdrawing his sleeve in preparation to depart. With newfound courage, Chu Mingyao inquired, "Will Your Highness be coming again tonight?" "Not tonight. I have pressing matters to attend to." "You should retire early," the Prince of Xian replied, his figure fading into the enveloping night. At dawn the following day, Chu Mingyao hurried back to the minister's residence. Shortly after partaking in lunch, Shen Jingyi contemplated a leisurely stroll to aid digestion when she noticed Zhou Kuei rushing in, perspiration adorning her brow. "Concubine, what troubles you? You appear quite flustered," Shen Jingyi observed. "Concubine, I have just learned that during this morning's court session, Minister Wang reported that Minister Chu has been lax in discipline, allowing his son to brazenly abduct maidens in broad daylight." Shen Jingyi paused momentarily. Then a sly smile graced her lips as she murmured, "This is fortuitous. It is better to address the festering sore while it is still small." Chuntao and Xiaozhu, trailing behind, initially felt a pang of anxiety, pondering how the events of yesterday had already reached the emperor's ears. However, upon hearing Shen Jingyi's words, they struggled to grasp their deeper implications. After a brief moment of contemplation, they too relaxed, their curiosity piqued. And what transpired next? Shen Jingyi pressed on. "It is said that upon learning of this incident, the minister was furious. He immediately released the abducted maidens and compensated each with 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, he invoked familial discipline, administering 40 lashes to Chu Chengming. At this, Zhou Kuei chuckled. They say his backside was left in tatters. No amount of pleading could halt the punishment. Not even the matriarch's feigned fainting spell. This morning, the emperor summoned him, and he was carried into the court. Upon witnessing Chu Chengming's pitiful state and hearing of the maiden's release and compensation, the emperor imposed a mere 3-year house arrest upon him. Subsequently, Minister Chu was penalized with a year's salary forfeiture and 20 lashes for his lack of discipline. Our prince also faced a year's salary deduction. That is not excessively harsh. Now look at you, drenched in sweat, and you have yet to dine. Off you go, she instructed. "Yes, thank you, concubine. I shall take my leave." "Wait," she added, "Chuntao, you, and Zhou Kuei accompany her. Remind them that discussions of this matter are forbidden within our courtyard." "Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately." The two curtsied and departed. Shen Jingyi, along with Xiaozhu and the hastily arriving Qiuhua, strolled leisurely toward the back garden. The trio, engaged in light-hearted conversation, evaded the sun's rays as they ambled along the pleasant path, exuding an air of tranquility. In the garden, a vibrant array of flowers vied for attention, each more exquisite than the last, their beauty overwhelming. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying delightful fragrances. Shen Jingyi cherished this sanctuary, finding a shady spot amidst the blooms to sit and revel in the splendid scenery, inhaling the sweet scents while observing bees and butterflies diligently flitting about. Her spirit lifted in serene contentment. At that moment, a small figure bounded into this picturesque scene, becoming a part of the tableau. The little one, adorned with two playful pigtails and dressed in a delicate yellow frock, was remarkably charming. Xiaozhu quietly remarked, "Concubine, that must be the daughter of Concubine Su." Xiahua, puzzled, asked, "Why is she alone? Though her mother is unremarkable, I did not expect her daughter to be so enchanting." Shun Jingyi rested her chin in her hand, gazing at the little girl who was busily picking flowers. Suddenly, the little girl plopped down on the ground, wailing inconsolably. What could be the matter? We hurried over to investigate. Chapter 16. How could there be a snake here? Shun Jingyi, accompanied by Xiaozhu and Qiuju, hastened towards the scene. As they approached, they spotted a snake, as thick as a child's arm, coiled around Xiao Tingting's feet, evoking a sense of dread. How could there be a snake here? Shun Jingyi shrieked in terror, for such creatures filled her with fear. "Concubine, don't go near. That is a venomous snake," Xiaozhu urgently cautioned. Shun Jingyi glanced at the little one seated on the ground, her voice laced with anxiety. "What should we do? Go find a stick." "No need, I can catch it," Qiuju replied, cautiously advancing towards the snake. With swift precision, she grasped it by its neck and struck it against the ground twice, rendering it motionless. Shun Jingyi hurried to Xiao Tingting's side, kneeling down to gently soothe her. "It's all right now, dear. Please tell me where it bit you." "While my foot hurts," Xiao Tingting sobbed in response. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhu quickly removed the girl's shoes and stockings, discovering a bite mark on her ankle, the surrounding skin already beginning to darken ominously. Without a moment to lose, Shun Jingyi tightened her silk handkerchief around the child's thigh to prevent the venom from spreading through her bloodstream. She turned to Xiaozhu, saying quickly, "Go find someone and summon the imperial physician." Meanwhile, Qiuju had disposed of the snake and retrieved a pill from her person. She crouched down and gently placed the pill in Xiao Tingting's mouth. "This is a heart-soothing pill. It will help alleviate the spread of the snake venom," Qiuju explained, swallowing one herself. Turning to Shun Jingyi, she added, "Concubine, we cannot wait for the physician. I will now extract the venom from the young princess." Seeing Xiao Tingting's face, Shun Jingyi noted with alarm that her lips had begun to darken. In this urgent situation, she nodded quickly. "All right, do it. But won't this be dangerous for you?" Qiuju felt deeply touched that Shun Jingyi was still concerned for her. With unwavering resolve, she replied, "Rest assured, concubine, I will be fine. Saving a life is paramount." Without hesitation, Qiuju began to draw out the venom from Xiao Tingting. She pressed her lips gently against the wound, sucking out the toxic blood and spitting it aside. Gradually, the venom was extracted. Just then, anxious voices approached, calling out, "Young princess, where are you? Young princess, please respond." Upon hearing these calls, Shun Jingyi recognized that Xiao Tingting's attendants had arrived. She responded promptly, "Over here, we are here." In a short while, the wet nurse, accompanied by two young maidservants, rushed over, breathless. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their faces turned pale with fright. "Oh no! What has happened to the young princess? What have you done to her?" One maidservant cried out. The other, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, choking on her words. "Young princess, what has happened? Please do not scare us." Shun Jingyi quickly elucidated, "Do not panic. Tingting has been bitten by a venomous snake, and Qiujuan is assisting her in extracting the poison." Upon hearing this, the wet nurse's eyes flickered with concern, and she gazed anxiously at both Qiujuan and Xiao Tingting. She then remarked, "How could there be snakes here? We have never encountered one before. If it weren't for the side consort's timely arrival, our little princess might have." Her voice trailed off, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shun Jingyi sensed the underlying implications in her words and, unwilling to listen further, commanded silence. At that moment, a young maid, who had been squatting near the venomous snake, inadvertently touched it, causing her to scream, "Ah, a snake! There's a snake here!" The sudden shriek jolted Xiao Tingting, who had been drowsy, back to full alertness, prompting her to burst into tears. By now, the poison had nearly been extracted, yet Qiujuan appeared pale as a ghost. Her lips tinged with a faint purple hue, and she was severely lightheaded. The wet nurse, observing the scene before her, realized her fate was sealed. However, she clung to a sliver of hope and offered, "Side consort, allow me to take the little princess." She stepped forward to retrieve the child. Shun Jingyi could not possibly relinquish the child to her. It was highly suspicious that a young child would venture alone to the back garden to pick flowers and encounter a snake. Based on her knowledge of past incidents in the royal residence, this was too dubious. Thus, she deftly sidestepped the wet nurse's outstretched hands, while Xiao Tingting, refusing to be handed over, clung tightly to Shun Jingyi's neck, showing no intention of letting go. Now that Xiao Tingting was temporarily out of danger, it was unwise for her to remain under the sun. Therefore, Shun Jingyi stood up with her in her arms, directing another young maid to assist Xiujuan as they made their way toward the gazebo. As soon as they settled down, Su Wan hurried in, accompanied by a throng of people. Upon entering the pavilion, she fiercely snatched Xiao Tingting into her embrace and, with a face full of fury, demanded, "Shun's side consort. What have you done to my daughter?" Seeing her daughter, pale as a sheet and utterly weak in her arms, Su's side consort felt her heart wrench in agony, tears streaming down her face. She spoke with a fierce tone, "If anything happens to my daughter, I will not let you off the hook." Shun Jingyi, equally incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by that? I was saving her. How is it that I am now cast as the villain in this situation?" She continued boldly, "Had I not chanced upon the scene, your daughter might no longer have been alive today. Is this how you treat the savior of your child?" Su Wan's eyes brimmed with doubt, yet she stubbornly replied, "My daughter has always been fine. Why is it that trouble arises only when you are present? Surely, you must have known of the danger to come here." Her tone implied suspicion. Unfazed, Shun Jingyi maintained a steady demeanor as she replied, "Instead of questioning me, you should thoroughly investigate those around Tingting. When I found her, she was completely alone. It is inherently perilous for such a young child to wander into the garden unaccompanied to pick flowers." Upon hearing these words, Su Wan's expression changed dramatically, and she incredulously inquired, "What did you say?" "She is unaccompanied." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the wet nurse and the two maidservants still kneeling nearby, her voice laced with indignation. "Nurse, what is the meaning of this? How could you allow the young princess to venture out alone?" The wet nurse, upon hearing the concubine's accusatory tone, began to weep and stammer an explanation. "Concubine, you are mistaken. We have remained closely by the young princess's side. But in the brief moment we turned to fetch an item, she vanished." Su Wan, feeling vexed and intending to report this to the prince later, commanded, "Bring forth someone. Gag their mouths and take them away for now. They shall be interrogated later." No sooner had she finished speaking than the maidservants who had accompanied her swiftly stepped forward, using handkerchiefs to silence the three individuals and binding them with a belt before escorting them away. Su Wan looked down at her daughter, who was still sobbing in her embrace, and gently reassured her, "It will be all right. The physician will arrive shortly." She then turned to her maidservant and instructed, "Quickly send someone to inquire about the physician's delay." A small maid promptly knelt in acknowledgement before rising swiftly to exit. Before long, Xia Zhu and the maid returned, leading the Xian Wang and a bearded elder of approximately 50 years, who hurriedly entered. Upon seeing Shun Jingyi, the Xian Wang paused momentarily. "We have met the prince." Everyone greeted in unison. "Rise, Hu Tai, please examine the young princess at once," the Xian Wang urged anxiously. "Yes, my lord," Hu Tai replied, hastily stepping forward to check the young princess's pulse. Chapter 17. Timely treatment results in no serious harm. After examining the pulse, Hu Tai, with a grave expression, addressed the assembly. "Pray tell, is the venomous snake that bit the young princess still present? I need to ascertain the type of snake to provide the most effective antidote." The others exchanged glances, equally bewildered, for they had not seen the snake upon their arrival. Only Xia Zhu and Qiu Zhu spoke in unison. "It is. Allow me to lead you to it." Hu Tai, observing Qiu Zhu's pallid complexion, directed his attention to Xia Zhu, saying, "Please, lead the way." "Yes, this way, Tai," Xia Zhu replied, guiding Hu Tai to the location of the snake's carcass. After scrutinizing the remains of the venomous serpent and pondering for a moment, Hu Tai returned to the pavilion and informed everyone, The young princess has received timely treatment and is free from grave danger. I will prescribe 2 doses of medicine, which, when taken as directed, will cleanse her body of the residual poison." Upon hearing this news, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Suwon, shedding her earlier haughtiness, addressed the physician. "That is good to hear. Thank you for your efforts. The concubine is too kind. Had it not been for the promptness of the treatment, my arrival would have been of little consequence," Hu Tai candidly remarked. Shun Jingyi, observing Qiu Ju's complexion, though aware it was not appropriate, nonetheless spoke up. "Hu Tai, my maidservant has just absorbed the poison while assisting the young princess. Might you also examine her?" Hu Tai nodded. He had noticed the young woman upon entering, her face pale and lips slightly tinged with purple, and had surmised that she had absorbed the toxin while aiding the princess. He approached Qiu Ju and took her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and remarked, "This young lady has indeed been poisoned, but the toxicity is mild. A few doses of antidote and several days of rest should suffice for her recovery." With that, he produced paper and pen, drafting prescriptions for both the young princess and Qiu Ju, meticulously detailing the method of administration and precautions to be observed. "Thank you, Physician Hu," the prince expressed graciously, to which Physician Hu responded with a bow. "Your Highness is too kind. I shall take my leave now." He then turned and departed. Chu Jiao accompanied Physician Hu as he left. Once Hu had exited, the prince turned his attention to the gathered company, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Now, speak, what on earth transpired?" Shun Jingyi took a deep breath, rising to her feet, and recounted the day's events in a calm manner. Upon hearing this, Suwon's eyes flickered with fear, her voice trembling as she implored, "Your Highness, you must seek justice for Tingting. She was nearly harmed today, and I have already taken measures to secure those responsible. You must interrogate them thoroughly. Tingting is so young, so innocent." By the end of her plea, Suwon's south voice was close to breaking. The prince gazed at his daughter, who had fallen asleep in Suwon's arms, his heart swelling with anger and concern. She was his only daughter, and yet someone dared to harm her. "I understand," he declared, fixing a piercing gaze on Chu Bai. "You shall be responsible for this investigation." "Yes, Your Highness," Chu Bai responded, clasping his hands in respect before departing to commence his inquiries. "Everyone disperse. Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth behind this matter." The prince spoke sternly. With that, he extended his hand, gently lifting the slumbering Xiao Tingting from Suwon's embrace. Before turning to leave, he addressed Shun Jingyi. "You may return home first." "Certainly, Your Highness," Shun Jingyi replied respectfully. As Suwon was about to depart, she cast a provocative glance at Shun Jingyi, delivering a veiled threat. "Lady Shun, should this matter be unrelated to you, I shall personally express my gratitude. However, if it is found that you are entangled in this affair, do not expect my civility." In response to Suwon's threat, Shun Jingyi remained unfazed, replying coolly, "Do as you wish." With that, she gestured for Xia Zhu to assist Qiu Ju, and the 3 of them strolled back leisurely. Along the way, Xia Zhu grumbled indignantly, "Lady, we were merely saving a life, weren't we?" Not only did they fail to express gratitude, but they also treated us as culprits. Shun Jingyi, however, remained composed, reassuring, "No matter, we shall await her visit of thanks." The prince returned to his daughter's quarters, carefully placing her upon the bed. He then straightened up and instructed Suwon, "Take good care of Tingting." After casting one last glance at the sleeping child, he departed. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the royal residence, Hong Yin was reporting this incident to the princess. Upon hearing the account, the princess furrowed her brow slightly. "So, the prince has already dispatched someone to investigate this matter?" "Yes, Your Highness. This issue has been entrusted to Chu Bai for investigation," Hong Yin replied respectfully. The princess let out a soft sigh, yet the joy and anticipation in her eyes were unmistakable. Who would have thought that after 2 years of tranquility, chaos would once again ensue? Observing this, Hong Yin cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, should we perhaps divert some of the attention towards the newcomer?" Chu Mingyao shook her head, asserting, "No need for that. The prince is evidently enraged this time. It would be wise for us to refrain from meddling." After a moment's contemplation, she added, Let's assign someone to monitor the situation closely and inform the steward. Given the season, there are more snakes and pests about. We should search thoroughly to ensure none remain. We must prevent any similar incidents within the palace. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Hong Yin replied, bowing before departing. Before long, the entire palace was abuzz with the news that a snake had entered the premises and had bitten the young princess. Consequently, many of the residents, finding themselves idle, eagerly joined the search party. Ultimately, a harmless green snake was discovered by the lake in the garden, and 2 rat nests were found within the rockery. The neighboring households, upon hearing the commotion, promptly sent people to inquire. Upon learning that a snake had indeed been found in the garden and had bitten the young princess, they too began searching their own homes, fearing for the safety of their children. Thus, an initiative to eliminate snakes and rodents took root along the street. The investigation progressed swiftly. By the following morning, there were reports that the prince had summoned everyone to the main courtyard. Shun Jingyi, having no time for breakfast, hurriedly made her way there with her entourage. Upon arrival, she found that aside from the 2 seated in the principal positions, all others from the various courtyards had gathered. Su Wan was glaring with indignation at the 2 individuals kneeling in the center of the hall, a concubine surnamed Li and the wet nurse of Xiao Tingting. The name of the concubine momentarily escaped her, yet she appeared remarkably composed, exhibiting an air of calm. In stark contrast, the wet nurse was visibly terrified and trembling uncontrollably. Sister Shun. As soon as Shun Jingyi stepped into the main hall, everyone except Su Wan rose to pay their respects. Sisters, please rise. Before her words could fully resonate, the prince and princess entered the room together. Observing their arrival, the assembly quickly bowed once more in deference. After taking his seat, Prince Xian's sharp gaze was fixed upon the woman before him as he inquired, "Now, explain yourself. Why did you act this way?" Chapter 18. The grievance behind the truth. Li Hui raised her head slightly, her gaze steady as she looked at Prince Xian, then shifted her focus to Su Wan, a fierce hatred gradually surfacing in her eyes. Initially, her voice was a mere whisper, but it soon sharpened. "Why did I do this?" "Huh, of course. It was for revenge. As the prince, we are all your women. Yet do you know the lives we lead?" There was a hint of despair and bitterness in Li Hui's tone. 3 years ago, just yesterday, I inadvertently collided with Su Wan, and for that, she condemned me to kneel under the scorching sun for an entire day. My poor unborn child was lost to me in that moment. When she learned of this, she refused to allow anyone to call for a physician to treat me. I barely managed to cling to life. However, she remained obstinate and covertly sent someone to administer a contraceptive potion to me, rendering me barren for the rest of my life. At this juncture, tears streamed down Li Qing's face like a torrent. Upon hearing this, Su Wan's expression darkened considerably. Her fingers twisted the handkerchief tightly as she glared at Li Hui, exclaiming in anger, "You speak nonsense. Do you think that fabricating some old tales and dragging me into it will allow you to escape unscathed?" With that, she turned to Prince Xian and sweetly implored, "Your Highness, please do not heed her wild ravings. At that time, I did punish her by making her kneel, but I was unaware of her pregnancy. The subsequent events were beyond my knowledge. It was not my doing. She is slandering me." At this point, the princess spoke with a stern countenance, declaring, "Since the culprit has been identified and her words are mere fabrications, let her be executed." Chu Mingyao thought to herself that she could not allow Li Hui to continue speaking. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Prince Xian furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Just as the guards prepared to drag Li Hui away, he suddenly raised his hand to halt them, saying, "Hold on, let her continue." Indeed, her premonition proved correct. For Li Hui's reckless voice rang out once more. "Ha ha ha, do you think that by killing me, your malice will remain unknown? I have long since wished for death, ha ha. Everyone believes that entering the royal mansion guarantees endless wealth and glory. But who knows that this palace is, in fact, a den of peril? When favored, everyone seeks to manipulate you. When fallen from grace, everyone seeks to trample upon you. Your daily fare consists of scraps, and you live in conditions worse than a servant." Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao's face darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table with a resounding thud. "You audacious fool! I see you have lost your mind. The remainder of her words was cut short by Prince Xian, whose countenance grew exceedingly grim as he absorbed Li Hui's remarks. Why did you not report your condition to the princess? Ha ha ha. Do you think I have not spoken of it? The consequence was that I starved for 2 days. And thereafter, I dared not utter a word. Hee hee. You are still unaware, but your beloved princess delights in watching the concubines quarrel. Silence. Chu Mingyao commanded in fury. She had never anticipated that she would be bested by a mere concubine. Well, why do you have to silence me? I shall speak. After all, I can no longer survive. Even if I die today, I will expose everything. Li chuted de Fioni. I know well that many times you have deliberately incited them to fight amongst themselves. Hee hee. Did you not expect this? I know everything. She wants to make their lives miserable. She intends to drag all this filth into the light. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao was enraged, her hands trembling slightly. Yet, in the presence of the prince, she could not execute this wretched woman on the spot. She could only grit her teeth and say, if you desire death so fervently, have you considered your family? What will happen to them if you die? Chu Mingyao thought she could leverage her family to instill fear in her, but to her surprise, Li Yu looked uproariously. Ha ha ha, do you think I still fear? My father is already dead from illness. Is it not laughable that his daughter is but a concubine in the royal mansion? The father, unfortunately, lacked the means to seek medical treatment, and thus, what began as a minor ailment tragically escalated into a grave illness that ultimately claimed his life. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi felt a profound sense of frustration and pity for them. In this era, while concubines were no longer traded or given away as in previous dynasties, they still faced the possibility of suffering under a tyrannical mistress. Moreover, no legitimate wife would ever harbor affection for such a being. In essence, their idleness led them to concoct malicious schemes. Xian Wang, having overheard their conversation, was not oblivious to the underlying tensions. He surveyed the assembly, noticing 2 individuals discreetly wiping away tears. Observing their attire, he discerned that their circumstances were likely dire as well. How intriguing it was to witness how his princess managed the household affairs. Chu Mingyao, Su Wan, do you have anything further to say? Upon hearing this, the 2 hastily rose and knelt, exclaiming in unison, Your Highness, I am wronged. Since marrying you, I have diligently attended to the household, never daring to be negligent. She accuses me unjustly, which household is devoid of a few troublesome servants. Su Wan added, Your Highness, Li Hui has deliberately slandered me. She must have been bribed to harm Tingting. Once the truth began to unravel, she resorted to fabrications in an attempt to confuse the matter. Indeed, it must be so. Your Highness, I have stood by you for many years and borne your children. You cannot so easily believe the accusations of others. However, the prince remained unmoved, his voice cold as he declared, I shall discern the truth of the matter myself, though you may be unaware. In fact, I had already sensed the situation she described, but due to a lack of conclusive evidence and consideration for the children, I granted you an opportunity for redemption. With that, Xian Wang cast his gaze around the room, scrutinizing each individual present, and then addressed a select few. You too are complicit. Do not assume that I am oblivious to your past deeds. Some lowered their heads, feeling guilty, while others feigned confidence, believing their actions too covert to be discovered. Li Hui dared to conspire against the princess of the royal household. Her crimes are unforgivable. Bring forth a cup of poison and execute her immediately. His voice was chilling and authoritative, instilling dread in all who heard it. Li Hui's face went pale, her body trembling, yet she mustered the courage to plead, Your Highness, may I implore you for mercy? My final wish is to be buried alongside my father. Please grant me this request. Xian Wang furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I shall honor your wish. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the guards to present the poison to Li Hui. Thank you, Your Highness, for your benevolence. With that, she raised the cup before her and drank without hesitation. After dealing with Li Hui, the prince turned to the wet nurse beside him. Though you acted under coercion, you are still an accomplice. Administer a dose of mute medicine, and then sell it. You shall not set foot in the royal residence again. The wet nurse, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly bowed her head in apology, but it was futile. Soon, the two who had consumed the potion were escorted away. As the prince's gaze fell upon the princess, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and he spoke with a stern tone. As the princess, you are incapable of managing the royal residence. From this moment forth, you shall remain in the main courtyard and refrain from interfering in matters of the palace. The princess's face drained of color upon hearing this. She could not accept such a decree and cried out in agitation. No, my lord, you cannot treat me this way. I am your first wife. The prince's expression was as cold as ice, utterly unmoved. It is precisely because you are my first wife that I have shown you such leniency. Were it anyone else, the consequences would be far graver than mere usurpation. He then turned to Su Wan and stated, Su Concubine shall remain confined to her quarters, without my command. She is forbidden to step outside. My lord, I am aggrieved. Today's events have nothing to do with me. Why must I be confined? Su Wan protested. Is this not a day meant to investigate the perpetrator behind Ting Ting's demise? The prince shot her a glare, his voice icy as he retorted, Humph. Ask yourself honestly, is it truly unrelated to you? There is no need for further words. Confinement is the lightest of punishments. Should you dare cause further disturbances, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Though Su Wan wished to argue further, the chill in the prince's gaze silenced her. She then heard him declare, Shen Jingyi has rendered meritorious service by saving the young princess. Reward her with a pair of south pearls and grant Xiao Ju 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing the rewards given to Shen Jingyi, the crowd seethed with envy. The south pearls were tribute from a foreign land and exceedingly rare. The prince possessed only these two, and now he was parting with them, inciting intense jealousy among the onlookers, particularly Su Wan, who had previously sought them but was denied. Now, seeing them bestowed upon Shen Jingyi, she cast a resentful gaze in her direction. Shen Jingyi, blissfully oblivious to the envious stares, rose with delight to express her gratitude. I thank you, my lord, for your generous reward, and I extend my thanks on behalf of Qiu Ju as well. How unexpected to witness such a grand spectacle this morning, culminating in rewards. Due to the snake venom, Qiu Ju herself had also been afflicted, though the physician assured that the condition was not serious. However, it was advised that she take ample rest. Thus, Shen Jingyi granted her a week's leave for recuperation. The prince, observing the cheerful demeanor of the young woman, refrained from uttering any further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Chujio, take a team and conduct a thorough search of the courtyards to uncover any items that may pose a danger, ensuring no future harm. Yes, my lord, Chujio replied, taking his leave. The atmosphere remained tense and oppressive, with all present hesitant to speak, each silently speculating on the prince's next course of action. Chapter 19. Nothing received upon hearing of the impending search of the courtyards, the crowd exhibited varying expressions. Some appeared calm, others delighted, but none displayed signs of guilt or anxiety. Amidst them, a few were clearly reveling in the unfolding drama. The prince observed all of this, but chose to remain silent. A heavy stillness enveloped the gathering. However, in the midst of this suffocating tension, an unexpectedly discordant sound erupted, a loud gurgle. Instantly, every eye turned toward the source of the noise. There stood Shen Jingyi, her face flushed, hand pressed against her abdomen, mortified to the point of wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. She forced a smile and stammered, this morning, I skipped breakfast and felt a bit hungry. The Prince Xian, observing her demeanor, could not help but find amusement in it. However, this little episode alleviated his previously somber mood. Noticing that lunchtime had already passed, he spoke. All right, everyone may disperse. He led the way out, casually bringing Shen Jingyi along as he passed her by. Once the crowd had departed, the spacious hall was left with only Chu Mengyao and Su Wan. Su Wan, gazing at the still-seated Chu Mengyao, mocked, I never imagined that after all our years of rivalry, we would fall to the hands of an insignificant concubine. She usually remains silent, which truly misled many. Indeed, the quietest dog is often the fiercest. As Chu Mengyao spoke, she rose, casting a lofty glance at Su Wan. With a cold laugh, she declared. No matter the circumstances, I remain the princess. Even in this moment of decline, it is but a temporary state. As long as I live, you shall always be but a concubine. With that, she flicked her sleeve and strode out, followed by a throng of attendants. Su Wan's gaze fixated on the receding figure of Chu Mengyao, her eyes gleaming with a nearly frenzied hatred. Her own family background was not lacking. Why should she be relegated to the status of a concubine? She was the cherished eldest daughter of her family. From a young age, her family had nurtured her with the expectation of her becoming the matriarch. Why, in the end, did she find herself in the role she despised the most? With this thought, Su Wan could not help but let out a cold snort, murmuring to herself, "What is this so-called secondary consort? No matter how beautifully it is phrased, is still merely a concubine." At this moment, Su Wan appeared somewhat dazed, standing in a trance. Behind her, Granny Xia, who had raised her since childhood and knew her prideful nature, approached with concern. "My lady, you must think positively. In this world, how can everything go as one wishes? Your current position is envied by many who would desire it. Your confinement is merely temporary. Think of the second young master and the little princess. Let us return." Su Wan disliked being referred to as the secondary consort, hence those close to her addressed her as my lady. At that moment, Zijuan also chimed in, "Indeed, my lady. The little princess has not seen you all morning. She must be searching for you now." Upon hearing this, Su Wan made an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions and slowly replied, "Let us go." In Yulan courtyard, Shun Jingyi was eating her lunch quickly yet gracefully. The Prince Xian, observing her relish, found himself compelled to have another bowl. After the meal, Chu Jiao entered. "My lord, I have sent men to search each courtyard, but nothing was found." The Prince Xian nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Understood, you may leave now." Then, turning to Shun Jingyi, he inquired, "Are you somewhat disappointed?" Shun Jingyi replied, "I didn't think of anything at all. How did you discern my disappointment? However, I must admit, I don't feel that way. I doubt anything would be found." "Then what was all the excitement about when you heard of the search in the courtyards?" "Not all." She would never admit to watching the play, yet observing the reactions of those women later made it evident that nothing was to be found. Shun Jingyi promptly shifted the topic, saying, "Your Highness, do you have any matters to attend to shortly?" In response, Prince Xian asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Shun Jingyi lowered her head and softly replied, "I was merely contemplating that since you have restricted the princess and concubine Su's movements, they might harbor some discontent. Moreover, the heir and Zimo are, after all, their children. It will be wise for you to speak with them later to avoid any rifts between father and son." Prince Xian gazed at Shun Jingyi for a moment before stating solemnly, "Understood." After a pause, he inquired, "Is there anything else?" Shun Jingyi quickly shook her head, "No, nothing more." Prince Xian acknowledged her with a sound and declared, "Then I shall head to the outer courtyard." Shun Jingyi rose to see him off, saying, "I will escort you, your highness." After he departed, she finally exhaled in relief, unable to stifle a yawn. With no pressing matters at hand, she turned to return to her room for an afternoon nap. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Prince Xian indeed summoned Xiao Zihong and Xiao Zimo to the study. It remains unclear what transpired between them, but when they emerged, both bore red-rimmed eyes. Xiao Zihong, upon exiting, hastened toward the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the main courtyard was somber, with the servants feeling apprehensive. As the running figure drew nearer, the servants recognized it was the young heir and breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful for his return. Believing his conversation with the princess would provide her with some comfort, they hurried inside to announce, "The young master has returned, your highness." Seated in the main position, Chu Mengyao felt a surge of joy upon hearing her son's return. Just as a smile graced her lips, she was met with the question, "Mother, why have you done this?" Upon seeing his mother, Xiao Zihong could not suppress his inquiry. At the sound of her son's question, the smile on the princess's face vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. "Hunger, what are you saying?" "Mind your manners," she replied. Xiao Zihong inhaled deeply, bowed, and said, "Yes, I have come to greet you." "Mother." Chu Mengyao frowned, yet her eyes remained filled with maternal affection. "Please rise. What brings you back at this hour?" Xiao Zihong straightened, gritting his teeth, and said, "Mother, Father has spoken with me about your actions over the years. Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao's body stiffened instantly, but she forced herself to remain composed and replied, Your mother has been wronged. I have done nothing. Xiao Zihong pressed his lips together and continued, Mother, Father showed me evidence and witnesses. Chu Mengyao's complexion grew increasingly pale, her voice trembling slightly. Then what are you implying? Do you intend to condemn me? Xiao Zihong quickly shook his head, urgently explaining, No, I do not mean that at all. He then grasped Chu Mengyao's hand tightly, his gaze earnest and sincere. Mother, please promise me that you will refrain from such actions in the future. I will strive diligently to become strong, your support, and your pride. Upon hearing her son's heartfelt promise, tears welled in Chu Mengyao's eyes. Very well, I shall rely on you henceforth. The young boy, upon hearing his mother's vow, finally beamed with a radiant smile. Rest assured, Mother, I shall certainly plead with Father to lift your house arrest. And the authority of the steward must also be returned to you. Chu Mengyao nodded with deep gratitude and anticipation shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 20. A token of gratitude. At this moment, Su Wan found herself being questioned by her son. The little one, with unwavering determination, declared, Mother, initially, I too found it hard to believe those claims, but Father presented me with evidence. Su Wan felt a sharp pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled and replied, You truly do not believe me? I have raised you in vain. However, Xiao Zimo showed no sign of retreat, firmly insisting, But there is indeed evidence. Su Wan, that must be a deliberate slander against me. As my son, you should stand by my side. What evidence? It is nothing but a fabrication. Xiao Zimo fell silent, gazing at his mother, his eyes reddening. After a moment, he choked out, Mother, please temper your temperament and refrain from targeting others. Father said that if you change, he will release you. All right, enough of that. I understand, Su Wan replied, fearing that if she did not acquiesce, her son would burst into tears. Better to appease him for now. At that moment, Xiao Tingting awoke from her afternoon nap, being carried out by a maid in blue. Upon opening her eyes, she instantly spotted Su Wan and excitedly opened her arms, exclaiming, Mother, Mother, hug. Seeing her adorable daughter, Su Wan quickly extended her arms to embrace her. It was then that the little girl noticed Xiao Zimo's reddened eyes. She blinked her big eyes and, in a sweet voice, said, Brother, have some candy, don't cry. She offered him a piece of candy, having taken a small bite herself. Xiao Zimo promptly shook his head, took her other small hand, and gently said, Sister, brother isn't crying, you enjoy it yourself. Can I give you a hug? However, the little girl resolutely shook her head, muttering, No, brother fell. She clung tightly to Su Wan, evidently fearful of her brother suddenly wanting to embrace her. It turned out that a few days prior, Xiao Zimo had secretly picked up Xiao Tingting, only to accidentally trip over the threshold, causing them both to fall. The little girl still remembered that incident. It was merely an accident last time. I assure you, it won't happen again. Yet, the little girl remained unmoved, firmly responding, No. Seeing her daughter's strong resistance, Su Wan quickly said, All right, since you do not wish for a hug, let it be. You are still a tiny little thing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zimo pouted in defiance, huffing, I shall eat 2 more bowls of rice from now on, and I will grow up swiftly. Su Wan smiled as she tousled his hair, gently saying, Very well, do eat more. Now, I have a task for you. What task? Yesterday, Concubine Shun saved your sister. As I cannot go out at the moment, would you kindly deliver a gift to express our gratitude? Let us not be regarded as lacking in manners. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zimo immediately patted his little chest and declared, Leave this matter to me. Su Wan nodded in satisfaction before turning to her maid, Ziwan, and instructing Ziwan, Please fetch a century-old ginseng from a storeroom, along with the exquisite bird's nest that just arrived. Find a beautiful box to carefully pack them, and then take them to the 3rd young master. Ziwan hesitated for a moment, glancing at her mistress, who was engrossed in amusing the little princess and seemed oblivious to her presence. Thus, she resignedly accepted the command and departed. Before long, she returned, cradling 2 intricately carved redwood boxes. Observing this, Su Wan smiled at Xiao Zimo and said, Off you go, deliver them, and return swiftly. We shall have dinner together with your mother tonight. Xiao Zimo nodded obediently and reassured Suwon. Got it, mother. I'll be back right after I deliver the gifts. He then took his sister Xiao Tingting's hand, adding, be good and wait for your brother to return and play with you. With that, he exuberantly left the room alongside Ziwan. All the while, Xiao Zmo was brimming with excitement, contemplating how to express himself appropriately upon arrival. Meanwhile, Mama Xia shared the same concern as Ziwan, and once they had left, she could no longer restrain herself. My lady, could this lead to trouble? Just today there was such a commotion, and I worry, she voiced anxiously. Suwan, perturbed, replied nonchalantly, what is there to fear? This was purchased for my own consumption. Besides, didn't they already search through here on the 9th day? They found no issues themselves, so what should we be afraid of? Furthermore, if something were to be discovered later, it would only indicate someone's intent to harm me, and it would merely be unfortunate that I inadvertently delivered it. She then changed the subject. All right, enough of that. Go to the kitchen and prepare a few dishes that Imo likes. Although Mama Xia remained cautious, she felt compelled to heed her mistress's words. Yes, this old servant will attend to it immediately, she said respectfully before departing. In the Yulan courtyard, Shun Jing had awoken from her midday slumber. She donned a light blue dress, flowing gracefully like a serene lake, exuding an ethereal charm akin to that of a celestial being. At this moment, she was leisurely seated in a recliner, engrossed in a book. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her, accentuating her beauty as though she were a figure from painting. On the small table beside her lay an array of exquisite pastries and fruits, emanating an alluring fragrance. Most captivating of all was a bowl of fruit sorbet, still exuding a chill. In the heat of summer, indulging in such a refreshing dessert was undeniably a great pleasure. Shunjing set her book aside, picked up the bowl of sorbet, and delicately scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Instantly, a wave of coolness spread from her tongue, prompting a contented sigh to escape her lips. She savored the sweetness, relishing this moment of tranquility and beauty. At that moment, a petite maid entered with light steps, curtsying to announce, side consort, the third young master has arrived. Third young master, Shun Jing murmured softly, glancing at Chun Tao beside her, momentarily unable to recall who it was. Upon noticing that her master had not yet grasped the situation, Chun Tao spoke softly. It is the son of Concubine Su. Shun Jingyi's eyes widened in realization. Oh, let him in. Before long, Xiao Zimo entered, accompanied by a maid carrying a box. Shun Jingyi promptly instructed, bring me a bowl of ice fruit slush. She then added, Xia Zhu, fetch a chair. The two maids responded in unison. Shun Jingyi smiled as she regarded the adorable little figure who had just entered. It must be said that while Su Wan's character leaves much to be desired, her children are undeniably charming and delightful. Once Xiao Zimo entered, he did not glance around aimlessly, but instead approached, bowing respectfully as he greeted. Zimo pays his respects to the concubine mother. Shun Jingyi waved her hand gently, saying, no need for such formality, Zimo. Please take a seat. On such a hot day, what brings you here? After complying and sitting down, Xiao Zimo replied, I have come to express my mother's gratitude for saving Tingting yesterday. Thank you. He then stood again to bow before resuming his seat. There is no need for such politeness. I happened to be passing by and saw the incident unfold. It was indeed a perilous situation, Shun Jingyi remarked. After she finished speaking, Xiao Zimo raised his hand, pointing to the two boxes cradled in Ziju's arms. Concubine mother, this is a token of gratitude specially prepared by my mother for you. Oh, there is no need for such gifts. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. Your thanks alone suffice, so please take these items back. Shun Jingyi replied with a gentle smile, gracefully declining the offering. However, Xiao Zimo shook his head resolutely, asserting no, this is a task entrusted to me by my mother, and I must see it through. Finding this little fellow amusing, Shun Jingyi teased, so, is a task. What would happen if you fail to fulfill it? Would there be a punishment? Xiao Zimo thoughtfully tapped his adorable little head and replied earnestly, well, I'm not sure. My mother never mentioned any punishment. Besides, this is the first task I have ever been assigned. Oh, I see. Perhaps you should return home and give it a try? Shun Jingyi continued her playful banter. No, This is a gift meant to express gratitude. How could I take it back? I came specifically to deliver this present. Xiao Zimo hurriedly explained, waving his hands in a flurry. Very well then. Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Thank you, Zimo. Shen Jingyi laughed at Xiao Zimo's serious demeanor. She then turned to Chun Tao, who immediately understood and stepped forward to take the box from Ziju's hands. Seeing this, Xiao Zimo finally let out a sigh of relief, saying, "No need to thank me. I'm just glad you can accept it." At that moment, a little maid set a bowl of fruit slush before Xiao Zimo. The colorful slush, adorned with small chunks of various fruits, looked utterly delectable, tantalizing the senses. "Do try it and see how it tastes," Shen Jingyi encouraged. Shen Jingyi spoke gently, then lifted her own bowl to continue savoring her treat. Xiao Zimo, feeling quite uncomfortable from the heat as he walked in, was immediately drawn to the sight of Shen Jingyi's bowl of iced dessert. Yet, out of politeness and restraint, he hesitated to ask for some. However, upon seeing the bowl of icy delight prepared specifically for him, his spirits lifted and all his reservations vanished in an instant. After all, he was still a child, and such temptation was indeed hard to resist. Nevertheless, he courteously expressed his gratitude, thanking the side consort. Only then did he take up a spoon, joyfully scooping a mouthful into his mouth. The refreshing chill and sweet flavor caused his eyes to sparkle. He could not help but indulge, completely immersed in this unexpected delicacy. Each bite brought a wave of coolness and satisfaction, and the surrounding heat dissipated as he finished the bowl. "This is truly delicious, much different from what I've had before," Xiao Zimo remarked as he set down his bowl. Shen Jingyi gazed at him tenderly. "Do you like it?" "Yes, I do," Xiao Zimo nodded vigorously. "Even so, you mustn't overindulge. You're still young and can only have so much at a time, or you might end up with a stomachache. If you wish for more in the future, come to the side consort, and I'll have someone prepare it for you." Looking at the beautiful and well-behaved Xiao Zimo, Shen Jingyi felt an urge to pat his head but thought better of it, instead speaking softly. "Okay, I'll be sure to visit the side consort in the future, as long as you don't mind my presence." At that moment, Zizhuang respectfully reminded, "Young master, it's time for you to return. The side consort and the little princess are waiting for you." "I understand." Xiao Zimo then stood, bowing respectfully. "Side consort, I must take my leave. I shall return another day." "Very well. Do come again when you have the time. There are many more delicious treats here." Shen Jingyi replied warmly, quite fond of the child. She then turned to Chun Tao and instructed, "Chun Tao, see the third young master off." "Yes, side consort." Shen Jingyi watched them depart until their figures vanished from her sight, then slowly withdrew her gaze and commanded, "Have all the items brought in thoroughly inspected." Xiazhu, standing nearby, questioned, "Side consort, these were delivered personally by the third young master, and considering today's commotion, they should be unlikely to attempt anything underhanded, right? Who knows? It's always better to exercise caution. One should never let their guard down." Xiazhu nodded quickly. "Yes, side consort. I will take them to Qiujian and the matron for examination right away." With that, she gathered the items and departed. Not long after Xiazhu left, Chun Tao returned. "Master, I can see you quite like the third young master." In a good mood, Shen Jingyi replied, "Indeed, I have a fondness for all things beautiful and delightful. Now, enough talk. Please fetch me another bowl." Chun Tao, a bit worried, cautioned, "Master, you shouldn't eat any more. If you overindulge, it will only lead to discomfort when your time comes." It was then that Shen Jingyi recalled, indeed, her time was approaching. With a resigned sigh, she acquiesced, "Very well. I shall refrain from eating. Please take a bowl to the front courtyard for the prince." The esteemed Lady Jean tightly embraced her. "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." After Chun Tao departed, Shen Jingyi reclined once more, engrossed in her reading. When evening repast arrived, Prince Xian returned, and they dined together before taking a stroll in the garden. However, the atmosphere proved too boisterous, with one person playing the zither and another indulging in refreshments, prompting them to retreat indoors. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Qiujio and Granny Qin, who were meant to be resting in their chambers, seated in the corridor, evidently awaiting their return. As the two approached, Qiujio and Granny Qin hastily offered their greetings. "Is there something amiss?" Noticing their anxious demeanor, Prince Xian excused himself to the study, granting them privacy. Please, proceed. Once inside the inner chamber, Granny Qin, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Your Highness, there is an issue with the bird's nest. After her declaration, she gestured for Qiu Jiu to elaborate. Receiving the cue, Qiu Jiu stated, from mere observation, there appeared to be no issue with its appearance or scent. However, my concerns compelled me to soak it for an hour, and upon simmering it, I uncovered a grave matter. It is a type of herb from the northern frontier, colorless and tasteless, which can render women infertile. Even if one were to conceive, it would not sustain, leading to severe hemorrhaging. Such a malicious scheme. I find it perplexing that I have barely arrived, yet they would obstruct me so soon. They must presume that the little masters of the Wang residence are sufficiently numerous. Shun Jingyi took a deep breath to steady herself before stating, Gather the items. We must seek out the prince. The two promptly retrieved the bird's nest, trailing behind Shun Jingyi, who walked with a tumult of emotions. As tears eluded her, the brief journey to the door compelled her to rub her eyes vigorously before entering. Prince Xian, seated at his desk in the midst of writing, lifted his gaze upon hearing their entrance. Noticing the bowl they carried, he recalled the icy delicacy delivered at noon. With a slight smile, he inquired, Have you discovered a new delicacy? Not quite, Shun Jingyi replied, her tone lacking its usual vibrancy. Observing her reddened eyes, the prince's expression shifted to concern. What troubles you? Were you not well just moments ago? Your Highness, you must advocate for me, she implored, her voice tinged with distress. I have only just entered the residence. Yet there are those who cannot bear to see me thrive. This marks the second instance of poisoning. The mention of poisoning startled Prince Xian, prompting him to stride towards her, supporting Shun Jingyi with urgency. Were you poisoned? How grave is it? Are you unharmed? She responded, somewhat dejectedly, as of now. I am well, not yet poisoned. Hearing this, Prince Xian exhaled in relief. Then what do you mean by poisoning? After taking a moment to compose herself, Shun Jingyi explained. Today, the third imperial grandson brought Su Concubine to express gratitude, presenting some bird's nest and a ginseng root. I thought it prudent to exercise caution and instructed them to inspect the items. To my dismay, a problem was indeed revealed. Upon hearing her account, Prince Xian's countenance darkened. His fists clenched tightly, yet his voice remained calm. Continue. Shun Jingyi turned her gaze toward Qiu Jiu and said, Qiu Jiu, please tell the prince how you discovered this. Yes, side consort, Qiu Jiu complied, recounting once more the conversation she had just had with Shun Jingyi. Upon hearing her words, the veins on Xian Wang's forehead bulged. His face contorted with fury. How dare Su Wan act so brazenly? Was she intentionally provoking him, or did she truly feel invulnerable? His voice resonated with a mixture of anger and disappointment. Chapter 22. Knowing what to do, taking a moment to compose himself, Xian Wang raised his voice and called out to the door, Summon Chu Wu. As you command, Your Highness, came the response from outside. Chu was responsible for managing the covert operations and gathering intelligence. It appeared that this time, Su Consort would likely face dire consequences. Chu Ba and Chu Jiu, standing outside the door, had already overheard the conversation within. Before departing, Chu Ba cast a knowing glance at Chu Jiu, conveying a sense of foreboding. Chu Jiu inwardly lamented his fate, letting out a resigned sigh. Who could blame him for his lack of skill? Now, he had no choice but to muster his courage and enter the room, kneeling before Xian Wang to plead for mercy. I beseech your highness to punish me. Shun Jingyi observed the kneeling Chu Jiu and tentatively interceded. Your highness, expertise is specialized. This matter cannot be solely attributed to Chu Jiu. Upon hearing her words, Chu Jiu felt a surge of gratitude, silently exclaiming, Indeed, your highness, this cannot be entirely my fault. It is only that your woman is too cunning. However, he dared not voice such thoughts, keeping them confined to his mind while maintaining a composed exterior. Seeing Shun Jingyi advocate for Chu Jiu, Xian Wang felt inclined to grant her some consideration. Thus, he spoke slowly. Once Chu Wu arrives, you two shall cooperate fully to clarify the matter before facing your punishment. Chu Jiu, initially hopeful for a reprieve, soon realized that he could not escape the consequences. Thank you, your highness, he said, rising to gather the pile of birds' nest, leaving the room with a sense of reluctance. Qi Mama and Qiu Ju exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken message, and followed Chu Jiu out of the door. Xian Wang then pulled Shun Jingyi close, inviting her to sit beside him and lean into his embrace. Gently stroking her hair, he murmured, "Rest assured, my dear, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and will not allow anyone who seeks to harm you to go unpunished." Shun Jingyi nodded slightly, nestling against Xian Wang's chest like a docile kitten. Feeling the warmth of his assurance, she decided to express her own faith. Raising her gaze to meet his, she spoke with her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, "I believe in you, Your Highness." Thus, they remained together in quiet intimacy, savoring a moment of tranquility and warmth. After a while, Xian Wang planted a gentle kiss on Shun Jingyi's forehead and assisted her to her feet. Hand in hand, they made their way to the bedroom, preparing to wash up and rest. Upon entering the washroom, Xian Wang personally assisted Shun Jingyi in shedding her outer garments, while she shyly turned away. They frolicked playfully within, and after their antics, Xian Wang lifted Shun Jingyi into bed, enveloping her once more in his embrace. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shun Jingyi's face as she slowly opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of soreness throughout her body. Turning her head, she noticed that Xian Wang was already nowhere to be seen. Recalling the intimate moments spent with Prince Xian, Shun Jingyi could not help but marvel at his robust physique. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, after lingering in bed for a while, she gradually rose and, under the attentive care of Chun Tao, indulged in a soothing bath that greatly eased her body. After enjoying her breakfast, Shun Jingyi was informed about the management of the inner court. "Who is currently responsible for its oversight?" she inquired softly. "Your Highness is Steward Xue from the outer court. He originally managed affairs outside, but yesterday, the prince entrusted him with the responsibilities of the inner court as well," came the respectful reply from Qiu Kuei. This suggests that the duration of the prince's confinement of the consort should not be prolonged. After all, she is the legitimate wife, and with the presence of Xiao Zi home, Prince Xian would likely grant her some dignity. There is also the matter regarding the side consorts. It was reported that a batch of servants was sold off yesterday, including the 2 cooks, Lu and Xia, from the main kitchen. Today, a new group of servants has been brought in. Shun Jingyi immediately grasped the implication and smiled at Chun Tao, saying, "Please give Qiu Kuei 100 taels of silver." Chun Tao complied and soon returned with the silver, handing it to Qiu Kuei. "You know what to do, correct?" Shun Jingyi observed the eager glint in Qiu Kuei's eyes and smiled. "Yes, I understand," Qiu Kuei replied. And Shun Jingyi cautioned, "Be careful, and if the silver runs short, seek Chun Tao. If any issues arise, consult with Granny Qin." With a wave of her hand, she signaled for Qiu Kuei to leave. "Understood," Qiu Kuei said, smiling as she swiftly went about her task. Meanwhile, Shun Jingyi contemplated how many individuals they could strategically position within the prince's household amidst the ongoing personnel changes. In the following days, the prince's residence underwent further restructuring, and it was rumored that yet another batch of servants had been replaced. Prince Xian had not visited in several days. It was said he had gone to see the consorts, including the main consort and concubine Su, though he did not stay overnight. It remained unclear whether he was inquiring about the poisoning incident. It was later reported that he visited 2 secondary consorts and spent the night with one of them. This suggests that Prince Xian was indeed maintaining an equitable approach, distributing his attention evenly among his wives. He seemed quite occupied, relying on his good health to navigate the complexities of his many relationships. Perhaps this was the reality for a prince raised in the palace. Even if there existed a person he truly favored, such affections could not be overtly displayed. This mutual restraint served as a form of protection for both parties. During this period, Shun Jingyi found herself enjoying a leisurely existence, often retreating to the Water Moon Cave to read, practice calligraphy, and feed the fish. In her spare time, she followed instructions from books to craft a few kites, ultimately succeeding after numerous attempts. Occasionally, she experimented with cooking delightful dishes in her courtyard, sharing the tastier creations with the front yard. After breakfast today, Shen Jingyi stretched lazily, feeling the gentle breeze and perfect weather. She decided to stroll through the back garden to admire the flowers. Thus, she summoned Granny Qin, Chun, Xia, and the two Chios and the two Dongs, instructing them to prepare tea, snacks, and the books she wished to read. The group then set off in high spirits toward the back garden, filled with laughter and lively chatter. Shen Jingyi gazed upon the joyous atmosphere, her spirits lifting further. Upon arriving at the back garden, she refrained from confining her companions, instead smilingly encouraging them to explore freely and enjoy the scenery. Eventually, only Granny Qin remained by her side. As Shen Jingyi strolled amidst the blossoms, she beheld the vibrant display of flowers competing for attention, their fragrance wafting through the spring breeze. Unable to resist, she recited, "Spring breezes caress, flowers bloom bright." A tapestry of colors against the clear sky. With laughter we watch the butterflies dance. Together we revel in this flourishing sight. Granny Qin, upon hearing her, chuckled and remarked, "Your Grace possesses remarkable literary talent." Shen Jingyi smiled modestly, replying that it was not her own composition, and continued her walk. As they ambled along, they arrived at a quaint pavilion and paused. Shen Jingyi surveyed her surroundings, noting the flowers in full bloom, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent that invigorated her spirit. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes in rapture, a contented smile gracing her lips. "Granny, let's have our lunch here today." Granny Qin, enchanted by the flower-adorned pavilion and her mistress's beauty outshining the blossoms, could not help but smile in response. "Very well, let's set our lunch here." Chapter 23. Good food is meant to be shared. I want that one. A childish voice piped up. "This one?" Another young voice replied. "No, the one inside." The first voice insisted again. "Let me do it, third brother." Yet another voice chimed in. "Is this it?" "Yes, yes, thank you, second brother." As Shen Jingyi rested in the pavilion, these delightful voices intruded upon her ears, eliciting a smile rather than annoyance. She felt a surge of joy. With a gentle smile, she beckoned, "Granny, please invite these little ones over." "Yes, Your Grace," Granny Qin replied, promptly departing. Before long, Granny Qin returned with 3 children in tow, leaving their attendants outside the pavilion. Xiao Zimo held Xiao Tingting's hand, while another child, possessing a delicate and charming visage, appeared somewhat slender in comparison to Xiao Zimo, standing a head taller with bright, intelligent eyes. "Zimo, greetings to you, esteemed mother concubine." "Xian, greetings to you, esteemed mother concubine." Shen Jingyi assessed the 2 boys who had come to pay their respects, reflecting, "So this is the second young master. The genes of Prince Xian are indeed commendable. Each child is as lovely as jade." Meanwhile, Xiao Tingting, being the youngest, was unsure of what to do, glancing at her 2 older brothers before turning to Shen Jingyi with an adorably dazed expression, which filled Shen Jingyi with affection. "Stand up. Aren't you all supposed to be in class today?" Shen Jingyi asked gently. Xiao Zimo responded, "Our teacher had matters to attend to, so we were let out early." "I see. Then we could take a well-deserved break today. Come, sit with me and let us sample these pastries I brought." The 2 exchanged glances, and Xiao Zimo took the lead, feeling reassured since he had previously approached Shen Jingyi and found her to be quite amiable. After savoring another bite, she exclaimed, her smoothie is delightful." Upon noticing that Xiao Zimo had taken a seat, Xiao Xian followed suit and settled beside him. "Tingting, come here for a hug from mother." Shen Jingyi smiled at Xiao Tingting, uncertain if the little one would oblige. The girl remembered how Shen Jingyi had rescued her after she was bitten by a snake, and thus, when called, she willingly approached. Shen Jingyi joyfully embraced her, presenting her with a piece of soft, glutinous peach blossom cake. The little girl gazed at the pink, petal-shaped delicacy with sparkling eyes, cautiously taking a bite. "Wow, this is truly delectable. I've never tasted anything like it before," she exclaimed. "Brother, you must try this." The little one eagerly pointed towards the platter of pastries, not forgetting to share her culinary discovery with her brother. With a chuckle, Shen Jingyi introduced the treats. "This is rose cake, and this one is jasmine pastry. The one you are enjoying is peach blossom cake, and over here we have crystal osmanthus cake, egg yolk pastry, and lily and white fungus lotus seed soup." Take your pick. Xiao Zimo marveled at the flower-shaped pastries, exclaiming, "Wow, are these all made from flowers? They are exquisitely crafted." Both of them stared at the array of floral confections, momentarily unsure of where to begin. "Indeed, you should try them." Shun Jingyi observed their curious expressions, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Truly, good food is meant to be shared. Initially, they appeared somewhat shy and reserved, but after sampling a small piece, they lost themselves in the joy of indulgence. Eventually, Shun Jingyi intervened, concerned they might overindulge. Afterward, they each savored a small bowl of lily and white fungus lotus seed soup, reluctantly diverting their gazes away from the enticing spread. After feeding Xiao Tingting the final bite, Shun Jingyi smiled and asked, "So, do you like it?" I absolutely adore it," she replied enthusiastically. "It's incredibly delicious," Xiao Tingting added, patting her little belly. "I'm full now. Mother, please give me a rub." Shun Jingyi, worried the little one had eaten too much, gently massaged her belly while lovingly saying, "Next time, if you wish to eat more, come find me." Xiao Zimo, with bright eyes, chimed in, "Mother, I would love to have that fruit smoothie we had last time." Xiao Tingting nodded eagerly in agreement. Even Xiao Zian, sitting nearby, sparkled with anticipation. "Ha! All right, I shall prepare it for you," Shun Jingyi said, realizing that Xiao Zimo had spread the word after their last delightful encounter. Suddenly, she inquired, "Do you have any plans for later?" The three little ones shook their heads. "No, not at all." "Then let us fly kites." Xiao Zian's eyes lit up momentarily, but then he sighed with regret, "But we don't have any kites." "With joy," Shun Jingyi replied, "Ido. I even made them myself." Xiao Zimo gazed at her in astonishment. "Wow, mother, you can make kites too?" As Shun Jingyi cradled Xiao Tingting, the latter blinked her sparkling eyes and tilted her little head, clearly unaware of what a kite was. However, witnessing the joyous exuberance of her two older brothers, she couldn't help but join in their cheer. "Kite, kite!" Observing the children's excitement, a radiant smile spread across Shun Jingyi's face. She turned to the outside of the pavilion and instructed, "Chokue, Dongshue, please fetch the kites I made." The two quickly departed, leaving only the sound of their hurried footsteps behind. Watching their retreating figures, an idea suddenly sparked in Shun Jingyi's mind. With a smile, she addressed Xiao Zimo and Xiao Zian. "While we await the kites, why don't we engage in a little game?" Yes. The two chimed in unison. "The game will be this. I will describe something, and you must guess what it is. Whoever guesses correctly will receive a reward." Shun Jingyi teased, building suspense. Xiao Zian, unable to contain his excitement, asked, "Can I know what the reward is first?" Shun Jingyi playfully replied, "What would you like?" Without hesitation, Xiao Zian exclaimed, "Rose pastry." A servant accompanying the young master felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering how his master had become such a glutton. However, Xiao Zian quickly added, "I want to let my mother try some too." He then cautiously glanced at Shun Jingyi, seemingly concerned that she might disapprove. To his relief, Shun Jingyi found no fault in his sentiment. Rather, she admired his filial piety. With a smile, she responded, "Good boy. I will have someone pack some for you to take home." Turning to Xiao Zimo, she inquired, "What would you like, Zimo?" "I will get some for you as well." Xiao Zimo, pleasantly surprised, asked, "Can I have a salted egg yolk pastry?" "Certainly. I shall bring you a salted egg yolk pastry." She then gently tapped Xiao Tingting's little nose and softly asked, "What is our Tingting like?" Xiao Tingting, her big, watery eyes sparkling, pointed at the peach blossom cake on the table and joyfully exclaimed, "Flower, flower!" Shun Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the little girl had forgotten the name of the cake, but remembered it contained flowers. Amused, she kissed Xiao Tingting's cheek and said with a smile, "All right, let's get a peach blossom cake for our Tingting." Upon hearing this, the little girl burst into a delightful giggle, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Shun Jingyi then turned to Qiujuan and instructed, "Qiujuan, please arrange for lunch to be served here." Understanding her mistress's intent, Qiujuan knew to be particularly cautious with the items being sent out. "Yes, Concubine Shun, I will attend to it immediately." Shun Jingyi looked at the three little ones and asked, "Would you like to have lunch with me here?" "Yes." Xiao Zimo and Xiao Zian exclaimed in unison. They were eager to taste Shun Jingyi's delicious pastries and dishes, and Xiao Tingting nodded her little head in agreement. Shun Jingyi gently caressed the adorable little cheek of Xiao Tingting and turned to Granny Qin, saying, "Granny, please inform those accompanying them that they will not be returning for lunch." Observing the carefree smile on her mistress's face, Granny Qin chuckled and then exited. Chapter 24. Flying Kites Now. Let us commence our intellectual game. You must listen attentively. What has a head and a tail and moves by swaying? Upon hearing this riddle, the two pondered deeply. Here, essay hint, is a creature. Xiao Zimo murmured to himself, swaying, swaying, what sways its tail? Suddenly, Xiao Zian's eyes lit up as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "I know. It's a fish, isn't it? Haha, quite impressive." "You are correct," Shun Jingyi remarked, pleased as she gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Zian scratched his head and chuckled. Hee, I must admit, my quick answer owes much to my third brother. Xiao Zimo, with a hint of pride, replied, Hee, next time I 1T reveal it first. I was almost there myself. All right, concubine mother, let us continue, Xiao Zimo insisted, feeling he was close to knowing the answer, urging Shun Jingyi to proceed with the next question. Very well, pay close attention to the next query. In the forest, there is a venomous snake that never bites humans. Why is that? I know, Xiao Zimo interjected. It's because it has become enlightened and thus does not harm people. Incorrect. Try again. Shun Jingyi shook her head. Those inside and outside the pavilion were also contemplating the riddle. Why does the snake not bite? Xiao Zian proposed another possibility. Perhaps the people passing through the forest are coated in snake repellent, making the snake reluctant to strike. Shun Jingyi still smiled and shook her head, indicating that this was not the correct answer either. At that moment, Xiao Tingting suddenly spoke up. Snakes do bite. It bit Tingting and it hurt. Xiaozhu, standing beside Shun Jingyi, suddenly had a spark of realization, her eyes brightening with excitement. Concubine mother, I know the answer. Oh, do share, Shun Jingyi encouraged. With confidence. Xiaozhu replied, the answer is because there are no humans in the forest at all. Shun Jingyi nodded with a smile. Correct. You are rewarded with a silver tail. Upon hearing of the reward, Xiaozhu joyfully expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, my lady. The other servants, upon hearing of Xiaozhu's reward, felt elated, pondering whether it indicated that they too could earn a reward for correct answers. They all perked up, eagerly awaiting the next question. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Shun Jingyi lifted Xiao Tingting's little face and planted a kiss on her forehead, saying with a smile, Our Tingting is truly clever, even providing hints. Xiaozhu also smiled and bowed to Xiao Tingting, thanking the little princess. The atmosphere was filled with mirth and joy. Well, it was a hint after all. If no one is in the garden, who would the snake bite? The little princess went to pick flowers and got bitten. Xiao Tingting, slightly bewildered, replied, But I didn't say anything. Snakes just bite. Listen closely, the question is coming. What is the first thing we must do to turn our dreams into reality? This question was intentionally made easy by Shun Jingyi, and as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Zimo leapt up, exclaiming, Wake up! The answer was correct, and congratulations were in order for Zimo on answering correctly. With a confident demeanor, Xiao Zimo declared, It's a piece of cake. I can answer the next ones as well. However, Shun Jingyi chose not to pose another question. Instead, she gazed outside and announced, Our kites have arrived. Let us first fly the kites and resume the quiz at noon. It is rather too hot to fly kites during midday. Indeed, everyone turned to see Qiuque and Xia Shui approaching briskly, each holding 2 kites, observing the assortment of snacks laid out on the table. Shun Jingyi turned to Chun Tao and said, Chun Tao, please distribute these delicacies among everyone. The group expressed their gratitude, pleased that with so many, each person would receive a piece. Those close to Shun Jingyi often indulged in these pastries. So they first presented a selection of various treats to the attendants of the young masters, allowing them to choose their favorite flavors. Once everyone had made their selections, the remaining pastries were then shared among the rest. After clearing the table, the two placed the kites atop it, revealing them to be vibrantly colored and truly eye-catching. Their designs included 2 butterflies, a dragonfly, a majestic eagle, and a fish. As Xiao Zimo's gaze landed on the eagle kite, he immediately grasped it tightly in his hands, unwilling to let go. Mother, I want this one. Shun Jingyi smiled and nodded, saying, Very well, you may fly the eagle. She then turned to Xiao Zian, softly inquiring. Xian, which one would you prefer? Xiao Xian's eyes wandered between the remaining butterfly and fish kites before he ultimately chose the fish. Observing the last two butterflies, Shun Jingyi addressed the eagerly awaiting Xiao Tingting, saying, Tingting, how about we play with the butterflies? She handed one butterfly kite to her. Overjoyed, Xiao Tingting clutched the kite, exclaiming, Yes, I adore butterflies. They are beautiful. Shun Jingyi felt that merely flying the kites was somewhat lacking in excitement, so she proposed, Let's have a competition to see whose kite can be launched first and fly the highest. Xiao Xian immediately responded, Sounds great. Can we enlist others to assist us? Shun Jingyi generously replied, Of course. If I don't allow you to seek help, you might claim I am bullying you, and that would not be appropriate. Hearing this, Xiao Zimo chuckled and said, Rest assured, that will never happen. I'll go find a spot now. With that, he eagerly ran outside while calling back to Shun Zi. Come on, let's hurry and fly the kites. Xiao Zian shouted after him, Third brother, that's unfair. Yet, before he could finish, he too dashed out. Jixiang, keep up. His servant urged, My lord, please slow down. Don't fall. Laughter and joy echoed throughout the courtyard. Ha ha ha. What a pair of impatient souls. Ting Ting, we should hurry along, or we might lose. Yes, let us go and fly the kite. The group arrived at an open area, where they saw Xiao Zimo's servant already running with the kite. However, the kite flew at an awkward angle for a short distance before wobbling and descending. Xiao Xian's kite met the same fate. Jingyi watched as the two kites fell in succession and called out with a smile. You won't be able to get them up that way. Come over here, and I will teach you how to fly them. Upon hearing this, they approached. Having tried several times without success, almost doubting whether the kites made by the consort were flawed. Now, hearing her words, they hurried over. While running, you must feel the pull of the wind on the string, then gradually release it. When you sense the kite is about to fall, you should quickly tug on the string. When you feel the wind again, release it slowly. Flying a kite is quite simple. Just follow my instructions and find your rhythm. Understood. The two resumed running with the servant, this time achieving greater heights before the kites eventually fell. As for Shun Jingyi, she was unable to run due to the rules, and Xiao Tingting was too young, so they entrusted the task to the younger ones, Qiu Kuei and Dong Xue. Once the two had successfully launched their kite, Shun Jingyi took the one from Qiu Kuei and played nearby. Xiao Tingting handed her kite to Dong Xue, who led the way in flying it. The remaining spectators could only watch, as she had only prepared 4 kites, and today they happened to have one each. Higher, higher. Pull the string. Master, I can't release the string any further. Wait a moment. Oh no, the consort's kite has surpassed mine. Quick, release the string. Master, if you release it now, it will fall. Come and feel, there is hardly any pull left. Oh no, the little princess's kite has fallen. It's all right. We can launch it again. Little princess, wait a moment. I'll handle the kite before letting you fly it again. Okay, I see the consort's kite. It's so high. Xiao Tingting gazed up at the sky. Listening to the lively chatter, Shun Jingyi felt a surge of joy, devoid of any guilt for teasing the children. She reveled in the delight of flying kites, her gaze fixed on the kites soaring above, believing they could go even higher. Unbeknownst to her, the surrounding noise had faded. Slowly retreating, she suddenly realized, I've bumped into a wall. Wait, there is no wall here. Turning in confusion, she found herself face to face with the Xian Wang, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 days, standing there with a smile directed at her. Oh, it turns out I didn't hit a wall. I bumped into a golden thigh instead. Are you bullying children? Chapter 25. Want to play? Shun Jingyi, a scoundrel of a man, after days apart, he greets her with teasing. Yet, who could resist a wealthy patron? Thus, she playfully replied, Not at all. I merely brought them out to play, since they have no classes today. The Xian Wang raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? Are you sure it's not because you want to play? And where did the kite come from? Speaking of this, Shun Jingyi felt a surge of pride, a hint of smugness evident on her face. This, she declared, was crafted entirely by her own hands, inspired by the books in the prince's study. Upon hearing this, Prince Xian couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his tone laced with playful mockery. It seems you truly lead a leisurely life. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes, but it quickly faded back into tranquility. Noticing the subtle shift in Prince Xian's demeanor, Shun Jingyi surmised that he was indeed envious of her freedom. It appeared he had been quite occupied lately, as she had heard that sometimes the lights in his study burned late into the night. With this thought in mind, she quickly smiled sweetly and remarked, "Hee, it is thanks to your grace, your highness, that I am able to enjoy such leisure." Prince Xian gazed at the woman before him, who feigned flattery, his face radiating a brilliant smile. Observing his two sons, who seemed notably more vibrant than usual, he felt his fatigue from the past few days dissipate. He had been preoccupied with the construction of flood defenses in He County and had intended to dine with a few advisors today. However, as he stepped out of the study, he noticed people in the courtyard looking up, all gazing in the same direction. His curiosity piqued. He followed their gaze and saw 4 colorful kites drifting in the sky, apparently flown from above his residence. "Who is flying kites?" he inquired. Chu Jiao, who had just dispatched someone to investigate, promptly replied, "Your Highness, it is consortium with the second young master, third young master, and the little princess in the back garden." Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised that she had taken the children out to play so soon. "What the heir?" he continued to inquire. "The heir is studying in his courtyard," Chu Jiao answered truthfully. "Go fetch him. Let us visit the back garden," he commanded, then turned to the gentleman accompanying him and added, "Gentlemen, I have arranged refreshments in the front courtyard for your enjoyment." "Your Highness is too kind," they responded, and Prince Xian nodded slightly before departing. At the entrance to the back garden, he encountered his son, Xiao Zihong. "Father," he greeted. "Yes, come. Your brothers are flying kites." "Let us join them," Prince Xian replied. Together, father and son walked towards the direction of the kites. From a distance, they could hear the lively sounds of laughter and chatter. As they approached, they were greeted by a bustling scene. "Do you wish to play?" Xiao Zihong, despite often presenting himself as mature and composed, was still a child at heart. Witnessing the joy of his siblings as they flew kites stirred a yearning within him, and he nodded in agreement. "Wait here. I shall fetch one for you," he declared, and without another word, he strode ahead. Along the way, when he encountered those who wished to bow in greeting, he waved them off, signaling for silence as he made his way towards Shun Jingyi. Xiao Tingting, keen-eyed, immediately spotted her father. Just as she was about to rush over, she noticed his gesture, causing her to widen her big eyes and cover her mouth with her small hands, as if silently assuring him, "Rest assured, father, I shall remain quiet." Upon witnessing his sister's adorable antics, Xiao Zihong approached her with a smile, gently removing her tiny hand from her mouth, concerned that holding her breath would cause her discomfort. The little girl's eyes sparkled upon seeing Xiao Zihong as she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, you're here." Yet, recalling her father's earlier gesture, she quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "We're flying kites, and Tingting can fly hers high too." Her innocent and untainted joy radiated like sunshine, seemingly infecting the entire world with her happiness. Whether it was due to their blood relation or the scarcity of children in the household, the commotion among the adults appeared to have no effect on the children's camaraderie. "Tingting is quite remarkable," Xiao Zihong praised, his eyes filled with a tender smile. "Come, let's play together." The little girl eagerly took his hand, placing the kite string in his grasp, inviting him to join in the kite flying. "All right, brother will fly kites with Tingting." At that moment, Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi approached, the latter holding her own kite. "Our Tingting is truly understanding, but brother has a kite too." Upon hearing he had one, Xiao Zihong's eyes lit up. However, he first stood up and bowed respectfully to his stepmother. This marked his first encounter with the newly entered concubine, who exuded a refreshing and gracious demeanor, devoid of any pretentiousness or insincerity. As he observed her discreetly, he heard her say, "Your Highness, please rise." There is no need for excessive formalities. Once they were close, Xiao Tingting tilted her head curiously at Shun Jingyi, her face displaying a hint of confusion. "Where's brother's kite?" Shun Jingyi, seemingly reading the little girl's thoughts, replied, "This one in my hand belongs to your brother. He was simply absent earlier, so I help him keep it. But if this is brother's, then stepmother has no kite to fly, right?" Xiao Tingting pondered, her gaze fixed on the kite in her hand. "Stepmother can indeed make one. Next time, create an even bigger one for us to play with." Hearing this, Xiao Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Can you make one for Ting Ting too? Of course. Once I make another, I will invite you all to fly kites together, and we will have sweet cakes too. Shun Jingyi chuckled, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair as she cheerfully agreed. Prince Xian, listening to their conversation, merely smiled, opting not to voice his thoughts. Yes, yes, we will play again next time. The little girl, not yet finished, was already looking forward to their next encounter. Shun Jingyi handed the kite string to Xiao Zihong, smiling as she said, Your Highness, this is for you. Go have fun. However, it is already time for lunch, so we cannot play for long. We will have our meal here shortly. I have made the arrangements. Thank you, stepmother. Xiao Zihong replied, his cheeks slightly flushed with gratitude. He was then joyfully pulled away by Xiao Tingting, who called out as they walked, Big brother. Let us go find second brother and third brother. Watching the children as figures gradually fade into the distance, Prince Xian leaned closer to Shun Jingyi and softly inquired, Was that kite truly put up by Zihong? Shun Jingyi did not feel anger upon having her lies exposed. Rather, she cast a fleeting glance at King Xian. Her eyes sparkling and coyly remarked, Now is the time. Upon hearing these words, King Xian could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, being with you greatly elevates my spirits. He then wrapped his arm around Shun Jingyi's waist and cheerfully added, Come, let us visit the delightful dining spot you have chosen. In the distance, the laughter of children echoed through the air, as if suffusing the entire garden with a vibrant joy. Chapter 26. The hidden hand lunch was served amidst a sea of blossoms, and everyone feasted with great delight. After the meal, King Xian had matters to attend to and returned to the front courtyard, while Shun Jingyi, wishing to rest, also departed, leaving a few children behind who expressed their desire to continue playing for a little longer. However, they promised to retreat to the pavilion during the peak of the sun's intensity. Shun Jingyi assured them that as long as they behaved, refreshments would be sent to them at the hour of the rat. The children were elated. In the back courtyard of the royal residence, initially, everyone was curious and ventured to observe a kite being flown. However, upon realizing it was Concubine Shun with the little princess and the second and third young masters, they quietly withdrew. They dared not approach, fearing they would be blamed should anything go awry. Speculation arose regarding Shun Jingyi's intentions that day. It was not until news spread that King Xian had also joined her for lunch in the garden that they became unsettled, whispering to one another. Concubine Shun possesses remarkable guile. The prince has not visited her in over 10 days, yet today she orchestrated this encounter and rekindled his interest. Who would have thought this was merely a coincidence and not a calculated scheme? In the ensuing days, 2 others attempted to emulate Shun Jingyi, however, with classes to attend. The children were preoccupied, and the little princess was confined by her mother, prohibited from wandering about. As for the prince, he was even busier. Thus, they spent a day in the garden with no fruitful outcomes, and it was heard that Bai had nearly suffered from heat stroke, as Chiao Kuei animatedly recounted. Indeed. Where there are many women, there are many tales, Shun Jingyi remarked nonchalantly. She then tossed the fish food into the pond, watching the fish swirl and compete for it, before departing the water moon paradise with Chun Tao and Chiao Kuei. As the evening breeze gently wafted away the day's heat, it felt delightful against the skin. Upon returning to Yulan courtyard, they found King Xian already present, lost in thought in her usual reading corner, his mind evidently elsewhere. Your Highness, you arrived without sending for me, Shun Jingyi said, striding towards him. King Xian lifted his head, smiling as he replied, You have returned, come sit. Although King Xian smiled, a hint of unease lingered in his brow, indicating that something was amiss. Shun Jingyi took a seat, pouring tea from the maid's hands for King Xian. She then addressed the people in the courtyard, saying, You may all leave. Do not return unless summoned by me. The crowd exited in an orderly fashion. Once they were alone, Shun Jingyi inquired, Your Highness, is something troubling you? You have discerned it, he replied. Indeed, your forehead is all knotted, Shun Jingyi remarked, extending her right hand to gently smoothen it with her thumb, her delicate gesture seemingly capable of alleviating all worries and troubles. The Xian Wang grasped her small hand, gazing deeply into Shun Jingyi's eyes as he slowly spoke. The fifth has returned, and the source of the poison has been investigated. A flicker of understanding crossed Shun Jingyi's eyes. Is it Su Su Fei? The Xian Wang shook his head, his tone laden with complexity as he replied. It is somewhat intricate. It is her, yet it is not. Shun Jingyi, perplexed, found herself in a haze of confusion. The Xian Wang elaborated. The bird's nest was procured by Su Wan's wet nurse herself. Well, it cannot be precisely termed as purchased. Rather, it was exchanged. The merchant posed no issues. She made the exchange while on her way back to the manor. The toxic package was delivered by her son. Zhao Deshang, the son of Granny Xia, regularly assisted Su Wan in managing her estate. This individual had a penchant for gambling and, for years prior, had met Fong Bin at a gambling den. The latter, claiming to be a wandering physician, professed to concoct various poisons. Whose man is Fong Bin? The Xian Wang glanced at Shun Jingyi, somewhat astonished by her astuteness. Fong Bin is an aide of the Wei Wang, clandestinely mingling with the powerful figures in the royal household, providing these inconspicuous maids and servants with poisons and even assistance. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi couldn't help but furrow her brow, exclaiming, "The Wei Wang harbors a malicious heart. Does he desire to incite chaos in the royal household and the noble family's quarters daily? What benefit does that bring him?" Just as she voiced her thoughts, it dawned upon her the current state of the royal household. This was precisely his intent. He aimed to incite discord among the women in the quarters, preferably leading them to squander their offspring in the turmoil. The more chaotic, the better. If he were to send in a few beautiful courtesans to whisper sweet nothings and employ some petty schemes, it would be all the more lively. Having come to this realization, Shun Jingyi continued to inquire, "How did you find this Fong Bin?" "Quite coincidentally, we owe it to Zhao Deshang. This fellow has a modicum of luck. He had crossed paths with Fong Bin a few times, though he lost track of him. On one occasion, while wandering through a narrow alley, he spotted a disguised Fong Bin engaging in a transaction with a young maid. Subsequently, he stealthily followed him and witnessed Fong Bin enter the Wei Wang's manor. Ironically, he remained blissfully unaware that he had been discovered. When my men located him, he was just about to be silenced. Thus, my people rescued him, and after some interrogation and mild intimidation, he divulged everything. My lord, what do you intend to do next?" Shun Jingyi inquired with curiosity. The Xian Wang's lips curved into a sly smile. "Naturally, we shall expose him. However, the one who will make that revelation shall not be me." Observing the Xian Wang's demeanor, Shun Jingyi sensed a shift in his mood for the better. Tentatively, she ventured, "May I be so bold as to pose a question, my lord?" The Xian Wang raised an eyebrow. "Speak." He then released her small hand to refill the water pot for both of them. Shun Jingyi cautiously asked, "Among those concubines who have met their demise in the manor, are there any affiliated with the Wei Wang?" A glint of coldness flashed in the Xian Wang's eyes as he nodded. "Indeed, not only those of the Wei Wang, but also of the Qi Wang. If not for the direct intervention of the Empress Mother, they would likely still be unwilling to relent. The residence of the 6th Prince currently boasts only one son and one daughter, and the son is frail and plagued by ailments, a consequence of their scheming." Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi found herself at a loss for words, only able to remark on the ruthless nature of royal conflicts. After pondering for a considerable time, she finally managed to utter a rather dry comment. "Ah, it seems you have quite the burdens to bear." Curiously, she then inquired, "Is it the crown prince who has exposed the actions of Prince Wei?" Xian Wang chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with a hint of jest. "He is indeed the most suitable candidate, given that he has suffered the most." Shun Jingyi looked at Xian Wang with a puzzled expression, a smile dancing in her eyes as she replied, "It almost sounds as though you take a certain delight in this." Xian Wang shook his head in resignation, sighing, "I have cautioned him on numerous occasions, yet he always responds with I know, only to disregard my advice at once. Now his residence is in disarray. One could say it is a case of reaping what one sows." Raising an eyebrow, Shun Jingyi inferred that the prince had already made his arrangements. Xian Wang nodded affirmatively. He then pulled Shun Jingyi onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her and stating, "I have good news to share. In a few days, I shall be attending to official duties outside the palace, and I intend to take you with me. It will be far better than you spending your days buried in geography tomes, lost in thought." Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire demeanor radiating joy. A smile involuntarily graced her lips, forming a beautiful arc, yet the expression seemed to swell beyond her control, becoming increasingly radiant. She could hardly contain her enthusiasm. "Where are we going?" "He County," Xian Wang replied. Sensing Shun Jingyi's delight, Xian Wang gazed at the woman before him, whose joy illuminated her features, and a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him, causing his own lips to curve upward in a faint smile. This sensation was akin to the warm embrace of spring sunlight, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort and pleasure. That night, during their intimate moments, Xian Wang experienced Shun Jingyi's initiative and fervor, albeit their duration was brief. Nevertheless, the exquisite experience left him utterly enchanted. Thus, Xian Wang resolved to take her out more often in the future. Ideally, he would also encourage her to engage in physical exercise, as her stamina was rather lacking. Chapter 27. He County. The following day, Shun Jingyi awoke late once again. Today was the 15th, and fortunately, the princess consort was under house arrest, so there was no need to pay her respects. In a splendid mood, she lingered in bed for a while, reflecting on Xian Wang's words from the previous night. "He County, I believe I have encountered that name in my readings," she thought, though the specifics eluded her. Thus, she hastily arose and completed her morning rituals, eagerly racing to the study in search of the geography books she had previously perused. Granny Qin, observing her enthusiastic rush into the study, called out, "Concubine, do have something to eat first." "No time for that. I'll eat with lunch." Upon reaching the study, she surveyed the shelves of books and inquired of Chun Tao, who followed closely behind. "Where did you put the geography tomes I finished reading?" "They're right here," Chun Tao replied, kneeling down to retrieve several volumes from the bottom left shelf and placing them on a nearby table. "What do you need, Concubine? I can help you find it." In search of E County, I had previously encountered it, but could not recall which book it was from. Two individuals rummaged through the volumes, and soon, Qiuju, Xiaozhu, and Dongmei joined the endeavor. Finally, just before lunch, they unearthed the records pertaining to He County. Situated within the jurisdiction of Anshan Prefecture, He County is a relatively large county with predominantly flat terrain characterized by plains, while mountainous and hilly areas occupy a lesser proportion. Additionally, the county boasts numerous rivers, resulting in abundant water resources. However, during the rainy season each year, the rivers often overflow, inundating vast tracts of land and severely impacting local agricultural yields. These insights were meticulously synthesized by Shun Jingyi from the written content. Considering this information, did King Xian intend to repair the dikes? Lost in contemplation, Shun Jingyi sat quietly, while the others refrained from disturbing her, uncertain of why their master had suddenly taken an interest in He County. After the midday meal, Shun Jingyi summoned Qin Mama, Chun Tao, Xiaozhu, Qiuju, Qiu Kuei, Dongmei, and Dongxue. "In a few days, I shall embark on a journey with the prince. Mama, Chun Tao, and Qiuju, you three shall accompany me. The rest will remain at home to safeguard it. Esteemed concubine, might it be wise to bring along a couple more individuals? Given the uncertainties of travel, I fear that with too few attendants, your needs may not be adequately met." Xiaozhu expressed her concerns. In a cheerful tone, Shun Jingyi replied, "The prince is on official business. We ought to travel light and avoid bringing too many people." After a moment's thought, she addressed Xiaozhu, "Once we depart, ensure that the individuals below are well managed. Do not allow them to wander unnecessarily, and guard our courtyard diligently. Should any insurmountable issues arise, seek assistance from the prince's men." "Yes, esteemed concubine, I understand." Although she yearned to join, Xiaozhu accepted her responsibility to safeguard the household with utmost diligence. Shun Jingyi surveyed the group. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Upon receiving only head shakes in response, she turned to Qiu Kuei. "Qiu Kuei, please step outside and ascertain if there are any significant matters at court today. The rest of you, assist me in organizing the luggage for our journey." "Understood, esteemed concubine." While selecting garments at her feet, Shun Jingyi glanced up just in time to see Dongmei presenting a scarlet embroidered silk dress with wide sleeves. She quickly interjected, "That dress shall not be taken. Simplicity and convenience are paramount for our travels. Hearing this, Qin Mama chuckled and advised, esteemed concubine, it would be prudent to bring along a few dresses. When you and the prince arrive, the local officials will undoubtedly host a welcoming banquet. You cannot appear too modest on such an occasion. Convinced by this rationale, Shen Jingyi conceded, very well, let us pack fewer items. 2 sets will suffice. And do bring along 2 sets of riding attire. Certainly, esteemed concubine. Accordingly, Dongmei added a rose-patterned dress, a white floral gauze gown, and an indigo embroidered skirt to the luggage, along with 2 sets of riding attire, several simpler dresses, and a stack of silk handkerchiefs. Xiaozhu, noticing this, retrieved complementary accessories. Qin Mama then instructed the servants to bring in additional trunks, filling them with sheets, blankets, and pillows. Qiuju contributed 2 sets of tea utensils along with the usual tea leaves, while Chuntao fetched several unread books from the study. After meticulous simplification, a total of 7 chests were filled to the brim, all belonging to Shen Jingyi alone. Is it truly necessary to bring so much? Is this journey such a hassle? Qin Momo replied gently, these items are all essential. In my opinion, we have packed too little. Chuntao chuckled and said, Momo, fret not. If we find ourselves lacking, we can always procure more later. Qin Momo playfully chided, oh, how naive you are. You seem eager for a leisurely outing. Let us first ascertain if there is anything we have overlooked. Have I packed my riding attire? Shen Jingyi inquired, as she was keen on horseback riding. Yes, it is stored in the chests, Dongmei responded. What about my shoes? Oh dear, I forgot the shoes. I shall fetch them at once. Qin Momo urged. Be more meticulous, quickly check for any omissions. At that moment, Qiu Kuei returned, drenched in sweat from her errands. Upon entering, Qin Momo scolded, why are you running? Where's your decorum? Qiu Kuei, disregarding the reprimand, gasped, Your Highness, there is trouble. The others immediately set aside their tasks, awaiting further details. What has happened to Shen Jingyi? Please catch your breath before explaining, they urged. After taking a sip of water and regaining her composure, Qiu Kuei divulged. The Wei Wang has been deposed and placed under house arrest. Elaborate, came the prompt. Outside, it is being circulated that during today's morning court, the Cheng Wang accused the Wei Wang of plotting against the Cheng Wang's offspring and concubines. Subsequently, the Qi Wang also stepped forward to accuse the Wei Wang of inciting discord within the Qi Wang's household and endangering his heirs. Following this, the loyal and valiant Marquis accused the Wei Wang of usurping his illegitimate sons and coveting his estate, leading to the death of his legitimate mother. Furthermore, the Ling Wugong has accused the Wei Wang of murdering his youngest son. All these accusations are substantiated, and the Wei Wang's advisors have acknowledged them. The emperor, enraged, ordered 50 strikes upon the Wei Wang, demoting him to commoner status, exiling him to guard the royal tombs, and confiscating his assets. After hearing this, the group fell into a profound silence, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Dongmei remarked, no wonder the royal households are bereft of heirs. It appears the Wei Wang has been orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. The youngest son of the Ling Wugong has been dead for many years. Or so it was claimed to be an accident, another added. Indeed, who would have thought it was a murder? The Wei Wang is indeed wicked. His current fate is well-deserved. Noticing the lively exchange among them, Qin Momo quickly interjected, silence. Do not forget the decorum of this place. Focus on your tasks and tidy up this chaotic mess. Following Qin Momo's admonition, the group ceased their chatter, hunched their necks, and hastened their work. Wary of speaking out again, Shen Jingyi chose not to contribute further, merely smiling, as she agreed that it was prudent to refrain from idle speculation. After all, he was the emperor's son, and one must tread carefully to avoid inviting calamity. Chapter 28. The deep affection between master and servant in Xinya courtyard. The duke sat expressionless in his seat, his gaze frigid. Beside him lay the box of birds' nest intended for Shen Jingyi. Su Wan and her entourage of maids and matrons knelt in the center of the hall, their eyes frantic and their faces pale. My lord, you cannot lay blame unjustly. I am being wronged. That bird's nest was purchased for my own consumption. Someone seeks to harm me. Su Wan wept bitterly, her voice imbued with an endless sense of grievance. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the cold floor and splashing into small droplets. The king of Xian gazed at her coldly, a flicker of disappointment and anger crossing his eyes. His voice was low and stern. Are you certain? Think carefully. I shall grant you but one chance. Su Wan lifted her head, her gaze pitiable as she looked at the king, softly replying, Your Highness, I truly do not understand what you wish for me to say. The bird's nest was indeed purchased for my own consumption, but when Concubine Shun saved Tingting, I was immensely grateful and had Zimo send it as a token of appreciation. If you do not believe me, you may send someone to investigate at Shifang's High. I did indeed send someone to procure it from there. Oh, is that so? The king raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. In that case, bring him forth. Upon his command, the sound of footsteps echoed, and soon after, Chu entered, escorting Zhao Deshang, the son of Granny Xia. Upon seeing her son brought in, Granny Xia's heart sank, realizing that the king must already know everything. Her complexion turned ashen, panic swelling within her, yet she gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure, hoping for a turn of fate. However, Lan Yi and Zi Wan lacked such fortitude. Upon witnessing Zhao Deshang's entrance, their bodies trembled involuntarily. The king, seated in his authoritative position, observed their every reaction with keen eyes. As Zhao Deshang entered, he glanced up at the king and immediately fell to his knees, his legs trembling with fear. He crawled forward a few paces, crying out, Your Highness, please spare me. I truly did not know that person was from the Wei royal residence. He deliberately approached me to ensnare me. I beg for your mercy. I shall never dare again. He began to kowtow fervently, his forehead swelling rapidly, hoping for the king's clemency. Having concluded court, the king arrived at Xinya courtyard, meaning the news had yet to reach Su Wan. Hearing Zhao Deshang's words, Su Wan and the others wore bewildered expressions. Granny Xia cautiously inquired, Deshang, what on earth transpired? Why is it related to the Wei royal residence? The king scrutinized their expressions, gently setting down his teacup, and spoke in a calm tone. Zhao Deshang, I believe they are quite curious. Do enlighten them. Upon hearing the king's directive, Zhao Deshang gritted his teeth, remorse evident in his eyes. After bowing his head to Su Wan, he began, My lord, I have wronged you. I was schemed against by those from the Wei royal residence. The person who sold me the medicine was an advisor from there. His role was to engage with various noble families, providing them with medicines and assistance, with the intent to incite chaos within their households, thereby enabling them to place their own people and gain control. I only learned of this recently. Granny Xia, upon hearing this, slapped him across the face, exclaiming, What medicine? My lord has never purchased any medicine. Zhao Deshang bowed his head, too afraid to speak further. As King Xian observed their futile attempts to maintain composure, he let out a light chuckle and remarked, The advisors of the Wei royal household have already confessed everything. You are merely their patrons. Furthermore, he has meticulously documented all details, including the timings and substances involved. He is fully aware of what you did with those drugs. And all have confessed without reservation. Who would have anticipated that the young lady nurtured by the Su household could possess such malevolence? Upon hearing this, Su Wan's complexion turned as pale as parchment, her body trembling involuntarily. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, It is not as it seems. This has nothing to do with the Su household. I acted in a moment of confusion, led astray by my own folly. However, before she could finish her statement, Mama Xia interrupted loudly, My lady, you need not bear the blame for this old servant. All of it was my doing, and I accept my guilt. After uttering this, Mama Xia bowed deeply before King Xian and earnestly stated, Your Highness, the concubine knows nothing of this. It was I who secretly arranged for my son to procure the substances, and I who orchestrated the poisoning, believing they obstructed the concubine's path, thus taking matters into my own hands. She then turned to the astonished Su Wan, offering a heartfelt apology. My lady, I am truly sorry for implicating you. Zhao Deshang, witnessing his mother bearing the entire burden alone, could only quiver his lips and softly call out, Mother, you have nothing more to say. After a long pause, he bitterly added, Mother, were you hoping for our family to depart in perfect harmony? Your grandson, is merely 5 years old. Son has wronged you, and I owe you. Mother, in the next life, I shall repay you." Before he could finish, tears cascaded down his face. The sound of applause erupted, highlighting the depth of the master-servant bond. Yet one must recognize that conspiring against the royal lineage is a capital offense, punishable by the destruction of the entire family. King Xian regarded Mama Xia with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deshang's eyes widened in terror as he knelt on the ground, tremblingly pleading, "Your Highness, my mother acted out of momentary confusion. I beseech you to show mercy." Mama Xia too began to regret her actions, yet it was too late for redemption. Through her tears, she gritted her teeth and said, "I understand, but I could not bear to see the concubine remain oblivious, only to be ensnared by my actions." The look in Mama Xia's eyes towards Su Wan was filled with affection and reluctance. King Xian coldly observed the scene, his heart unmoved. He turned to Su Wan, his gaze revealing a flicker of complex emotion. At that moment, Su Wan had regained her composure from the shock. She understood that with Mama Xia taking the blame, there was no way to save her now, and her only hope was to seek leniency. Taking a deep breath, she addressed King Xian, "Your Highness, this matter is not solely Mama Xia's fault. I bear responsibility as well." King Xian furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity, "Oh, what responsibility do you hold?" Su Wan lowered her head and whispered, "Your Highness, while Mama Xia's actions were indeed misguided, they stem from her loyalty to me. Had I not been so indulgent toward her in the past, perhaps she would not have acted in this manner. Therefore, I implore you, for my sake, to show leniency." The corners of King Xian's mouth curled into a mocking smile, his gaze icy as he regarded Granny Xia and Su Wan, as if deriding their foolishness and naivety. "I commend your loyalty, yet it is of no avail. The evidence is irrefutable, and you cannot deny it." He then turned to Zhao Deshang, his voice cold and merciless. "Seize Zhao Deshang and beat him to death." Upon hearing this, Zhao Deshang's face turned pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knelt on the ground, desperately bowing his head in supplication. "Your Highness, spare my life. I recognize my mistakes and vow never to repeat them. I beseech you, show me mercy and forgive me this once." His forehead bled profusely from his incessant banging, yet he refused to cease. Seeing this, Granny Xia hastily interceded, pleading, "Your Highness, I implore you to show mercy and spare Deshang's life." As she spoke, she rose and cried out, attempting to restrain Zhao Deshang, striving to prevent the guards from taking him away. However, the guards callously shoved her aside, continuing to drag Zhao Deshang away. "Deshang, Deshang," she cried in terror, her voice laden with despair and fear, evoking a sense of pity in those who heard her. Yet, King Xian remained resolute, unyielding to her pleas. Seated quietly in his chair, King Xian observed the unfolding scene with indifference. His gaze fell upon Su Wan, a flicker of disappointment and anger crossing his features. Su Wan knelt on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, her lips quivering slightly, desperate to plead for mercy, yet too fearful to voice her thoughts. Her eyes brimmed with terror and hopelessness, as if she had already glimpsed her grim future. Taking a deep breath, King Xian spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. "Take the remaining personnel away for rigorous interrogation. We shall see how much more I am unaware of." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight of command. The surrounding guards immediately sprang into action, escorting everyone except Su Wan out of the hall. In an instant, the hall was filled with cries, shouts, and pleas for mercy, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. King Xian furrowed his brow, gesturing for the guards to remove the noisy individuals. He then turned his attention back to Su Wan, his disappointment now more pronounced. Gradually, he rose from his seat and approached her, looking down at her from his elevated position. Su Wan lifted her head, tears blurring her vision as she gazed pitifully at King Xian, yearning for a glimmer of compassion. However, with no trace of mercy, King Xian declared, "Su Wan, your malevolent thoughts are unrepentant. I have reported to His Majesty that you are to be stripped of your title as side consort and relegated to the status of a concubine." This pronouncement struck like a thunderclap, shattering Su Wan completely. Her body collapsed, as if all strength had abandoned her, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of panic and fear. Unable to accept this harsh reality, her heart brimming with regret and resentment. She had once believed that her status and beauty would secure her a place in King Xian's heart. Yet now she found herself reduced to this pitiful state. She wept incessantly, her tears soaking her cheeks. "Your Highness, could you not spare me this once for the sake of the child? I promise to mend my ways and never act recklessly again." Su Wan cried, desperately clutching at the last thread of hope. She was no longer a favored concubine. What would become of her children? The very people she had once bullied would not let her off the hook. Yet, the Prince of Xian remained unmoved. He halted, casting a cold gaze upon Su Wan, a flicker of resolution flashing in his eyes. "You should count yourself fortunate to have borne 2 children. Otherwise, you would have been sent back to the Su residence by now." His words cut like a sharp blade, piercing Su Wan's heart. Upon hearing this, Su Wan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes were vacant, devoid of spirit, as if her soul had departed her body. She could hardly believe she had fallen to such depths. Demoted from a favored concubine to a mere concubine. After a while, she regained her senses, collapsing helplessly to the ground, her hands pressed tightly against her face. Tears streaming down uncontrollably. Her world had crumbled in an instant. All her pride and dignity had vanished into thin air. A bitter, helpless laugh escaped her lips. A legitimate daughter of a marquis, had become a mere servant. Not even a concubine any longer, she murmured to herself, her voice laced with profound sorrow. She understood that from this moment forth, she would no longer be the celebrated favored concubine, but a humble concubine, merely surviving in the royal residence. Chapter 29. Regret. Su Wan walked with unsteady steps, her entire being engulfed in a daze, resembling a living corpse, devoid of vitality. She slowly entered her inner chamber. Seated before the vanity mirror, her gaze hollow and unfocused. Staring at her reflection, she noticed her once exquisite and beautiful face now pale as parchment. Her eyes swollen and red, as if she had lost her very soul. In that moment, she felt as though she had aged a decade. The radiance of her past was but a memory, leaving behind a visage reminiscent of desolation. Suddenly, the figure in the mirror began to shift, the features contorting into a grotesque mask, accompanied by piercing, derisive voices. "What face do you have to live in this world? Why do you still exist? You should die now. Only then will no one mock you, and you can find release. Yes, you are right. I should die to spare my family from disgrace." Su Wan murmured, then slowly rose, heading towards the wardrobe. She opened the cabinet, retrieved a dress, and tore it into strips, suspending them from the beam above. Just then, the door was flung open, and Xiao Zimo burst in, his eyes widening at the scene before him, causing him to cry out in terror. He quickly rushed to Su Wan's side, tightly embracing her legs, tears streaming down his cheeks, soaking his clothes. "Mother, what are you doing? Don't you want me and my sister anymore? Please, don't leave us. I don't want to be a child without a mother. If you go, we will have no one." Su Wan was roused by Xiao Zimo's cries. Indeed, what would become of her children if she were gone? Who would protect them? And how would they survive in this royal residence? The thought of them possibly enduring hunger, cold, or bullying sent sharp pangs of pain through her heart, nearly rendering her breathless. Su Wan crouched down, embracing Xiao Zimo tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, my dear. It is Mother S.'s fault for scaring you. I promise it won't happen again, never again," she choked out. Hearing his Mother S. words, Xiao Zimo lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears, yet he bravely inquired, "Is that true?" "Indeed, I wish to see you marry," Su Wan reassured him. "All right, it's a promise then. You must take care of yourself. Even if Father revokes your concubine's title, you still have me, your son. I will be your support and your sister's as well." Xiao Zimo declared resolutely. "Very well, I shall rely on you from now on," Su Wan replied earnestly, her words devoid of any deception or pretense. She gently wiped the tears from her son's face and took his hand as they walked together towards Xiao Tingting's room. The little girl was also crying for her mother, her heart seemingly intertwined with Su Wan's. This normally composed child was now inconsolable, her voice hoarse from sobbing. The newly arrived nanny and young maid dared not take her outside, instead trying to soothe her incessantly. Su Wan and Xiao Zimo could hear Xiao Tingting's cries from a distance, prompting them to quicken their pace. "What's the matter, Tingting? Don't cry. Mother is here," Su Wan tenderly reassured as she took her daughter from the nanny's arms. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over her. She had come perilously close to disaster. Thankfully, she had not crossed the final threshold. Gazing at her obedient children, regret gnawed at her. She lamented not having stopped sooner. If only she had not foolishly sent that poisoned bird's nest a few days prior. If only she had not been so overconfident. Perhaps everything would still be as it once was. Mama Xia and Ziju would not have been taken away, and the future would remain uncertain. Today, Xiao Tingting clung to Su Wan more than usual, while Xiao Zimo, still shaken, refused to leave the courtyard, allowing the three of them a rare moment together. During dinner, the steward entered with two young maids, announcing, "These two are assigned to you by the prince." With that, he gestured for the maids to step forward. The two maids hurriedly approached, kneeling and greeting. "We pay our respects to the young mistress." Su Wan gently nodded, responding with warmth, "You may arise." Clearly newcomers to the household, they were unlikely to possess any useful information, so they hesitated, glancing at Steward Shui. Unable to contain themselves, they finally asked, "Steward Shui, how are they faring now?" "The prince ordered them to be silenced and sent to the estate," he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Wan's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xiao Zimo quietly moved beside her, gently grasping her hand in comfort. "Mother, please don't cry." Meanwhile, Xiao Tingting, witnessing her mother's tears, began to wail loudly as well. Startled by her daughter's cries, Su Wan quickly wiped her own tears and swiftly embraced Xiao Tingting, whispering soothing words. She tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, offering comfort. The steward observed this scene with a resigned sigh, advising, "Madam, although they have faced punishment, at least their lives are intact." "Thank you, housekeeper. You are correct. As long as life endures, it is sufficient to know where one stands. The old servant shall take his leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Steward Shui spoke with utmost respect before turning to depart. Despite the misfortune befalling Su Wan, Steward Shui did not dare to be negligent, for she still had the third young master and the little princess to consider. Although the title of side consort had been revoked, she was not required to relocate her residence, and the small kitchen remained intact, along with the retention of her cook. Thus, the presence of children brings a significant distinction. In Yulan Courtyard, Shen Jingyi had just completed organizing her trunk and was preparing to take a moment's respite when a cacophony of noises erupted outside. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is transpiring outside? Why such a commotion?" "I shall go and take a look," said Chuntao, stepping toward the door. However, before she could exit, a young maid rushed in, breathless and flustered, exclaiming, "Side consort, all of Su's side consort's people have been apprehended." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi was taken aback, her expression turning grave as she pressed for clarity. "What exactly has occurred? Speak plainly. What do you mean by all have been apprehended?" "I do not know the specifics. I only saw the guards escorting Mama Xia, Ziju, and others out of the gate," the maid replied. "Go and ascertain the details, find out what is happening." "Yes, I shall do so immediately," Chuntao said, bowing hurriedly before departing. Shen Jingyi surmised that this incident might be related to the Wei Wangfu. Without definitive answers, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely picking up a book to read quietly while she waited. Granny Qin and Xiuju exchanged glances, their suspicions growing. And just as Xiaozhu and Dongmei were about to speak, they were silenced by a glare from Granny Qin, compelling them to focus on their needlework to pass the time. A quarter of an hour later, Chuntao returned. As soon as she entered, she spoke hastily, "Side consort, I have uncovered the truth." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi set down her book, and the other servants paused their tasks, their ears perked in anticipation. Chuntao took a breath and continued, "The prince has discovered that the toxic bird's nest was intentionally sent by Su's side consort. The prince stated that Su's side consort harbors malevolent intentions and has proven incorrigible, thus stripping her of her title and demoting her to a concubine. Additionally, Mama Xia's son, Zhao Deshang, colluded with the Wei Wangfu's advisors to harm the prince's offspring and has been beaten to death. The other maids and servants have been administered mute medicine and dispatched to the countryside to work. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi fell into a contemplative silence. This matter had finally reached its conclusion. She had not anticipated the extensive ramifications it would entail, involving so many individuals and affairs. It was likely that many households would experience unrest in the coming days. Yet perhaps this was for the best. It was far superior to allowing a festering malignancy to proliferate unchecked. Let her do harm. Now, we shall see how she continues her mischief. Over the years, who knows how many lives she has ruined. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. She will not fare well henceforth. It is only lamentable for the third young master and the little princess. Such delightful children. How could they be hers? It can only be said that everyone remains troubled by the presence of such a morally corrupt individual with a pair of charming children. Do not concern yourselves with her affairs. Su Wan has 2 children. As long as she remains reclusive and refrains from unnecessary outings, nurturing her children in peace, her life still holds promise. Shen Jingyi calmly deliberated on how to best navigate her current circumstances. Of course, Su Wan was of the same mind. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, she would seldom step outside. It was not until Xiao Zimo established his own residence and invited her to live there in comfort that she gradually became willing to venture out for spring outings and incense offerings. Nevertheless, she still possessed a marked aversion to crowded places. One could only say that time truly has the power to alter a person's preferences. Chapter 30. A good father during dinner. The Prince of Xian entered with a beaming smile. For some reason, whenever I dine here, I always seem to have an extra bowl, he remarked playfully. Ah, that is because my cooking is quite appetizing. She jested in return. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. Is it that all your affairs have been settled? Hence your elevated spirits? Shen Jingyi replied with a smile. Perhaps. Have you heard the news? The prince regarded her, his tone laced with a hint of ease. Yes, I have learned that the Prince of Wei has fallen, and Su Wan has now been relegated to a mere concubine. She approached and affectionately grasped one of the prince's arms. Are you satisfied with the explanation I provided you? He inquired earnestly. I am quite content, thank you. Your Highness, Shen Jingyi expressed with gratitude. There's one more thing I wish to discuss, the prince said, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. What is it? She gazed at him, tension evident in her eyes. I have not moved Su Wan to another courtyard, and I have also allowed her to keep her small kitchen. This decision was primarily made with the children in mind. If I were to sever ties completely, I fear some may take advantage of the situation and bully Zimo and Tingting, the prince elucidated. I understand, and I believe the current arrangement is quite favorable. You truly are a good father, she replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips in acknowledgement. The prince nodded slightly, affirming her words. Compared to those around him, he felt he had done well. Thank you for your praise. Rest assured, should she persist in her wicked ways, I will not hesitate to take action. As for the children, I will make the necessary arrangements. His tone was resolute and decisive, instilling a sense of reassurance. Shen Jingyi lightly patted the prince's hand, smiling as she said, Do not worry, Your Highness. I will keep a watchful eye on the 2 children. They are well, and I hold great affection for them. The prince gazed at Shen Jingyi, a hint of indulgence reflected in his smile. You are quite wonderful as well. Upon uttering this compliment, he observed her shy smile, which prompted him to chuckle in return, and he then shared delightful news with her. The assignment in Hexian has been finalized. We depart in 3 days. Shen Jingyi's eyes widened in surprise, her hands gripping the prince's arm tightly. Really? That is splendid. I shall bring people tomorrow to prepare your garments. The prince nodded in agreement. Very well. I will have Chu Jiao come by tomorrow. You may reach out to him for anything you need. Understood, Shen Jingyi replied joyfully. With dinner laid out, the 2 took their seats and began to enjoy their meal. After dinner, Chu Jiao brought over some urgent documents for processing. The 2 of them retreated to the study, where Prince Xian sat at the desk attending to state affairs. Shen Jingyi quietly sat beside him, engrossed in a book, keeping him company. As time passed, Prince Xian finally completed his tasks. He stretched lazily and turned to her. Why do you sit here with me? Aren't you tired? he inquired with concern. Not at all. I enjoy accompanying your highness, Shun Jingyi replied softly. Haha. In that case, let's take a stroll together, Prince Xian suggested. Of course. She agreed cheerfully, rising to walk out with him. They meandered through the garden, reveling in the tranquility of the night. The moonlight bathed them, casting shadows of their companionship. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Shun Jingyi gradually awakened from her slumber. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she stretched and slowly rose. At that moment, Chu Jiao was already waiting outside, prepared to heed her commands. After completing her morning rituals and enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, she led Granny Qin and her four maids, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, to the front courtyard, the residence of Prince Xian. Upon entering the courtyard, a sense of simplicity and solemnity enveloped her. The space lacked ostentatious decorations, but exuded a calm and dignified aura. The greenery in the courtyard was meticulously trimmed, vibrant and refreshing, while the stone pathway was clean and tidy, evoking a sense of peace. In one corner, a small table and chairs were arranged for rest and conversation. To the left was the study for official duties, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing them approach, the guards bowed their heads in respect without lifting their gaze or moving away, demonstrating their unwavering dedication. As Shun Jingyi walked, she took in her surroundings, reflecting, though this place does not possess the luxury I had imagined, it holds a unique serenity and dignity. Chu Jiao guided them through an archway into the inner courtyard. This area was markedly more exquisite than the outer one, with meticulously arranged trees, flowers, rockeries, and flowing water, indicative of thoughtful design. Upon entering the house, a row of Wangwali furniture greeted the eye, exuding an antique charm and considerable value. On the treasure cabinet, an array of porcelain and ornaments dazzled the senses. A grand circular glass window allowed sunlight to flood the room, making it exceptionally bright. The most striking feature was a dagger encrusted with jewels hanging on the wall. It sparkled with a brilliant light, unmistakably a remarkable piece. However, the dagger's lavish embellishments seemed at odds with Prince Xian's demeanor, hinting rather at a taste reminiscent of nouveau riche. Curiously, Shun Jingyi asked, "Where did your highness acquire this?" Chu Jiao, hearing her question, smiled and responded, "This was not purchased by his highness. It was a birthday gift he requested from Concubine Shu during his childhood. In truth, the prince merely desired an ordinary yet sharp dagger, but the virtuous consort was concerned that the young prince might inadvertently harm himself while wielding a blade. Thus, she commissioned the creation of this exquisitely crafted dagger, devoid of a sharpened edge. Regrettably, the prince found such an overly ornate dagger unsatisfactory and subsequently stored it away. Later, when the prince established his residence, the virtuous consort instructed her servants to display this dagger as a decorative piece upon the wall. No wonder, Shun Jingyi realized, her understanding dawning upon her. I rather think it suits the decor splendidly. But enough of that. Let me ask you, what does the prince typically take with him when he departs to attend to his duties? Shun Jingyi turned her gaze toward Chu Jiao. With utmost respect, Chu Jiao replied, "The prince travels quite simply, bringing only a few garments, intending to procure anything else he may require while away. In essence, he merely packs a few outfits bundled together." Shun Jingyi pressed further, "Is that so?" Chu Jiao nodded affirmatively. "Then who used to arrange his clothing?" Shun Jingyi continued her inquiry. "I did," Chu Jiao replied. "Do the consorts not assist in this task?" Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow in confusion. Chu Jiao explained, initially they intended to help, but the prince remarked that it would be a nuisance to bring too much for just a few days. As time passed, and more ladies entered the inner court, the prince found their presence burdensome. Thus he seldom returned to the inner quarters. Even when he did go out, he would merely inform the consort and leave in haste. Over time, this matter was neglected. Shun Jingyi mused inwardly that it served him right, though she dared not voice her thoughts aloud, only allowing them to linger in her mind. Chapter 31. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine. The prince's garments were numerous, both new and old, haphazardly mixed together, creating a sense of disarray. While leading others in organizing the prince's clothing for his departure, Shun Jingyi resolved to thoroughly inspect and reorganize everything. She meticulously examined each piece, discarding those that bore flaws, had faded colors, or were stained with ink. After completing her review, she regarded the pile of discarded garments and lightly furrowed her brow, asking, Chujiao, what is the situation with these problematic clothes? Why have they not been dealt with and remain in the cabinet? Chujiao, somewhat apprehensive, replied cautiously, Esteemed lady, this is the intention of Miss Tang Yu. She mentioned she would handle it later and instructed us to set them aside for now. Who is Miss Tang Yu? The others expressed confusion, as they seemed unfamiliar with her and had heard no mention of any maidservant in the prince's retinue. Miss Tang Yu is the daughter of the prince's wet nurse, Granny Wu. Earlier this year, Granny Wu suffered a leg fracture and returned home to recuperate, leaving Linger to oversee the prince in her stead. Upon hearing this, Dongmei whispered to Xia Zhu in a volume audible to all, I sense that this is a case of the drunken man's intent not being in the wine. Xia Zhu clicked her tongue in agreement. Indeed, the schemes of these two women are laid bare for all to see. Upon hearing the concerns regarding the misunderstanding about the prince, Chu Jiao hastily clarified, she is merely responsible for attending to the prince's dietary and daily needs. Generally, the prince does not permit her to approach him without cause, having previously stated that her presence is unnecessary and advised her to return home. However, she remains steadfast, asserting that she is there to care for the prince in place of her mother until her mother recovers. The soups and broths she has prepared have gone untouched by the prince, as they have all been distributed as rewards to the servants. After listening to Chu Jiao, everyone relaxed. It appeared that she was not a significant figure, merely someone yearning to ascend the social ladder. Shun Jingyi, however, was intrigued by this girl who could endure such disdain and still remain, reflecting a formidable inner strength. Thus she inquired, Oh, is that so? Then where is Miss Tang Yu today? We have been here for quite some time without seeing her. Chu Jiao responded, Miss Tang Yu has returned to visit her wet nurse and will not be back until the afternoon. Shun Jingyi remarked, That is indeed unfortunate. Let's not dwell on her. Please take these garments away for proper handling. It is unbecoming for the prince's wardrobe to be cluttered with such items. She continued, As for the secondary clothing, ensure they are dealt with promptly to avoid any future complications. Chu Jiao hurriedly took the problematic garments and exited. Xia Zhu, observing Chu Jiao's retreating figure, gently nudged Chun Tao beside her and asked, What do you think Miss Tang Yu intends to do with the prince's old clothes? Chun Tao shook her head, unsure. Perhaps she intends to wear them herself or give them away. No need to speculate. The clothes have been dealt with, so let her be. The group engaged in light conversation, yet their hands remained busy. Shun Jingyi and her companions toiled in the courtyard of the Xianwang, managing to fill 2 entire boxes with clothing, shoes, and various items. She even selected 2 hairpins and a jade pendant to place within the boxes. Chu Jiao observed the neatly organized garments, categorized and packed into boxes for departure, and suddenly felt that having a mistress to oversee such matters was indeed beneficial. She had previously underestimated the prince's situation. Just as she was lost in thought, Shun Jingyi's voice called out, Chu Jiao, please fetch another box and bring these items to my courtyard. Chu Jiao replied, Yes, my lady. Shortly thereafter, she returned with several servants, carrying an empty box. Once all the items were packed, Shun Jingyi instructed her and the others to transport the 3 boxes back to her courtyard while she leisurely strolled back with Qin Mama and the seasons, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, taking in the picturesque scenery. The royal estate was a veritable feast for the eyes at every turn, with small bridges, flowing waters, pavilions, and vibrant flowers, all of which were a rarity in modern times. Even if such sights existed, they were often marred by crowds, rendering them lackluster. In the afternoon, upon returning to the estate, the prince made his way directly to the main hall without notifying anyone. Upon entering, he spotted Chu Mingyao seated at the table, engrossed in her needlework, while her maids and caretakers organized the tangled embroidery threads around her. Judging by the colors of the fabric in Chu Mingyao's hands, it was evident that she was crafting something for Xiao Zihong. At that very moment, Hong Yue, who happened to be facing the doorway, lifted her gaze and caught sight of Prince Xian standing at the entrance. Startled, she immediately rose to her feet and stammered nervously, Your humble servant greets your highness. The others, hearing the commotion, turned their attention toward the door, followed by a chorus of respectful salutations. Chu Mingyao's eyes welled up with tears as she gazed upon the prince, her voice trembling softly. "Your Highness, you've come." This concubine realizes her mistakes now. Prince Xian's brow furrowed slightly, his tone stern as he replied, "I hope this time you truly understand your errors. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Lady Shun to the palace to pay respects to my mother. In 2 days' time, I depart on official business and will be taking Lady Shun with me. The duration of our absence remains uncertain." Without awaiting Chu Mengyao's hesitant response, he turned his gaze toward the steward who had hurried over. Understanding the unspoken command, the steward gently placed the household tokens and keys upon the table. "I expect you to set aside your petty schemes and manage the household affairs properly. Do not disappoint me again." With those final words, Prince Xian turned and strode away, leaving behind the murmurs of excitement in his wake. That evening, the prince arrived at Yulan Courtyard, where he conveyed the news that Consort Shu wished to meet Shen Mingyi. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi grew uneasy and inquired softly, "Shall this concubine go alone?" Noticing her apprehension, Prince Xian offered a reassuring smile. "The princess consort will accompany you. Moreover, her confinement has been lifted. This, too, is my mother's wish." Sensing her lingering unease, he gently pinched her cheek and comforted her in a tender voice. "Do not fret. My mother is exceedingly gracious. She merely wishes to meet you before our journey and offer a few words of guidance." Relieved that the summons was not related to the poisoning incident, Shen Jingyi exhaled softly and replied, "Understood, Your Highness." As for the princess consort, she had long anticipated her release. After all, the estate could not function without its mistress overseeing affairs and social engagements. The brief confinement had merely served as a lesson. Once matters were settled, Shen Jingyi affectionately looped her arm through the prince's and guided him toward the wardrobe. Sliding the doors open, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, today I arranged some of your garments and brought them here for your convenience." Prince Xian's gaze lingered on their neatly hung robes, side by side, stirring an indescribable warmth in his chest. A faint, tender smile touched his lips as he remarked, "This wardrobe is too small. I shall have a larger one commissioned." Shen Jingyi glanced up at him, puzzled. "But Your Highness, it seems perfectly adequate." With an amused chuckle, the prince insisted, "It will not suffice in time. My garments are numerous, and soon there will be no room." Gently, he added, "Be good. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to take measurements. By our return, a new wardrobe shall await us." As Shen Jingyi observed the unwavering resolve of Prince Xian, she could only nod in acquiescence. "Since you insist, a larger one would indeed be preferable. When winter arrives and the clothing becomes thicker, it may prove insufficient for storage." The two continued their idle chatter for a while longer, before they both proceeded to freshen up and rest, as they were to enter the palace early the next day. Thus, Prince Xian refrained from troubling her, and that night she enjoyed an exceptionally peaceful slumber, devoid of even a single dream. Chapter 32. Entering the palace in the early morning, Shen Jingyi awoke to find that Prince Xian was already up, and they rose together. After attending to their morning rituals, Shen Jingyi donned a pale pink palace gown, its hem adorned with delicate blue butterflies poised for flight, and she draped a sheer white veil over her shoulders, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Upon seeing her in palace attire for the first time, Prince Xian was momentarily captivated. "How do I look? Is it beautiful? I designed it myself." Shen Jingyi twirled lightly, the skirt fluttering around her like a dancing butterfly. Prince Xian regained his composure, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. He stepped behind Shen Jingyi, lightly encircling her slender waist, resting his chin upon her shoulder as he softly remarked, "It's exquisite, perfectly suited for you." Observing this intimate exchange, Chun Tao and the others promptly withdrew. Shen Jingyi felt a surge of joy at Prince Xian's praise, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. She turned to him playfully, winked, then rose on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips before swiftly retreating. Prince Xian burst into laughter, amused by her antics, his spirits lifted. He seized her wrist, drawing her back into his embrace, teasingly threatening, "Little one, I shall deal with you tonight." With a giggle, Shen Jingyi wriggled free from his hold and took his hand, leading him towards the dining hall. After they enjoyed breakfast, they proceeded to the main gate of the royal residence. Upon arrival, they found the princess consort had been waiting for some time. Clad in a resplendent red brocade palace gown, she exuded an air of noble elegance. Her gaze fell upon the hands intertwined between Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi, a flicker of pain and displeasure crossing her eyes. Quickly, she lowered her head to mask her emotions, bestowing a slight smile as she stepped forward to greet Prince Xian. "I have seen the prince and the princess consort." Upon noticing Chu Mingyao, Shun Jingyi hastily released Prince Xian's hand and performed her curtsy. "Please rise. The time is drawing near," Prince Xian declared, casting a glance at Shun Jingyi. Yes. Following this, the princess consort, with the assistance of Hong Yin, was the first to board the front carriage. Shun Jingyi, accompanied by Chun Tao, entered the rear carriage. After a moment's contemplation, Prince Xian decided it was prudent to maintain the princess consort's dignity and ascended the front carriage as well. The carriage clattered along the path towards the palace, and silence enveloped them. Shun Jingyi sat upright, anxious not to wrinkle her gown, while Chun Tao mirrored her tension. Upon reaching the palace gates, Chun Tao and Hong Yin remained in the carriage, as they were not permitted to enter. Therefore, only the three of them and a waiting palace maid proceeded on foot. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Prince Xian halted and addressed the two, saying, "You may go. I shall send for you shortly." Chu Mingyao walked gracefully ahead, with Shun Jingyi following closely behind, her gaze unwavering. They followed a young palace, made into a magnificent palace. Upon entering the grand hall, and after a formal announcement, they finally stepped inside to meet the noble consort seated at the main position. Though faint lines graced her eyes, her charm remained intact, a testament to the extraordinary beauty she once possessed in her youth. As the daughter-in-law, Chu Mingyao led Shun Jingyi in bowing respectfully before the consort. The consort greeted them with a warm smile, first appraising Shun Jingyi before saying, "Rise and come sit." The two settled on intricately carved chairs beside her. The consort then inquired with a smile, "Why have you come so early today? You must be tired." In response, Chu Mingyao smiled gently and replied with utmost respect, "Today, as a daughter-in-law, I have brought my sister to pay respects to the mother consort. Naturally, we could not arrive late." The consort regarded Shun Jingyi with keen clarity, her demeanor infused with grace, her complexion as smooth as fine jade, and her beauty rivaling the most exquisite blossoms. It was no wonder that Xiao Wu was smitten. Among those around him, many harbored ulterior motives, yet upon encountering someone with such pure intentions and noble bearing, it was only natural they would be captivated. Indeed, it is fortunate that Xiao Wu has consented to bring someone along to serve him. You must attend to him well, and rest assured, I shall not neglect your efforts." The consort remarked. Hearing this, Shun Jingyi promptly stood to express her gratitude, stating that it was her fortune to accompany the prince, and she would serve him diligently, assuring the consort of her commitment. The consort nodded. "You are quite commendable. There is no need to be so tense. Please sit." She then resumed her conversation with Chu Mingyao, inquiring about the children and the affairs of the Wang residence. The two women chatted amiably, seemingly forgetting Shun Jingyi's presence altogether. Unbothered, Shun Jingyi took on the role of an invisible observer, listening to their conversation while remaining still, though after some time, her back began to ache. It was only when an announcement was made that Prince Xian had arrived that Shun Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment to stretch as she rose to pay her respects, "I have come to see the mother consort," he stated, followed by a formal greeting to the prince. As the sounds of greetings echoed in succession, the consort chuckled. "You've come so swiftly. Are you afraid I might mistreat them?" "My dear mother, you have wronged me." Prince Xian replied playfully. "I have come to visit you, for I must leave on official duties tomorrow. Thus, I made a special trip to see you." While speaking, he discreetly cast a glance at Shun Jingyi. "Very well. I shall temporarily take your word for it. After all, you are my son, and I shall trust your words." The consort replied, "You shall all dine with me at noon. Let us bring some liveliness to this palace." "Had you not mentioned it, I would have shamelessly stayed for the meal," Prince Xian teased. However, Speaking of liveliness, I have heard that things have been quite bustling around here lately, with people coming to play cards every day, sometimes even 2 or 3 tables at a time. Prince Xian unceremoniously called out her ploy. That is merely because life in the palace can be dull, so everyone thought to gather and amuse themselves a bit, to create some merriment, the consort replied, unfazed by her son's teasing. Mother, if you find it tiresome, perhaps I should send Ting into the palace to keep you company. Indeed, I hold a certain fondness for that young girl. I merely fear that you may be reluctant to part with her. It is truly a blessing for her to be able to enter the palace and accompany you. The noble consort smiled and agreed, very well. Let her be brought in tomorrow. She was well aware of the circumstances at the prince's residence and harbored some reservations about a certain lady there. Having the young girl by her side would undoubtedly be beneficial for her future as well. The conversation continued for a while, now predominantly between the prince and the noble consort, with occasional interjections from Chu Mengyao, while Shun Jingyi listened quietly, her expression serene and smiling. During the midday meal, Shun Jingyi stood by, serving dishes as if she were a little maid. It was only after the prince cast several glances her way that the noble consort kindly suggested, "All right, come sit and eat with us. A mere token gesture is sufficient. We are all family here, and I would never be harsh toward my daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao felt a twinge of discomfort. As a concubine, she found it disconcerting that she was being addressed in a manner befitting a legitimate wife. Despite her inner displeasure, she dared not reveal it on her face, instead showering praise. "Indeed, you're the most enlightened mother-in-law. We are truly fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful matriarch." The noble consort relished this flattery, responding with a smile, "You certainly have a sweet tongue." Feeling hungry herself, Shun Jingyi was relieved to hear that she need not serve the dishes any longer. She quickly expressed her gratitude and took a seat to enjoy her meal. It must be said, the dishes prepared by the palace chefs were indeed delectable. In Chapter 33, Marrying a Wife and Forgetting One's Mother, Shun Jingyi sampled a rose shrimp dish and found it delightful, imbued with the fragrance of roses and the tender succulence of shrimp. Habitually, she served some to the prince. "Your Highness, do try this. It is quite exquisite." The prince, noticing the additional shrimp in his bowl, smiled faintly, recognizing that the young girl had not forgotten him. He savored the shrimp, chewing thoughtfully, "Indeed, it is quite good." He then picked up a piece of spicy chicken and placed it in Shun Jingyi's bowl. "You enjoy spicy food. This is also quite delightful." The two continued to serve each other, oblivious to the disapproving glances from Chu Mengyao and the noble consort. The latter cleared her throat softly, subtly indicating to the prince to be mindful of his actions, for Chu Mengyao was, after all, his formerly wedded wife. Upon hearing the noble consort's cough, the prince turned to her with concern. "Mother, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" As he spoke, he selected a piece of lily and placed it in the noble consort's bowl. "Mother, lilies are beneficial for the lungs and can alleviate coughing. Do give it a try." He then served Chu Mengyao a piece of the choicest fish. Observing the prince's gestures, the noble consort felt a hint of frustration. This impudent boy dared to jest with her. Thus, she lamented, as the saying goes, once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Is that not a reflection of your behavior? You serve your lady meat while I am given only vegetables. The prince immediately understood that his mother was deliberately seeking a quarrel. Nevertheless, he replied, "Mother, I am in the wrong. Allow me to serve you a more generous portion." He then placed a piece of tea-flavored ribs in her bowl. Chu Mengyao, seeing this, hurriedly offered a piece of steamed pork to the noble consort. "Mother, do try this. It is incredibly tender and flavorful." Shun Jingyi also served a rose shrimp dish to Xu Fei, saying, "Your Highness, you must try this. It is truly delectable. The culinary skills of your chef are remarkable." Noticing that Xu Fei remained silent, Xian Wang shifted the conversation, stating, "Mother, the chef of a Shun family is also adept at creating floral dishes. When we return, I shall bring him to the palace to prepare a meal for you." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Xu Fei's face as she replied, "That sounds wonderful. Let them compete and see whose skills are superior. How could a mere chef of the Wang family compare to yours, Your Highness? I still find your dishes more palatable." "Ah, perhaps you have grown weary of his flavors." Shun Jingyi interjected. Xu Fei waved her hand with authority, declaring, "No need for further discussion. The competition will reveal the truth. I shall invite a few to serve as judges." "Very well, we shall heed Mother-S wishes." Shen Jingyi felt a bit bewildered, sensing the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Upon their return, the anticipated competition indeed took place, drawing quite a crowd. Even the emperor attended. However, after the event, the chef was borrowed by her son. Following the meal, Xian Wang escorted the two ladies back. As before, Shen Jingyi sat in the carriage with Chun Tao at the back. Once they arrived home, the three parted ways. Xian Wang retreated to his study to attend to state affairs, while Chu Mingyao and Shen Jingyi returned to their respective courtyards. Once inside, Shen Jingyi summoned someone to help her remove her hairpins and change into more comfortable attire. "Xiuju, come quickly and massage my back. My waist aches, and I feel utterly drained after the palace visit," she lamented, collapsing onto a soft couch, unwilling to move. Xiuju hurried to comply, providing acupressure to alleviate Shen Jingyi's fatigue. After a while, she inquired, "Is the side consort feeling any better now?" "Much improved," Shen Jingyi replied. "You cannot imagine. I sat there listening to Xu Fei and the Wang Fei converse, too afraid to move." Xia Zhu, curious, asked, "Dear side consort, what kind of person is Xu Fei? Is she easy to get along with?" After a moment's reflection, Shen Jingyi responded, "She is exceedingly gentle and magnanimous, elegant and lovely, with a fondness for lively gatherings. To have such a mother-in-law is indeed a blessing." The others were taken aback by her high praise. They turned in unison to see Xian Wang leaning against the door, arms crossed, seemingly having overheard for some time. "Greetings, Your Highness," they all acknowledged. Shen Jingyi rose playfully, saying, "Your Highness, you have arrived without a word." "I did speak. It seems you were too engrossed in your merriment to notice," he replied. "The steward just informed me that the carriage box is ready. Let's go take a look." "What carriage box?" Shen Jingyi asked, her face a mask of confusion. "You will know once you see it," Xian Wang replied with a smile, tenderly ruffling her hair as he led her to the outer courtyard stable. Upon entering, they beheld numerous splendid horses, their coats shining and their forms majestic. Clearly not ordinary steeds. In the center of the courtyard stood a carriage box that appeared larger than usual, though it bore no particularly distinguishing features. "Is this it?" Shen Jingyi gazed at the seemingly unremarkable carriage before her, expressing her disappointment. "It appears rather mundane," she remarked. She circled the carriage, failing to identify anything extraordinary. With a sigh of resignation, Xian Wang encouraged her, "Step inside and take a look." Obediently, Shen Jingyi opened the door and entered, scrutinizing her surroundings. At last, she discerned a peculiar detail. The seats appeared distinct from ordinary ones. However, beyond that, she could not perceive anything noteworthy. After a considerable time, without any reaction from her, Xian Wang decided to reveal the secret himself. He tapped a certain spot, listening intently. Shen Jingyi's eyes brightened. It was hollow. Xian Wang glanced at her, nodding in satisfaction, then pulled aside a wooden panel, unveiling a modest compartment. Although small, it was sufficient to accommodate various items. He then pressed gently on another section at the back of the carriage, causing a wooden board to lift, revealing a table before them. Shen Jingyi marveled at the craftsmanship of this mechanism, exclaiming, "Such exquisite ingenuity! It's completely inconspicuous." A hint of pride flickered across Xian Wang's face. "There's another table. See if you can find it." Intrigued, Shen Jingyi eagerly began her search. She meticulously examined all likely spots, but found no clues. Just as confusion began to set in, her gaze fell upon a minuscule gap at the entrance. Approaching it, she delicately felt around and indeed sensed a slight protrusion. Elated, she mimicked Xian Wang's earlier action and pressed down. With a soft click, a handle sprang out. Gently pulling it, a slightly smaller table emerged, featuring a textured surface suitable for placing cups and bowls. Shen Jingyi marveled, "What a clever design." Xian Wang smiled subtly. "There's more." He then demonstrated how to recline the seats, revealing that they transformed into a bed, spacious enough for comfort. This meant that if they grew weary on their journey or found no lodging at night, they could easily lay down and rest. This is indeed a travel caravan. Shen Jingyi mused, though Xian Wang did not fully grasp the term, yet he understood its essence. Chapter 34. Departure. On the day of their departure, before dawn, Shun Jingyi was roused by a cacophony of sounds. Upon rising, she observed servants carrying the carriage out for loading. Once she had freshened up and arrived in the main hall, she was greeted by an array of food containers, both large and small, brimming with various delicacies and snacks. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she queried, "Did the kitchen work through the night to prepare all this?" Granny Qin replied with a smile, "Indeed. These are for our journey." Shun Jingyi's lips twitched slightly in exasperation as she remarked, "Granny, in this sweltering weather, we cannot possibly consume all of this. It will surely spoil if left for too long." Madame Qin promptly clarified, "Rest assured, most of these items are storable, and we have prepared ice to ensure the freshness of the food. A brief heating during our journey will render them ready for consumption." Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi ceased her inquiries and merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the convenience for their travels. Then, observing Madame Qin meticulously tallying the provisions, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, madam, have you finished packing your belongings? Is there anything left behind?" Without lifting her gaze, Madame Qin assured her, "Do not worry, Your Grace. Our belongings have all been loaded onto the carriage. Nothing will be overlooked." At that moment, Chun Tao entered carrying a food box, which she placed on the table where Madame Qin was counting. "Your Grace, breakfast is ready. Please hurry, or you shall be late," Chun Tao gently urged. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi immediately rose and swiftly made her way to the dining table. "Very well, I shall partake in breakfast now. Have you eaten?" Chun Tao replied, "We have already dined. Xiazhu and Qiuzhu are overseeing the loading." After finishing her breakfast, Shun Jingyi saw Xiazhu and Qiuzhu enter together. "Has everything been packed?" The two responded, "Yes, Your Grace, we have been attentive to the loading and ensured nothing is missing." Nodding, Shun Jingyi continued, "Xiazhu, those who toiled in the kitchen last night deserve recognition. The head chef shall receive 2 taels of silver, and the others who assisted shall each receive 1 tael. Please distribute it accordingly." A joyful smile graced Xiazhu's face as she stepped forward to bow, saying, "Certainly, Your Grace. It is our fortune to serve such a generous mistress. It is indeed a blessing to follow someone so kind-hearted, who seldom imposes burdens and is fair in rewards and punishments, never losing her temper without cause." Shun Jingyi smiled, for who does not appreciate flattery? She too relished such sweet words. It is no wonder that many in positions of power, over time, become lost in their own grandeur after hearing too much praise. Such sweet tongues. Tell me, did you lend a hand last night as well? It was not just me. Qiuzhu, Dong Mei Dong Shui, Qiuke Dong Er, and Xing Er also assisted. Very well, all shall be rewarded, Shun Jingyi replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words, Qiuzhu entered. "Your Grace, everyone has gathered." Nodding in response, Shun Jingyi approached the doorway and addressed those assembled in the courtyard. "While I am away, you must heed Xiazhu's instructions and safeguard this courtyard. Unless there is a matter of great importance, do not wander aimlessly or cause trouble. Remember, only if I am well shall you be well. Those who betray my trust have seen the consequences of their actions. Recently, there have been instances within the estate of executions and sell-offs, and Shun Jingyi mentioned this as a warning, primarily to deter anyone from attempting to take advantage of the situation. She had no desire for traitors lurking near her. After delivering her message, she dismissed them and, seeing that the time was drawing near, she proceeded toward the main entrance with her companions. The carriage at the entrance has been prepared, alongside her modified large cart, followed by an ordinary one. Through the open door, one can glimpse the neatly arranged bedding and food containers inside, although there is still ample space. Behind it lies the luggage for the journey. Shun Jingyi stood quietly for a moment before witnessing the princess emerge in a grand procession, accompanied by her entourage, including the heir, the second young master, and the third young master, each flanking their mother. Only the young princess was absent, having been sent to the palace yesterday to accompany the noble consort. Shun Jingyi promptly stepped forward with her entourage, bowing respectfully. This humble servant pays her respects to the princess, to the side consort, and to the noble mother consort. Following closely behind the princess were the imperial grandchildren, secondary consorts, and concubines, who all bowed to Shun Jingyi. However, Su Wan remained standing, seemingly still adjusting to her new identity. Shun Jingyi paid little mind to this, casting a fleeting glance at Su Wan before disregarding her. "You may rise," the princess commanded, and everyone stood up. Subsequently, the princess earnestly addressed Shun Jingyi. "This journey will be arduous for you, dear sister. When accompanying the prince, take good care of his health and ensure he does not overexert himself. Upon your return, I shall not neglect your contributions." Shun Jingyi listened with deference to the princess's formal words, and once she finished, replied, "Yes, princess. I shall certainly take good care of the prince." At that moment, Prince Xian also stepped forward, prompting another round of bows. Prince Xian regarded the princess, Chu Mengyao, standing at the front, and said, "During my absence from the estate, I must rely on you." Chu Mengyao slightly inclined her body, responding gently, "It is my duty. How can I speak of hardships? Please rest assured, my lord." Satisfied, Prince Xian nodded and then turned to his three sons, speaking softly, "In my absence, you must behave and study diligently. I shall assess your progress upon my return." The three children stood obediently in a row, responding in unison, "Yes, please rest assured, father. We will study hard." "Good, that puts my mind at ease," Prince Xian said with a contented smile, then waved farewell to the crowd. "All right, I am off now. You may return." After speaking, he glanced at Shun Jingyi, who understood and bowed to the princess before entering the carriage with the assistance of Granny Qin, while Chun Tao and Xiao Ju quickly boarded the following vehicle. Meanwhile, Prince Xian mounted his horse, leading the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th sons, accompanied by 100 guards. Their movements synchronized. "Let us depart." With his command, the entire procession began to move slowly, gradually picking up speed, and soon disappeared from view. After watching the convoy fade into the distance, Chu Mengyao led the others back. Only the 9th son lingered behind, reluctant to leave, tasked with watching over the rear courtyard, apprehensive of any mischief. Thus, he could only watch wistfully as the caravan disappeared. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and, turning around, he saw Steward Xue smiling at him. "Come now, stop standing there foolishly. The prince has long since departed." "Steward Xue, do you think the prince could bear to leave me behind? If I were to chase after them and switch places with the 8th, do you think I would be beaten?" Butler Xue rolled his eyes. "Don't think I am unaware. You lost to the 8th last night. So cease your impractical thoughts and focus on guarding the home." Upon hearing this, the 9th grew anxious. "Uncle Xue, such remarks may cost you friends. They say one should strike the body, not the face, reveal not the faults of others." Butler Xue, uninterested in his incompetent rage, turned and departed. Chapter 35. Cooking outside the city, the carriage clattered forward, the sound of wheels rolling and hooves echoing on the silent road. Shun Jingyi gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, peering out with curiosity. The street outside was bustling with life. A throng of people moved to and fro, the noise of chatter and commotion rising and falling like tide. She observed numerous stalls lined along the roadside, vendors vociferously hawking their wares, vying for the attention of potential customers. The air was thick with the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies, making one's mouth water. As the carriage advanced, they soon arrived at the city gate. Given the early hour, the crowd at the gate was relatively sparse, with the soldiers stationed there diligently inspecting the passers-by and their vehicles. "You may proceed." Next, one soldier commanded. "What do you have inside?" "These are grains we cultivated ourselves, hoping to exchange them for some silver." After a cursory glance and finding nothing of particular interest, the soldier replied, "You may go." Next, "Ah, thank you, officer." At that moment, the 6th rode forward, producing a token from his bosom and displaying it to the gatekeeper. Upon seeing it, the soldier immediately saluted and cleared the way, allowing the carriage and horsemen to pass swiftly. Those still in line watched enviously as the carriage sped away, along with a handsome man astride the horse. A small boy, no more than 2 or 3, with a tuft of hair styled in a topknot, tugged at the sleeve of the elderly man beside him and exclaimed, "Grandfather, they haven't checked us yet." The old man, startled, quickly covered his grandson's mouth and replied sternly, "Do not speak foolishly. He then glanced around nervously and added, "The child is merely naive and speaks out of turn." Seeing that no one paid them heed and others resumed their cue, he finally relaxed. The child, frightened by the old man's demeanor, wore a face that was on the verge of tears. The elder, softening his expression, coaxed, "Do not cry, dear one. Once we enter the city, grandfather will buy you candied hawthorn." The mention of candied hawthorn brought an immediate change to the child's demeanor. As the carriage rolled out of the city gate, the rhythmic turning of the wheels and the crisp sound of hooves created a lively symphony. Outside the carriage, the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that evoked a profound sense of contentment. Shun Jingyi sat within, lifting the curtain to gaze at the retreating scenery beyond. Occasionally, other carriages or ox carts brushed past them, some laden with goods, while others were filled with passengers. In the fields, the still green rice grains bowed their heavy heads, seemingly sharing the joy of an abundant harvest with the earth. The wildflowers and grasses along the roadside, though unassuming, form an integral part of nature, each possessing its own unique beauty. The air was fragrant with the scent of fresh grass, and a gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing a refreshing sensation. Shun Jingyi closed her eyes, quietly savoring the beauty of nature. Her spirits lifted remarkably. At that moment, Grandma Qin gently drew out a small table from within the carriage and retrieved several plates of pastries from a nearby food box, arranging them neatly on the table. She then carefully poured half a cup of tea and handed it to Shun Jingyi, cautious not to spill a drop that might soil her attire. Shun Jingyi accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. The fragrant tea invigorated her senses. She then picked up a piece of rose pastry, its crisp exterior and sweet filling leaving her utterly enchanted. Another sip of the steaming tea brought her immense comfort. However, she dared only a small morsel, refraining from excessive drinking, concerned about the inconvenience and embarrassment of needing to relieve herself during the journey. Seemingly aware of her apprehensions, Grandma Qin smiled and reassured her. "Rest assured, consort, we are traveling on the official road, which is smooth and even. When we stop to rest, we will find a secluded spot to construct a simple makeshift restroom where you can change in privacy." Shun Jingyi nodded, recalling having seen such a setup on television. Yet, she still did not indulge too much. With a spirited demeanor, she gazed out the window, inquiring about unfamiliar sights, as she had grown up in the city and recognized very few crops. "Grandma, is that rice?" she asked. "Ha, no, consort, that is wheat." Grandma Qin replied with a chuckle. "And what is that?" Shun Jingyi pointed, prompting Grandma Qin to look in the direction of her finger, smiling as she answered, "That is a potato." "Oh, so that is a potato." Shun Jingyi felt a surge of joy throughout the journey, diligently noting the various sights along the way. By midday, the carriage halted by a riverbank. As Shun Jingyi opened the door to exit, she found Prince Xian already dismounted and waiting beside the carriage, their eyes meeting in mutual smiles. He then extended his hand to assist her down. Meanwhile, Grandma Qin was similarly aided by Chun Tao and Qiu, who awaited at the side of the carriage. The trio then proceeded towards the rear of the carriage, laden with supplies, while Prince Xian casually held Shun Jingyi's hand, stretching his limbs leisurely. "Are you tired?" he inquired gently. Shun Jingyi replied with a smile, "Not at all. The scenery along the way is delightful. Besides, Grandma Qin has been introducing me to all the sights, so it hasn't been dull. Seeing her in such high spirits." Prince Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That's wonderful. We shall prepare a meal here at noon." As Shun Jingyi observed the bustling group and the picturesque landscape of rivers, mountains, and trees before her, she felt that this truly was an ideal spot for a picnic. Before long, Grandma Qin and Chuba approached from a distance. They had fashioned a makeshift restroom in a relatively secluded area, complete with a chamber pot inside. Grandma Qin leaned closer to Shun Jingyi and whispered a few words in her ear. Shun Jingyi's eyes brightened, and she informed Prince Xian that she needed to change before heading toward the newly constructed restroom, accompanied by Grandma Qin and calling for Chun Tao and Qiu, who were preparing the ingredients. Prince Xian chuckled softly at Shun Jingyi's light-hearted steps before making his way to the riverbank. After Shun Jingyi and the others took turns to relieve themselves, they returned with a sense of refreshment, while Grandma Qin, Chun Tao, and Xiaoju busied themselves with cooking. Shun Jingyi walked towards the king of Xian by the riverside, where he stood with arms crossed, observing the guards as they caught fish. As Shun approached, she noticed an individual intently focused on the water's surface, his gaze sharp and movements agile. When a large fish leapt from the water, he swiftly thrust a wooden fork into the water, successfully spearing the fish. Nearby, another voice called out, "Big head, there's a large one behind you. Don't move." "It's mine." Upon hearing this, Big Head indeed remained still, while another person quickly plunged his sword into the water. When he withdrew it, a sizable fish was wriggling on the blade. Big Head exclaimed, "You nearly stabbed my foot." The other replied, "No worries, I was watching." At that moment, a figure emerged from the water, clutching a large fish triumphantly, strutting as he declared, "You've all ruined your fish. Look at mine, perfectly intact and still flopping." An indifferent observer retorted, "We're all going to kill them anyway. Ruined or not, it doesn't matter." Shun Jingyi watched in astonishment, wondering if fish were truly that easy to catch. The king of Xian chuckled, replying, "There's indeed a technique to it." He then inquired, "How would you like to have it?" Initially inclined to suggest fish soup, Shun thought better of it and instead said, "Let us go with braised fish." "Very well. One for soup and another for braising." Shun Jingyi couldn't contain her delight, her smile radiant. Nearby, Chu Ba, having overheard, promptly took 2 fish, dispatched them quickly, cleaned them in the river, and set off to find Xiaoju. After some time, those fishing returned to shore, joyfully handling the 20-odd fish they had caught, and they made their way to the cooking area. With the excitement fading, the king of Xian and Shun Jingyi sought a cooler spot to rest. Leaning against his shoulder, Shun gazed at the river and suddenly asked, "My lord, do you remember what you promised me that remains unfulfilled?" The king was momentarily taken aback until he spotted the swimming fish, then affectionately replied, "How is it that today we have fish to eat? Do you still think of fishing?" He chuckled, "Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. I shall take you when time permits. It's all right if you forget. I will remind you," Shun Jingyi declared playfully, for she indeed remembered. The two engaged in casual conversation, admiring the distant scenery and the flowing river, when the aroma of cooked fish wafted through the air. Unable to resist, someone approached Xiaoju's stove, flattering her. "Xiaoju, your fish is exquisite. Could you teach us?" Without hesitation, Xiaoju agreed, "Of course, just wait a moment." After instructing Chun Tao to keep an eye on the pot, which needed to simmer on low heat to absorb the flavors, she gathered the seasonings to share her culinary secrets. In Chapter 36, due to the outdoor setting, the meal was simple yet remarkably flavorful. The table was adorned with a bowl of rich fish soup, a plate of braised fish, a dish of stir-fried 3 delicacies, and a plate of pickled vegetables. The carriage doors and windows were flung wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to flow in, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Shun Jingyi, savoring the delectable braised fish, indulged in a generous bowl of rice and a bowl of fish soup before contentedly setting down her chopsticks. The fish provided by the prince was indeed exquisite. After Xian Wang had finished his meal and rinsed his mouth with tea, he remarked, "Let's catch more when we return." Shun Jingyi cheerfully acquiesced with a soft At that moment, an unknown source emitted a mournful cry. Shun Jingyi glanced at Xian Wang and gently inquired, "I hear the weeping of a child." "I have heard it as well," he replied. "Bring forth the attendants." Chulu, who had set up a small table outside the carriage for their meal, promptly responded to the prince's call, leaving his bowl behind. "There's the sound of a child's crying nearby. See to it," Xian Wang commanded. "As you wish." Before long, Chulu returned accompanied by 2 guards, bringing with them a ragged woman cradling a gaunt child in her arms. Unquestionably, the cries had emanated from this child. "Your Highness, this woman claims to have a grievance and wishes to see you, so I have brought them," Chulu said, bowing cautiously. Xian Wang nodded. The woman approached, gently placing the child down before immediately kneeling and bowing her head, pleading, Your Highness, I am a humble woman with a grievance. Please, help my family seek justice." The child, seeing his mother on the ground, also knelt beside her. Shun Jingyi, encountering such a scene for the first time, was uncertain how to proceed, and thus turned her gaze toward Xian Wang. "You may rise," he urged. "The child is too young to endure this." The woman remained resolute, clutching her child tightly. Noting her insistence on kneeling, Xian Wang refrained from further admonishments and solemnly asked, "What grievance do you bear?" The woman, sensing a glimmer of hope, began to recount her tale. "I am Zhao, from Qingya County in Sangzhou. My family possesses modest means, and we have lived relatively well. 3 months ago, my mother-in-law took my sister-in-law to the market, where a bully seized my sister-in-law and injured my mother-in-law. After much inquiry, we learned that the assailant is the brother of a concubine belonging to Magistrate Lin. When my husband and father-in-law went to confront him, they were falsely accused of enticing my sister-in-law, who has since become his concubine. They threatened to sell her into a brothel if we continued to protest. My father-in-law pleaded with them, even offering silver for her release, but instead they verbally and physically assaulted him, resulting in his death. My husband, unable to bear the injustice, went to the magistrate's office to report them, but he never emerged again. The officials claimed to have seen no sign of him. In despair, I sold our land to gather silver, eventually learning from a constable that my husband had been taken by the magistrate's men to quarry jade on Jade Mountain. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law, overwhelmed, passed away from the shock. Now, I am left alone with my 4-year-old child, and they continue to linger nearby. So I had no choice but to return to my family home with my child in tow. Then I had a distant cousin, accompanied by her child, impersonate me at home while I took my child to the capital to seek justice. Our funds had long been exhausted, and we could only beg our way here. Just as we arrived, we saw you cooking, but we dared not approach. Instead, we hoped that there might be some remnants after your meal." Upon hearing this, Duke Xian furrowed his brow deeply, only to relax after a while, asking, "If you had not encountered me, whom would you seek for redress in the capital?" Zhao replied cautiously, "The humble woman has heard it said that the Inspector Wang is the most upright and incorruptible. Initially, I intended to seek him out, but I overheard that you are a prince, so I dared to come and implore your highness to take my family's plight to heart." The prince acknowledged, "I understand. You may go with them to eat." The child appears to be pitifully hungry. Seeing that Zhao was about to speak further, Granny Qin interjected, "Come, let us eat first. Look how hungry the child is." She urged her toward the dining area. "Wait, I still have one matter to discuss," Zhao insisted, hearing her mention of additional words. Shun Jingyi, incensed by her family's plight, urged, "Let her speak." Thus, Zhao quickly addressed Duke Xian, "Your Highness, the jade mine owned by Governor Lin was seized from a wealthy merchant. That merchant's family has been devastated, leaving only a young master and an old servant hiding in the mountains." Duke Xian raised an eyebrow. He had learned of this matter earlier on the 5th day of the month, but had not anticipated any survivors. This was indeed a surprising turn of events. Yet, he was curious how this woman came by such knowledge. "How did you come to know of this?" The humble woman returned to her family home after marriage. "In haste, I took the mountain path and accidentally fell into a ditch, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, I overheard 2 men conversing. Fearing for my safety, I waited until they had departed before crawling home. This matter has weighed heavily on my heart, and I have dared not speak of it." "What's the name of that mountain?" "We all call it the Qing Mountain." "Very well, I shall take on this grievance." Zhao was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Duke Xian before following Granny Qin and Xia Zhu to partake in the meal. Duke Xian, pondering the situation while fiddling with the ring on his finger, contemplated the best way to address this affair. After they departed, Shun Jingyi turned to speak but noticed Duke Xian deep in thought and refrained from interrupting. Instead, she quietly cleared the table and handed the food to Chun Tao nearby. The guards had also finished their meal and were organizing their belongings, preparing for departure. Shun Jingyi entered the carriage, retrieving ink, paper, and an envelope. After laying the paper on the table, she added a touch of water to the inkstone and began to grind it slowly. Upon returning to his senses, Duke Xian observed the preparations made by Shun Jingyi and smiled. "How clever of you! How did you know I was going to write a letter?" With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Shun Jingyi replied, "I merely guessed, Your Highness. Since you have taken on this matter, there must surely be arrangements to be made, which would require correspondence. After all, there are no telephones here. Otherwise, a simple call would suffice, and we wouldn't need to go through all this trouble." Oh, so clever. Now, can you guess what this king intends to do? The playful expression on the face of Prince Xian was directed at Shun Jingyi. We must pass through Cangzhou on our way to Hexian. Are you suggesting that we conduct an investigation, Your Highness? Xian Wang countered with a question of his own. Shun Jingyi shook her head, unsure. Do you know to whom Lin Jizhou is affiliated? Prince Xian inquired. No, she replied. He is a subordinate of my fourth brother. Xian Wang stated nonchalantly. Shun Jingyi gasped, her voice rising involuntarily. The Qi Wang? Indeed, he affirmed. So the mastermind behind the jade mine theft is actually the Qi Wang? That is one way to put it, Xian Wang nodded. This complicates matters. What do you intend to do, Your Highness? Shun Jingyi looked at him with concern. Do not worry. Everything will be handled appropriately, Xian Wang reassured her. Subsequently, he picked up a pen and composed a letter, sealing it in an envelope once the ink had dried. At that moment, Zhao Shi had finished her meal and approached with her child, standing awkwardly by the carriage. Upon noticing her, Xian Wang summoned a palace guard and instructed, take this mother and child quietly to the estate outside the city to find Chu San, and ensure they are given a place to stay. Be discreet, and once settled, deliver this letter to Wang Yushi. Yes, Your Highness. But what about my husband? Zhao Shi urgently inquired. Rest assured, as long as he is alive, I will rescue him. For now, follow Tang Dashin to the estate, and when the time is right, I will send someone for you, Xian Wang promised. Shun Jingyi handed her 10 taels of silver, saying, Here, take this. It will be useful. Grateful for the promise and the money, Zhao Shi knelt and bowed deeply, thanking them. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Empress. Go now, Xian Wang waved his hand, and Tang Dashin led them away. Chapter 37. Encounter at the inn with an exceptional family on the 5th and 6th. You two shall ride swiftly to Cangzhou with 2 men. On the 6th, take 2 men to Daqingshan to search for leads. On the 5th, you shall visit Yushir Mountain to seek any remaining victims. Their audacity is astonishing. There must be others wronged within, he commanded. Understood, Your Highness. Turning to the 2 individuals standing nearby, he instructed, You two, come with me. Yes, the chosen ones said nothing further and mounted their horses, galloping away. After issuing his orders, he noted that the preparations outside were nearly complete. Shun Jingyi pulled Xian Wang down from the carriage, instructing Chun Tao and Qiu Ju to clear the table, set down the chairs, and prepare the bedding, as she intended to take a nap in the afternoon. Once everything was arranged and they resumed their journey, Xian Wang entered the carriage with Shun Jingyi, leaving Qin Momo to sit in the rear vehicle. Inside the carriage, Shun Jingyi reclined leisurely against the wall, engrossed in a book. Meanwhile, Xian Wang sat cross-legged at the table, one hand holding a book and the other fiddling with chess pieces, both immersed in their respective worlds, undisturbed by one another. As the carriage moved steadily forward, it swayed occasionally. Initially, Shun Jingyi paid little attention, but as time passed, she gradually felt drowsy, her eyelids growing heavier, until she could no longer resist the pull of sleep and succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing this, Xian Wang couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to himself how this woman resembled child. Concerned that she might be uncomfortable sleeping this way, he gathered his belongings and gently laid Shun Jingyi down, then reclined beside her, drawing her closely into his embrace. Soon, he too succumbed to slumber. Initially, Shun Jingyi found it difficult to sleep soundly, feeling as though her body was swaying incessantly. However, after a while, this sensation faded, as if something had securely anchored her, halting the movement. Gradually, she relaxed and sank into a deeper sleep. Upon awakening, she realized that it was the embrace of the Prince of Xian that had steadied her. Turning to behold his handsome visage so near, an indescribable feeling surged within her. He was indeed a man who could easily ensnare one's heart. In a moment of playful defiance, Shun Jingyi traced the contours of his face with her fingers. The prince, feeling a ticklish sensation, awoke to find a small hand caressing his cheek. He grasped her hand playfully. Are you still asleep? I'm awake now. No longer sleeping, she replied. Hearing this, a mischievous smile crept across the prince's lips as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, Then let us engage in something else. What shall we do? Shun Jingyi inquired, her expression one of confusion. Before she could finish her question, she understood, for the princess' lips were already gently approaching hers, softly pressing against her own. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she thought to herself, but we are in a carriage, and there are so many people outside. If someone hears us. Yet, as she gazed into the prince's eyes, she realized he was merely teasing her. Understanding this, she cast aside her fears and thought, bring it on. Let us indulge in mutual mischief. Thus, she began to respond with fervor, and soon their garments lay in disarray, revealing the prince's firm chest. Shun Jingyi's little hand ventured further down his torso, prompting the prince to yield, swiftly capturing her mischievous hand. You little enchantress, behave yourself, he gasped, realizing the folly of their dalliance. Shun Jingyi smirked, retorting, didn't you instigate this, my lord? I merely followed your lead. The prince, with a captivating gaze and a grin akin to that of a cunning fox, responded, is that so? Then we shall continue this tonight. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi quickly capitulated, laughing, no need for that. We must travel tomorrow, so I shall rest well this evening. You want tea, Tyre? Sitting in the carriage? I plan to ride a horse tomorrow, she replied. The prince chose not to argue, for he knew the night belonged to him. Once the heat of their encounter subsided, he retrieved a chessboard. Shall we play a game? Perhaps not. I am not very skilled, she protested. In truth, she had barely learned the basics from her brother. Worry not. I shall teach you, the prince assured her earnestly. As they began, it became evident to him that her skill was not merely lacking. It was non-existent. Who taught you to play? He queried. My brother, she admitted. He showed me how to play and then gave me a book to study. Unfortunately, I accidentally spilled tea on it and never looked at it again. The prince sighed, realizing that he would have to patiently start from the very beginning. Fortunately, this student possesses remarkable intelligence and learns swiftly. By the time they arrived at the inn in the evening, she had already acquired a commendable proficiency in chess. Shun Jingyi, having just grasped the basics, found the game quite enjoyable and felt that time pass swiftly. Reluctantly putting away the chessboard, she followed Wang Xian into the inn. Prior arrangements had been made, so upon their arrival, they could check in directly. The two were in no rush to settle in. Instead, they found a discreet corner in the hall to sit and awaited Grandma Qin and the others to tidy up the rooms before replacing the bedding they had brought along. As they quietly sat in their nook discussing the chess pieces, a large crowd suddenly surged in, men, women, the elderly, and children, along with maids and servants bustling about in a chaotic manner. Why are there no rooms available? A young girl exclaimed. Mother, I don't care. I want a proper room, not some servant-esque quarters. All right, dear, I understand. Just behave and don't make a fuss. The innkeeper patiently explained to a young lady. Miss, you are mistaken. Room B is not a servant-esque room. It is merely slightly inferior to room It is still a respectable room. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man entered, followed by a young couple. Shun Jingyi felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the woman, and after rummaging through the original owner's memories, she recognized her. It's her. I didn't expect to see her back so soon. Wang Xian, following Shun Jingyi's gaze, inquired, Who is she? Do you know her? She is my brother's former fiancée. I never anticipated encountering her here. Wang Xian, sensing Shun Jingyi's confusion, explained, He is Fu Hongshan, the governor of Chuanzhou. A month ago, the emperor promoted him from the third rank of the Ministry of Rights. He should now be moving to the capital with his family for his new post. Shun Jingyi merely remarked, I see. She was not particularly fond of this family. Their ostentatious demeanor was quite irksome, leading her to comment, though his official rank is modest, this family certainly carries themselves with great pomp. I wonder how much wealth they have amassed to afford such indulgence. Wang Xian chuckled helplessly, replying, You are judging by appearances, my dear. Furthermore, local officials are often both revered and feared by the common folk. Over time, many adopt such airs, but once they arrive in the capital and experience hardships, they are likely to change. Is that so? Shun Jingyi responded, intrigued. Just then, Fu Hongshan politely addressed the innkeeper. Might you assist us in securing 2 rooms in the A category? Money is not an issue. An elderly lady beside him haughtily added, Alternatively, you could summon those occupying the A rooms, We can negotiate with them ourselves. What an extraordinary family, Shun Jingyi mused, casting her judgment upon them. Wang Xian, hearing her assessment, laughed. Indeed, this family had once been mere landowners. Fu Hongshan was a capable man, having achieved second place in the imperial examination. Due to his exceptional looks and talents, he caught the eye of the then Grand Tutor, who sought him as a son-in-law. The Grand Tutor had only one daughter and stipulated that Fu could take a concubine only after turning 40 without having fathered a child, to which he agreed and adhered. Hence he had no concubines or extramarital affairs. He is quite diligent in his studies, and during his time at court, the Grand Tutor provided him with significant support and connections. After hearing this, Shun Jingyi remarked, he can indeed be considered a man of his word. However, although his wife is free from the rivalries of the inner chambers, having such an exceptional mother-in-law is quite a burden for her. Have you not seen how her daughter has become a mere shadow of herself? Prince Xian observed that she is indeed a woman unwilling to compromise and concurred. She has been rather indulged. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Chu Bai, perceived the commotion and suggested, "My lord, shall I intervene? The last 3 rooms in Section A are reserved for us." Chapter 38. You are about to disgrace the court. In the upstairs room, Mama, I have tidied everything up. I will go down and invite the prince's concubine upstairs. Very well, be cautious. It is quite noisy below. I wonder what the commotion is about. I shall accompany you. I overheard someone below expressing intentions to seize our room, said Qiujuan, as she placed a basin of water on the stand. Who dares to contend with us for our room? Let's go and see, Chun Tao responded, intrigued by the audacity of such a person. Upon reaching the staircase, they found a sizable crowd below. A strikingly beautiful woman, whose beauty was marred by her haughty demeanor, was loudly demanding a room change. An elderly lady, adorned with pearls and jewels, added her voice to the chaos, proclaiming, "My son is coming to the capital for an official position as a third-rank minister. Surely someone will agree to a swap. Innkeeper, go find someone to come down." Mother. Just now the daughter-in-law checked and found that room B is quite satisfactory. Shall we not take room B? A middle-aged woman gently advised. Fu Hongshan realized that this disturbance could not continue and decisively declared, "Innkeeper, we shall take room B, 5 rooms in Section B, and 10 in Section C." The innkeeper hesitated, explaining, "My lord, there are no more rooms in Section C. Only the large dormitory in Section D remains." "Very well. We will take 4 large dormitory rooms," the elderly lady exclaimed, visibly displeased, and slammed her hand on the table, rebuking, "You are treating us with such disdain, providing us with the worst accommodations." The innkeeper, equally helpless, replied, "I assure you, we have many guests today. Do you look down upon us? Find someone to exchange with us." Silence. Anyone unwilling to stay, please leave, Fu Hongshan shouted, his patience wearing thin. It was one thing to create a ruckus at home, but to do so in public. Did they not feel any embarrassment? "Miss, look," a maid beside Fu Yin'er noted the descending Chun Tao and Qiujuan, signaling her mistress. "Go inquire," she instructed. The maid approached and blocked the two, arrogantly stating, "Are you staying in room A? We wish to exchange. Our master is the third-rank minister of rights." Fu Hongshan observed this scene, but refrained from intervening, curious to see if anyone would agree to a swap. Chun Tao chuckled lightly, her words igniting indignation among those nearby. "Isn't the Minister of Rights a third-rank official? We are almost at the capital. I advise you to temper your arrogance." Without regard for their expressions, she sidestepped the maid and made her way toward the corner where Prince Xian and others were gathered. As soon as Chun Tao finished speaking, Fu Hongshan realized that these 2 individuals likely possessed considerable influence. He immediately signaled his attendant, who, being perceptive, swiftly approached and restrained the young maid who was about to speak further, apologizing to the sisters with a bow. "My apologies, esteemed ladies, it was our oversight." The young maid, perplexed by the unfolding situation, understood the attendant's status and refrained from speaking any further. However, Fu Younger cared little for the circumstances. She marched forward and slapped the attendant, exclaiming, "You wretched servant! Do you presume to speak here?" The young attendant, stung yet submissive, lowered his head in silence. At that moment, Prince Xian, accompanied by Shun Jingyi, approached intending to ascend the stairs. As they passed by the group, Fu Hongshan recognized him, and Prince Xian offered his respects to the Lord. Fu Hongshan's loud exclamation startled everyone, prompting bows from all present. Yet Fu Yang'er remained transfixed, gazing at Prince Xian with an infatuated expression. It was not until her mother tugged at her that she snapped back to reality and shyly returned the greeting. This display of pretense nauseated Shen Jingyi, and the prince himself was displeased. He pointedly remarked, "Minister Fu, while your duties are undoubtedly important, it is equally essential to properly educate your family. Their arrogance and bullying behavior risk tarnishing the court's reputation." A cold sweat broke out on Fu Hongshan's brow as he quickly assured, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall ensure my family is properly restrained and will not act so recklessly again." The prince merely acknowledged with a grunt before commanding, "You may rise." He then turned and took Shen Jingyi's hand, leading her upstairs. Wang Xiaorong watched Shen Jingyi's retreating figure, her heart fluttering with both anxiety and guilt. She anticipated that this girl would be so fortunate, and she hoped Shen Jingyi had not noticed her earlier. Deciding it best not to venture out again that evening, she turned to her husband, saying, "My dear, I am feeling somewhat unwell." Fu Mingju, the eldest son of Fu Hongshan, immediately grew concerned upon hearing his wife's discomfort. "Where do you feel unwell? Shall we visit the physician?" "No need. I merely feel a bit dizzy and need a rest for a while." "Very well. Let us return to our room. Young man, please lead the way." "Yes, yes. Esteemed guests, this way, please," the attendant responded eagerly, guiding them upstairs. Yet, the elderly matron was once again lively, entirely shedding the timidity she had displayed earlier upon seeing Prince Xian. How pretentious. Must you be so fussy?" she remarked before turning her attention to Fu Mingyu. "My grandson, your wife has been with us for a year now, yet there is no sign of a child. Perhaps I should arrange for you to have Xiao Chui. She appears quite capable of bearing children." Fu Mingyu, exasperated, interrupted, "Grandmother, I do not wish for Xiao Chui." "Not Xiao Chui, then what is Xiao Lu? She's also quite suitable." "Neither of them. Please, grandmother, I only have affection for my own wife." Fu Hongshan, sensing the inappropriateness of his mother's remarks in front of his daughter-in-law, quickly interjected, "Mother, let us be on our way. Look, the attendant is still waiting. What would you like to eat? I shall have someone prepare it for you." With that, he half led, half urged the elderly woman away. Fu Yanja, too, grasped her mother's arm, eager to catch up, for she had something to convey. Once the crowd dispersed, Fu Mingyu exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to grasp Wang Xiaorong's hand and saying, "Do not take your grandmother's words to heart. She merely possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Besides you, I desire no one else." Hearing these words, Wang Xiaorong revealed a sweet smile and gently replied, "I have always believed in you." She understood that as long as Fu Mingyu's heart was set on her, no malevolent forces could affect them. Fu Mingyu supported her as they slowly trailed behind the crowd. Unexpectedly, the dizziness she initially feigned became all too real. After resting in her room for a while, her head began to spin, and her stomach churned violently, rendering her unable to eat. The mere scent of meat made her feel nauseous. Fu Mingyu, alarmed by her condition, hurried to seek his mother. Upon hearing of her daughter-in-law's plight, Madame Fu instinctively had a hunch and could not help but smile with excitement, exclaiming, "Ingchun, quickly fetch a doctor for the young mistress." "Yes, madam, I shall do so at once," Ingchun replied, hastening out of the room, observing the smile on his mother's face. Fu Mingyu felt a twinge of displeasure and expressed, "Mother, how can you smile when Rongrong is unwell?" Madame Fu did not rush to explain, but calmly responded, "Silly boy. Once the doctor arrives, you will understand." "Very well, then. I shall return to the room and keep her company," he said. "Come along, I will accompany you," his mother replied. After the doctor conducted a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Wang Xiaorong was indeed over 2 months pregnant. This news sent ripples of excitement throughout the Fu household, with the matriarch overwhelmed with tears of joy, proclaiming that their ancestors had blessed them, and the Fu family would soon have descendants once more. In Chapter 39, as Chun Tao observed that Prince Xian had left, she quickly remarked, "Side consort, it seems I spotted Miss Wang. the one who broke off her engagement with the young master at Lord Fu's residence. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi felt no surprise. As she too had seen her, she calmly replied, I have seen her as well. There is no need to concern ourselves with her. She is no longer connected to us, and we shall treat her as a stranger henceforth. Chun Tao nodded in understanding. Then, Granny Qin interjected, everyone has their own fate. Let us not speak of those who no longer concern us. What would you like to eat this evening, side consort? Shun Jingyi pondered for a moment before responding. Anything will suffice. Let us see what local delicacies are available. Upon hearing this, Qiujuan immediately chimed in. Indeed, I shall go to the kitchen and inquire. With that, she turned and exited, intending to check if there were any suitable options before resorting to cooking herself. Granny, Chun Tao, shall we take a stroll outside? We have been cooped up in the carriage all afternoon, Shun Jingyi suggested. Granny Qin expressed her reservations, advising, side consort, the sun is setting. It may be best not to go out. We won't venture far, just a brief walk around the post station, Shun Jingyi replied. Seeing her determination, Granny Qin relented. Very well then. The three of them closed the door and strolled down the corridor. They arrived at the side of the post station, where numerous well-fed horses were kept. Side consort, these must be the horses used for communication between the post stations, right? Chun Tao curiously inquired, gazing at the animals. That seems likely, Shun Jingyi replied, though she too was uncertain. Concubine, look, the prince is over there, suddenly exclaimed Mama Qin, pointing outside the post station. Positioned on the third floor, they had an excellent vantage point to observe the happenings below. Following Mama Qin's gesture, Shun Jingyi indeed spotted Prince Xian returning with a group of people. Just as the prince reached the entrance of the post station and prepared to enter, an individual rushed out in a flurry. As the two were about to collide, the prince deftly sidestepped. However, the person did not halt, losing control and lunging directly towards Chuba behind him. Upon realizing it was a woman, Chuba instinctively evaded her, prompting those behind him to mimic his actions. Consequently, the unfortunate woman tumbled forward, crashing to the ground, only to land amidst a heap of horse manure. Miss! The young maid screamed in fright and hurried over to assist her. The scene unfolded before Shun Jingyi and her companions on the third floor, eliciting unrestrained laughter from them. Upon hearing the laughter, Prince Xian looked up and caught sight of Shun Jingyi, whose radiant laughter was like a blossom in full bloom. Amused, he smirked and entered the building, disregarding the chaotic sounds outside. Once Shun Jingyi had her fill of laughter, she returned with Mama Qin and Chun Tao. As they entered, they found Qiujuan had already prepared dinner, with the prince clearly awaiting Shun Jingyi's return to commence the meal. Your Highness, upon seeing him, Shun Jingyi's smile re-emerged, contagious in its warmth. The prince's expression softened at the sight of her beaming face. Have you not had enough fun? Hurry and wash your hands. Are you not hungry? He waved his hand, instructing the others to leave. You may all go and dine. Yes, Your Highness. Once the others had exited, the room was left with only Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian. After washing her hands, Shun Jingyi sat beside the prince, playfully regarding him, and teased, Your Highness, you truly lack compassion. That Miss Fu threw herself at you, and yet you could bear to let her fall into that filthy pile of manure? As she finished, she could not help but burst into laughter again. The prince, with a slight smile, regarded Shun Jingyi with an enigmatic expression. If I had caught her, would that not have fulfilled her desires? What is there to laugh about? Indeed, Shun Jingyi conceded, stifling her laughter as she picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of lotus leaf chicken into the prince's bowl. With a playful pout, she remarked, This is a reward for you. Your performance today was truly commendable. The prince chuckled lightly and jested, Jingyi, you are rather stingy, attempting to placate me with such a small morsel of chicken. Is your highness dissatisfied with this piece? Shall I serve you a chicken leg instead? Shun Jingyi blinked innocently, feigning naivety. Do not play the fool. What I have always desired is you. King Xian gazed intensely at Shun Jingyi, his voice deep and resonant. Come now, let us eat. The food will grow cold. Shun Jingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly shifted the topic, bowing her head to partake in the meal. After dining, she sat before the dressing mirror, deftly removing her hairpins and reflecting, as the ancients say, Reading countless volumes cannot compare to traversing myriad paths. Today, I truly experienced this. Having just ventured out, I am already witnessing the diverse array of people and events. This is merely the beginning. Once we return to the estate, your insights will deepen. Shun Jingyi concurred, deciding to reserve further reflections for another time. Having freed herself of the ornate hairpins, she felt a sense of lightness. She pointed to the chessboard and suggested, "It is still early. Shall we engage in a game?" "No, I am weary. Have them bring in water. I wish to bathe." King Xian replied lazily. "Very well," Shun Jingyi said with a hint of disappointment. "We shall play tomorrow then." Before long, attendants entered, carrying a bathing tub and water. They prepared the bath and laid out the necessary items before retreating. King Xian shed his garments and entered the warm water, steam rising and filling the air with a delicate fragrance. "This body of mine seems truly fatigued," he murmured from the tub, sounding rather languid. Shun Jingyi chuckled softly, moving beside him to take a towel and gently wipe his body. King Xian closed his eyes, relishing this tender care. After a moment, he opened his eyes and, seeing the focused expression on Shun Jingyi's face, felt a stirring in his heart. He reached out, grasping her hand firmly, and softly declared, "Amidst this bustling world, your presence brings me the greatest tranquility." Shun Jingyi was taken aback by this sudden display of emotion and pondered how to respond. Then, recalling a phrase she had once read, she uttered, "Where you are, there lies my heart's home." King Xian was deeply moved by her words. With a swift motion, he pulled Shun Jingyi into the water, his actions conveying his delight. She froze momentarily, then a blush crept onto her cheeks. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, only to discover that King Xian held her firmly. The water was warm, yet she could feel the strength and passion in his grip. Before long, their garments were shed, and Shun Jingyi clung tightly to King Xian, floating and sinking with his movements, the water splashing around them. Time seemed to stretch as the ripples calmed. Shun Jingyi quietly leaned against the edge of the tub, while King Xian embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Where you are, there lies my heart's home," he repeated softly. "Here, I am so happy. I am delighted by your response." Shun Jingyi opened her eyes and turned to see King Xian smiling at her, his gaze filled with affection. In that moment, she felt a surge of emotion. Looking into his boyish smile, she wrapped her arms around his neck and replied, "I am also very happy." In that instant, they abandoned titles of this king and this humble servant, referring to each other simply as I. They embraced tightly, and time appeared to stand still, the room enveloped in a warm, tender atmosphere. However, this warm ambience was soon shattered by a discordant voice. "Your Highness, I am fatigued. Be good. It will soon be over. Call me Xianlang." "Xianlang." A heavy panting ensued, and the two continued their playful antics until midnight. The following day, Shun Jingyi awoke, her body aching all over. She had intended to ride a horse today, but that was no longer an option. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and with a surge of resentment, she kicked Xianwang. In a fit of frustration, she sent the still slumbering Xianwang tumbling to the floor. Chapter 40. "Do you believe my leg cramped?" Xianwang, with a dark expression, climbed up from the ground and looked at Shun Jingyi, who was sitting on the bed, clutching her blanket. With a sardonic smile, he inquired, "Are you going to explain yourself?" Shun Jingyi cautiously peeked out, offering a sheepish smile. "Do you believe my leg cramped?" Regret washed over her. She should have held back instead of exerting all her strength. Now she had landed herself in trouble. Xianwang, clad only in loose white trousers, towered over her, gritting his teeth as he uttered 3 words. "What do you say?" "All right, I admit it was intentional." "It's not my fault," she faltered, then continued. "I had planned to ride today, but now I'm aching all over." "It's all your fault." Shun Jingyi's voice grew increasingly plaintive, and it seemed as if tears were about to spill. Xianwang, feeling a twinge of guilt, hastily reassured her. "If you cannot ride today, let's play chess instead. I shall keep you company all day, and we can ride tomorrow." "Very well, I shall not be angry anymore," Shun Jingyi declared with a hint of pride. Xianwang playfully tapped her nose and smiled. After they had washed up, old Madame Qin arrived to report, "Your Highness, Lord Fu has arrived with Lady Fu and Miss Fu. waiting outside for some time, wishing to see you. Qianwang glanced at Shun Jingyi, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Let them in." "Yes." Old Madame Qin turned to leave and shortly returned with the trio. After greeting the prince and his consort, they bowed in unison. "No need for formalities. Does Lord Fu have business with me?" Lord Fu's round face was adorned with a jovial smile, exuding a certain affability. "I have brought my daughter to apologize to your highness for disturbing you yesterday." Shun Jingyi observed the meticulously dressed Fu Yen'er, clad in a pink gown and adorned with exquisite peach blossom makeup, radiating beauty. Yet this beauty was not easily approached, as her temperament proved formidable. Qianwang regarded Lord Fu and remarked indifferently, "Your words are too kind, Lord Fu. I am quite well, but it is your daughter who was startled." "No, it was my daughter who acted rashly. Thus, today she has prepared some pastries to present to your highness and the consort as an apology," Lord Fu added cautiously. "Thank you, Lord Fu, but your gesture is appreciated. However, I must be on my way and cannot linger," Qianwang stated as he rose, wishing to avoid wasting time. Fu Yen'er, sensing that the prince was rejecting her offerings and was eager to depart, impulsively declared, "Your highness, I harbor feelings for you. May I?" Before she could finish, Qianwang interrupted her. "No." Fu Yen'er's complexion turned pale in an instant. Why shouldn't she? She had boldly confessed her feelings, and it was evident that many had admired her in the past. She was undeniably beautiful. Why was it not possible? She felt indignant as she observed the tenderness with which Prince Xian treated the women around him. She realized the reason. He must be unwilling to allow her into the mansion, fearing that she would usurp the prince's affection. Prince Xian, oblivious to her inner turmoil, grew weary of her nonsensical tirades and gently addressed Shun Jingyi, saying, "Let us depart here." "Indeed," Shun Jingyi replied, noticing the teasing smile on Prince Xian's face. "Look, she has come forth to declare her feelings." With a resigned smile, Prince Xian took her hand and led her outside. Just then, an inopportune voice interrupted, "Wait, I wish to know why. Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Or is it due to the women surrounding you?" She demanded clarity. How audacious! Prince Xian's temper flared. After all, was his concubine, and this woman showed her no respect, which incensed him. Shun Jingyi squeezed his hand reassuringly, smiling and shaking her head, indicating that she harbored no grievances. Was it merely a matter of her venting her frustrations upon her? She was not intimidated by her. Observing Prince Xian's anger, Madame Fu hastily pulled her daughter down to kneel. "Your Highness, please temper your wrath. My daughter did not mean any disrespect. She is simply infatuated with you, which has clouded her judgment. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I will take them away at once." Fu Hongshan regretted his decision, realizing he should not have acquiesced to his daughter's pleas to come here after her tears had moved him. He had long perceived his daughter's infatuation with Prince Xian, yet his lingering hope had compelled him to test the waters. What if it succeeded? Now, it seemed that he had only brought misfortune upon himself. Prince Xian disregarded their pleas for mercy, gazing at the defiant Fu Yen'er, who resembled a forsaken soul, and declared, "Let me make this clear. I have never considered you worth my attention. You are arrogant, willful, self-righteous, and impulsive. A spoiled woman like you is undesirable to any family. If you do not amend your ways, you may even bring ruin upon your own father." With each of his words, Fu Yen'er's pallor deepened, and tears began to flow. Prince Xian harbored no compassion for her. Thus, she could weep as she wished, for he remained indifferent. He even turned to Fu Hongshan, whose face darkened, and remarked, "Fu Darren, you have come this far. Do not let the folly of a younger generation ruin your promising future." "Yes, your highness. You speak the truth," Fu Hongshan replied, though he felt that Prince Xian's words were somewhat exaggerated. What could his daughter, a girl of unblemished reputation, possibly do? Furthermore, should these words reach the public, how would his daughter ever find a husband? Nonetheless, he recognized that his daughter was at fault, leaving him no choice but to endure the humiliation. Shun Jingyi was not one to quietly endure such insolence, and so she crouched down and, with a playful smile, said to Fu Yen'er, "I truly envy your skin. It is so well cared for." With that, she took Prince Xian's Fu's hand and exited, leaving behind the sound of Fu Yinner's wailing and Madame Fu's gentle coaxing. Alas, how poorly raised was Miss Fu, who at such an age still cried and threw tantrums like a child, showing no sense of shame. It appears that someone has imparted wisdom through both words and actions. Are you referring to Lady Fu? Indeed, Wang Xian nodded affirmatively. Shun Jingyi pursed her lips, remarking on the lively atmosphere of their household. As they descended the stairs, their conversation was overheard by Fu Mingyu, who had come to inquire about the situation. He felt a pang of embarrassment and realized that a serious discussion with his father was imperative. Their family could no longer continue in this manner. Furthermore, with Rongrong now expecting, it was essential to avoid any disturbances. With this thought, he hastily returned to his room, and upon hearing his sister's wailing, he instinctively knew that the prince had dismissed her sister and that it was best not to follow her and risk further embarrassment. Inside the room, after Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi departed, Granny Qin, accompanied by Chuntao and several guards, swiftly organized their belongings, packing them into boxes for removal. The process was efficient and orderly. Fu Hongshan, witnessing his daughter Fu Yinner weeping in front of so many outsiders, finally felt the weight of humiliation. He shouted for her to cease her crying and return home. Initially startled, Fu Yinner fell silent, but once she regained her composure, her cries intensified as she ran back to her room, attracting even more onlookers. Fu Hongshan, feeling embarrassed, refrained from pursuing her, while Madame Fu, fearing an incident, followed closely behind. Sighing, he reflected on the exhaustion of it all. Perhaps Xian Wang was right. His daughter was indeed a lost cause. Chapter 41. The prince seems possessed upon entering the main hall. Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi found Xiaojuan already waiting at a table adorned with a platter of steamed buns, 2 bowls of plain congee, and several small dishes. "My lord, esteemed concubine," Xiaojuan greeted. "Have you dined yet?" Shun Jingyi inquired. In response to the esteemed concubine, "The servants have already eaten," Xiaojuan replied. "From now on, there is no need to prepare separate breakfasts at the inn. Consume whatever is available, and if nothing is provided, feel free to venture out to purchase food," Shun Jingyi advised, looking at Xiaojuan. Hearing this, Xiaojuan felt a warmth in her heart, but also a touch of embarrassment. She softly replied, "Esteemed concubine, I fear you may not be accustomed to the food sold outside. Moreover, it is my duty to take care of you and the prince." Shun Jingyi smiled. "I simply wish to spare you the burden of preparing breakfast and tidying up in the morning." While Xiaojuan felt touched, she was also puzzled. "Esteemed concubine, you have yet to eat. How do you know it was prepared by me?" "Quite simply, observe the buns on the neighboring table and compare them to yours. The difference is evident," Shun Jingyi pointed out. Following her gesture, Xiaojuan noticed that the buns at the adjacent table were large and served in bowls, 3 to a bowl, while her own were arranged on a crystal platter, 10 in total, and exquisitely crafted. A sense of pride welled within Xiaojuan. Her creations were indeed beautiful and appetizing. Seeing that Xiaojuan understood, Shun Jingyi ceased to oversee her and instead admired the delicate little buns, picking one up and placing it in Xian Wang's bowl. They exchanged smiles, and Xian Wang, in turn, lifted a bun to Shun Jingyi's lips. Unpretentious, she opened her mouth and bit into half of it, while Xian Wang, unconcerned about sharing, devoured the remaining half. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chuba, seated nearby, who stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed in disbelief. Inwardly, I could not help but murmur to myself, "Is this truly the fastidious prince from his household? Could it be that he has been swapped with someone else?" Yet, despite these thoughts, I dared not seek validation. I pondered that I must have a serious conversation with Chuki later, as the prince seemed to be under some enchantment. Meanwhile, Xiaoju, standing nearby, did not dwell on such concerns. She merely sensed an unusual atmosphere between the prince and the secondary consort today, though she could not quite articulate what felt amiss. Had she been a modern individual, she would have recognized the unmistakable scent of romance. "Your Highness, do you not fear that by so openly criticizing Lord Fu's daughter, he might secretly conspire against you?" Shun Jingyi inquired after finishing her meal and setting down her porridge spoon, casting a questioning glance at Prince Xian. The corners of Prince Xian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Not at all. He is an astute man and will keep a watchful eye on his daughter moving forward. With that, he rose from his seat and declared, I have finished eating. Let's take our leave. It is time to depart. He then took Shun Jingyi by the hand and exited the post station. The carriage awaited at the entrance, and upon entering, they found it already adorned with a chessboard, tea, and delicacies. Shun Jingyi looked at Prince Xian and smiled. Your Highness, please proceed. The gentle morning light streamed through the carriage windows, casting a warm glow upon the chessboard, where the black and white pieces shimmered softly in the fading light. Seated opposite one another on the plush cushions, Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi each held a piece in hand, poised to commence their game. With a playful smile, Prince Xian queried, Are you ready to showcase your skills today? A faint blush graced Shun Jingyi's cheeks, her eyes revealing a mix of anxiety and anticipation. She delicately picked up a white piece and placed it at the edge of the board, saying, Your Highness, as I am but a novice, I hope you will show mercy. Prince Xian regarded her with a tender gaze, overflowing with affection. There is no need for modesty, Your previous games were quite commendable. We shall take our time to learn. As the game unfolded, Prince Xian patiently guided Shun Jingyi, meticulously explaining each move with clarity and precision. Observe. This move should be executed thus. It will intercept the opponent's assault while safeguarding your own territory. With careful attention, Shun Jingyi followed his instructions. And though her movements appeared somewhat clumsy, her mind was agile and inventive, quickly making the game more engaging. Your Highness, how does one proceed from this position? Shun Jingyi inquired, pointing at a particular scenario on the board, appearing somewhat perplexed. Prince Xian leaned in closer, gently tapping a piece with his finger. You can move here. This would not only strengthen your defense, but also restrain the opponent to some extent. Taking a cue from Prince Xian's guidance, Shun Jingyi attempted the suggested move and soon noticed a shift in the dynamics of the game. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, I see now. Your Highness, your insights are truly remarkable. The game progressed with fervor, and Prince Xian frequently praised her. Your progress is astonishing. You have surpassed the typical novice level. A proud smile spread across Shun Jingyi's face, though it was eclipsed by her joy. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. With your guidance, how can I not strive to improve? Time flew by, and before they knew it, the morning had slipped away quietly, as if the hours within the game were being played at an accelerated pace. As the two individuals became engrossed in their game of chess, a gentle call resonated from outside the carriage. Your Highness, lunch has been prepared. Shall we dine? Both Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi exchanged glances, breaking into smiles. Rising to his feet, Xian Wang declared, Very well, let us partake in our meal first, and we shall resume this match in the afternoon. With that, he took Shun Jingyi's hand, and together they made their way to the steps of the carriage. Upon disembarking, Shun Jingyi felt a sudden rigidity, her limbs tingling with numbness. Ignoring her decorum, she stretched her arms and legs. Xian Wang, observing her comical antics, could not suppress his laughter and gently adjusted her disheveled hairpin. Suddenly aware of her surroundings in this ancient setting, Shun Jingyi realized her actions were somewhat improper. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she softly remarked, I shall go change, and hurriedly pulled Qiujun away, leaving Xian Wang behind, chuckling heartily. Lunch was arranged beneath the shade of a colossal tree, where a gentle breeze wafted through, bestowing a touch of coolness upon the sweltering midday heat. The table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, a plate of braised pork, a dish of spicy diced chicken, a serving of sautéed leafy greens, and a pot of wintermelon soup, all exuding an enticing aroma. As Shun Jingyi and Xian Wang dined, they exchanged light conversation, sharing food with one another. Though their words were few, the air was thick with a sweet ambience. Nearby, the guards whispered among themselves. It is evident that having the side consort accompany us is beneficial. In the past, the prince dined alone, carelessly, and without routine. Now, with Lin's presence, we too enjoy the benefits, and truly, Miss Chuantao's culinary skills are remarkable. Are you implying that I previously failed to care for the prince? Chi-Chi's voice dripped with sarcasm, laced with teasing. Oh no, not all. How could I dare say such a thing? The guards hastily clarified, their faces adorned with smiles. Xian Wang found their banter amusing and interjected with a chuckle. Do not pay heed to their nonsense. Concerned, Shun Jingyi inquired, Your Highness, was it arduous for you to travel alone before? At times, I had to make do with hasty meals to keep pace, he replied nonchalantly. Might our current indulgence impede our progress? Shun Jingyi asked anxiously. After a bite of food, Xian Wang assured her, Not at all. My father has granted us ample time. Furthermore, with the rainy season just past, the water levels will have receded by the time we arrive, making it an opportune moment to commence our work. Shun Jingyi sighed in relief, smiling. That is good to hear. You need not worry. I have made all necessary arrangements. Indeed. Chapter 42. The courtyard of Yongzhou after their repast. The group took a brief respite before resuming their journey. Inside the carriage, Shun Jingyi had scarcely settled when drowsiness began to envelop her. The chess pieces in her hand grew unsteady, and ultimately, her head drooped, causing the pieces to tumble onto the board. Witnessing this scene, Xian Wang could not help but chuckle softly. If you're tired, do take a moment to rest. Hearing his words, Shun Jingyi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She promptly set down the pieces and unceremoniously reclined, falling into a deep slumber. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Xian Wang gazed at her tenderly for a moment before retrieving the previous chess manual to engage himself. The previous night, they had stayed up late, and having risen early that morning, Shun Jingyi now slept soundly, undeterred by the swaying of the carriage. Shun Jingyi had indulged in an extended slumber today, resting for an entire hour, or rather 2, before she gradually stirred awake. Upon awakening, she found a gentle gaze of Prince Xian upon her, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he thoughtfully poured a cup of tea and offered it to her. After taking a sip, she felt completely revitalized. Why are you not resting, Your Highness? Shun Jingyi inquired, observing Prince Xian as he fiddled with chess pieces, marveling at his remarkable stamina. I seldom indulge in afternoon naps. Shall we continue? She proposed enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, since I promised to accompany you in a game of chess today, I shall not go back on my word, Prince Xian replied readily, and thus, the two commenced their afternoon match. The black and white pieces on the board seemed to represent a silent clash, with each side engaging in a spirited exchange, refusing to yield. Your Highness, I believe this move could venture further, Shun Jingyi suggested, gesturing toward the corner of the board, her tone imbued with a hint of challenge. Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, gently closing his fan, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. In that case, I shall make the first move. True to form. It wasn't too long before Shun Jingyi faced defeat. As dusk approached, they arrived in Yongzhou City. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a golden veil over the ancient capital, adorning its streets with a warm glow. The carriage of Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian glided slowly through the city gates, and as the wheels turned, the bustling sights along the way unfolded before them. At the base of the city walls, the moat shimmered with glimmers of light, reflecting the exquisite hues of the evening sky. Willow branches brushed lightly against the water's surface, and occasionally, a few returning birds flitted by, leaving behind a chorus of melodious calls. Along the streets, shops lined both sides. Vendors gathered a plethora of goods, preparing to close for the day, while the waitstaff called out to passers-by, their voices mingling with the lively din from the taverns. The carriage traversed one street after another, the chessboard long since put away as they gazed out at the vibrant scenery. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the first lights of the city flickered to life. The red lanterns adorning shop entrances shone brightly against the night sky. The carriage came to a halt before an imposing mansion, flanked by a pair of formidable stone lions. Prince Xian opened the carriage door and softly addressed Shun Jingyi. Here, we have arrived. Upon hearing this, she turned her gaze towards the window, beholding the majestic residence before her. Nodding gently, she placed her hand upon his, stepping down from the carriage. Side by side, they walked forward, followed by a retinue of maidservants and guards. Together, they entered the grand three-courtyard residence. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, as if warmly welcoming the return of its master. Two maidservants, bearing lanterns, led the way, occasionally reminding, Noble consort, please watch your step. Chun Tao supported Shun Jingyi, trailing behind at a measured pace. Prince Xian walked alongside Shun Jingyi, lending her his assistance from time to time, while Qiu Jiu aided Granny Qin, with the others following closely behind. The group traversed the hall and arrived in the courtyard. Despite the late hour, the brilliance of the lights illuminated the entire yard. After navigating the winding corridors, they reached the main house. Prince Xian paused, turning to look at Shun Jingyi, a hint of apology reflected in his gaze. He tenderly spoke, "I have matters to attend to this evening and may return quite late. You need not wait for me. Do rest early." Shun Jingyi understood that he had important business to handle, yet she still felt a pang of concern in the late hours. "All right, do take care of your safety." Shortly after Prince Xian departed, a group of maidens entered in a steady stream, setting an array of delectable dishes upon the table. Gazing at the bountiful spread, Shun Jingyi was taken aback. Was she to consume all of this alone? Thus, she decisively beckoned Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Xiaojun to join her. Initially, they appeared hesitant, shaking their heads in refusal, explaining to Shun Jingyi that such behavior was not customary in the royal household, and that others would mock her for her lack of decorum. Moreover, according to tradition, any leftovers after her meal could be rewarded to them. At this, it was Shun Jingyi who became reluctant, but after much persuasion, the three agreed to sit at the table. They all ate heartily until their bellies were full. After bathing, Shun Jingyi felt it was still early, and, after consulting with the three, they began to play cards. In truth, Shun Jingyi secretly hoped to wait for Prince Xian's return. After several rounds of play, noticing that everyone was growing weary, she allowed them to retire for the night. She left a dim oil lamp burning in the inner chamber before returning to bed herself. In the dead of night, Prince Xian returned, and Shun Jingyi was fast asleep, oblivious to the world. He quickly washed up, extinguished the light, and stealthily climbed into bed, cradling his beloved as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Shun Jingyi slowly opened her eyes to find that Prince Xian was no longer in bed. She felt the blankets beside her, confirming that he had indeed returned last night. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Chun Tao, along with Qin Mama, entered, carrying the washing supplies. Shun Jingyi sat up, slipped on her shoes, and stretched her body. Chun Tao smiled and said, "Side consort, you are awake." Where has the prince gone?" Shun Jingyi inquired. Qin Mama replied, "The prince has just left and instructed the maidservants that the boat will not depart until noon, so you may rest a little longer, side consort." Shun Jingyi shook her head, declaring, "No more sleep for me. I have had enough. Let's go for a stroll in the gardens." "Very well. Allow me to assist you with your grooming first," Chun Tao replied cheerfully. She casually noted that the surroundings were truly beautiful. Once she finished grooming, Qiujuan entered with two unfamiliar maidservants bearing the morning meal. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Shun Jingyi requested a maid from the household to guide them on a tour of the estate. The outer courtyard offered little of interest, so they passed it by. The inner courtyard, however, revealed a picturesque arrangement of pavilions and towers, with winding corridors leading to secluded paths. In the midst of the courtyard, a crystal-clear pond beckoned, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, while fish swam leisurely in the water. The banks of the pond were shaded by lush trees, with the air filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, creating a vibrant scene teeming with life. Flanking the pond, scenic pavilions stood at every turn, enhancing the estate's elegance. The rear garden, their third stop, possessed its own unique charm. Here, the pavilions were even more exquisite, and the garden featured rocky hills and flowing water, with winding paths leading to hidden corners where rare flowers and exotic plants blossomed in abundance. The garden center features a pavilion, furnished with stone tables and benches, inviting visitors to repose and savor their tea. Here, one can gaze skyward to witness butterflies fluttering above, while a glance downward reveals koi frolicking in the pond. The architectural layout of the estate is meticulously organized, with every detail reflecting the owner's refined taste. Amidst the red walls and yellow tiles, a secluded path of blue bricks meanders through, adorned with flowers and trees, evoking the sensation of being immersed in a meticulously crafted landscape painting, whether it be the melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms of spring. The serenade of frogs and insects on summer nights, the sweet aroma of osmanthus in autumn, or the snow-laden pines in winter. This estate showcases the distinct beauty of each season, uplifting the spirit. Shun Jingyi mused. Creating such an estate must have cost a fortune. The voice of Prince Xian resounded from behind. With delight, Shun Jingyi turned, smiling, "My lord, you have returned. Indeed, you should be mindful of the hour." Prince Xian remarked as he approached, playfully tapping her nose with affection. With a hint of guilt, Shun Jingyi replied, "It's simply too beautiful here. I lost track of time while exploring. Come, after we have lunch, it's time to set off." Hand in hand, they began their journey back. "My lord, you mentioned this place was gifted to you by the Queen Mother." "Yes, this was part of the dowry my grandmother bestowed upon my mother. Subsequently, I often ventured out here, for it is conveniently accessible by boat. Upon learning this, my mother decided to present it to me as a coming-of-age gift. So, it has remained unoccupied for years? What a pity for such a lovely courtyard. If you like it, I shall bring you here whenever I have the time." "That sounds splendid. I shall hold you to that." "Agreed." Chapter 43. Is this painting of me? The dock was bustling with voices, an array of goods piled high, while busy dockworkers and merchants navigated through the throng. Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian sat inside a carriage, her eyes wide with wonder at the vibrant scene before her. "Is this truly the dock?" she exclaimed, barely concealing her astonishment. "Indeed, vessels from various regions arrive here daily," Prince Xian responded, pointing to a grand ship in the distance. "Look, that is the vessel we shall board shortly." Following his gaze, Shun Jingyi beheld a magnificent three-tiered ship, gracefully docked at the pier. The vessel stretched several dozen yards in length and was approximately 10 yards wide, its impressive scale setting it apart from the other ships. Its hull was painted a deep crimson, exuding an air of majesty and nobility, while the bow and stern were adorned with silver and gold dragon and phoenix motifs, emanating an imposing grandeur. "Wow, it's enormous!" Shun Jingyi marveled. The carriage halted close to the grand ship, and upon disembarking, she was swiftly surrounded by Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Qiu Ju, who hurried over to shield her from the bustling crowd. In truth, their concerns were unwarranted. Their distinguished appearance clearly indicated that they were of high status, causing most to steer clear of them. "Wow, this ship is so tall," Qiu exclaimed, gazing upward with wide-eyed curiosity. Yet her exclamation went unanswered as they prepared to board the ship. "Let us proceed. Do not fear, I shall hold your hand." The Duke extended his hand, gently guiding Shun Jingyi as they made their way onto the ship. In truth, there was no fear as long as one did not look down. Once aboard, the Duke had matters to attend to and left, while Shun Jingyi ascended to the ship's deck with Granny Qin and the others. "Esteemed lady, this is the deck," she said. From this vantage point, they could behold the entire dock, even glimpsing the distant coastline. Granny Qin stood on the deck, pointing towards the horizon. Shun Jingyi gazed at the shimmering sea beneath her, a wave of indescribable emotions surging within her. She turned to Chun Tao and asked, "What do you think the ocean is like?" Chun Tao pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe the ocean resembles a book that one can never fully finish, filled with endless tales waiting for us to uncover." Shun Jingyi chuckled. "I share your sentiment. It truly is mysterious." As the gentle spring breeze caressed them, their grand vessel slowly departed the harbor. Shun Jingyi leaned against the ship's railing, savoring this leisurely moment. The sunlight bathed her face, casting a tranquil glow. "Esteemed lady, come back. You mustn't stay in the sun too long, or your skin will be damaged," Granny Qin cautioned, pulling Shun Jingyi into the shade. "I understand, Granny. I won't stay in the sun. I'll just enjoy the breeze," she replied. Finding a comfortable spot, Shun Jingyi settled down, relishing the sea breeze. Watching the seagulls glide by and listening to the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and just as they were about to close, she blinked rapidly to awaken herself. Chun Tao found it amusing, remarking that it was indeed time for their mistress's afternoon nap. Observing this, Granny Qin swiftly suggested, "Esteemed lady, let's return to the cabin. It is cooler in there." Shun Jingyi nodded. "Very well. Let's go back. I wish to lie down for a while." Upon returning to the cabin, they found the Duke already inside, seated at the table, engrossed in writing something with a large sheet of paper spread before him. Curiosity piqued. Shun Jingyi approached and inquired, "My lord, what are you working on?" The Duke lifted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Come closer and see." As she neared, she realized he was painting. "What are you painting, my lord?" she asked, her curiosity unabated. The Duke smiled mysteriously, replying, "You will see shortly." He then returned his focus to his artwork. Shun Jingyi covered her mouth, yawning, "Then I shall take a short nap and look later." The Duke, aware of her routine, nodded gently, "All right." Subsequently, she turned to Granny Qin, Qiu Jiu, and Chun Tao, saying, "You three should return to your quarters to rest. It is quite warm in the afternoon, and there is little to do aboard." "Yes, we shall be just next door. Call us if you need anything," they replied. "Understood." Shun Jingyi waved them off. When she awakened, the Duke had completed his painting. Shun Jingyi approached slowly, her eyes fixed on the artwork, momentarily stunned. "Is this a portrait of me?" "It is truly beautiful." In the painting, she stood on the deck, her skirt billowing in the wind, her features radiant and captivating, with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. The backdrop depicted the sparkling sea, a few pristine clouds leisurely drifting in the sky, and seagulls soaring freely above the water. Although the portrait lacked the serene grace of Shun Jingyi's usual demeanor, it brimmed with an air of nonchalance and freedom. "Do you like it?" Xian Wang inquired as he set down his brush and turned to Shun Jingyi, his gaze filled with anticipation. "I adore it. I must take it home and frame it for my study," Shun Jingyi replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Then, as if struck by a thought, she looked at Xian Wang with bright eyes. "I also hope for a painting of us together." Her eyes glimmered with expectation. "Very well, I shall paint it for you." "Though my arm is somewhat sore at the moment," Xian Wang said, lightly furrowing his brow as he moved his arm to glance at Shun Jingyi. She quickly understood and responded, "Allow me to massage it for you." As she spoke, she gracefully moved behind Xian Wang and began to knead his shoulders. He closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, naturally reveling in Shun Jingyi's ministrations. The massage continued until her hands grew weary. He lifted his brush once more, immersing himself in a new creation. This time, he chose the pavilion in the back garden of Yongzhou as the backdrop, depicting a scene of the two of them engaged in a game of chess within its confines. They sat opposite each other, a chessboard laid out before them. Xian Wang's brow was furrowed in concentration, seemingly pondering his next move, while Shun Jingyi smiled, intently observing his expression. In the painting, one was lost in thought, the other beaming. The scene exuded warmth and harmony. "I adore this one as well. It must be called exquisite," Shun Jingyi exclaimed, gazing at the figures in the artwork, her eyes brimming with joy and admiration. She felt the painting was so lifelike that it seemed as if the figures might step out from the canvas. She could not resist reaching out to touch it, though she feared damaging it. "I shall hang this one in my room," she declared excitedly. Seeing Shun Jingyi's affection for his artwork filled Xian Wang with immense satisfaction, and he smiled tenderly and indulgently. "Very well, as you wish." The sweet scent of their budding romance began to permeate the air once more. As evening descended upon the sea, golden rays shimmered with the sun's slow descent, the water sparkling as if a molten gold had been scattered across the ocean. Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the sun, which was about to vanish on the horizon. "My prince, look at those clouds. They resemble an ink-wash painting, vibrant and colorful." Shun Jingyi pointed towards the sky, her eyes glimmering with admiration for the breathtaking view. Xian Wang smiled softly in response. "Indeed, this sunset is nature's most splendid masterpiece. Each stroke is alive with vitality." As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the cloud transformed in a mesmerizing display, shifting from hues of orange and red to soft pinks and purples, ultimately fading into a gentle blue. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of salt and warmth from the setting sun. The afterglow illuminated the waves, resembling countless fragments of gold dancing upon the water. Seagulls soared overhead, their shadows stretching across the sparkling surface before swiftly retreating. Chapter 44. The Stars in the Sea. Sunrises and sunsets. As the sun fully descended beyond the horizon, the night enveloped the ocean, shimmering under the caress of the moonlight. In this boundless expanse of deep azure, the stars began to twinkle. The celestial panorama above the sea unfolded like a magnificent tapestry, showcasing the wonders and vastness of nature. With the ocean breeze gently blowing, the stars' luminescence danced upon the rippling surface, resembling countless scintillating pearls scattered across the water, evoking a sense of tranquility. The waves lapped against the hull of the ship, resonating harmoniously with the starry sky, creating a melodious symphony. In the distance, seagulls soared through the night, their silhouettes appearing pale and graceful in the starlight, akin to ethereal sprites emerging from a fairy tale. Standing upon the deck, gazing upwards, one could behold a resplendent sky, adorned with flickering stars that seemed within reach. Shun Jingyi smiled softly, extending her hand towards the heavens, marveling at the beauty of the night sky. Xian Wang responded with a hint of resignation. Indeed, it is beautiful, but we must retire for the night. It is already quite late. He then gently tucked a stray strand of Shun Jingyi's hair behind her ear and soothingly encouraged. We will see it again tomorrow. We shall remain on this vessel for 5 days. With a slight frown, Shun Jingyi playfully pouted. All right, but you must carry me. My legs are gone numb. She reached out her hand, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Xian Wang chuckled softly, his heart brimming with affection at her adorable demeanor. Very well, I shall carry you. He enveloped her in a tight embrace, feeling her soft form, and gradually lifted her, making his way towards their cabin. In his arms, Shun Jingyi beamed with contentment. I want to see the sunrise tomorrow. I've heard the sunrises over the sea are breathtaking. She blinked her eyes eagerly. Looking up at Xian Wang, he nodded in agreement, assuring her, yes, I will wake you up. He gently laid her down on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then reclined beside her, holding her close. Listening to the sound of the waves and feeling the gentle sway of the ship, it was as if they were cradled in a serene lullaby, and soon they drifted into slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Xian Wang softly shook Shun Jingyi's shoulder, calling her gently, it is time to rise. Do you not wish to witness the sunrise? Shun Jingyi, still drowsy, opened her eyes and replied, Oh, I'm getting up. She rubbed her eyes, striving to awaken fully. At that moment, a knock resounded on the door. Xian Wang rose to open it, revealing Qin Mama and Chun Tao, Qiu Ju, who entered carrying the washing utensils. Upon seeing Shun Jingyi's state, Qin Mama recognized that she was not yet fully alert. Thus, she twisted a cloth to wipe Shun Jingyi's face. The warm cloth on her skin felt as if it opened her pores, thoroughly rousing her. They quickly assisted the two in changing clothes and freshening up. Shun Jingyi drew back the curtains, and the morning light began to seep through, casting a golden glow upon the ocean surface. She glanced at Xian Wang, her eyes brimming with anticipation and joy. Your Highness, come quickly. There is already a hint of light on the horizon. Shun Jingyi softly spoke, her voice infused with excitement. The king was equally captivated by the breathtaking scenery, gradually rising to approach the window. He wrapped his arm around Shun Jingyi's shoulder, standing together to admire the magnificent view. The morning light on the sea grew increasingly radiant, the hues transitioning from a delicate crimson to a resplendent gold. The clouds on the horizon were painted in shades of orange and red, resembling a stunning work of art. It is truly beautiful, Shun Jingyi remarked, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sun as it began to ascend. A gentle smile graced her face. This splendid sight was not merely the sunrise before them, but a romantic moment shared between her and the king. The king looked at Shun Jingyi, his eyes reflecting profound affection. He had not anticipated that witnessing a sunrise could bring her such joy. Qin Momo, along with Chun Tao and Qiu Ju, silently admired the enchanting scene, their eyes wide with awe, as this was their first encounter with a sunrise over the sea. The brilliance of the dawn gradually spread across the entire surface of the water, where the sunlight caused the sea to shimmer, resembling countless pearls scattered upon the waves. Seagulls soared in the morning light, fish danced within the water, and nature itself seemed to celebrate the birth of a new day. Let us venture to the deck. The view there is more expansive, allowing us to better appreciate this beautiful sunrise, the king suggested. Shen Jingyi nodded, a smile illuminating her face as she followed the king out of the room. Qin Momo and the others trailed behind, maintaining a respectful distance, ready to approach at their beckoning. Stepping outside, the morning air felt exceptionally refreshing, and the sea breeze brought a gentle coolness. The two ascended to the deck, standing beside the railing, where the distant sunrise appeared even more spectacular. Standing next to the king, Shen Jingyi felt an overwhelming sweetness swell within her heart. They quietly watched as the sun slowly rose, the reflections on the sea shifting with the dawn, while people aboard the ship gathered on the deck, some seated, others standing, all transfixed by the eastern sunrise, as if their souls were deeply enchanted by the grandeur of the scene. After breakfast, the king took Shen Jingyi to the third floor to play chess. "Your Highness, this time you need not go easy on me. I wish to see how my skills measure up," Shen Jingyi said, her gaze resolute as she looked at the king. A subtle smile played at the corners of the king's mouth as he gazed deeply at Shen Jingyi. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Shen Jingyi replied without hesitation. "Very well. Let's begin," the king said, setting up the chessboard. 15 minutes later, Shen Jingyi found herself at a loss, feeling despondent. Was she truly that inept? She had felt quite confident about her chess skills just yesterday. Unbeknownst to her, the king had been discreetly allowing her to win the day before. "Let us play another game," she declared, determined to try again. The king merely smiled, saying nothing. A quarter of an hour later, No. I shall not place it there. I wish to place it here." Shen Jingyi suddenly changed her mind, attempting to retract her move. "Is this where you begin to play tricks?" the king inquired. After a while, she protested, "That was not my intended move. It slipped from my hand. I was still contemplating." Xianwang raised an eyebrow and, with a good-natured tone, said, "Take your time." However, Shen Jingyi, placing her chess piece down and resting her chin on her hand, dejectedly admitted, "I concede. I am indeed a novice. It's all right, we can take our time. You've only been learning for 2 days, and your current skill level is already commendable," Xianwang reassured her with a smile. "Forget it. It bruises my pride. I don't wish to play any more today," Shen Jingyi pouted. Noticing that Shen Jingyi was genuinely disinterested in continuing the game, Xianwang did not press her. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Shall we try painting instead?" Shen Jingyi's eyes brightened. "That sounds wonderful." Soon after, Xianwang stepped outside to make arrangements, and shortly thereafter, a table along with art supplies was brought in. Xianwang spread out the rice paper and turned to Shen Jingyi, saying, "Let me teach you." "Sure," Shen Jingyi replied enthusiastically. Thus, Xianwang embraced her from behind, guiding her right hand with his as they began to create on the paper. Initially, Shen Jingyi found it quite enjoyable, but as the outlines of the painting began to take shape, she felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with the scene. As she scrutinized the artwork, she suddenly recognized the woman's silhouette, the kites soaring in the sky, the blossoming flowers, and the distant children, all evoking a sense of déjà vu. "Just a moment, let me take a closer look," she thought, her hand growing a bit stiff with concern that one misstep might ruin the painting. Sensing her tension, Xianwang chuckled softly and reassured her, "Don't worry, it's all fine." Shen Jingyi bit her lip and murmured, "I'll do my best." At last, through their combined efforts, the painting was completed. Gazing at their creation, Shen Jingyi's face lit up with delight. She was certain it captured the moment they had flown kites with the children. She spun around and embraced Xianwang, exclaiming joyfully, "I love this piece. We created it together. We must hang it up." Xianwang smiled indulgently and replied gently, "Of course, we can display it wherever you like, as long as it brings you joy." That evening, the stars once again adorned the night sky, and the atmosphere on the ship remained tranquil and serene. Shen Jingyi and Xianwang sat on the deck, the melodic sound of a flute wafting through the sea breeze, intertwining with the gentle music and the rhythmic sounds of the waves to create a beautiful symphony. Time on the ship flew by, filled with fulfilling and delightful moments. Beyond the morning sunrises, the evening sunsets, and the starry nights, they also enjoyed playing the flute together, painting, reading, and playing chess. One night, beneath the celestial canopy, Shen Jingyi even performed a classical dance she had learned in university, leaving Xianwang utterly mesmerized. Days later, the ship finally docked. Shun Jingyi stood up with satisfaction, gently stretching her back, and walked out of the cabin alongside Xian Wang. Chapter 45. The embarrassed cousin. The grand ship gradually came to a halt at the dock of Fengtai Mansion. Upon seeing the bustling pier, Shun Jingyi felt no longer the awe she had experienced during her first visit, but rather a sense of lively excitement. Xian Wang took Shun Jingyi's hand and led her to the gangway, saying, "Let us disembark." Shun Jingyi nodded in agreement. Under the protection of the Imperial Guards, they were the first to disembark, standing quietly on the shore as they awaited the arrival of the carriages and their belongings. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from a short distance away. Following the sound, she beheld a middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, with a toppled basket beside him and a scattering of cakes strewn across the earth. A group of brazen thugs was mercilessly pummeling him. "Stop, please. I haven't even begun my business yet. I truly have no money. I implore you, show some mercy." The man's voice was laced with palpable fear and helplessness. "No money? Who gave you permission to sell your wares here?" One of the thugs sneered, brandishing a club with an air of arrogance. Shun Jingyi felt a surge of anxiety. Shaking the arm of Prince Xian, his eyes conveyed an unmistakable urgency, urging her to assist him and teach those ruffians a lesson. Amused, Prince Xian called out, "Chuki." "Yes." Chuki responded promptly and approached with 10 men in tow. At that moment, a young, indignant voice broke through, imbued with a sense of justice. "Let him go. If you continue to strike, do not blame me for being uncivilized." Startled by the voice, Shun Jingyi widened her eyes in recognition. It sounded oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared somewhat recognizable, though disheveled and indistinct. She turned to her side, addressing Mama Qin. "Mama, does that person seem familiar to you?" Prince Xian, also observing, felt a twinge of unease at her inquiry. When had made the acquaintance of a man outside their circle? Fortunately, Chun Tao's voice broke the tension. "Your Highness, that appears to be the second cousin." In an instant, Shun Jingyi's composure unraveled. "What? It's my second cousin? How'd he end up in such a predicament?" She anxiously tugged at Prince Xian, urging him forward. "Your Highness, let us go see." Wait a moment. Do not speak, just observe," Prince Xian cautioned, fearful that Shun Jingyi might impulsively rush in. "All right, Your Highness," T intervened. "I will merely observe from the side." She noticed Chuki stealthily approaching her cousin, Lin Shubin, ready to act if necessary. Meanwhile, the thug showed little regard for Lin Shubin's threats. One particularly brazen ruffian pointed his club at him, boasting, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Flames of anger ignited within Lin Shubin, yet his demeanor remained composed. "This dock does not belong to you. On what grounds do you extort money here? Moreover, this is a public space, and you have no right to bully others." The thugs erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. "Huh, brothers, did you hear that? He questions our authority. Ha. Enough. They have backing. Be cautious not to bring trouble upon yourself," a bystander warned quietly, clearly apprehensive of the thugs' connections. As the crowd around them grew, most remained mere spectators, lacking the courage to intervene. Finally, having had their fill of laughter, the thugs spoke. "Let me tell you, just because this is Fengtai Prefecture, I have every right to charge fees here. If you disagree, come at me." Lin Shubin's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and with a swift kick, he sent the man flying. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. The thugs, witnessing their leader's sudden flight, were taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they rushed over to assist him, exclaiming, "Brother Xiong, are you all right?" Lin Shubin surveyed the ragtag group and remarked with a hint of defiance, "In my lifetime, this is the first time I've encountered someone with such demands." A soft chuckle escaped Shun Jingyi, unable to contain herself. As the onlookers realized a fight had broken out, they hastily fled, fearful of drawing unwanted attention. Once they scattered, Shun Jingyi and her companions became visible. Lin Shubin turned toward the sound of laughter, bewildered to see her there. Hadn't she just married? And beside her stood a man who appeared to be Prince Xian. Tentatively, he called out, "Cousin." Shun Jingyi waved her hand. "Cousin, it hasn't been long. How did you end up in this predicament?" "I was merely passing by and stopped upon witnessing this scene," Lin Shubin replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not intended for this to happen, but his lack of funds left him little choice. Brother Xiong, now supported by his companions, glared at Lin Shubin with fury and shouted, "Do you know who I am? Dare to touch me, and I will make you regret it." Lin Shubin, momentarily forgetting about his cousin, decided to address the situation at hand. He smirked coldly. "I care not who you are. Come on, all of you attack." Brother Xiong gestured, and several thugs lunged at Lin Shubin. He, however, was undeterred, deftly evading their advances and delivering a swift kick that felled one of them. Seeing this, Chuki signaled her companions, and they surged forward, quickly subduing the remaining thugs. Despite their defeat, the thugs continued to curse, threatening, "Do you know who we are? You'll regret this." Just as Lin Shubin was about to deliver a few more kicks, a thunderous voice boomed from a distance. "Everyone halt!" The crowd turned in shock to see a burly, authoritative constable arriving on the scene. Behind him, several colleagues clad in constable uniforms swiftly encircled both parties involved in the brawl. The constable immediately directed his ire at Lin Shubin and Chuki, demanding, "Who are you to cause a disturbance at the docks?" Without waiting for their response, he ordered, "Arrest them all." Chuki glanced at Prince Xian, who nodded in agreement, and quickly produced a token, raising it high as she bellowed, "Let us see who dares." The constable, recognizing the token, paled, immediately bowing in deference. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I shall return to summon my superior. Might I inquire if the prince is in attendance?" "There's no need for that. We were merely passing through and intervened upon witnessing thugs harassing the citizens," Lin Shubin clarified. "Indeed, I shall ensure these ruffians are detained as a cautionary measure." The constable replied, signaling his subordinates, "Quickly, take them away." "Zhang San, you dare!" one of the thugs retorted. "I care not who you are. Take him away." The constable commanded. Before he could finish his words, he was fiercely glared at by the constable. Only then did the man realize the gravity of the situation. He dared not speak further and obediently followed the constable with his younger companions. Once they had left, Shun Jingyi turned to Prince Xian and said, "Your Highness, they are in cahoots. I am aware, and I shall deal with them in due course," he replied. At that moment, the bullied street vendor timidly emerged from behind a pile of goods, urging Lin Shubin, "Thank you for saving me. You should leave this place quickly. You have offended them, and they will surely seek revenge." "It's all right. They cannot harm me," the uncle reassured him. However, Chu Chi inquired, "Who are they?" The middle-aged man glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he responded. "That Brother Xiong is the son of the scribe, and their backer is the magistrate of Fengtai County. Despite their current capture by the constables, they are indeed a unified group." After hearing this, Chu Chi regarded the man thoughtfully and placed 2 taels of silver into his hand, saying, "You should refrain from doing business for a while and find a place to hide." His primary concern was that the man might become a target for venting their frustrations upon encountering that group. After all, they were not the type to let their grievances slide easily. The man clearly shared this sentiment. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly before hastily picking up his basket and fleeing. The pastries within now trampled and unsalvageable. After resolving the situation, Lin Shubin followed Chu Chi to stand before Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi. "I have the honor to meet your highness." Lin Shubin respectfully bowed. "Rise, we are all family here. No need for excessive formality," Prince Xian said gently. "Indeed, your highness," Lin Shubin replied as he rose, glancing at Shun Jingyi with a raised eyebrow. It seemed that his cousin was quite well acquainted with life in the palace. Chu Chi then conveyed the middle-aged man's earlier remarks to the two. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi could not help but exclaim, "Ah, truly. 3 years as a clear-sighted governor can yield 100,000 taels of silver. Where did you hear such a phrase?" Prince Xian inquired with curiosity. "I forget," Shun Jingyi quickly answered, though she thought to herself that she could not reveal it was something she had seen in modern times. That was quite a fitting expression. Lin Shubin interjected. Shun Jingyi shot him a glance and joked, "Cousin, have you been cast out from your home?" "Certainly not. My mother cherishes me dearly. How could I ever be banished?" Lin Shubin hastily explained. "Then why do you appear so disheveled?" Shun Jingyi asked, puzzled. "Because I gave away all my silver." Lin Shubin shrugged helplessly. Ah, did the silver bite your hand? Shun Jingyi exclaimed in surprise. I was merely doing a good deed. You think I was swindled? It certainly wasn't that. I was walking down the street when a boy of about 8 or 9 years stole my jade pendant. Upon realizing this, I chased after him to the medical clinic, only to discover that his sister had been injured by a cart, and they could not afford treatment, which is why he resorted to thievery. Indeed, they are quite pitiable. They are orphans and beggars taken in by Lu Xionyang, a widow who has no family but herself. Over the years, she has gradually adopted 7 children, the eldest of whom is the boy who stole my jade pendant, while the youngest is a mere 2 years old, a little girl. Lu Xionyang relies on her embroidery skills and odd jobs to support these children. One day, the little girl ventured out to deliver food to her, only to be struck by a suddenly appearing carriage. The driver fled without offering compensation, and by the time she was taken to the clinic, she was nearly lifeless. The elderly physician insisted on payment before providing treatment, yet Lu Xionyang had no money. In desperation, the boy deceived them by claiming he had recently befriended a wealthy individual from whom he could borrow funds. Thus, he came to me for assistance. Considering that a life was at stake, I promptly provided the necessary funds for her treatment and followed him to their home. You cannot imagine the sight. Their dwelling was utterly bare, devoid of any possessions. The children's clothing was ill-fitting and patched upon patches, and their daily sustenance consisted merely of porridge and cornbread. On better days, when the tavern thrived, they could lend a hand there in exchange for food or take home leftovers from patrons. Seeing their plight, I gave them all the money I had on me. Then, I thought to come to the docks in hopes of encountering an acquaintance for a loan, or perhaps to find work to earn my way back home. To my astonishment, fortune smiled upon me today as I stumbled upon my cousin and the prince. After recounting my tale, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shun Jingyi, upon hearing this, raised her thumb in admiration, her expression glowing with respect as she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. To help others at the expense of your own welfare. What were you thinking? Did you not consider keeping some funds for your own journey?" Lin Shubin awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head as he explained, "Hee, I completely forgot in the moment and emptied my pockets. It seems rather inappropriate to ask for money back afterwards, doesn't it?" Curious, Shun Jingyi inquired, "And how much did you give them?" Lin Shubin replied candidly, 100 taels. Shun Jingyi's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You set out on a long journey with only 100 taels?" Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lin Shubin admitted, "Well, the truth is I snuck out this time and do not have much money on me." Prince Xian also sensed a certain naivete about him, yet he found him to be forthright, with clear eyes. Judging by his recent actions, he appeared capable and possessed a strong sense of justice, though he also had a penchant for trouble. Observing the women nearby, he pondered the peculiar dynamics at play. What are your plans next? If you wish to return home, I can provide you with travel expenses. Lin Shubin scratched the back of his head and, with a bold face, replied, "Your Highness, I do not wish to return just yet. May I accompany you? Or perhaps follow this brother Qi, as I am at your service should you need assistance." Prince Xian glanced at Shun Jingyi, who shrugged nonchalantly. "Your Highness, it is your decision." "Very well. In light of heiress sentiment, you may join us if you wish. Now is the opportune moment for recruitment, and with a generous offer presented, why would he decline?" At that moment, Shun Jingyi signaled to Chun Tao, who stepped forward to present 100 taels of silver to Lin Shubin. "Cousin, why don't you go wash up at it first? We will wait for you outside the city." "No need. I can just retrieve my belongings," Lin Shubin replied. Shun Jingyi cast a perplexed glance at him. "Cousin, haven't you noticed how unpleasant you smell?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shubin's face turned crimson, and he took 2 steps back, muttering, "I will return the silver later," before hastily disappearing from sight. "Ha ha!" Xian Wang chuckled helplessly, ruffling Shun Jingyi's hair playfully. Granny Qin's eyes sparkled with amusement, as she too felt that her young lady had become increasingly mischievous under the prince's indulgence. Chun Tao and Qiu Ju exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Lin Shubin hurried away, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Upon entering the inn, the enthusiastic attendant at the front desk approached him. "Esteemed guest, will you be staying or just stopping by? I need to bathe. Lin Shubin replied, slightly breathless and somewhat bashful. The attendant, noticing his awkwardness, promptly guided him, saying, "Please follow me. I shall prepare everything for you." Minutes later, Lin Shubin luxuriated in a steaming bath in a small private room, the water at the perfect temperature, gradually dissolving his fatigue and tension. His thoughts began to clarify. I was truly impulsive. Why did I run away? What does it matter if I smell a bit? He mused, reflecting on his earlier behavior. After his bath, he donned fresh attire, emerging renewed. As he exited the inn, he transformed into a refined gentleman. Outside the city, Shun Jingyi and Xian Wang sat at a tea stall, sipping their own fragrant tea. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a gentle glow on Shun Jingyi's face. Chun Tao conversed quietly with her, creating a warm and relaxed atmosphere. Just then, Lin Shubin approached, the earlier awkwardness gone from his visage, speaking with composure. "Your Highness, cousin, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Xian Wang nodded. "Please, take a seat." Shun Jingyi added, "It's no trouble. Granny Qin and Xiao Ju have gone out to shop, and haven't tea returned yet." Lin Shubin sighed with relief. At least they hadn't tea been waiting specifically for him, as he would never dare keep Xian Wang waiting. Such pressure would be overwhelming. Noticing an empty seat at the table nearby, he took a seat there. His open and forthright nature, combined with his status as Shun Jingyi's cousin, allowed him to blend in seamlessly, and soon, the table was abuzz with lively conversation. Chapter 47. Riding before long, Granny Qin and the others returned, having acquired a cart full of supplies. With so many people, it was inevitable. They continued their journey. Lacking a horse, Lin Shubin positioned himself at the front of Granny Qin's cart, beside the driver. In truth, the spot was quite comfortable, especially as Granny Qin had provided him with a soft cushion. The caravan gradually distanced itself from the city, and the number of travelers on the road dwindled. An hour later, inside the cart, Shun Jingyi gazed up at Prince Xian with bright eyes, her hand clasped around his arm. "Your Highness, will you take me horseback riding?" Observing the mild sun outside this morning, Prince Xian, with a tender pinch of her nose, acquiesced. "Very well. Today I shall indulge your wish to ride." As they alighted from the carriage, a groom promptly led over the prince's steed. Prince Xian gently caressed the horse's mane to soothe it. "This is Lightning. Come and feel him." Shun Jingyi, enchanted by the towering, muscular stallion before her, eagerly approached. However, Lightning seemed somewhat resistant, tossing his head and snorting, his legs restless. Yet, he was swiftly calmed by Prince Xian's steady presence. "Can I really ride him?" Shun Jingyi hesitated. Although she was an accomplished equestrian, this was Lightning, a horse reputed to allow no one but the prince to mount. Hadn't she witnessed him galloping freely all the way here? Undeterred by the horse's initial reluctance, she was determined to touch him. "Of course you can," Prince Xian replied, his eyes brimming with affection. "With me here, you have nothing to fear. Give it a try." After some encouragement, Shun Jingyi finally nodded. With Prince Xian's assistance, she gracefully mounted the horse. He stood behind her, firmly grasping the reins to ensure her safety. The horse fidgeted restlessly, seemingly displeased. "Are you ready?" Prince Xian's deep, gentle voice broke through the tension. "Yes," Shun Jingyi replied. Her nerves mingled with anticipation. She felt the warmth of Prince Xian's presence, which instilled a sense of security within her. "Then let us go." With a commanding shout, Prince Xian lightly tapped the horse's flank, and it surged forward, kicking up dust. "Wow!" Shun Jingyi exclaimed, as the horse accelerated, the landscape blurring past. Her heartbeat quickened in rhythm with the speed. "Don't worry, I'm right here." Prince Xian's voice was like a comforting breeze, echoing in her ears. Soon, Shun Jingyi adapted to the horse's pace and the bumps, experiencing an exhilarating freedom, the wind around her akin to a joyous melody. "I'm not afraid. We can go even faster," she joyfully cried. The view from atop the horse differed vastly from that within the carriage. Seated in the carriage, she could only glimpse a limited panorama through the window. Yet, on horseback, she could freely survey her surroundings, feeling the caress of the wind, the warmth of the sun, and the vastness of the earth. The scenery whizzed by lush trees, towering mountains, and meandering rivers, all becoming vibrantly alive. Prince Xian laughed heartily, advising hold on tight. With that, The horse's speed intensified significantly. This posed a challenge for those trailing behind. The carriage was already out of sight, and the 50 riders pursuing them struggled to keep pace. Their mounts not of the same caliber, rendering their efforts insufficient against the disparity in horse flesh. As time passed, the rear of the caravan gradually disappeared from view. Should we stop to wait for them? Shun Jingyi turned around, only to find that the individuals who had been following her had vanished. No need to worry. They will catch up, declared Prince Xian with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, he fixed his intense gaze upon Shun Jingyi. Would you like to attempt to learn how to control it? Absolutely, Shun Jingyi replied, her face alight with excitement. She endeavored to steady herself, attempting to grip the horse's belly with her legs and seize the reins, hoping to master the swift steed. Prince Xian offered guidance from the side. Relax a bit, move with your instincts. Encouraged by his words, Shun Jingyi gradually discovered the rhythm of riding, experiencing an unprecedented sense of freedom. The disparity between Shun Jingyi's equestrian skills and those of Prince Xian was profound. Thus, the followers finally managed to catch up with them. In the study of the government office in Zhangzhou, a man in his 50s occupied the main seat. On one side sat two tall, rugged-looking men with menacing appearances, while several officials occupied the other side, all gazing respectfully at the speaker. Prince Xian is en route to Hexian and will soon traverse Zhangzhou's territory. Inform everyone to exercise caution and avoid crossing paths with him. Additionally, ensure that Yusher Mountain is well guarded. We cannot afford to let anyone escape from within, he instructed firmly. Yes, sir, the crowd responded in unison. Little did he know, while Yusher Mountain was indeed under strict supervision, the presence of individuals inside did not preclude the possibility of intrusions. At that moment, Qi Wu and his two subordinates had just been escorted to Yusher Mountain. They observed the individuals before them, their fingers calloused from prolonged labor, their clothing tattered, their forms emaciated, and their faces caked with dirt, utterly devoid of vitality. The guards nearby would lash out with whips at anyone who collapsed from exhaustion or showed signs of weakness, inflicting severe wounds until the skin was torn. The sounds of weeping, pleas, and cries of anguish echoed painfully in the air. Fear immediately manifested on the faces of the three newcomers. One trembled visibly, his voice quaking with evident dread. Sir, is this what you meant by providing food and shelter? It hardly appears so. Another chimed in. We do not wish to continue. Please allow us to leave. Rest assured, we will not breathe a word of this. However, their captors sneered coldly. Now that you are here, do you still harbor hopes of returning? Take them away and educate them thoroughly. Please, sir, if we are harmed, we will be unable to serve you. One of them cried out in terror. At least you possess a modicum of sense. Let me impart this to you. Do not even think of escaping, for should you be captured again, death will be your only fate. He then pointed at a minor overseer. Take them away and ensure they work diligently. Yes, young Masterly, rest assured once they are here, they will not see the outside again. This young Masterly was the brother of the concubine of Lord Lin, known for his bullying of men and women alike. He often deceived outsiders seeking work in the city, making scenes like today's far from uncommon. After the man finished speaking, he cracked his whip in the air twice. Observing the fear that flickered across the faces of the three individuals before he let out a hearty laugh, sheathed his whip and led them inside. The trio exchanged glances, their heads bowed, trailing behind him while subtly surveying the terrain and positions around them. Chapter 48. The Wronged Souls as Night Fell. The weary workers returned to their humble grass huts to rest, perhaps out of concern that excessive labor could lead to significant casualties and unwanted trouble. They were granted a precious respite of 2.5 hours, 5 hours, due to the ample supply of jade. After exchanging a glance with the other two, Chu picked up his share of the evening meal, a black cornmeal bun, and they dispersed. At this moment, Chu appeared to embody the image of a simple, honest farmer. As he chewed on his bun, he struck up a casual conversation with the person beside him. Brother, how did you come to be here? The other man replied with a bitter smile, Alas, I am truly unfortunate. I originally came to the city seeking work, only to be deceived and brought here. Chu nodded in agreement. Ha, we truly share the same plight. I am in the same boat as you. Another individual interjected. You both are fortunate in comparison. I was captured for no reason at all. Chu, intrigued, asked, "What is your name, brother? What did you do outside? And how did you end up here?" The man sighed in resignation. "My name is Li Ming. I am merely a peddler. Once as I passed through a village, I sold some goods, but that night, a woman in the village died. When the officials arrived, they absurdly accused me of being the murderer. Can you believe the injustice?" He pointed to his forehead, his voice trembling. "I am truly wronged. I have never even seen that woman, nor do I have any motive to harm her. Yet now, I have lost my freedom and am forced to toil here, with my parents unaware of my whereabouts." At that moment, another voice chimed in, "What of it? Many here are wrongfully imprisoned. There are numerous innocent souls among us." He gestured toward a figure in the distance. "Do you see that man over there?" Chu followed the direction of the gesture and noticed a gaunt man sitting apart, his face shrouded in shadows, his eyes vacant and particularly haggard. Curious, Chu inquired, "What happened to him?" The response came laden with sorrow. "His wife has left him, and it is said that his father was beaten to death. His mother has also passed, and his wife took their children back to her family. Just like that, his entire household has been shattered." Chu lowered his head, his eyes glimmering with understanding. However, he was puzzled. How did this man know about his family despite being imprisoned here? Thus, he turned to the speaker and asked, "How do you know all this?" "Ah, it's common knowledge among us. Many are aware." That day, young Masterly came and, upon seeing the situation, rushed out with a stone in hand, not considering how he could possibly succeed. He was beaten half to death. All of this was relayed by young Masterly, and those of us present heard it clearly. Young Masterly remarked that if he were to perish, he would relish the taste of his wife. On the fifth day, clenched fists, he seethed at these brutes, vowing to eventually confront them all. Seated within a makeshift shelter, the individuals surrounding him appeared to resonate with one another, each commencing to divulge their own tribulations. Every narrative was laden with helplessness and anguish, akin to a series of tragedies that evoked both his ire and profound sympathy. "My name is Zhao Chong, hailing from Da Wang village," a slender young man interjected, his voice faint yet resolute. "A few months prior, a devastating fire engulfed my village. I was laboring in the fields that day, entirely unaware. Consequently, a neighbor suffered burns, and they accused me of igniting the flames." Tears shimmered in his eyes as he continued, "To prove my innocence, I even presented evidence, yet the officials disregarded my claims, choosing instead to believe the words of others. When I was apprehended, my mother and wife were forcibly evicted from our home, and I remain oblivious to their fate." By the end of his tale, tears streamed down his cheeks. At that moment, an elder in the corner spoke up. "I may comprehend the reason why." All eyes turned towards him as he sighed. "I am from Shao Wang village, situated adjacent to theirs. I possess a rice paddy contiguous with their land. One day, the steward of Lord Lin approached me, expressing interest in my paddy. I initially considered selling it, thinking that commoners should not contend with officials, but they offered merely 1 or 2 taels of silver per acre. This was prime land, cultivated for decades, a parcel imbued with countless hopes. Selling it for a mere handful of silver would leave me unable to acquire any other paddy. How would we sustain ourselves? A superior raíz de fechas sextantes para acre. Therefore, I refused and clashed with Lord Lin's steward. Subsequently, I was falsely accused and detained for obstructing official duties. I remain unaware of the current state of my household." At this juncture, an impatient individual interjected, "Elder brother, you have yet to mention Zhao Chong's family." Wang the elder cast a glance at him and continued, "After I was taken, I inadvertently overheard their discussion. It turns out Lord Lin intends to construct a villa, and Lady Li suggested that Da Wang village and the surrounding lands were ideal, proposing to enclose the back mountain as a hunting ground. Lord Lin concurred and approved, allowing Lady Li to take charge of the matter. At this revelation, Zhao Chong ceased his weeping, his voice charged with emotion. Then she could simply purchase it. Why must she resort to arson? On hearing this, Chu Wu sighed deeply, articulating his suspicions. The reason is clear. After the houses were set ablaze, she could coax and coerce the villagers, acquiring the land at a drastically reduced price. Moreover, the villagers' ire would be directed solely at you, for it is you who supposedly committed the arson. Chu Wu's insights proved to be strikingly accurate. Is it truly so? Is this how it unfolded? Zhao Chong lamented anew, weeping for the injustices of fate, for his own grievances, and anxiously pondering the welfare of his family. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, lying in bed, listened to the accounts of those around him, reflecting on his own plight, before suddenly sitting up and exhaling a weary sigh. In Sangzhou, one cannot help but wonder if there will ever come a day for justice to be sought. Recently, a newcomer interjected, urging, "Uncle, do not lose heart. You must persevere." I firmly believe that day will soon arrive. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals brightened momentarily. Then, in hushed tones, one inquired, "How do you know?" Or perhaps, the latter part of the question remained unvoiced. The newcomer smiled and replied, "I merely feel that one must never relinquish hope, and I trust in the principle that evil begets retribution." However, upon hearing these words, the glimmer of hope in several eyes quickly dimmed once more. Oblivious to the effect of his words, the newcomer inquired of Lu Xian about his arrival there. Lu Xian, perhaps yearning for conversation, shared, "My family operates a restaurant, Shui Fang, within the city of Sangzhou. My youngest son, fond of culinary arts, devised some new dishes that brought great prosperity to our establishment. However, Lord Lin's nephew opened a restaurant nearby, but their dishes and service were lacking. Patrons came solely for Lord Lin's reputation, but as time passed, their numbers dwindled. Unexpectedly, he set his sights on our restaurant, seeking to merge our establishments and demanding our recipes, to which I naturally objected. One fateful day, officials arrived, claiming our dishes had caused fatalities, and without explanation, they sealed our restaurant. My sons and I were apprehended. To secure our release, my wife had no choice but to surrender our restaurant and recipes to Lord Lin's nephew. Even so, they only agreed to release my two sons, while I was charged with negligence leading to death and subsequently imprisoned. With a bitter smile, I lamented whether I would ever live to see the outside world again. The expressions of those around him grew even dimmer. Even the owner of Shui Fang shared their grim fate, leaving little hope for them. At that moment, Chu reassured, "Fear not. You shall surely return. He spoke of you, not us," yet everyone was lost in their own despair, failing to notice. Under the shadow of Yusher Mountain, nearly all were ensnared in a merciless game of power, each individual's tale intertwined, weaving a tragic tapestry. Chapter 49. The Death Escape. What are you doing? No congregating and chatting. If you wish to sleep, sleep. If not, go move stones. At this moment, several patrolling guards approached, their voices laced with scorn. The inhabitants of the shed scattered at the sound, seeking corners to rest. Once the patrol had departed, two others returned, and the three quietly found an unoccupied spot to exchange the news they had gleaned that day. Finally, Chu asked, "Do you know what becomes of those who perish here?" One responded, "It is said they are thrown into the deep mountains to feed the wolves." On the fifth day, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I have located the man from the Zhao family. Upon our return, I shall reveal his identity to you. Tomorrow morning, I will feign death to escape and report to the prince. You two must remain vigilant here, watching over those who have unjustly suffered. We cannot allow them to perish, for they are our witnesses. You must also take care of yourselves. If the situation becomes dire, make your escape first. Rest assured, boss, we know what to do." He nodded, and the three of them cautiously made their way back. The following morning, before the dawn had broken, a cacophony shattered the stillness. "Rise, rise, get to work." "Yes, yes, we're up, sir." However, as the people stirred, they discovered one among them lying still. "Little brother, wake up. If you don't, you'll face the whip." A man urged softly, yet the other remained unresponsive. Suddenly, another man cried out in terror, "Ah, someone's dead." Hearing this exclamation, a crowd quickly gathered. They beheld the figure lying there, as pale as parchment, utterly motionless, clearly lifeless. Two men, faces etched with sorrow, knelt beside the seemingly deceased. One lamented, "Wang Shower, how could you leave us? We came to the city together seeking work. How shall I explain your departure to your family?" The other echoed his grief, "Indeed, what shall we do without you? You have been so irresponsible." At that moment, a figure resembling a steward approached and bellowed, What are you all making such a fuss about so early in the morning? The two men, flustered, replied, "He's dead. Our brother has died." The official, irked, retorted, "So what if he's dead? What's the point of all this commotion? Get back to work." He waved a whip threateningly, as if ready to strike at any moment. The two men exchanged glances, resigned, and reluctantly followed the crowd out of the room, silently praying that no wolves would roam in daylight, lest their leader face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the steward instructed those nearby, "Quickly, summon Dr. Wang to ascertain the cause of death." Shortly, a frail, haggard old man arrived in haste. He first checked the deceased's pulse, then lifted the eyelids for a closer inspection, and finally unfastened the clothing to examine various parts of the body. After a meticulous assessment, Dr. Wang gradually stood and spoke. "This man appears to have succumbed to anxiety and fatigue." Upon hearing this, the steward cursed. "What bad luck. He only arrived yesterday, and now he's dead, truly fragile. Someone, take him to the back mountain." Following this command, two individuals approached, lifting Wang's shower's lifeless body and striding purposefully towards the rear hills. Shigu Town, a picturesque water town adorned with enchanting scenery. It belongs to a unique town in Luzhou, larger than the others, encompassing the area of an entire county. This place is well-connected, serving as a miniature transportation hub, surrounded by crystal-clear rivers and lush bamboo groves. The architectural style here is distinctive, brimming with the characteristics of the Jiangnan water towns. A 1,000-year-old ancient bridge spans the river, linking the streets on either side. Rows of shops line the streets, arranged in an orderly yet varied manner. Small boats float on the river, offering respite and leisurely rides, while also selling local delicacies. The nighttime ambience of this water town is particularly enchanting, with lanterns hanging high, illuminating the surroundings, and the reflections on the river creating a picturesque scene. At this moment, Shun Jingyi stands at the bow of the boat with Prince Xian, admiring the night view along the riverbanks. She gently lifts her head, feeling the cool breeze caress her face. The shimmering waves on the river mirror the dreamlike lights on both banks, as if time has paused in this instant. They had arrived in the afternoon, and after resting at the inn, Prince Xian took her out to explore this beautiful town. She could not help but exclaim in delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. The high-hanging red lanterns appeared particularly warm against the night sky, resembling stars igniting the waters of this town. Standing beside her, Prince Xian wore a subtle smile. The small boat gently swayed as the skilled boatman maneuvered the oars, guiding them smoothly across the water. Surrounding them, people engaged in hushed conversations. Some were rowing leisurely, while others savored delicacies along the shore, creating a lively yet cozy atmosphere. "Let's go there and take a look." Shun Jingyi pointed towards a riverside restaurant, where enticing aromas wafted through the air. Her stomach had already protested from the sights she had been enjoying. "All right, we shall go there," Prince Xian chuckled, acknowledging her stomach's complaint, recalling how he had suggested she eat a little before they left, which she had ignored. The small boat soon approached the shore, and they disembarked, entering the restaurant. The decor within exuded the charm of Jiangnan, featuring wooden tables and chairs, exquisite porcelain, and paintings depicting the scenery of the water town adorning the walls. Upon seeing them, a waiter quickly approached, welcoming them. "Esteemed guests, please come in." "How many of you are there?" Chu Qing stepped forward and requested, "Please arrange a private room for us." The waiter, discerning their refined attire, recognized they were not to be offended, yet regretfully replied, "I apologize, dear guests, but there are no private rooms available. Might you graciously accept a seat here?" Shun Jingyi glanced around and, smiling, nodded in agreement to Prince Xian. Consequently, they found a window-side table and ordered several local specialties. While awaiting their meal, the proprietor personally brought over a screen, placing it beside their table to create a small, somewhat private space, while also shielding them from the gaze of other patrons in the hall. Qin Mama, Chun Tao, Qiu Gu, and Chu Qing and Chu Bao were seated at another table beyond the screen. The dishes arrived promptly, and soon, an array of delectable dishes was presented before them. The steamed white fish is tender and delectable, while the bamboo tube, rice exudes a fragrant aroma. The pan-fried tofu is golden and enticing, and the chilled, crispy lotus root slices provide a refreshing palate cleanser. The secret recipe beggar's chicken is nothing short of mouth-watering, not to mention the fishball soup with pickled mustard greens, steaming hot and brimming with rich fragrance. These dishes are indeed appealing, Shun Jingyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a hunger that demanded satisfaction. Xian Wang smiled gently, his gaze softening as he said, "Let us begin, for I know you are famished." With that, he thoughtfully served Shun Jingyi a bowl of fishball soup, placing it in front of her. Chapter 50. Things no woman can resist. After their dinner, the couple strolled hand in hand along the bustling street. Xian Wang, concerned for her safety, frequently shielded her from the crowd. Shun Jingyi couldn't help but smile softly, relishing Xian Wang's protective demeanor. As they passed a jewelry store, Xian Wang suddenly recalled that he had yet to present Shun Jingyi with any adornments. He gently grasped her hand and said softly, "Let us step inside for a moment." Upon seeing the jewelry store, Shun Jingyi nodded eagerly and followed Xian Wang inside. No woman can resist the allure of exquisite jewelry. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s, was attentively arranging recently viewed ornaments when she noticed their entrance. Her eyes lit up. A significant sale was at hand. She quickly entrusted her current task to a nearby assistant and hurried over to personally attend to them. Her voice was bright and warm, enveloping them in a refreshing embrace. "Welcome, dear guests. May I inquire what type of jewelry you're interested in? Perhaps gold or jade? We just received a splendid batch of exquisite pieces yesterday. Would you care to take a look?" Shun Jingyi was quite impressed by the shopkeeper's initial demeanor, but before she could express her intent to merely browse the displayed items, Xian Wang interjected, "Please bring them over for us to see." With a smile, the shopkeeper replied, "Certainly. Please wait a moment while I fetch them." She then turned and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, she beckoned another female assistant named Xiao Wan to pour tea for the pair and ushered them into a cozy room designated for esteemed guests. Shun Jingyi felt inclined to examine the items displayed outside, so she said, "I shall go and take a look." Xian Wang nodded, encouragingly saying, "Go ahead. And if you find something you like, feel free to have it wrapped." Shun Jingyi agreed, excitedly leading Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Xiu Ju outside. They deemed it prudent to conceal their identities in public, wary of potential exploitation by ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, Shun Jingyi resolved to refer to Xian Wang as master in public. Although Xian Wang wished for her to call him Xian or Xian Lang, she firmly rejected the idea, concerned that such familiarity could inadvertently reach the capital and cause trouble. "Please, look around and choose what you like. I shall purchase it for you," Shun Jingyi said with a smile to the three companions. Upon hearing this, they immediately brightened, responding in unison, "Thank you, madam. We shall not hold back." "Go on, I stand by my word," she encouraged. The three individuals joyfully searched for their favorite items. Observing their exuberance, Shun Jingyi felt a deep sense of happiness. She understood that they rarely had the opportunity to indulge in shopping, and now that they had this chance, it was only fitting to treat them well as a token of gratitude for their unwavering support during her recent endeavors. The shop attendants, witnessing this delightful scene, warmly attended to the three guests, displaying no hint of impatience. Meanwhile, Shun Jingyi wandered through the store, admiring the exquisite ornaments, yet she found none that captivated her attention. Everything seemed rather ordinary and failed to impress her. At that moment, the shopkeeper descended from the upper floor, cradling several boxes. Upon seeing this, Shun Jingyi returned to a small room and seated herself. The shopkeeper placed the boxes in succession upon the table between the two women. Wearing a welcoming smile and addressing her respectfully, "Madam, these are our latest treasures, each one unique. Please feel free to inspect them." Shun Jingyi nodded slightly and focused her gaze on the first box, which contained a delicate jade bracelet. The flawless jade exuded a soft sheen reminiscent of moonlight. She gently lifted the bracelet, appreciating its smooth and refined texture. "Is this beautiful?" she inquired, turning to Xian Wang with a questioning look. He smiled and nodded, softly replying, "It is indeed lovely and suits you well." His eyes brimmed with affection for Shun Jingyi. Subsequently, she opened the second box, revealing an entire set of ruby jewelry that sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky. However, Shun Jingyi privately mused that although the jewelry was stunning, it did not quite align with her temperament. Thus, she quietly closed the box and set it aside. Xian Wang noticed her action and curiously asked, "Do you not like this one?" Shun Jingyi glanced at him and replied with a smile, "It is indeed beautiful, but I feel it doesn't quite suit me. However, I believe my mother would appreciate it." Hearing this, Xian Wang raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering. "In that case, let's take it home as a gift for her." Shun Jingyi gently nodded in agreement. "All right." She then opened the third box, and the contents instantly captivated her. She was smitten at first sight. Inside lay an exquisite white jade fish hairpin, intricately carved from smooth white jade, shimmering like satin and radiating a subtle glow reminiscent of morning dew. Its design was fluid and natural, and when held, it felt lifelike and delicate. The fish seemed poised to leap from the pin, leaving one in awe. The fish's eyes were adorned with black glass, adding a touch of mystery and vivacity, imbuing the hairpin with a sense of spirited elegance. "This is so beautiful!" Shun Jingyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xian Wang, noticing her expression, understood her fondness but still inquired, "Do you like it?" "Yes, I adore it," she affirmed. Shun Jingyi nodded without hesitation, her face radiating joy and contentment. The lady truly possesses a discerning eye. This fish hairpin carries a special significance in our region. It symbolizes auspiciousness and fortune, representing wealth and prosperity. The shopkeeper explained with a smile, "That is wonderful. I hope it brings good luck." "Let's explore the others," Shun Jingyi exclaimed, her heart unusually light. Finally, she opened the fourth box, revealing an ancient ring, the material of which was indiscernible. It was adorned with intricate and delicate engravings that exuded a classic charm. Suddenly, Shun Jingyi felt a stirring within her. The ring seemed to whisper the tales of its past, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it were meant for her. Xian Wang gazed at the ring. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. The sensation was so sudden that he found himself at a loss to explain the source of his happiness. Nevertheless, his heart brimmed with delight. "This ring is exquisite. I absolutely adore it," Shun Jingyi exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. She carefully lifted the ring, scrutinizing every detail. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight, his heart swelling with elation. A destined connection had finally manifested. He quickly added, "Madam, this ring is a treasured heirloom of our shop, said to have been crafted by a talented artisan. Moreover, the materials used are exceedingly rare." He then meticulously observed Shun Jingyi, ensuring her affection for the piece was genuine. Qin Mama, Qiujiu, and Dongmei stood nearby, watching the ring in Shun Jingyi's hand, nodding in agreement. "Madam, this ring suits you perfectly. The size is also just right, as if it were tailored exclusively for you." Shun Jingyi looked up at them, her joy intensifying. She glanced at Xian Wang, her eyes shimmering, and promptly removed the ring, extending it towards him. "Please put it on for me," she said earnestly. Xian Wang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, a warm smile spreading across his face. He accepted the ring and gently placed it on Shun Jingyi's left ring finger. He had read about Empress Han and knew she possessed a ring that Emperor Wu had personally adorned her with. Thus, if Shun Jingyi desired it, he was more than willing. In the end, the 4 boxes brought forth by the shopkeeper were all taken away by them, totaling 2,215 taels, which was rounded down to 2,200 taels. Additionally, Qin Mama selected a bracelet, while Chun Tao and Qiujiu each chose a hairpin. Each pin cost 130 taels, a sum Shun Jingyi insisted on paying herself as she had promised them. Chapter 51. The master and servant who fear the strong and bully the weak after purchasing their items, as they were about to exit. A woman in a red dress rushed in, nearly colliding with them. Fortunately, Xian Wang reacted swiftly, pulling Shun Jingyi aside just in time. Once the woman halted, she barely glanced at the two of them, instead addressing the shopkeeper behind them, saying, "Shopkeeper, give me that white jade hairpin." However, the little maid, trailing behind, scolded, "Do you have no eyes? You nearly bumped into my young lady." Upon hearing this, Chun Tao felt displeased. Her young lady and Prince Xian stood right there, silent. So how could they be the ones lacking awareness? She immediately stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian, exuding the haughtiness characteristic of noble families. Addressing the little maid, she said, "Can you not speak properly? Who is truly clumsy here? I haven't even mentioned that you nearly collided with my lady, yet you have the audacity to accuse us first. Truly, one gets the servants one deserves." Utterly lacking in decorum, the little maid, being one who cowers before the strong, was momentarily taken aback by Chuantao's words. Once she discerned the number and attire of Chuantao's companions, she promptly shrank back, fearing retribution, likely having faced similar consequences in the past. The little maid quickly lowered her head, apologized, and made way, demonstrating a keen sense of self-preservation. The woman in red, observing her maid's fear, was not pleased, but she had no time to engage with these individuals. Instead, she cast an urging glance at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, confronted by the lofty young lady, also felt a lack of fondness for her. Yet as a guest, she was curious to see how the intended recipient of the ring would handle the situation. Thus, she politely addressed the young lady, "I apologize, Miss Gao, but the hairpin has already been purchased by this gentleman and lady." A flicker of displeasure crossed the face of the woman in red, but she quickly masked it with a faint smile, seemingly suppressing her wrath. She surveyed the shopkeeper and then turned to Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian, her gaze sharp. "I had my eye on that first. Would you consider transferring it to me?" Shun Jingyi pressed her lips together, regarding the impolite woman with a sense of helplessness, for she had no intention of competing for the item. "My dear lady," she replied gently, "we too have taken a liking to this hairpin and have already completed the payment." The expression of the woman in red darkened further. "Are you unwilling to part with it? I will offer you double the price. You would still profit." "Regrettably, no," Shun Jingyi replied, meeting her gaze unwaveringly. "Since we have already purchased it, I believe there is no need for a transfer, and besides, I am quite fond of it. Furthermore," she added, "do we appear to be in need of money?" Though Shun Jingyi preferred to avoid trouble, she would not back down. Moreover, standing behind her was the son of the emperor. What was there to fear? The woman in red, now seething with anger, observed that this group was clad in finery and spoke with sophistication, indicating they were not ordinary people. Yet what did that matter? This was her domain. With this thought, her confidence surged, and she pointed an accusing finger at Shun Jingyi, ready to unleash her fury, but was halted by her little maid from behind. "Miss, they are numerous. You will be at a disadvantage." Though her voice was soft, everyone present heard it. Unexpectedly, Miss Shun, perhaps feeling her pride wounded and fueled by anger, retaliated by striking her own maid across the face. This left the onlookers in stunned silence. Following this, the young lady exclaimed, "I told you I wanted to retrieve the hairpin first, but you insisted on seeing that lord one. Now look, the hairpin is gone." Upon finishing her words, she stormed out in a fit of indignation. The young maid, having been struck, dared not utter a word. She merely covered her face and softly remarked, "Don't you wish to see as well?" before hastily pursuing her. "Miss, wait for me." Even after running quite a distance, the maid's calls could still be heard. While this little episode went unnoticed by both Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi, Miss Gao etched it firmly in her memory. As they exited the jewelry store, they continued strolling along the street. Shun Jingyi playfully glanced at Prince Xian and asked, "Can you still walk?" Prince Xian pinched her dainty nose, chuckling, "If you can't walk, I certainly can, and I could even carry you." "Oh, please stop pinching my nose. Too much it will ruin my beauty." Shun Jingyi protested, delicately shielding her nose with her hand. She then returned to their previous conversation and inquired, "What about your wallet?" "Rest assured, it is just as intact." Prince Xian replied with a smug expression. "Hee. Shall we be off then?" The two, now accompanied by 5 gleaming light bulbs, continued their sweet outing, although only Shun Jingyi perceived it as a date. Inside the jewelry store, the shopkeeper pondered, "Didn't we miscalculate the earlier transaction? Did you receive payment for that ring?" "Xiao Huan inquired, passive." "No, I did not," the shopkeeper replied with a smile, adding, "It is a gift for someone fated." "But didn't you say that was the treasure of the shop? How can you just give it away? What defines a fated person? How does one qualify as such?" "Xiao Huan prest, bewildered. It is money after all. To simply give it away without a word is beyond my comprehension," she confessed. not quite grasping the world of the affluent. It's quite simple. When you first visited the shop, did I not show you that ring? What did you say back then? The shopkeeper reminded her. Xiaowan strained to recall, eventually remembering she had remarked. That doesn't seem valuable. Only a fool would buy it. Ah, you have remembered. You were dismissive then, while today, this lady is enamored and delighted. That's what we call fate. The shopkeeper explained with a smile. Oh, now I understand. No wonder you frequently display it, yet have never found someone who appreciates it. It truly is special. Xiao Huan exclaimed, enlightened. Indeed, it has finally met its destined owner. The shopkeeper reflected wistfully, feeling a sense of completion regarding her task. She believed it was time to pay her respects at her foster mother's grave, having fulfilled what she had set out to do. Observing the way the young master cherished his wife, she mused that they must be very happy together. Turning to Xiaowan, she instructed, You need not tidy up here. Go fetch me some incense and offerings. I wish to visit my foster mother. Very well, shopkeeper, Xiaowan replied, and, after retrieving a basket from the back courtyard, she set out. Once Xiaowan departed, the shopkeeper found herself lost in reminiscence. In truth, her knowledge of her foster mother was limited. She knew her name was Yuan Shu, that she hailed from the capital, and that she had opened this shop after separating from her husband. Once cast out by her family, she had wandered until by chance she met her foster mother, who offered her refuge, ultimately leading her to take over this establishment. Everything she possessed was a gift from her foster mother. Gan Yang is an extraordinary individual, well acquainted with many prominent figures. She even has the privilege of knowing Master Hui Qing of Gushin Temple. The master possesses profound Buddhist wisdom and is said to be knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times. Many seek his audience but find elusive. However, Gan Yang, as long as the master is not in seclusion, is always able to meet him with ease. When a master passed away, he entrusted a ring to Gan Yang. The details of their conversation remain a mystery to all. Since that moment, the ring has become the prized possession of the shop. Initially displayed prominently, it was soon hidden away as patrons showed little interest. Yet, whenever unfamiliar guests arrived, it would be brought out. Before her departure, Gan Yang repeatedly instructed that the owner of the ring would eventually visit the shop, and it was imperative to guard it well. She fulfilled Gan Yang's request and planned to inform her the very next morning. Chapter 52. A woman with hidden intentions. Shun Jingyi has swiftly transitioned from the initial bliss of a romantic rendezvous to an exuberant shopping spree. They arrived at a bustling night market filled with myriad stalls. The dazzling array of goods overwhelmed her senses, as if each item beckoned her to partake. She was now thoroughly immersed in the joy of shopping, her spirits soaring like a jubilant little bird. Meanwhile, Xian Wang silently trailed behind her, assuming the role of the wallet responsible for footing the bills. At each stall, Shan Jingyi eagerly picked up various items, inspecting them closely, her eyes sparkling with delight. Grandfather, this fan is exquisite, she exclaimed, gently caressing the intricately carved fan adorned with blooming lotus flowers, its vibrant colors delicate enough to evoke a gentle breeze. Xian Wang nodded nonchalantly. If you like it, then purchase it. Thus, the vendor beamed as they wrapped the fan for Shun Jingyi. They then ventured to a stall selling handcrafted items. Shun Jingyi was captivated by a grass-woven goldfish, exclaiming, Grandfather, this grass-crafted goldfish is remarkably lifelike. What skilled craftsmanship! Seeing her astonishment, Xian Wang chuckled. Then let us buy it to display at home. Absolutely, let us take it back, Shun Jingyi replied joyfully. As they continued, Shun Jingyi discovered a splendid comb, inlaid with pearls and gemstones, radiating opulence. She held it lovingly, turning to Xian Wang. This comb is beautiful and exquisitely made. Without hesitation, Xian Wang responded, Then let us acquire it. In his eyes, these were merely trifles, and as long as she cherished them, they were worth purchasing. With every enthusiastic call from Shun Jingyi, Xian Wang's consistent reply was, If you like it, buy it. Thus, they gradually adorned themselves with an array of items, causing the stall owners to light up with excitement and enthusiasm upon their arrival. Madam, how about this scented sachet? Madam, take a look at my fans. Aren't they more beautiful than the one you hold? Come, have a look. Shun Jingyi was indeed quite beautiful. Just as she contemplated approaching, She heard a voice calling out, "Madam, my fans are far superior to his. They are all new merchandise and priced more reasonably. Do take a look at mine." The previous vendor was not pleased. Was there truly such a thing as competing for business in such a manner? "Madam, do not heed his nonsense. All my items are meticulously selected for sale, and the quality is exceptional. You may compare them." The vendor on this side retorted, "What you offer is simply overpriced." "Hey, are you looking for a fight? You only mention the price, yet fail to acknowledge the quality." It was evident that the two fan sellers had become embroiled in a quarrel. Seizing the moment, a nearby seller of bead necklaces interjected, "Madam, come and see my glass beaded necklaces. I assure you will find them delightful." Shen Jingyi felt dizzy from their incessant calls. She sensed that if not for the presence of Qi and Qi Ba, these individuals would have swarmed around her. Gradually, she could hardly endure the commotion, pulling Prince Xian along as they fled the night market. Quickly, they are utterly terrifying." The 5 followers behind them sighed in relief. They truly could not handle the situation. In their haste to escape, they failed to notice a pair of watchful eyes fixed upon them from an upper floor behind. "So, did she agree?" "Yes, miss, she has agreed, but she demands 1,000 taels of silver." "Grant her wish. As long as the task is accomplished, that is what matters." "Understood, Mississippi." The young maid smiled as she turned to leave. Prince Xian was being pulled along, experiencing a novel sensation. Throughout his life, no one had ever dragged him in such a manner. He had always maintained a demeanor of solemnity and composure. At this moment, as he observed the woman before him, a subtle smile graced his lips. This woman consistently brought unexpected joy into his life. He realized that when he was with her, his spirits lifted, and he felt a sense of ease and delight. Although she could be a bit mischievous at times, he found her utterly charming. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyi ran while glancing back, fearful that the vendors might pursue them. It was only when they reached a quiet spot that she paused to catch her breath. "Phew, we finally escaped them," she exclaimed, patting her chest. Prince Xian chuckled at her breathless state. "I never imagined you to be so timid," he teased. Shen Jingyi shot him a glare. "Aren't you frightened? So many people surrounded us. It was my first experience of such terrifying vendors." Prince Xian shook his head with a smile. "They are merely conducting business. There is no need for fear." Shen Jingyi pouted. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me run so much." With a resigned sigh, Prince Xian replied, "All right, I can see my error. However, this outing was indeed quite enjoyable, wasn't it?" Shen Jingyi nodded. "Yes, it was. But next time we encounter such a situation, you must pull me away." Prince Xian laughed in agreement as they continued to stroll along the street. The evening breeze gently caressed them, and the surrounding trees swayed softly, seemingly providing a melodic accompaniment to their leisurely time. Side by side, they walked, exchanging laughter and light-hearted banter, while the figures trailing behind followed closely at a distance. Suddenly, the scene ahead shattered the tranquility of the moment. On the 7th and 8th of the lunar month, upon sensing something amiss, Qi and Qiu Ba immediately set down their belongings and assumed a defensive stance, ready to advance or retreat as necessary. Qin Mama and her companions swiftly moved to encircle Shen Jingyi, placing her at the center. A breathtakingly beautiful woman rushed towards them from ahead, her skin as pale as snow, her countenance ghostly, and her eyes brimming with fear and urgency. Her lips, reminiscent of tempting cherries, quivered slightly in her anxiety, enhancing her already alluring appearance. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, and her long hair cascaded chaotically over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze and adding a touch of charm and grace. "Help, please," the woman gasped, her voice laced with desperation and helplessness as she sprinted towards Shen Jingyi and the Prince of Xian, seeking refuge. Almost immediately, a group of burly men appear behind her, panting heavily, their expressions dark and menacing, clearly in pursuit of her. The woman, in her frantic attempt to reach the prince and Shen Jingyi, found herself blocked by Qi and Qiu Ba, who stood a meter away. Her terror was palpable. Her breath came in rapid gasps, and the tear streaks on her face rendered her beauty more poignant. She fell to her knees, gazing up at the prince with pleading eyes that sparkled with desperation. "Please, I beg you, save me. They want to capture me." A wave of unease washed over Shun Jingyi as she sensed something amiss about the woman, yet she hesitated, poised to inquire further. Just then, she noticed the prince's expression turn notably severe, a flicker of vigilance lurking in his gaze. Instantly, Shun Jingyi became alert. The prince pulled her behind him, his eyes fixed on the pursuing men. "Do not run. What are your intentions?" he demanded coldly, his tone direct. The burly men paused momentarily, one of the more brutish figures stepping forward, a sneer crossing his face. "Stay out of this. It's none of your concern." The prince's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he surveyed them with piercing eyes. "It appears you are not pursuing her with much urgency. Rather, it seems to be a theatrical performance. Is this a ruse you all concocted?" Realizing the precariousness of her situation, the woman felt a surge of anxiety. Quickly, she recalibrated her approach, her eyes shimmering with tears, her lips trembling slightly as she sought to ensnare the prince's sympathy with her innocent demeanor and enchanting beauty. "Esteemed sir, you misunderstand. They truly intend to capture me. I escaped from a brothel, and they want to force me into prostitution, but I refuse to comply." The prince's expression remained stoic, evidently unconvinced. The men's faces shifted to one of embarrassment and anger, clearly caught off guard by the exposure of their deception. The crude man, now visibly irritated, spoke with a hint of menace. "What? You claim we are acting? Is that not the case?" Undeterred, the prince's gaze reflected his disdain. "Your performance is abysmally poor. While your ultimate objective remains unclear, I shall not acquiesce to any of it." The woman, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily at a loss, acutely aware that her ruse had been unveiled. The burly men exchanged awkward glances, realizing their charade could no longer be maintained. Since we have been exposed, let us not waste any more time." The tone of Prince Xian was imbued with an undeniable severity. "You would do well to depart immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The burly men exchanged glances, ultimately conceding to abandon their pursuit, clearly wary of such a formidable opponent as Prince Xian. At that moment, the woman slowly rose, lowering her head, unable to meet the eyes of Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi. A flicker of shame and frustration passed through her gaze before she departed with the men. Shun Jingyi observed the unfolding scene, feeling a subtle sense of relief wash over her. Turning to Prince Xian, her eyes brimming with admiration, she inquired, "How did you perceive their ruse so effortlessly?" Prince Xian chuckled softly, gently patting Shun Jingyi's shoulder. "A careful observation reveals all. Moreover, their actions were irrational. Several strong men pursuing a lone woman, yet failing to catch her. Such absurdity cannot go unnoticed." Shun Jingyi suddenly grasped the situation, having sensed something amiss about that woman earlier. So that was it. She then heard Prince Xian remark, "Their schemes are merely remnants of others' discarded tactics." Shun Jingyi smiled, a hint of sympathy for Prince Xian evident in her expression. It seemed that being the son of an emperor was not an easy endeavor. The two continued their leisurely stroll along the riverbank, the evening breeze gently caressing them. The moonlight danced upon the water's surface, casting a serene glow, as if tranquility had returned. Despite the earlier disturbances, Shun Jingyi felt an overwhelming sense of security, for with Prince Xian by her side, every moment was filled with safety and sweetness. Chapter 53. Selling oneself to bury a father in the courtyard of the county office. Miss Gao paced anxiously, her white silk dress swaying, mirroring her restless heart. What could be taking Xiao Chui so long? She muttered, casting frequent glances at the entrance. As time ticked away, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Miss Gao instantly turned her gaze toward the doorway, her eyes ablaze with anticipation and tension. Upon seeing Xiao Chui burst through the door, breathless and with a troubled expression, her heart sank, already foreseeing the answer. Nevertheless, she approached hopefully, urgently asking what news. "Were you successful?" Hearing Miss Gao's inquiry, Xiao Chui shook her head, her voice trembling as she replied, "Miss, we have failed. Not only did we not succeed, but we were also unmasked on the spot. That group is now clamoring for 100 taels of silver as hush money." Miss Gao's eyes widened in fury as she exclaimed, "What utter incompetence! You cannot even manage this simple task, and still dare to demand money?" Then, as if struck by a thought, she queried, "Isn't that woman the courtesan from the brothel? How could she be so easily exposed? Isn't she adept at handling men?" Xiao Chui shook her head, pondering briefly before responding. "They said that man was quite clever and highly vigilant. The moment they appeared, he detected them, providing no opportunity for dialogue or deception." A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Miss Gao's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she declared resolutely, "I refuse to believe there exists a man who does not stray. It simply indicates that women are not trying hard enough. Go find someone else and attempt once more. This time, let's engage in a dramatic ploy of sacrificing oneself for the sake of a fatheress burial. Remember, the woman must be strikingly beautiful. Only a stunning woman can evoke a man's instinct to protect." Xiao Chui paused momentarily, feeling a surge of discontent within her, yet she could only nod in acquiescence. "But miss, I've learned that they will leave early tomorrow morning." "Also soon?" A sense of urgency gripped Miss Gao, followed swiftly by a fiery indignation. "Then arrange it immediately. What are you still doing here? Hurry." "Understood. I shall go at once." Xiao Chui responded promptly, turning to leave. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned back to inquire, "What about the 100 taels of silver owed to those people?" "Give it. Of course, give it. Take it and ensure their mouths are tightly sealed." Miss Gao ground her teeth, producing the banknotes with a fierce glint in her eyes. "Certainly." Xiao Chui accepted the silver notes and hurriedly departed, her footsteps quickening as she exited. At that moment, Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian had returned to the inn, blissfully unaware that a second scheme against them was already in motion. "Cousin, you have finally returned." Just then, Lin Shubin rushed over from the courtyard, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, and his gaze reflecting a touch of regret. "I came back to find you all gone. If it weren't for the fact that the residents and the caravan were still here, I would have thought you slipped away quietly." "What is there to be aggrieved about?" Shun Jingyi retorted dismissively, interrupting him without the slightest hesitation. She was not inclined to coddle him. "Didn't you go to meet your friend? Why are you back so soon? Are you referring to Brotherwin?" Lin Shubin's face displayed disdain. "Oh, that fellow is such a dandy, surrounded by a throng of women wherever he goes. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I returned, only to find you all absent." "Enough, let us discuss this tomorrow. Ear is tired." At that moment, Prince Xian interjected, showing signs of impatience. He took Shun Jingyi's hand, wishing to refrain from wasting more time on trivial matters, and directly led her back to their respective rooms, leaving Lin Shubin stunned in place. The following morning, the soft glow of dawn filtered through the windows of the inn, and the air was suffused with the aromatic allure of local delicacies. At this moment, Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi were relishing a delightful breakfast. The steaming soup dumplings, with their delicate skins and generous fillings, offered a delectable burst of flavor with each gentle bite, flooding the palate with rich meatiness and savory broth. Paired with a plate of vibrant, crisp pickles, it was an exquisite enhancement. The sweet and sour notes of the pickles harmonized beautifully with the fragrant dumplings, greatly stimulating the appetite. Once her stomach was pleasantly full, Shun Jingyi lamented being pulled onto the carriage by Prince Xian. "I feel like I've gained weight lately. I must eat less from now on." She pouted, her expression earnest. "Don't overthink it. You haven't gained weight. You remain as beautiful as ever." Prince Xian sat beside her, gazing at her with genuine sincerity, his smile radiating tender concern. His tone bore no hint of hesitation, as if those words were a heartfelt revelation. "Really?" Shun Jingyi felt a twinge of skepticism and absent-mindedly pinched her own belly, pondering. Indeed, a man's words cannot be trusted. Her once flat abdomen now had a hint of softness. Of course, Prince Xian chuckled lightly and continued, "You are still too thin. It would be better if you gained a bit of weight." His words were laced with playful banter, his tone light and tinged with teasing. I only caught the beginning of his sentence, the latter part fading into oblivion in my mind. Shun Jingyi, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, retorted, "Humph. I have my own aesthetic standards and won't heed your advice." The two of them chatted in a familiar and natural manner as the carriage clattered along. Soon arriving at the city gate, peering out of the carriage window, Shan Jingyi noticed a crowd gathered ahead, their excited discussions intermingled with hushed sighs. Driven by curiosity, she leaned forward slightly, straining to see what lay ahead. Vaguely, she seemed to glimpse a woman kneeling on the ground. "Your Highness, there seems to be something happening ahead. Shall we take a look?" Her voice carried a hint of urgency, her eyes sparkling with inquisitive light. Prince Xian chuckled helplessly and shook his head. "You are too kind-hearted. Although I'm curious about this matter, we must exercise caution in such places." With a sigh, he instructed the coachman to halt the carriage. As the carriage came to a stop, Shan Jingyi could barely contain her eagerness, flinging open the door and stepping outside, the surrounding clamor growing ever clearer. Among the crowd, several passers-by lowered their voices to discuss the unfolding scene. "I heard her father owed a debt and hoped before his death that she would find a benefactor. Who could have imagined she would resort to such a fate?" One passerby lamented, his tone heavy with sympathy. "Poor girl, if she had any other options, who would choose such despair?" Another chimed in, their eyes filled with regret. Prince Xian followed closely behind, quietly admonishing, "Be careful and don't get too close." Shan Jingyi nodded and advanced towards the front, where she beheld a ragged woman kneeling, her eyes vacant and her face etched with sorrow. Yet, despite her despair, her beauty remained undeniable. Behind her lay a body covered with a white cloth, a wooden stick planted in the ground, inscribed with the words "selling oneself to bury one's father." The characters were crooked, yet they conveyed a profound sorrow. How tragic! To sell oneself at such a young age to bury one's father, someone remarked. Indeed, fate is cruel. What a pity for such a beautiful maiden. How have we not seen her before? Another added, "Do you fancy her? Then take her home," one jested. "Do not jest. I have no money," came the reply. Shan Jingyi, moved with compassion, approached the woman and gently inquired, "My dear, how much do you need to provide a proper burial for your father?" The woman lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes, and choked out, "Just 10 taels of silver will suffice." Shan Jingyi retrieved a silver ingot from her bosom and handed it to the woman, saying, "Here are 20 taels. Use it to give your father a decent burial." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the woman repeatedly bowed in thanks. Shan Jingyi helped her up and spoke softly, "Please attend to the funeral arrangements." The crowd admired Shan Jingyi's kindness, showering her with words of praise. However, none noticed the cunning glint that flickered in the woman's eyes. Chapter 54. "I merely wish to assist you in burying your father. I never intended to purchase you." As the lively scene began to wane, the crowd gradually dispersed, as Shan Jingyi reveled in the joy of her benevolent act. The woman suddenly knelt before her, a serious expression etched on her face. "Thank you for your immense kindness, my lady. Would you allow me a moment? I must bury my father and will return to you." In truth, she had no intention of interring anyone. The deceased would rise on their own accord. Instead, she sought to procure money. The individuals who had approached her the previous night had promised that if she was purchased today, she would receive 300 taels, and should the matter be resolved in the future, she could claim 1,000 taels. Such a sum was substantial. She simply had to acquire it. Shan Jingyi was momentarily taken aback by the woman's actions, unsure of how to respond. "No, you need not do that. I merely wish to assist you in burying your father. I have no intention of buying you." The woman, aghast at the prospect of not being taken, lamented, "But my lady, you have already purchased me. You just bestowed upon me 20 taels." Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, folding his arms as he observed the unfolding drama. Devoid of any inclination to intervene, he was curious to see how would navigate this situation, recognizing that her compassionate nature often rendered her susceptible to manipulation. This incident presented an opportunity for her to comprehend the treachery of human nature. Only through personal experience could she learn to guard herself. Mere words would be ineffectual. Grandma Qin, upon hearing the woman's insistence to cling to them, stepped forward, glaring at the woman in indignation. "What is the matter with you? Do you not comprehend Our Lady's words? Who willingly offers themselves as a servant?" Taken aback, the woman appeared bewildered. "I did not intend to. I merely wished to survive and provide my father with a proper resting place." Her voice quivered, and her emotions began to surge. Observing her distress, Shun Jingyi felt a pang of empathy and spoke softly. I've already given you funds for the burial, and I even provided you with an additional 10 taels for your sustenance. Do you not yearn for the freedom to live your life? Why must you resign yourself to a life of servitude? She genuinely hoped the woman would reconsider her choices, for once one entered a life of servitude, it would be arduous to escape such a fate. The woman gently shook her head, her eyes filled with resolve and resignation. My lady, I truly have no other choice. Only by following you can I survive. After my father's passing, I have no relatives or support here. Alone I cannot endure. After uttering these words, she cast a glance at Prince Xian standing behind her, seeking any flicker of compassion in his gaze. Yet, that fleeting look triggered alarm bells in Shun Jingyi's mind. As the chaotic events of the previous night resurfaced, she couldn't help but feel regretful. Alas, I have been too careless. What do these people truly desire? It is utterly unfathomable. Chun Tao, feeling sympathy for the woman, ventured, My lady, she does appear quite pitiful, perhaps. However, her words were abruptly silenced by a fierce glare from Shun Jingyi, leaving her subsequent thoughts choked in her throat. Contemplating the situation, Shun Jingyi mused that perhaps she should probe further. My dear, if you find survival to be a struggle, you might consider marrying into a respectable family. I happen to know some individuals in this area. As Lin Shubin stood nearby, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment upon hearing those words. When had his cousin formed an acquaintance in this place? Moreover, their relationship seemed quite profound. Could it be that they had met only last night? Not only was Lin Shubin filled with curiosity, but also Chun Tao and Xiujuan, who were utterly perplexed. They had always been by Lin Shiyao's side. So how could they be unaware of such a connection, especially since this individual could act as a matchmaker for others? Only Xian Wang exhibited a faint smile, his gaze flitting between Shun Jingyi and the woman, seemingly eager for the forthcoming conversation. He sensed that was likely harboring some doubts. The twins, Chuki and Chukaba, exchanged glances, silently perplexed by the enigmatic game the prince and the consort appear to be playing. Chukaba murmured softly, I believe the consort intends to test this woman. Chuki speculated in a hushed tone, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She wishes to ascertain whether this woman genuinely wishes to accompany us. Xian Wang smiled subtly, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the carriage, feigning ignorance of their dialogue. He contemplated inwardly, brimming with confidence in Shun Jingyi. In response to Shun Jingyi's proposition, the woman displayed hesitation, seemingly unable to provide an immediate reply. In truth, she was weighing her gains and losses internally. Observing her silence, Shun Jingyi assumed she had come to a realization and added, Life is not easy. Everyone is striving to survive. Yet, if this path is erroneous, it may lead to irreparable consequences. Perhaps a change of direction would yield a better choice. The woman's gaze quivered slightly, as if she had caught a glimmer of understanding within those words, yet her expression remained urgent and resolute. But I have no family here. I do not wish to marry. I desire to repay the madam. I shall be her person henceforth, and I will certainly obey her, willing to face any peril, even to the point of sacrificing my life. Shun Jingyi's countenance did not soften in response to this pledge of loyalty. Rather, it grew somewhat somber. The woman, however, mistakenly believed she had successfully charmed Shun Jingyi and felt a surge of inner delight, her face alight with anticipation. Enraptured by her hopeful prospects, she failed to perceive the lack of reassurance in Shun Jingyi's expression. Chun Tao, prepare a contract for her to sign. Shun Jingyi's voice was calm, yet resolute. This prompted a moment of surprise from Chun Tao, but she quickly regained her composure, responding promptly, Yes, madam. With that, Chun Tao swiftly turned and made her way towards the carriage. The consort had accepted her. Chun Tao was genuinely pleased for the woman, knowing that their consort was the best of mistresses. Before long, Chun Tao returned with the completed contract, a hint of excitement gracing her features. She handed the document to the woman, who felt a rush of exhilaration and promptly inscribed her name upon it, her eyes brimming with gratitude and anticipation. Cautiously, she returned the contract to Shun Jingyi, her demeanor respectful and sincere. Shun Jingyi glanced at the contract, noting the clear and legible script, and casually handed it over to the approaching Xian Wang. "My lord, you may handle this as you see fit." Xian Wang accepted the contract, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze revealing a hint of amusement. "Very well. Did you not realize this all along?" Shen Jingyi's voice was slightly husky, imbued with skepticism. Upon hearing her words, King Xian nodded in affirmation and gently replied, "You may return to the carriage. I shall have someone attend to it." "Very well," Shun Jingyi replied, disregarding the sounds emanating from behind her as she climbed into the carriage. Seated within, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although King Xian displayed no overt signs, a sense of ominous secrecy seemed to pervade his demeanor. Suddenly, she recalled a figure clad in black whispering something to King Xian earlier that morning. Yet, she refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that certain matters of state were beyond her purview. Chapter 55. The Resurrection. Flee quickly at that moment. Chu Ba and others finally regained their composure, realizing that the scene unraveled was akin to the events of the previous night. They felt a pang of regret for their lack of vigilance. "Wait, where are you taking me?" The woman suddenly panicked, recognizing that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. Struggling against her captors, her voice trembled with fear and anxiety. "My father has yet to be buried." "Stop! I must inter him first. This is a grave disrespect to the deceased. You cannot proceed in this manner." The onlookers, still present and intrigued, were drawn to the unfolding drama, murmuring in curiosity. One remarked, "What is happening? Wasn't a contract of servitude already signed? Why the sudden reversal?" Another replied, "I am not certain. Perhaps we should observe further. If it escalates, we might need to report to the authorities. The young girl seems quite pitiable. Let us wait and see." "I can't shake the feeling that these individuals are not malevolent," another interjected. "How can you discern that? Don't you see they have captured the girl?" Meanwhile, the woman being discussed appeared pale, her heart racing with terror. She finally comprehended that her deception had been uncovered, yet the means of her exposure eluded her. With the contract already signed, she felt an increasing sense of panic. What was she to do? She had to devise a means of escape. To seek out the woman from the previous night. Noticing her distress, Chu Ba sought to intensify the pressure. He pulled aside the white cloth, revealing a pair of wide-open eyes. Is this a case of the deceased refusing to close their eyes? Or should they be forced shut? He quipped. Upon hearing this, the corpse on the ground abruptly sat up, eyes wide with shock and confusion. No, I am alive." Chu Ba was taken aback, nearly stumbling backward, exclaiming, "Is this a resurrection? Should we stab him a few times to confirm?" His tone was laced with jest, yet rendered the onlookers wide-eyed with disbelief. The crowd, upon hearing his exclamation and witnessing the corpse's movement, gasped collectively. "Oh my goodness, it's a resurrection. Flee quickly." At that moment, a bold soul shouted, "This is not a resurrection. It's a living person. Take a good look. He can speak." The crowd, initially poised to flee, paused to observe. The man on the ground, upon hearing the suggestion of being stabbed, immediately knelt, a look of terror etched upon his face. Trembling, he pleaded, "I shall not dare deceive you again. Please spare me." A woman bestowed upon me 2 taels of silver, instructing me to feign death here today. With an elderly mother of 80 above me and a wailing granddaughter below, I found myself in a predicament. Upon witnessing his countenance, Chu Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to inquire, and already the truth was revealed. The onlookers were equally astounded by this unforeseen turn of events. To their astonishment, the 2 individuals were indeed swindlers. After witnessing this scene, Chuntao recognized her earlier folly, realizing that she had unwittingly participated in a ruse. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront the woman. Just as her fury ignited, a hand rested gently on her shoulder, urging her to temper her anger. Consider it a lesson learned, as per the words of the wise Umama. Chuntao found herself stiffened by Qiujuan's remarks. Indeed, she had overstepped her bounds. Umama was the dowry nurse of the late matriarch, and they had all been molded under her guidance. The first lesson imparted by Umama was that whatever the young lady decreed, they were to heed without attempting to sway her decisions or exhibit arrogance due to favoritism. Yet since accompanying the consort, Chuntao seemed to have become somewhat unmoored. Reflecting on this, she grasped Xiujuan's hand and sincerely declared, "I understand now." "Thank you." Xiujuan patted her hand with a smile and replied, "Come, the mistress cannot be left unattended." Thus, the two departed together towards the carriage. Meanwhile, Mama Qin awaited outside. As for the woman they had abandoned, her anxiety grew palpable. "You cannot treat me this way." Her voice quivered, betraying the terror within. "I too was coerced. I was forced." Chu Bai and the others exchanged knowing glances, delighting in her plight. "Do not rush. Take your time. How dare you deflect blame?" Duke Xian observed the spectacle before him with impatience, gesturing dismissively. "Enough, take her away." He then strode toward his carriage, only to encounter the displeased visage of Shun Jingyi. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he remarked, "What is this? Are you angry?" "Not at all." Shun Jingyi turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. "Do not be upset. I merely wish to see how long it would take you to notice. After all, there are many with ulterior motives surrounding me," Duke Xian explained slowly, his tone laced with a hint of tenderness and resignation. "Oh," Shun Jingyi pouted slightly, still not entirely pleased. After a moment's thought, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, "What if I fail to notice?" Duke Xian comforted her, "But I am here, am I not?" Finally, he reassured her, "Rest assured, such incidents shall not occur again." Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi haughtily huffed, feeling somewhat mollified. Nevertheless, she could not suppress her lingering question. "Have you uncovered the identities behind last night's and today's events?" Her gaze sharpened, indicating her keen interest in the matter. Duke Xian nodded solemnly, responding, "Indeed, it is the young Lady Gao who attempted to seize the hairpin last night. I have already captured her maid and obtained some clues." Shun Jingyi's brow furrowed slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Why her? We are not acquainted. What could she possibly want? She seeks to undermine the bond between us. She believes that you embarrassed her yesterday, which is why she retaliates in such a manner. Her heart harbors some discontent towards you, prompting her to act in this way," he explained helplessly. "No wonder I was pondering whether this place exclusively produced beauties, only to realize that she was specifically chosen for you." Shun Jingyi pouted, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Xian Wang chuckled. "But I have not taken a liking to any of them. My heart is set solely on this little jealous one in my arms." "I'm not jealous. It is clearly her fault. How could it possibly be that I caused her embarrassment? What kind of mind does she have?" Shun Jingyi retorted angrily. Xian Wang gently patted her back, speaking softly. "Do not worry, since she dares to scheme against us. I will not let her off easily. Someone like her is not worth your concern. I shall ensure she pays for her actions." Shun Jingyi relaxed slightly, yet still asked with some trepidation, "What is her background? Will it have any effect on you?" Xian Wang replied firmly, "Fear not. She is merely the daughter of the county magistrate here. She will not affect me in any way. I have already made arrangements to ensure her actions do not impact us. Leave this matter to me, and simply await the outcome." He smiled at her. "Very well, I understand." Shun Jingyi nodded in response. Chapter 56, The Fifth Day, returns after this brief interlude. The carriage resumed its journey. Inside, Shun Jingyi looked at Xian Wang, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could a young girl resort to such tactics? Is she learning from his stories? Xian Wang laughed lightly, pondering what you were thinking. These methods are not derived from books. They are the fruits of her father's personal experiences, and those two extraordinary women are still residing in her family's backyard. Shun Jingyi suddenly understood, clapping her hands. "Oh, I see. It is her father's teachings." "Exactly," Xian Wang continued. "The situation in her backyard is quite complex, filled with numerous illegitimate sons and daughters. If it were not for her maternal family's strength, she and her mother would have likely been consumed long ago. They certainly would not lead such a comfortable life, offending one person today and another tomorrow. From her description, it seems that both mother and daughter possess rather fierce temperaments." Shun Jingyi remarked. Xian Wang nodded. "You are correct. Both mother and daughter are not to be trifled with, and they wield lives in their hands." Shun Jingyi was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Does the magistrate know?" "Yes. He is even assisting in the aftermath." Xian Wang's expression darkened. It is truly despicable that this magistrate, as a local official dares to break the law. Oh, it must surely be due to her maternal family. Shen Jingyi replied resentfully. Indeed, Xian Wang explained. Her maternal grandfather is the second master of the largest trading house in Fengtai Prefecture. Their family wields significant power, thus the magistrate must consider this relationship. Shen Jingyi sighed. A magistrate from a ruined family, a governor who annihilates clans. My dear, you must investigate this magistrate thoroughly. He is undoubtedly no good. After hearing Shen Jingyi's words, Xian Wang appeared somewhat puzzled. Naturally, but your assertion about a ruined magistrate annihilating clans, where did that come from? That is not the focal point, is it? Felt a twinge of guilt. She had certainly encountered such words in modern times, yet she could not articulate them thus. Therefore, she hastily rephrased her statement. What I wish to convey is that in remote regions, local officials often act without oversight, and over time, they begin to indulge in their whims, with the common folk bearing the brunt of their excesses. You are indeed correct. As the two continued their discussion, a voice from outside interrupted. Master Chu has returned. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation ignited within. Chu was known for his reliable execution of tasks. Surely, his return indicated that matters had been resolved satisfactorily. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, the door was quietly pushed open. Chu appeared, mounted on a weary warhorse. His lips cracked and hair disheveled, presenting a rather disheartened figure. Clearly, he had been hastily journeying to relay news. He dismounted with agility, swiftly approached the carriage, and, after bowing, got straight to the point. Your Highness, the man from the Zhao family has been located and is alive. S. heart leapt with joy. This was indeed splendid news. Chu continued, Moreover, I have also discovered numerous individuals wronged on Yusha Mountain. These accounts are based on their personal experiences, which I discreetly recorded afterwards. However, fearing suspicion, I did not dare to have them sign. With that, he produced a stack of papers from his bosom, presenting them to Prince Xian. The sheets shimmered softly under the sunlight, captivating the eye. Prince Xian accepted the documents, and both began to peruse them swiftly. S. brow gradually furrowed, her expression turning grave. Each word inscribed on those pages represented a painful memory and an unjust ordeal. As she read, her heart brimmed with indignation and compassion. Prince Xian, too, regarded the papers with a serious demeanor, his brow knitted and his gaze icy. If Magistrate Gao was guilty of breaking the law, then Governor Lin's audacity knew no bounds. He blatantly disregarded the law and disdained imperial authority, effectively positioning himself as a local tyrant in Songzhou. A dangerous glint flashed in Prince Xian's eyes, and a silent fury simmered within him. After a moment's pause, he spoke softly, Chu, you have worked hard. Please go and have something to eat, then rest well. Yes, Your Highness, Chu replied. Subsequently, Prince Xian instructed Chuba, inform everyone to rest for half an hour. Chuba promptly complied and began organizing the others to take a break. Witnessing this, Lin Shubin refrained from approaching, secretly speculating that something significant had transpired and the situation appeared quite serious. Inside the carriage, Prince Xian retrieved paper and ink and promptly stepped forward to prepare the ink. The fragrance of the ink permeated the air, enveloping the carriage in an atmosphere of urgency. After a brief interval, Prince Xian completed the letter, his handwriting bold and vigorous. He carefully folded the letter, then produced a large envelope, placing the papers Chu had brought back along with the letter inside. He summoned a shadow guard and whispered instructions. Deliver this letter and these documents back to the capital for Minister Wang, and do so discreetly. The cloaked figure accepted the envelope and departed swiftly, soon disappearing from sight. In the tranquility of the carriage, Shen Jingyi tightly clasped the hand of Prince Xian, offering him silent support and encouragement in her own unique manner. Xian Wang felt the warmth of her concern radiating from her palm, stirring profound emotions within him. He gently drew her into his embrace, tenderly resting his lips atop her head. With newfound determination, he declared, let us pay a visit to Lin Zhizhou. His voice was low and imbued with resolve, evidently indicating that he had a plan in mind. Very well, I shall accompany the prince, Shen Jingyi replied without hesitation. eager to discern what manner of person he was. However, after the affairs in Sangzhou, we may find ourselves traveling in haste. Xian Wang furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of apology in his tone as he expressed his helplessness. Fear not. When the time comes, we shall ride swiftly. Allowing Qin Mama and the others to follow at a leisurely pace, Shun Jingyi smiled reassuringly, as though it were a trivial matter. Indeed, it was not a significant issue. Merely a bit of toil, yet she was willing. Very well, I shall lead you then. Xian Wang's mood brightened at the sight of Shun Jingyi's smile. She softly replied, her gaze filled with tenderness and anticipation, her face radiating happiness. Shortly thereafter, Xian Wang raised his hand and made a simple gesture. In an instant, an unremarkable man appeared quietly beside the carriage. Your Highness, the man acknowledged with a slight bow, his tone laced with respect for the prince. Send word back. Instructing 16 to come and protect the concubine, Xian Wang commanded solemnly. The man complied, swiftly departing like a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Shun Jingyi observed this exchange, her curiosity about Xian Wang's arrangements deepening. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, Your Highness, who is 16? Xian Wang regarded her with patience, elucidating, she is an undercover guard, quite capable in her skills. Henceforth, she shall remain by your side for your protection. Shun Jingyi, puzzled, asked, Oh, but aren't undercover guards supposed to operate in the shadows? How could she suddenly appear? Xian Wang chuckled softly, responding, It depends on the circumstances. When the need arises, they can also operate in plain sight. A hint of profundity glimmered in his eyes. Shun Jingyi pondered this thoughtfully, then curiously glanced at the guards trailing behind, softly inquiring, Do any among them also serve as undercover guards? Xian Wang nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed. His tone remained calm and resolute. That evening, the group arrived at the relay station and took a moment to rest. Once Xian Wang ensured that Shun Jingyi was comfortably settled, he presented her with the latest news regarding Miss Gao from Gushi Town. Here, take a look at this, he said. Shun Jingyi, filled with curiosity, accepted the note, which were only a few terse lines. It read, Miss Gao was caught in an illicit rendezvous with a handsome beggar at the inn during midday, and the scandal has now become the talk of the town. Shun Jingyi could not help but turn to Xian Wang with a puzzled expression. Did your people orchestrate this? A flicker of disdain crossed Xian Wang's eyes as he replied, This is her comeuppance. Shun Jingyi recalled the unfortunate fate of the girl they had investigated. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Xian Wang's waist, and softly remarked, Well, this retribution is something she is likely to relish. Do not speak of their cruelty, for to ruin a young girl in such a manner is truly her retribution. Once, there was a woman who suffered the same fate at her hands, ultimately leading to that woman's tragic suicide, prompting her family to leave their home. They are merely returning the favor, employing the same tactics that were used against them. Shun Jingyi continued to inquire, What are the other three? A cold smile crept upon the lips of Prince Xian. That woman was sold back to the brothel, a place that suits her penchant for seduction. As for the maid named Xiaowan, she was sent to accompany her as well. Regarding the man, investigations revealed that he indeed had an elderly mother, though she was not quite 80. With his son deceased and his daughter-in-law gone, he was left with a young granddaughter, who also faced her own challenges. Thus, he was spared. Shun Jingyi sighed, saying, Alas, misfortune seems to seek out the unfortunate. As the night deepened, the two slumbering figures in the quiet room shared the same dream. In this dream, a lovely girl stood nearby, her eyes filled with gratitude. She softly uttered, Thank you for helping me fulfill my wish. I am truly grateful. After speaking these words, her figure gradually faded from sight. Both individuals awoke from their dreams almost simultaneously. The gentle breeze outside caressed the curtains, bringing a refreshing chill. Shun Jingyi turned her head, her eyes reflecting a trace of confusion and unease. Observing Prince Xian, who had also just awakened, she whispered, Your Highness, I dreamt of a girl who thanked us. Prince Xian, still emerging from the realm of dreams, wore a slightly grave expression. Upon hearing Shun Jingyi's words, he exhibited a hint of surprise. After scanning their surroundings, he softly replied, I know, I dream of her as well. Shun Jingyi's gaze conveyed a flicker of doubt. Biting her lip, she hesitated before asking, "Do you think she is?" Seeing the fear in Shun Jingyi's eyes, Prince Xian swiftly embraced her, reassuring, "Sleep, it is all right. She has likely departed. Yet I cannot sleep," Shun Jingyi lamented, her spirits low. Prince Xian regarded her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mischief. He then murmured, "In that case, let's engage in other activities." With that, his hands began to explore her form gently but restlessly, gliding over her arms and shoulders, gradually capturing her attention. His fingers caressed her skin, eliciting delicate shivers. Shun Jingyi's heart raced, her breath quickening, and her cheeks flushed. Prince Xian's lips softly enveloped hers. The tender warmth of their contact momentarily stunned her, but she soon reciprocated his fervor. Their gentle kiss transformed into a passionate embrace, their breaths intertwining, creating an atmosphere of profound intimacy. In the tranquility of that night, their bodies pressed closely together, their heartbeats and breaths melding into one. The gentle hand of the king caressed her back, his deep voice whispering soothingly and affectionately in her ear. On this tranquil night, they reveled in each other's embrace, feeling a profound connection and resonance within their souls. In this moment, they seemed to forget all their worries, lost in the warmth of one another's arms. The following day, as they awaited the emperor's decision regarding Lin Zhizhou's execution, there was no urgency to travel. Consequently, when Shun Jingyi finally awakened, it was already noon. Upon hearing her rise, Qin Momo could not help but break into a tender smile. She approached and gently drew back the bed curtain, her voice warm and gentle. "Madam, you are awake. The master has decided not to set off today, allowing you to rest longer, and instructed the servants not to disturb you." Chun Tao could not resist teasing. "The master is being considerate of your fatigue from the journey." Her words brought forth a ripple of laughter across her face. Upon hearing this, a wave of sweetness surged within Shun Jingyi, her lips curving into a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "What time is it?" she stretched and inquired. At that moment, Chiu Tao entered with a bowl of bird's nest soup. Hearing her question, she smiled slightly and replied, "It is just past 11. Once you have washed up, lunch will be ready." With that, she offered the bowl to Shun Jingyi, her expression filled with concern. "Madam, please have a bite." "All right, my stomach is already singing the empty city strategy," Shun Jingyi said playfully, her tone teasing like a gentle breeze at dawn, causing both Chiu Tao and Chun Tao to laugh. "Ha ha, what a delightful metaphor, madam." Qin Momo's displeased voice interjected, "You two little girls are feeling cheeky, aren't you? Daring to jest about the madam?" "No, we wouldn't dare." The pair quickly sobered, afraid to laugh further. Shun Jingyi paid no heed to their banter, swiftly finishing the bird's nest soup before recalling the whereabouts of the missing individuals. "Where's the prince?" she inquired, raising her head. "The prince left early this morning," Chiu Tao informed her. "He instructed not to return for lunch." Shun Jingyi nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, and then asked, "What about my second cousin?" "He has also gone out," Chiu Ju replied. "He left with the prince." Shun Jingyi nodded to indicate her understanding and then commanded, "Then hasten to prepare the meal." She added, "After we eat, we shall go shopping." Upon hearing the mention of shopping, Chiu Ju joyfully responded, "All right, I will bring the food right away." "Bring it all together," Shun Jingyi insisted. "Since the master is not here, we shall dine together." However, Qin Momo, seeing Shun Jingyi's delight, felt compelled to dampen the mood. "Madam, the servants have already had their meal. Their dining schedule is flexible, eating whenever they have the time. This way, they can remain available for the master." "Is that so?" "No matter, just hurry and bring mine," Shun Jingyi replied. Chapter 58. The troubling matron after lunch. Shun Jingyi set out with Granny Qin, Chun Tao, Chiu Juan, and 4 guards for their protection. To their surprise, as they descended the stairs, they overheard a somewhat familiar conversation. Exchanging glances, they wondered if yet another troublesome figure had emerged. Thus, they paused, lingering on the staircase to witness the unfolding drama. "The proprietor, I demand that you evict the person currently occupying room Tian number 1. A flamboyantly dressed, somewhat tremulous old matron shouted. "My esteemed lady, I must apologize. But room Tian number 1 has already been reserved by another guest. Might you consider one of the other accommodations? The innkeeper patiently explained to the elderly woman. However, the matron was unyielding, insisting vehemently on her desire to occupy that very room. What do you mean it has been reserved? I will stay in room Tian number 1. I cannot abide any other room. How am I to sleep? My lady, please do not make it difficult for me. I am merely adhering to the established protocols. The innkeeper implored. I care not for your protocols. You must allow me to stay in room Tian number 1 today. Otherwise, this inn shall face dire consequences. The threat startled a man in his 40s nearby, and upon noticing the innkeeper's grim expression, he quickly bowed in apology and clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. Mother, please calm down. Why engage in such disputes with them? He urged gently. Indeed, mother, how about room Tian number 2? It is quite pleasant as well. Another man chimed in, looking pained by the situation. Absolutely not. I shall only stay in room Tian number 1. Your father always brought me to stay there. I have never occupied any other room. Hurry and remove the person inside. The matron grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, a man, resembling the two others and in his 30s, hurried in, breathless as he grasped his mother's arm. Mother, I have secured room Tian number 1 at Haoxing Inn, and the conditions are even superior. Let us go there. The young attendant was ready to object, but the innkeeper swiftly silenced him. Upon hearing her son's words, the matron perked up, yet still queried, Third son, are you certain it is truly better than this place? You must understand, if my expectations are not met, I will not be able to sleep at night. The third son nodded earnestly. Indeed, mother, I have already inspected it. Satisfied, the matron nodded and smiled. Very well. Then let us make haste. Right away, mother, he replied, assisting her in preparing to depart. Before leaving, he turned to the others behind him, saying, Eldest brother, I will escort mother out. Very well, go ahead, the man responded. As they departed, a collective sigh of relief was heard among the onlookers. Once the tumultuous pair had exited, the man turned to the innkeeper and the attendant, offering his sincere apologies. I am truly sorry for the disturbance. My mother, due to her advanced age, has experienced some lapses in judgment. She did not intend to cause a scene. Upon hearing the man's words, the innkeeper, recalling the recent behavior of the elderly woman, recognized the truth in his statement. With a smile, he waved his hand dismissively, generously choosing to overlook the matter. My dear brothers, you have had your share of difficulties. Let us consider this incident resolved. However, do refrain from promoting other inns in my establishment in the future. He jested. Inda. It was only because your rooms were fully booked that my younger brother was compelled to utter such things in order to placate our old lady. My sincerest apologies. It shall not happen again. He chuckled before hastily taking his leave, clearly feeling quite embarrassed. Watching their retreating figures, the innkeeper shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, Alas, one truly cannot reason with the elderly. Upstairs, Shun Jingyi leaned against the railing, reflecting, I anticipated yet another instance of unreasonable disturbance. Yet it appears there was more to the story. Qiu, who had been leaning on the railing, suddenly straightened up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shun Jingyi. Madam, is this what you referred to as a reversal before? Her voice was bright and filled with excitement. Shun Jingyi smiled, pinching the little round face of the girl before responding, Quite astute of you. You are correct. This is indeed a reversal. But when did I ever mention it? How curious that I can't recall. She dismissed the thought, deciding it was of little consequence. Looking out at the weather, Granny Chin sighed, Well, now that the commotion has subsided, should we not prepare to depart? Oh, indeed. Let us hurry, lest it grows even warmer. Shun Jingyi exclaimed, promptly turning and bounding down the stairs with brisk steps, her movements lively and energetic, startling the three companions behind her. Madam, do take care and watch your step. As Shun Jingyi's footsteps echoed in the corridor, she urged her companions to keep pace. No need to worry, just hurry along. She reassured them with a playful glint in her eyes. Qiu, Granny Chin, and several guards hurriedly followed, eager not to lag behind. The streets bustled with people. Shops lined either side, and the air filled with the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Shun Jingyi's spirits soared, and her steps quickened with delight. They occasionally paused to admire the small stalls along the way, selecting various trinkets. After some time, they arrived at the splendid silk shop, where a string of exquisite red lanterns adorned the entrance, creating a festive atmosphere. "Madam, I've heard this newly opened silk shop is quite popular. Shall we take a look?" Chun Tao suggested, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Absolutely, let's go see." Shun Jingyi responded, her enthusiasm heightened. "I'm eager to discover what novelties they have." They entered the shop, where the decor was lavishly ornate and an array of colorful fabrics greeted them. With neatly displayed garments catching the eye, Shun Jingyi gazed at the beautiful textiles, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Welcome to the splendid silk shop. How may I assist you today?" A finely dressed woman approached, smiling warmly. Shun Jingyi nodded at her, saying, "We have heard that the fabrics here are particularly popular, so we thought we would come and see if there were any suitable options." The woman smiled gently. "Of course, please follow me. Our store is newly opened, and the fabrics here are all the latest styles." She led Shun Jingyi and her companions to an opulent section filled with exquisite fabrics. Shun Jingyi's gaze lingered on the various silks and brocades, occasionally picking up a piece to examine it closely. "Oh, this silk is truly beautiful," Shun Jingyi exclaimed, holding up a light purple silk, marveling at its smoothness. She attempted to drape it over herself, envisioning it transformed into a stunning garment adorning her figure. Meanwhile, Chun Tao busily perused the fabrics as well, finding each one appealing, believing they would all suit the lady perfectly. At that moment, Qiu approached, cradling 2 batches of fabric, gesturing towards Shun Jingyi. "Madam, I believe this soft, misty gauze and sky blue and this rosy sheer fabric would look lovely on you. What do you think?" Qin Momo, the old servant, also expressed her approval. "Madam, do take a look at this woven brocade and the single-layer gauze. They are quite exquisite as well." Chun Tao also presented several attractive pieces, laying them before Shun Jingyi. "All right, let's set these aside for now. I will examine them slowly. You all go and find what you like. I'm in a good mood today, and will gift each of you a batch," Shun Jingyi said with a smile. Chun Tao's face lit up at the news. "Thank you, madam. I already have my eye on something." "Ah, so you were waiting for me here," Shun Jingyi feigned annoyance. "Actually, I have my pick as well," Qiu chimed in with a grin. After a bout of laughter and friendly banter, Chun Tao and Qiu ventured to other sections, aware that this area was not quite appropriate for their status. "Momo, you should go look too." "I will take my time here," Shun Jingyi suggested as she turned to Qin Momo. "Oh, I shall not wander off. These fabrics are not suitable for an old woman like me. I will stay here to keep you company," Qin Momo replied. Shun Jingyi did not press her to join in and allowed her to remain by her side, where she occasionally offered insights to aid Shun Jingyi in her final selections. As time slipped away amidst the lively choosing and discussions, Shun Jingyi settled on several batches of fabric and purchased a few finished garments. Chapter 59. Another day of doing good deeds. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the street as a gentle breeze caressed the air, mingling with the lively calls of street vendors. Passers-by bustled through the crowded thoroughfare. Among them stood a petite woman, Li Mei, captivated by an array of trinkets displayed at a vendor's stall. "This bracelet is so beautiful, sparkling brightly," Li Mei murmured to herself, delicately caressing a finely crafted silver necklace, a look of delight illuminating her face. Just as her attention was wholly absorbed by the bracelet, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind her, forcefully shoving Li Mei. She stumbled, losing her balance and crashing onto the stall, sending the trinkets tumbling to the ground. The assailant, having achieved their aim, quickly slipped away. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Shun Jingyi and her entourage. Shun Jingyi raised an eyebrow. "Is there excitement afoot?" She then turned to the person beside her and said, "Let's go take a look." By the street, Li Mei clutched her chest in pain, her eyes clouded with confusion. The vendor, enraged, glared at her with a dark expression, exclaiming, "What have you done? You've ruined all my goods. Pay me." "I did not do it on purpose," Li Mei stammered, struggling to rise to her feet, her legs trembling beneath her, rendering her utterly helpless. At that moment, passers-by began to gather, murmuring amongst themselves. "Look at her. still refusing to admit her fault after falling. What a disgrace. Indeed, some people will just create trouble at the drop of a hat, a girl nearby scoffed. That vendor is pitiful. I've never seen such shamelessness, remarked a middle-aged man, shaking his head, though a glimmer of schadenfreude danced in his eyes. Li Mei felt the gazes of the crowd piercing her like daggers, intensifying her anxiety. The vendor seized the moment to push her into a corner, declaring, "You owe me 50 taels. Don't think you can weasel out of it. I have no money. I truly did not do it on purpose." Li Mei's voice dwindled, tears welling in her eyes. She simply did not possess such funds. What could she do? The crowd, upon hearing the exorbitant amount demanded, shifted their opinions. Look at that vendor. It seems he is intentionally causing a scene, a middle-aged woman whispered to a companion. Yes, such petty vendors are always looking for a chance to extort, another bystander echoed. At that moment, Shun Jingyi pushed through the throng to stand before Li Mei. With a gentle smile, she addressed her, "My dear, please tell me what truly happened." Seeing Shun Jingyi's willingness to assist, a glimmer of hope sparked in Li Mei's eyes as she hurriedly pleaded, "Madam, you must help me. I truly did not mean to knock over the stall." Shun Jingyi reassured her, "Do not worry. Take your time to explain. I believe you did not do it intentionally. But the vendor demands 50 taels, and I have no money to pay." Li Mei lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks, which she hastily wiped away with her sleeve. Turning to the vendor, Shun Jingyi's tone grew stern. "Are you certain that these items were damaged due to her fall? We all witnessed the incident." Shun Tao echoed, "Indeed. We saw quite clearly that someone deliberately pushed this young lady." The vendor, sensing their unfriendly demeanor and realizing they were not individuals he could easily offend, felt a twinge of fear. However, he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity. Maintaining an innocent facade, he retorted, "Madam, she did indeed knock over my goods. I have every right to demand compensation. Are you certain your goods were damaged? Which ones were harmed? Present them for all to see. If your goods are unharmed, then your actions amount to extortion. Or perhaps you were in collusion with the individual who pushed this young lady." The vendor became agitated, unable to concede such an implication. He quickly responded, "Madam, one cannot make accusations without evidence." The bystanders, upon witnessing the incident, began to murmur among themselves, expressing their disapproval of the vendor's unscrupulous behavior. Indeed, it appeared that there was no substantial issue at hand. How shameless! Under the pressure of the onlookers, the vendor grew somewhat apprehensive, realizing that continuing in this manner could lead to greater troubles. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Fine, say what you will, but do not cause a scene here. Hurry along. I shall consider myself unfortunate this time." With that, he hastily gathered his belongings and departed. After the matter was resolved, Shun Jingyi turned to the woman and said, "All is well now. Please be more cautious while walking in the future and avoid bumping into others' belongings. Also, keep an eye on those around you." Li Mei, filled with gratitude, repeatedly expressed her thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. You are truly a good person. I would not know what to do without your assistance." Shun Jingyi smiled gently and replied, "No need for thanks. It was merely a small act of kindness. Now, hurry home and do not keep your family waiting." Li Mei nodded appreciatively and turned to leave. Shun Jingyi watched her retreating figure disappear into the crowd. A faint smile gracing her lips, her spirits lifted like never before. "Ah, yet another day of good deeds. Let us continue," she said. "Madam, look across the street." Qin Momo suddenly interjected. "What is over there?" Shun Jingyi inquired, following Qin Momo's gaze with curiosity. To her surprise, Chu Ba was approaching them, and upon looking up, she noticed her lord standing at the window of the second floor of the tavern across the street, wearing a bemused expression. Instantly, Shun Jingyi beamed a radiant smile, displaying no signs of trepidation. "Come, our lord has invited us for a meal." She took Qin Momo and the others by the hand and headed across the street. As Chu Ba reached them, he respectfully bowed and said, "Madam, the lord awaits you upstairs." "I am aware. Such a tall figure cannot be missed," Shun Jingyi replied, quickening her pace. She followed Chu Ba to a private room on the second floor. Initially, Shun Jingyi had presumed that only Lord Xian was present, but upon entering, she was taken aback to find an unfamiliar elderly gentleman and a young woman. Raising an eyebrow, she felt a spark of curiosity regarding their identities. Lord Xian regarded Shun Jingyi with a slight smile, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. "You have arrived," he said warmly. Shun Jingyi returned his smile and gently inquired, "My lord, what brings you here?" With a chuckle, Lord Xian introduced, "This is Lord Tang. I happened upon him nearby, so I thought I would stop by to discuss a few matters." Then, recalling the earlier incident, Lord Xian turned serious and admonished Shun Jingyi. "You simply cannot change your meddlesome nature, can you?" Pouting defiantly, she replied, "Well, I happen to witness it, and besides, there are plenty of us here. What is there to fear?" Lord Xian shook his head in resignation. "Oh, you." At that moment, the elderly gentleman standing nearby cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, who is this?" With a slight smile, Lord Xian introduced, "This is Consort Shun." Upon hearing this address, the elderly gentleman promptly bowed alongside the young lady, respectfully stating, "Ah, it is Her Highness, the side concubine. I am Tang Rahai, the prefect of Liangzhou, and this is my daughter, Tang Shuming." Upon realizing he was in the presence of a local official, Shun Jingyi hastily replied, "Ah, it is Lord Tang and Miss Tang. Please, both of you rise." She then cast a sidelong glance at Xian Wang, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Have you concluded your serious discussions, my lord?" "Indeed, they are finished." Chapter 60. The plans of father and daughter Xian Wang. Shun Jingyi, Prefect Tang, and Miss Tang gathered around an intricately carved round table. The table was laden with steaming delicacies, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Prefect Tang felt a sense of secret satisfaction. He had arranged for this banquet meticulously, dispatching individuals to wait at the city gates each day. The moment Xian Wang entered the city, he was informed, having learned earlier that morning that the prince had left the relay station, though his destination was unknown. Thus, he and his daughter meandered through the streets, only encountering Xian Wang in the afternoon. His intentions were not solely to ingratiate himself with the prince, but also to strategically position his daughter, Meng Meng, within the royal sphere. He hoped to fortify their relationship, aspiring to present his daughter to the prince. Should the prince ascend to a higher station in the future, his daughter would become a noble consort in the harem, thus securing her position as a principal figure within the royal court. This would significantly bolster their family's prospects. With this thought, Prefect Tang beamed as he poured a glass of wine for Xian Wang, proclaiming, "My lord, do indulge in this vintage. It has been aged for 2 decades, possessing a unique flavor and a notably smooth texture, with a rich and robust aroma." He gazed at the prince with eager anticipation. Xian Wang smiled faintly, observing the pale yellow hue of the liquor before lifting the glass to his nose, savoring the scent before taking a sip. After a moment of contemplation, he commended, "Quite splendid indeed." He then poured another glass for Shun Jingyi, saying, "You must also partake. This wine is not overpowering." Shun Jingyi's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. "Ah, then I shall join the prince in a toast. A wine buried for 2 decades is a rarity I have yet to experience." Across the table, the father and daughter duo observed their interaction, exchanging knowing glances. It seemed that the side concubine was indeed favored, yet they were determined to test the waters. There are no impenetrable walls. It merely depends on the tools one wields. Thus, Prefect Tang addressed Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi, saying, "My lord, side concubine, my daughter possesses a unique perspective on this ancient wine." Shun Jingyi's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she turned to Tang Shuming, inquiring, "Miss Tang, what insights do you hold regarding this vintage?" Xian Wang also directed his gaze toward her, albeit with a detached demeanor. Tang Shuming blushed, her heart fluttering with delight. This was an exquisite opportunity to capture the prince's attention. She recalled her father's earlier teachings, striving to showcase her intelligence and vivacity. In response to the side concubine, she began, "Though my knowledge of wine is limited, I have heard that this ancient liquor is also known as the beauty returns. The moment the cask is unearthed and opened, the fragrance envelopes one, akin to a beautiful maiden's return, intoxicating and irresistible. It is not only rich and profound, with a lingering aftertaste, but it also possesses a smooth sweetness. Each sip is as silky as a gentle stream of time flowing through the wine. Coupled with a subtle spiciness and a distinct hint of caramel, It seems to narrate the profundity of the years. The 20 years of aging have bestowed upon this white wine an unparalleled flavor and depth. It is not merely a fragrance of alcohol, but a distillation of time itself. Tang Shuming pursed her lips and smiled faintly, striving to conceal the tension within her heart. Indeed, she is a perceptive young lady. The prince nodded, promptly returning the conversation to the governor, seemingly dismissive of Tang Shuming's response. Shen Jingyi merely smiled. The governor inwardly chastised Lord Xian's aloofness but maintained a pleasant facade, continuing to praise his daughter. My daughter has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She also possesses considerable knowledge of the affairs of the Dali Temple and often discusses state matters with me, which is why I frequently keep her by my side. Shen Jingyi smiled subtly, internally scolding the old fox, and seized the opportunity to respond. Miss Tang's abilities undoubtedly reflect the governor's invaluable guidance. Upon hearing this, Governor Tang's smile grew even broader. I am unworthy of such praise for the side consort. It is entirely her own brilliance. Lord Xian smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze to the other dishes, seemingly uninterested in prolonging this topic. Noticing this, Governor Tang felt a twinge of unease, but remained undeterred. Seizing the moment, he mentioned, "My daughter often discusses local governance and policies with me. If the prince is interested in these matters, it would be worthwhile to hear her insights." Governor Tang is too gracious. Today is a time for light-hearted conversation. The path of statecraft can be pursued in the days to come. Lord Xian decisively interrupted the topic, showing no inclination to delve further. Although Tang Shuming felt embarrassed, the person before her, with such a status, was precisely what she desired. Reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, she endeavored to ingratiate herself with Lord Xian. "Your Highness, my father has mentioned that you are deeply concerned with the welfare of the people, should the opportunity arise. I would be eager to seek your guidance." The prince regarded Tang Shuming's enthusiasm with a mere smile and remained silent. Their conversation continued in a light-hearted atmosphere. Yet it was evident that the governor's keen perception and the expectation dancing upon Miss Tang's face, coupled with the unspoken refusals from Lord Xian and Shen Jingyi, rendered the dinner increasingly complex. The identical dishes on the table, intertwined with disparate thoughts, could not mask the helplessness and reality felt by those present. No matter how delectable the food, Shen Jingyi was acutely aware of the governor's intentions, which seemed to aim at presenting a future Empress Han. However, that would require another Emperor Wu, and it was clear that Lord Xian was not such a figure. During this time, Chun Tao entered to attend to their needs. Replenishing the tea, Tang Shuming repeatedly attempted to serve dishes to Lord Xian, only to be thwarted by Chun Tao. "Miss Tang, would you like me to serve you some fish? You need not rise. I shall assist you," Chun Tao remarked, placing a plate of fish with the least bones before Tang Shuming. Gazing at the dish, Tang Shuming felt a surge of frustration, yet her face maintained its customary gentle smile. "Thank you, Miss Tang, you are too kind," she thought, still hoping to curry favor with the prince, an aspiration perhaps too fanciful. Lord Tang cast a glance at Shen Jingyi, suspecting that the actions of Chun Tao were certainly instigated by her. Thus, he warmly beckoned, "Ming Ming, prepare a bowl of the renowned bawang ji soup for the prince." This soup, known for its nourishing properties, was the most celebrated dish in the tavern and often required advance reservations. Upon hearing her father's words, Tang Shuming smiled and rose gracefully, taking a spoon to ladle the broth. With elegant poise, she poured a spoonful into a bowl, then carefully lifted it, making her way toward Prince Xian. "Your Highness, please enjoy this soup," Tang Shuming said softly, her voice tender and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the prince's heartstrings. She lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing a hint of shyness and anticipation. However, Prince Xian responded coldly, "No need, I have no taste for turtle." His tone was frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a still pond. Tang Shuming was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the bowl in her hands. She had hoped this gesture would leave a favorable impression on the prince, only to receive such a response. If the prince does not wish to partake, I shall have it." Shen Jingyi interjected lightly, diffusing the awkwardness. Her smile was radiant as a blossoming flower, her eyes sparkling with brightness. She took a sip of the soup, then chuckled and set it down, noting a faint fishy taste that did not appeal to her either. Tang Shuming's attentiveness appeared rather unusual, and the governor's anticipation was tinged with a hint of anxiety, while Prince Xian, despite his smile, maintained a distance, creating an unspoken yet palpable tension. Chapter 61. A desire to enter the royal mansion as dinner drew to a close. The sounds of conversation mingled with the clinking of chopsticks and dishes. The table had been cleared of more than half of the dishes, and a subtle aroma of wine lingered in the air. Suddenly, Shen Jingyi turned her gaze towards Lord Tang, a playful glint in her smile. I wonder, does Miss Tang have someone she's promised to? Her tone was light, seemingly casual, yet laden with significance. Lord Tang's heart skipped a beat, and he promptly replied, Not yet. She is still young, and I wish for her to remain unwed for a couple more years. Oh, I see. Shen Jingyi replied with a faint smile. Then, glancing at Prince Xian, she continued, I find Miss Tang quite charming. When the time comes for her to step into society, I shall surely present her with a congratulatory gift. The underlying implication was clear. Thoughts of entering the royal mansion were futile. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuming felt a weight in her heart, instinctively casting her gaze towards Prince Xian. Yet, he did not look at her. Instead, he smiled gently at Shen Jingyi. This scene stung her eyes. Lowering her head, her mind raced with thoughts, realizing that this path seemed blocked. Nevertheless, Lord Tang, being a seasoned official, retained his respectful demeanor and replied to Shen Jingyi with calm composure. Thank you, esteemed concubine. It is indeed a blessing for my daughter. After exchanging a few more casual pleasantries, Prince Xian declared, Lord Tang, we must continue our journey tomorrow, so I shall take my leave. His words carried no hint of hesitation. Allow me to escort the prince back to the inn, Lord Tang offered, rising to bow, fully embodying propriety. No need. I shall stroll back with the concubine, Prince Xian asserted firmly, yet with a touch of gentleness. With a graceful turn, she took the lead in departing, closely followed by Shen Jingyi. The father and daughter exchanged glances and obediently bowed, bidding farewell to the prince. They watched as the figures of Prince Xian and Shen Jingyi vanished around the corner of the second floor. Father, it seems that pursuing matters with Prince Xian is futile. What shall we do next? It's all right. We're still strategizing. The most pressing task now is to promote your reputation as a talented woman, so that all in the capital may know of your gifts. The daughter understood and nodded, returning home with her father after a long day. As they exited the tavern, Shen Jingyi walked side by side with Prince Xian. The evening breeze, slightly cool, caressed their hair. Shen Jingyi studied Prince Xian intently. His tall and striking figure appeared particularly enchanting under the moonlight. Strolling along the cobblestone path, the stones beneath their feet emitted a crisp sound. A delicate floral fragrance filled the air, and the gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, creating an atmosphere of great comfort. What captures your gaze? Prince Xian inquired softly, having noticed her attention. With a playful smile dancing on her lips, Shen Jingyi replied, Your Highness, Miss Tang is indeed a remarkable woman, proficient in poetry, song, and even political discourse. Don't you think it a pity to dismiss her? Prince Xian's expression darkened slightly as he feigned an interest in the surroundings, then furrowed his brow and said, Why do I detect a hint of acidity in the air? Oh, not at all. Only the faint fragrance of flowers, Shen Jingyi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before realizing, unable to suppress a smile. He was teasing her about being jealous. How infuriating, but what you said is true. She pouted playfully, lightly tapping his arm, her gesture reminiscent of a gentle tickle, exuding charm and cuteness. All right, I concede, Prince Xian chuckled, secretly amused by her jealousy. It was indeed rare to witness such a display from her. However, he continued to explain, while Minister Tang has cultivated his daughter to such heights, it may benefit her family. Yet, few noble families would accept a woman with such grand ambitions. They may find her too overwhelming and counterproductive. Then her desire to enter the royal residence must be for grander aspirations, Shen Jingyi remarked, pointing skyward. Nodding his agreement, Prince Xian gently took her hand, and they continued their leisurely walk. Do not worry, she shall not fulfill her wishes. The capital is replete with young women skilled in poetry and prose, and as for political counsel, the advisors are hardly idle. Then why does Minister Tang aim to elevate his daughter in such a manner? It could backfire on him, she pondered. Who can say? Perhaps he believes his daughter is so exceptional that she could capture any man's heart, Prince Xian mused, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Yet not every man is drawn to such a woman. He gazed at Shun Jingyi, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. She smiled faintly, gently patting his hand in understanding. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about my cousin. Wasn't he supposed to accompany you? Where is he? Shun Jingyi suddenly exclaimed. Noticing her realization, Prince Xian chuckled. I thought he seemed bored, so I sent him away. Where did Shun Jingyi go? With a blink of her eyes, she instructed him to proceed to Cangzhou and conduct a discreet investigation. His character is frank and open, with a wide circle of friends, and, conveniently, he has acquaintances there. No one is aware that he is aligned with us, hence no one will be on guard against him, Xian Wang explained. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow and asked with concern, Are you implying that we will be watched as soon as we enter Cangzhou? Xian Wang nodded. Is he reliable? Shun Jingyi expressed her doubts regarding her second cousin's capabilities. Xian Wang gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, Do not worry. I have arranged for the people from Chu Wei to assist him. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, its gentle rays filtered through the clouds and illuminated the earth. The group packed their belongings, preparing to continue their journey. Shun Jingyi changed into male attire and presented herself before Xian Wang, performing a salute with her hands clasped in a fist. Xian Wang smiled indulgently, remarking, Not bad. You resemble the part quite well. Hearing the praise, Shun Jingyi beamed. Indeed, I think so too. Let's set off quickly. With that, she grasped Xian Wang's hand, eager to pull him along. Suddenly recalling her current disguise, she realized, Wait, I am that person now. What would it look like for two men to hold hands? Thus, she promptly released his hand and strode ahead with purpose, while Xian Wang chuckled and followed behind. Once outside, they were immediately provided with their horses. Shun Jingyi rode a soldier's steed, while the other was redirected to pull a carriage. The two mounted their horses, galloping side by side along the road, pursued by dozens of similarly mounted soldiers, creating a magnificent spectacle. A few carriages remained with the envious onlookers, who could only watch as they rode away. Chun Tao and Granny Qin sat in the carriage, observing the receding figures ahead, unable to suppress their complaints. Chun Tao pouted, saying, Granny, look at the side consort. Ever since she started traveling with the prince, she has truly let herself go. Now, we have been left behind. Granny Qin, however, chuckled dismissively. Isn't it wonderful that the prince dotes on the side consort so? While we are out here, she should do as she pleases. Once we return, there will be more restrictions, and we do not know what awaits us. Just look at how radiant she is every day. Thus, let the side consort enjoy her freedom. Qiuju nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there were extra horses, I would love to try riding as well. Staying cooped up in the carriage all day is simply too dull. Granny Qin continued, Yes, riding is indeed far more entertaining than being in a carriage. Nevertheless, let's not be too envious. This journey is a rare opportunity to accompany the lady on her travels, experiencing the vibrancy and culture of each place, and admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. Consider yourselves fortunate. True, Chun Tao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her handiwork as she shot a knowing look at Qiuju. If you find it so boring, why don't you lend a hand? Well, my embroidery skills are rather lacking, Qiuju replied bashfully, scratching her head. Then surely you can follow Granny's drawn lines and do some trimming? Chun Tao sighed helplessly. All right, I shall begin at once. Qiuju promptly grasped the scissors and commenced cutting the fabric. At that moment, Qin Mama interjected, Do hasten your movements. The consort is awaiting her attire. Understood, Mama. Both Chun Tao and Qiuju replied in unison. By the way, Mama, how many sets of men's clothing are we to create? Qiuju inquired with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mama responded, Let us start with 3 sets. It turned out that Shun Jingyi felt that riding in women's attire among a group of men was overly conspicuous, hence her decision to don men's clothing. The outfit she currently wore had been hastily tailored from the garments of Prince Xian the previous night. Now, with nothing to occupy them on the carriage, they decided to utilize the fabric purchased yesterday to sew the clothing. As Chun Tao busied herself with the needle and thread, she expressed, "I hope this outing goes smoothly." "Indeed, may the consort encounter no perils," Qiu concurred. "Rest assured, with Prince Xian present, all shall be well," Qin Mama reassured them. "I hope so." Chun Tao and Qiu nodded in agreement. The carriage continued its journey. Chapter 62. An injury after a morning of horseback riding. Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi chose a picturesque location adorned with mountains and water to rest. The scenery was enchanting, and the air was fresh, uplifting their spirits. They resolved to pause here for a brief respite and to address their lunch needs. However, the immediate concern was awaiting the arrival of the carriage, as all provisions and cooking utensils were on board. Nevertheless, the guards remained industrious. Some climbed the hills to gather firewood in preparation for the forthcoming meal, while others ventured to hunt, hoping to enrich their lunch with additional fare. Upon dismounting, Shun Jingyi found herself unwell. The body she had cultivated was overly delicate. While riding was manageable, once dismounted, she felt a twinge of pain on the inner thigh, likely a result of friction from riding. Prince Xian, noticing her gait, swiftly understood the situation. With a heart full of concern, he lifted her into his arms and carried her towards the brook. "Have you sustained an injury?" he asked gently. Shun Jingyi nodded. "It seems I inadvertently hurt myself while riding." Prince Xian tenderly helped her onto a stone, his heart swelling with compassion as he spoke softly. "Let us refrain from riding for now. You shall rest comfortably in the carriage." Shun Jingyi obediently agreed. "Very well. I shall ride in the carriage this afternoon. Next time I ride, I shall find something to wrap around it to prevent further injury." Prince Xian frowned, not entirely approving. "Next time?" Shun Jingyi replied, as if it were a matter of course. "Of course. Once I have practiced riding sufficiently, I will be able to accompany you on our journeys day and night." Hearing this, Prince Xian felt only overwhelming emotion and joy within his chest. His gaze softened with affection as he embraced Shun Jingyi tightly. Startled by the sudden embrace, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and hurriedly whispered, "Your Highness, we are in public and others are watching." Prince Xian glanced around. Everyone was tactfully admiring the mountains, water, and trees, none daring to look their way. King Xian, now satisfied, withdrew his gaze, yet he released Shun Jingyi. Although her thoughts were optimistic, plans often fall short of the swift changes of fate. Thus, her equestrian skills were destined to be in vain. The carriage arrived promptly, and Shun Jingyi washed her face and hands in the cool stream, the refreshing water cleansing her of the heat and dust from riding. After a short while, the carriage came to a halt. In the astonished eyes of Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Qiu, King Xian gingerly lifted Shun Jingyi into the carriage. Noticing her pale complexion, the three women were filled with concern and worry. "Your Highness, what has happened to the side consort? Is she all right?" Qin Mama inquired anxiously. "Mama, I am fine. I just sustained a minor bruise while riding. Please have Qiu assist me with some ointment." Shun Jingyi replied gently. "I see. Qiu, hurry along," Qin Mama urged. "Your servant is here to assist you." Qiu replied promptly as she climbed into the carriage. King Xian had intended to examine the injury himself, but considering the many onlookers outside, he refrained. Qiu carefully inspected Shun Jingyi's injury, gently touching the area around it. She discovered it was not severe, merely a bit swollen and red, without any broken skin. She retrieved ointment from the medical box, meticulously applying it to Shun Jingyi's leg. "Fortunately, it is just redness and not an open wound. A bit of ointment and a day's rest will suffice," she assured. Shun Jingyi expressed her gratitude with a glance. "Thank you. I appreciate your help. It is my duty." "There is no need for courtesy, side consort," Qiu replied with a smile. While tending to the injury, she added sympathetically, "The king is quite concerned for you. Please rest well and avoid further harm." "I understand. I will be more cautious next time," Shun Jingyi replied. After applying the ointment and adjusting Shun Jingyi's clothing, Qiujuan exited the carriage to report to King Xian. Your Highness, there is some redness and swelling on the inner thigh of the side consort, but after applying the ointment, she should be fine by tomorrow. King Xian let out a sigh of relief, confirming his thoughts. Understood, you may go now. Yes, your servant takes her leave. Qiujuan approached Qin Mama and Chuntao, relaying the examination results. Upon hearing this, the two women finally felt at ease. The hunters returned, bringing back 2 rabbits and 3 wild chickens. Qiujuan prepared Kung Pao rabbit, while the wild chickens were made into soup. Once ready, she elegantly served the dishes in beautiful white porcelain bowls for Chuntao to deliver to the king and Shun Jingyi. She reserved a portion for themselves, while the rest, along with the pot, was taken to the guards. With so many people, each received only a small portion, particularly the rabbit meat. Brother Zhu, next time, catch more rabbits. This is barely enough to satisfy, one remarked. How do you know I didn't want to catch more? It's just that time was short, another replied. Next time, I'll join you. I'm sure we'll catch more, came the confident response. All right, let us see how capable you are, was the retort. This conversation reached the carriage, where Shun Jingyi placed a piece of rabbit meat into King Xian's bowl. It seemed everyone enjoyed this dish. It is indeed delightful. Feel free to eat more, King Xian said as he returned the favor, placing a larger piece of meat into Shun Jingyi's bowl. After finishing their meal, everyone tidied up and set off. Shun Jingyi did not pester Prince Xian to play chess with her today. Instead, she engrossed herself in a book. Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of disappointment, for he had already contemplated the conditions for their game, only to find her completely indifferent. Didn't you say you didn't enjoy reading novels? Why are you so absorbed in one today? He inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. Noticing his interest, Shun Jingyi eagerly handed the book to him, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, I found this at a bookstore we passed yesterday. It was flying off the shelves. I merely flipped through it at first, but I discovered it to be quite intriguing. It tells the story of a girl who has always been disliked by her grandparents, and after her father passes away, they're cast out. By chance, she encounters a boy who is also orphaned, and together they support each other and strive to overcome their hardships. I found it quite fascinating, so I bought it. The prose is remarkably well crafted. I can't help but wonder if it stems from the authoress' own experiences. Shun Jingyi chattered animatedly. Prince Xian casually flipped through the pages before returning it. Curious? Should I look into it? He suddenly suggested. No need. We can simply enjoy the book. Does the truth behind it really matter? Shun Jingyi shook her head, acknowledging her curiosity, yet choosing not to delve too deeply. After all, what truly matters in a book is the experience and emotions it evokes, rather than the authenticity of the narrative. Chapter 63. Excellent. A receptive listener. 2 days later, they had entered the borders of Cangzhou and were expected to reach the city the following day. One afternoon, while everyone was cooking and resting, those who had gone hunting in the mountains returned, carrying a gaunt woman. Why have you brought someone back? Someone asked curiously. I'll explain later. Have you seen the prince? Feng Xiaolu responded as he hurried towards the direction indicated. From a distance, he spotted the prince carefully placing a flower crown atop the concubine's head. It appeared he had arrived at an inopportune moment. However, the concubine had already noticed him, and he had no choice but to approach with resolve. Without lifting his gaze, Prince Xian, focused on arranging the floral adornment, inquired coolly, What is it? Your Highness. The concubine's attendants rescued a woman who was attempting to take her own life in the mountains. Seeing she still had breath, they brought her back, Feng Xiaolu reported. Understood. Go find Qiujuan and have her come take a look, Prince Xian commanded. Yes, Your Highness. After Feng Xiaolu left, Shun Jingyi urged Prince Xian to accompany her back. Shall we go see her as well? Prince Xian smiled, knowing her curiosity. All right. When they arrived, Qiujuan was attentively checking the woman's pulse and soon delivered a shocking revelation. She is likely only in her 20s. The others present exchanged sympathetic glances. For a woman in her 20s who appeared so aged could only imply one thing. This woman has endured long hours of labor, oppression, and hunger, which has led her to this state. Qiujuan placed a small vial beneath her nose, allowing her to inhale its contents. In an instant, the woman awakened. Upon seeing a large crowd surrounding her, she was evidently startled. Xian Wang, observing her reaction, gestured for the onlookers to disperse, leaving only Feng Xiaolu, Granny Qin, Qiujuan, Xian Wang, and Shun Jingyi. Since Feng Xiaolu had brought her back, he felt compelled to take responsibility and could not leave her side. The woman, timid and shaken, finally stammered, "Did you save me? Why would you do that?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Noticing her distress, Granny Qin offered her a handkerchief, softly saying, "There is nothing more precious in this world than life. If you fear not even death, what else is there to fear?" Her words were imbued with concern and solace. The woman wiped her tears, her voice laden with profound exhaustion. But living is truly exhausting. I rise before the rooster and sleep later than the dogs. Whenever the men or my mother-in-law are displeased, they resort to violence against me. Just yesterday, they sold my 5-year-old daughter to fund my brother-in-law's education. When I learned of this, I searched for her overnight. But that man said she was his property and demanded 15 taels of silver for her release. I have no money. Hearing this, Shun Jingyi's expression turned grave, and she inquired, "So, you contemplated suicide?" The woman's eyes brimmed with despair as she nodded. "I find life unbearably difficult." Her voice was faint and powerless, as if she had lost all hope for existence. Shun Jingyi inhaled deeply, her tone resolute. "Have you ever considered that your suffering may partly stem from your own actions? Your inability to stand firm has also brought your daughter into this torment. Your repeated tolerance has emboldened them, causing them to disregard you even more." Tears welled up in the woman's eyes once more, and she choked out, "But I have never borne a son for their family. That is my fault." Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "And so, does it make you feel guilty? Have you ever contemplated that infertility might not be your fault, but possibly your husband's?" The woman was taken aback. She had never considered this possibility. She had always believed that her inability to conceive was her own failing, but now, hearing this lady's words, she began to question her previous assumptions. Shun Jingyi's insights illuminated the darkness within her heart. Yes, she had no issues giving birth to Xiaoya. Could it truly be her husband's problem? When did it first arise? As she pondered, a memory surfaced when Xiaoya was 6 months old. Her husband had been in a brawl in the city. Upon returning, he lay in bed for 2 days, complaining of a slight pain in that area, and her mother-in-law refused to give the money to see a doctor. After 2 days of rest, he recovered, and the incident was forgotten. Could have begun then? She lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, only to dim once more. "But I cannot fight them, and now my daughter is gone." Shun Jingyi continued to counsel, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'People fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are unafraid of death'? If you are willing to forsake your own life, what is there left to fear? You possess the courage to relinquish your existence. Why not channel that into resistance? Fighting for your dignity and rights?" A flicker of confusion and shame crossed the woman's face as she lowered her head, seemingly contemplating Shun Jingyi's words. Like a sharp sword piercing through the fog of her inner turmoil, Shun Jingyi's remarks compelled her to reevaluate her circumstances. Slowly raising her head, a faint yet resolute light sparkled in her eyes, her voice low yet imbued with determination. "I understand now. I can no longer endure this. I will not allow them to oppress me any longer. My uncle's desire for education is his concern. Why must I be sold like chattel? Why must I shoulder all the burdens of our home? They are like parasites. If I cannot thrive, neither shall they. If it comes to it, we shall perish together." Shun Jingyi nodded in approval, encouragingly stating, "Excellent. There is a saying, one must be fierce to stand firm. Remember, when one is subjected to oppression, true resistance is the only avenue for change. The journey may be arduous, but you have already taken the first step." At this moment, Granny Qin interjected, "Since you have made your decision, prepare yourself. Do not place your hopes in others. You are your own best ally. Others may offer assistance, but the true catalyst for transforming your life is yourself." "Thank you," the woman said, and she knelt before them, bowing deeply. The others were taken aback, unable to intervene in time. "Thank you for saving me and for illuminating my path forward." In her eyes, the fog of confusion and despair had dissipated, replaced by strength and resolve. Shun Jingyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She had indeed reached someone receptive to guidance. She then instructed Granny Qin, "Please take her to eat. Afterward, give her 20 taels of silver to redeem her daughter." Granny Qin smiled, recognizing her mistress's kindness and anticipating this outcome. Nevertheless, she respectfully replied, "Yes, madam." The woman, overwhelmed with joy, expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, madam." She was so moved that she attempted to kneel again. But this time Granny Qin gently held her back. "Come with me. You must be hungry. Let's go eat." Granny Qin led the woman toward the kitchen. Once they departed, Shun Jingyi called for Feng Xiaolu. "You will accompany her to the broker shortly," she instructed. "Yes, consort," Feng Xiaolu responded respectfully. Qiu, having observed the entire exchange, could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Consort, do you believe that woman was lying?" Shun Jingyi shook her head, explaining, "Not at all. I simply find the broker unscrupulous, charging exorbitant prices. Thus, I wanted someone to verify and intimidate him a bit." Qiu understood Shun Jingyi's reasoning. Indeed, if that woman ventured alone, the broker would likely inflate his prices further. Selling a 5-year-old girl for 15 taels of silver indicates a heart devoid of compassion. Such a broker is certainly not reputable. As the King Xian observed the two individuals poised to unleash a torrent of reproaches, he hastily stepped forward and took hold of Shun Jingyi, urging her along. "Have you forgotten that it is time for us to dine?" Chapter 64. Shun Xiaolu returns. The carriage moved forward slowly, the sound of the wheels rolling over the ground resonating distinctly within the confined space. Shun Jingyi and King Xian sat on opposite sides of the carriage, engrossed in a game of chess. The board between them was littered with numerous black and white pieces, while the scenery outside the window flowed gently under the warm sunlight. Shun Jingyi's gaze was intense as she placed a piece on the board, and King Xian wore a slight smile, intently observing the game. Before long, Shun Xiaolu caught up with their procession, his figure appearing at the carriage window. Although fatigue was evident on his face, it could not conceal a flicker of joy. "Your Highness, consort, I have returned," he announced. Shun Jingyi immediately diverted her attention from the chessboard to Shun Xiaolu, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "How are they, mother and daughter?" "The woman's daughter has been redeemed." Shun Xiaolu exhaled, then continued. "As we entered the city, we encountered her elder brother, who had just emerged from an inn with a group of companions. Upon learning that the woman intended to redeem her child, he vehemently opposed it, even accusing her of stealing money from the family and demanding its return, using rather harsh language. Shun Jingyi's brows furrowed slightly. How did she respond to that? A glimmer of admiration crossed Shun Xiaoyou's face. The woman, incensed, seized a stick from a nearby stall and struck the man. In front of his classmates and friends, she exposed his true character, stating that despite his age, he remained a mere student, contributing nothing while the family supported both him and his wife in comfort, all the while daring to encourage the elderly lady to sell her daughter. She ought to inquire how such a scoundrel could have been nurtured by the academy, he added. King Xian could not suppress a chuckle, evidently appreciating the woman's audacity. "It seems she has taken your words to heart." Shun Jingyi smiled with pride, urging, "And then what happened?" Shun Xiaolu continued. The man, taken aback, uttered a few threats before fleeing. "When we approached the broker to redeem the child, the broker's wife even shortchanged us by 5 taels of silver, having been moved by the sight of the woman's plight amidst the onlookers." Shun Jingyi let out a slight sigh of relief, clearly pleased with the outcome. "Well done, you've worked hard. You may leave now." "Yes, I take my leave," Shun Xiaolu replied with an apologetic bow before rejoining the trailing group. Inside the carriage, King Xian observed the relaxation on Shun Jingyi's face and gently patted her hand. "Now you can rest easy. Indeed, I merely wished to prevent her from enduring further suffering. The world is not particularly kind to women. All I can do is offer her a modicum of assistance and hope." King Xian chuckled softly at her words. "Have you considered that the little help you provide may serve as a beacon of light in their lives?" Shun Jingyi nodded, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Without your support, I would not dare to intervene in these matters." The atmosphere within the carriage grew ever warmer and more tranquil. The dialogue between Shun Jingyi and King Xian gently reverberated within the cozy carriage. Gradually, silence enveloped them, and upon glancing down, King Xian found that the person who had just been conversing had succumbed to slumber. With a sense of helplessness, he adjusted her position, laying her body flat to ensure a more comfortable rest. The following afternoon, they finally arrived at Sangzhou City. Sunlight cascaded obliquely onto the streets as the carriage glided slowly into the town. Anticipating a several-day stay, arrangements had already been made by others who had arrived early to rent a spacious courtyard, which had been meticulously cleaned in preparation for their host's arrival. The carriage came to a halt before the courtyard's grand entrance, where Shun Jingyi stretched languidly, letting out a substantial yawn before descending the carriage with King Xian's assistance. "Watch your step," King Xian advised with concern. "I noticed you were asleep the entire journey. How can you still be so drowsy?" Shun Jingyi rubbed her eyes, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she replied, "I'm not quite sure what has been happening to me lately. I always feel sleep-deprived, especially while riding in the carriage." The gentle swaying quickly lulls one into a state of drowsiness. As they entered the main courtyard and had just finished washing up, Chubai arrived to report, "My lord, Lin Jizhou has come." Shun Jingyi exclaimed in surprise. He arrived quite swiftly. King Xian smiled faintly, teasing, "It seems he has been keeping a close watch on us." Shun Jingyi approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "You should go see what he wants." "Very well," King Xian replied, turning to depart. Shun Jingyi then picked up a book from the table and casually flipped through its pages while awaiting his return. Before long, Chubai returned. "Madam, Lin Jizhou has prepared a banquet at his residence, inviting you and the lord to come. The lord is awaiting you in the front courtyard." "All right, I understand. I'll just change my clothes." Shun Jingyi nodded and turned back to her room. Chuntao swiftly retrieved a scarlet embroidered silk gown adorned with double-layered sleeves and matching accessories from the wardrobe. The three of them worked with remarkable speed, scarcely pausing as they dressed and adorned themselves. Shun Jingyi, resplendent in her luxurious attire, radiated an air of nobility, while Chuntao and Qiujuan also groomed themselves appropriately. Ready to accompany her, the trio proceeded to the front courtyard to reunite with King Xian. Upon entering the parlor, they found King Xian seated at the head of the table, a subtle smile gracing his features. Beside him sat a venerable gentleman, approximately 50 years of age, with a gentle demeanor and an extraordinary presence, clad in an official robe that exuded an air of authority. It was hard to imagine that he was the true sovereign of this place. "I pay my respects to the esteemed side consort," the elderly gentleman rose, his expression reflecting reverence for Shun Jingyi. "There is no need for excessive formality, Master Lin." Shun Jingyi responded with a slight nod, maintaining her dignified composure as she exchanged pleasantries with him. Observing this, King Xian stood and stated, "Shall we proceed?" The three of them took a carriage to the Lin residence, navigating through the winding streets until they finally halted at the entrance of Lin's estate. "Welcome, my lord and esteemed side consort, to our humble abode." Master Lin greeted them with a warm smile, enthusiastically ushering them inside. As they traversed the exquisite corridor and entered the grand hall, Shun Jingyi and King Xian found the room already brimming with guests. Among the guests present were not only local officials, but also numerous affluent gentry, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 65, The Banquet. This was Shun Jingyi's inaugural experience at such a gathering. To facilitate distinction, the officials donned their official attire, accompanied by their respective family members. The tables at the far end were filled with individuals in everyday clothing, yet their attire still allowed for the discernment between gentry and nouveau riche. At this moment, Lord Lin warmly welcomed them into the hall. "Your Highness, the consort awaits," he announced. Observing this, the guests rose in unison, bowing respectfully. After greeting the prince and the consort, Xian Wang smiled in return. "There is no need for formalities." Lord Lin escorted Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi to the principal seats before standing at the far left. Once Xian Wang and Shun Jingyi were settled, he added, "Please, be seated. This is our first meeting. There is no need for stiffness among us." The assembly responded in chorus, "Thank you, Your Highness." Subsequently, everyone took their seats. At that moment, Lord Lin lightly clapped his hands, and a troop of maidens promptly entered, bearing an array of delectable dishes. In no time, the table was adorned with exquisite culinary creations. Golden platters held tenderly braised squab, accompanied by aromatic red braised pork and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. The wine goblets brimmed with aged fine liquor, gleaming with an amber hue, and the rich aroma wafted through the air. The chef's culinary masterpieces not only tantalized the senses with their colors and flavors, but also featured an artful presentation that was utterly mouth-watering. As the dishes were served, the sound of light footsteps approached from outside. With a gentle lift of the gauzy curtains, several elegantly attired dancers gracefully entered the hall. Their garments were vibrant and colorful, exuding an alluring sheen with every step they took. As the rhythm of the music began to play, they swayed their waists, their slender fingers painting graceful arcs in the air, while their skirts danced with the breeze. The guests in the hall turned their attention, captivated by the dancers' performance. Shen Jingyi, too, was entranced by the splendid display, a smile of approval gracing her features. This was her first encounter with ancient song and dance, and she found their performance enchanting. If only their gazes weren't so frequently directed towards Xianwang. As for Xianwang, he remained unfazed, having witnessed far more impressive performances in the past. However, noting Shen Jingyi's enjoyment, he quietly served her more delicacies. At that moment, Shen Jingyi relished the experience, indulged by the handsome gentleman beside her and entertained by the dancers before her, though the frequent toasts from others were somewhat bothersome. "Your Highness, you should drink less," she advised. "Fear not, they would not dare to overwhelm me with drink. My concern is the sheer number of guests. If each offers a cup, you may end up intoxicated," he replied, as the two exchanged whispers. Lord Lin, seated at the lower end, wore a contented smile, secretly observing the two at the main table and feeling satisfied with his meticulously orchestrated banquet. As the dance progressed, the performers continued to present captivating segments, sometimes bowing with smiles, at other times rising with elegance. As the music gradually drew to a close, the dancers gracefully concluded their performance, offering their heartfelt gratitude with radiant smiles before gracefully retreating. Lin Zhizhou approached the main table, a cup of wine in hand, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he respectfully addressed, "Your Highness and esteemed consort, I propose a toast to you both." Xianwang replied with a gentle smile. "You are too kind, Minister Lin." He lifted his goblet and elegantly consumed the exquisite wine within. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyi offered a subtle smile, delicately sipping her tea as a gesture of respect, substituting tea for wine. After finishing his drink, Minister Lin continued, "I wonder if Your Highness and the consort would care to remain in Sangzhou for a few more days, allowing me the opportunity to extend my hospitality." Shen Jingyi smiled, observing the cordial exchange between Xianwang and Lin Zhizhou. Hearing his words, she felt an urge to roll her eyes. This cunning fox was clearly trying to discern when they planned to depart. Oh, how delightful it would be to hear his response. As expected, Lin Zhizhou anticipated a reply centered around pressing official duties, yet was surprised to hear, "Indeed, I have such intentions. Having traveled extensively, I find myself in need of rest here, though there is no need for extensive hospitality. We shall explore on our own. You have your own matters to attend to, and I shall seek you out should any need arise." Lin Zhizhou was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he proposed, "Allow me to arrange for a local guide for you." Xianwang waved his hand dismissively. "That will not be necessary. I prefer to wander without the company of outsiders." Casting a glance at Shen Jingyi, he feigned a desire for solitude with her. Minister Lin, believing he understood the situation, discreetly withdrew, refraining from further discussion on the matter. At that moment, Lin Zhizhou's two daughters ascended the stage. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon them. Shortly thereafter, several attendants carefully brought forth a zither and a flute. The eldest daughter of the Lin family spoke, "Your Highness, esteemed consort, my sister and I have recently learned a new piece and wish to humbly present it here, hoping to elicit a smile from you both." She smiled as she bowed to Xianwang and his companion. Xianwang's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the two charming ladies with keen interest. softly remarking, "Ah, I have heard tales of the exquisite twin beauties of Sangzhou. You must be they." Upon hearing this, Lin's eldest daughter felt a surge of delight within. Yet she feigned humility, replying, "Your Highness bestows too much praise. Such are merely rumors from the outside world, and should not be taken to heart." However, the pride in her demeanor was difficult to conceal. In contrast, Lin's second daughter appeared much more modest, simply offering a gentle smile. "Then let us indulge in your performance." Xian Wang gestured, granting them permission to begin. "Yes," the sisters replied in unison. One took her seat to play the zither, while the other stood beside her to play the flute. Soon, the melodious strains of the zither filled the air, flowing like water, followed by the deep and ethereal notes of the flute, which intertwined harmoniously, creating a celestial symphony. One could not deny the remarkable synergy of their collaboration, transporting the audience to a serene riverside under a beautiful moonlight, immersed in the enchanting music. After the two ceased their performance, Shun Jingyi was the first to initiate applause. "Well done." Soon, the others joined in, and the sound of clapping resonated throughout the hall. At that moment, the sisters' vanity was undeniably satisfied. "You collaborated splendidly," remarked Prince Xian, although those attuned could discern that he praised their cooperation rather than their musical prowess. Upon receiving this compliment, Miss Lin's smile broadened. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward Shun Jingyi, a mix of deference and provocation in her eyes, hoping to outshine Shun and capture the prince's attention. Shun Jingyi returned her look with a calm demeanor, contemplating the mischief Miss Lin intended. As expected, the next word from her lips were, "I have heard that the side consort is a distinguished lady of the capital. Surely her musical talent is remarkable. Might I have the honor of engaging in a discussion and practice with the side consort?" Shun Jingyi, wishing to avoid circumlocution, replied bluntly, "No." Miss Lin, accustomed to being surrounded by sycophants in Changzhou, was unaccustomed to direct refusals. Upon hearing the denial, she impulsively retorted, "Are you frightened or simply incapable?" The moment the words escaped her, she regretted them. This was no casual gathering of her peers. However, with so many witnesses present, she was unwilling to apologize, leading to a brief silence. Lord Lin's heart nearly ceased. Did his unfortunate daughter intend to bring calamity upon them? A glance at Prince Xian confirmed his displeasure, teetering on the edge of anger. Thus, he quickly interjected, "Your Highness, please forgive my daughter's clumsiness. She did not intend to provoke the side consort." "Is that so? I did not perceive it," replied the prince. Chapter 66. Shun Jingyi's unease in an instant. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The officials present held their breath, silently praying, "Dear heavens, do not incite the wrath of Prince Xian." They could hardly bear his fury or scrutiny. Miss Lin hurriedly grasped her boastful sister's arm, urging her to kneel alongside her. Now fully aware of her indiscretion, Miss Lin felt no genuine concern. After all, Shun was merely a side consort, not an official wife. Yet, compelled by her sister's insistence, she complied and knelt. Lord Lin, observing his daughters, felt a mixture of anger and anxiety, fearing that their folly might provoke the prince and bring misfortune upon the entire Lin family. "My daughter merely admires the side consort's talent. Her impulsiveness led to her thoughtlessness. I beseech your Highness for leniency." Shun Jingyi gently squeezed Prince Xian's hand, signaling him to temper his anger, for this was not the moment to erupt. The prince nodded in silence, his expression remaining indifferent as he gazed downward. Thus, Shun Jingyi addressed Miss Lin, stating, "I hope you understand, though I am but a consort. I am one inscribed in the royal registry. I am not someone you may challenge at will. Furthermore, I am the side consort of Prince Xian, not a courtesan who performs publicly at any given moment." Upon hearing this, the sisters' faces flushed crimson, for they had just performed and reveled in their self-satisfaction. Subsequently, I heard Shun Jingyi utter a rather ambiguous remark. Although this is indeed the residence of Miss Lin, it is situated within the territories of our Great Xia. Therefore, Miss Lin, it is imperative that you show me due respect. The latter part of her statement was articulated deliberately slowly, resonating deeply within everyone's hearts. Miss Lin's complexion turned ashen, Her forehead beaded with cold sweat. Her lips quivered, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, I shall remember and will not dare to offend again. She bowed her head deeply, too afraid to meet Shun Jingyi's gaze, fearful of uttering another misstep. Shun Jingyi's words had instilled a palpable fear in Miss Lin, who now dared not exhibit even the slightest neglect. Satisfied, Shun Jingyi nodded and waved her hand, saying, "Very well, you may leave." Her tone was relaxed and carefree, as if the preceding events had never occurred. After they returned to their seats, the dancers re-entered the hall. The surrounding officials, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the storm had subsided. Yet, they dared not approach the main table again. Shun Jingyi found herself quite content with the current state of affairs, continuing to watch the performance while savoring her meal. It was only after several rounds of wine and an assortment of dishes that the gathering began to disperse. Upon returning, Shun Jingyi collapsed into slumber, while the lights in the Lin family study remained aglow throughout the night. Both Miss Lin and her younger sister were confined to their quarters. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, yet Shun Jingyi remained blissfully ensconced in sweet dreams, only slowly awakening as the sun reached its zenith. Upon opening her eyes, she felt her stomach rumble with hunger and exclaimed loudly, "Chun Tao, hurry and prepare my wash. I am famished." The nearby Prince Xian, upon hearing her voice, could not help but chuckle, teasing her. "You're turning into quite the little piglet, sleeping and eating excessively every day." Shun Jingyi's face flushed at his words, as they rang true. She hurriedly pinched her flesh and turned to inquire of Qin Momo beside her. "Momo, have I gained weight recently?" Qin Momo scrutinized her carefully, shaking her head in response. "Not at all," sighed Concubine. "You appear just as you always have." Furrowing her brow in confusion, Shun Jingyi questioned, "But I've been consuming so much food lately. Where has it all gone?" Suddenly, Qin Momo pondered a possibility. Excessive eating leading to increased hunger and sleepiness. Could this not be a sign of pregnancy? Stealing a glance at Shun Jingyi, who was savoring her meal, she discreetly pulled Chun Tao aside. "Momo, what is happening?" Chun Tao asked curiously. Qin Momo lowered her voice. "Tell me, when did the side concubine's monthly cycle arrive last month, and how long has it been since?" A hint of urgency laced her tone. Chun Tao bowed her head, responding softly, "It has been delayed by half a month. The side concubine mentioned it might be due to being out of sorts from travel." Her voice carried a touch of unease, unsure of why Momo was inquiring. Upon hearing this, Qin Momo's suspicions were confirmed, and she angrily pointed at Chun Tao, scolding, "You foolish girl, must you take the side concubine's words at face value? You nearly jeopardized everything. Do you understand?" Chun Tao, frightened by Qin Momo's words, was at a loss, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as she stammered, "Momo, what could possibly go wrong?" Her expression reflected profound confusion, as she could not comprehend why Granny Qin was so irate. Granny Qin shot a glare at Chun Tao, waving her hand impatiently, commanding, "Quickly fetch a physician. You will understand in due time." There was a tinge of both urgency and delight in her tone. Upon hearing Granny Qin's instruction, Chun Tao, not daring to delay further, quickly nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well, I shall go at once." She then swiftly turned to seek out the physician. Granny Qin watched as Chun Tao departed, shaking her head in exasperation. "That girl truly causes one a great deal of worry." After uttering this, she cheerfully re-entered the room, only to find Shun Jingyi just finishing a bowl of porridge. She promptly served her another bowl, gently saying, "Your Grace, this porridge has been specially prepared for you by this old servant. Do enjoy it while it is still warm." Shun Jingyi, observing the anticipation and affection in Granny Qin's eyes, felt obliged to oblige her, and thus accepted the bowl, sipping it slowly. Granny Qin, seeing Shun Jingyi eat at a leisurely pace, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She stood beside her, attending to her needs, while awaiting Chun Tao's return with the physician. The Crown Prince observed this scene with raised brows, pondering deeply. This maid had always been vigilant about Jingyi's diet, typically advising her to eat sparingly to avoid indigestion. It was the first time he witnessed her so proactively serving her. Could there be an ailment? Yet, upon seeing the quantity of food she was consuming, he dismissed the notion. She did not appear unwell. The crown prince, though perplexed, was astute in his observations. Before long, he discerned an issue. "Mama, I can no longer eat. I feel a bit full. Let us go for a stroll." Shun Jingyi exclaimed eagerly. However, Granny Qin promptly countered, enticing her with food. "Your Grace, indulging too much is inadvisable for moving about. Let us go this afternoon instead. Qiujuan is preparing braised squab for you. Remember how you expressed a desire to have it when you saw the squab soup at the banquet yesterday? Oh, I had completely forgotten. Then we shall go out this afternoon. I must step outside now. Otherwise, I shall not be able to eat later." As she spoke, she rose, her sheer silk gown swaying gracefully, exuding an air of vitality. This startled Granny Qin, who quickly extended her hands, one supporting Shun Jingyi's arm and the other her abdomen, fearing she might stumble. "Your Grace, please take care. Do not move so abruptly," she urged anxiously. Shun Jingyi blinked in confusion, but I did not do anything. It was then that the crown prince recognized the underlying issue. His eyes fixated on Shun Jingyi's abdomen, and a smile gradually spread across his lips. Chapter 67. Expecting at this moment, the crown prince was filled with exhilaration. Though he already had 4 children, the prospect of his child with Jingyi filled him with anticipation. He immediately stood, approaching her side, and carefully assisted her onto the nearby couch. "Rest here for a while and do not move," he said tenderly. "Read for a bit and relax." While speaking, he ensured Shun Jingyi was comfortably settled, adjusting her position on the couch. Turning to Granny Qin, a sense of urgency crept into his voice. "Have you summoned the doctor?" Granny Qin respectfully lowered her head and replied, "Chuntao has already gone to fetch him." As Shun Jingyi overheard the conversation, a sense of curiosity washed over her, prompting her to inquire, "What is the doctor needed for? Is someone unwell?" "Isn T. Qiujuan skilled in medicine?" Xian Wang smiled gently, his gaze towards Shun Jingyi filled with concern and tenderness. "You shall find out shortly." Shun Jingyi murmured to herself, "Why must summoning a doctor be shrouded in such mystery?" Xian Wang merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. Despite her lingering confusion, Shun Jingyi resigned herself to the situation, deciding that since she could not venture outside, she would comply with the arrangements. Thus, she reclined casually on the soft couch, idly picking up a book to peruse. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her face, softening her features further as the pages fluttered gently in her hands. Xian Wang remained by her side, a warm smile gracing his face, his heart brimming with unspoken anticipation. Soon after, he lay beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. His hand gently rested upon her abdomen, caressing it softly. Observing this, Granny Qin smiled subtly and discreetly exited the room, granting the couple a tranquil space. The atmosphere within the room was infused with a serene warmth, while Granny Qin stood vigil outside, awaiting the doctor's arrival. However, not long after Shun Jingyi began reading, perhaps lulled by the comfort of Xian Wang's embrace, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she awoke again, she realized that lunchtime had long passed. Opening her eyes, she found Xian Wang still by her side, engrossed in the very book she had been reading before her nap, though he had scarcely turned a page. Shun Jingyi turned to Nestle against his waist. Xian Wang set the book aside, running his fingers through her soft, flowing hair, his voice resonating with a magnetic warmth. "You're awake. Are you hungry? Shall we have something to eat?" "I'm not hungry. What time is it?" Shun Jingyi replied, her voice laced with a hint of languor and contentment, muffled as her face rested against his chest. "It is already the beginning of the 2nd hour," he informed her. Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow upon hearing this. How could she have slept for so long? Remembering Xian Wang's earlier mention of summoning a doctor, she felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that she was unwell? With this thought, she slowly lifted her head, cautiously asking, "Has the doctor arrived?" Xian Wang smiled knowingly and nodded. "Yes, he has come." Shun Jingyi's heart raced, and she eagerly pressed on. "What did the doctor say?" She swallowed nervously, fearing the worst from Xian Wang's response. Xian Wang recalled the doctor's words. The fetus was less than 2 months along, and the mother was in good health. She simply needed to avoid cold and cooling foods. Everything else was perfectly fine. With this in mind, he gently placed a hand on her flat abdomen, feeling its softness and warmth. His gaze softened immeasurably, filled with love and anticipation. He spoke tenderly, "In here, a new life is blossoming, one that resembles our child." Shun Jingyi was taken aback by this revelation. She blinked in astonishment, and as realization dawned upon her, she abruptly sat up, her eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. She excitedly inquired, "Are you saying that I am pregnant?" "Indeed, you are about to become a mother." The prince smiled at her, his gaze imbued with deep affection and joy. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Shun Jingyi felt an indescribable surge of emotions within her. She should have anticipated this, considering her monthly cycle had been delayed for over 2 weeks. Initially, she attributed it to the long journey, believing it was merely a result of her body adjusting to new surroundings. Little did she know, it was because she was with child. Suddenly, she recalled that she had not only traveled extensively, but had also been riding horses. Anxiously, she asked, "Is the baby all right? I was riding earlier. Could that have any impact?" Her voice trembled with concern, fearing that her previous actions might harm the precious life growing within her. The prince quickly reassured her. "Do not worry. The child is perfectly healthy, a robust little one." As he spoke, he gently patted her hand, soothing her anxieties. However, he soon became earnest, advising, "You must take care moving forward. Avoid any sudden shocks and refrain from running or jumping." Shun Jingyi nodded obediently, promising, "I understand, I will be cautious from now on." She tenderly caressed her abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her face. The prince planted a kiss on her forehead and rose to say, "You should lie down for now. I will have them bring in lunch." At the mention of lunch, she suddenly remembered her braised pigeon. With a smile, she replied, "Sounds wonderful." As the prince opened the door, he encountered Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Xiao Ju waiting outside. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on the entrance as if awaiting significant news. "Has the side consort awakened?" Qin Mama inquired as soon as she saw the prince. He nodded, his tone light, "Yes. She is awake. Please prepare the meal." "Yes, your highness." Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Xiao Ju responded in unison, swiftly turning to leave with efficient grace. Shortly thereafter, the trio returned with an array of exquisite dishes, their movements brisk and orderly. Once everything was set, Qin Mama, Chun Tao, and Xiao Ju lined up, their faces radiant with joy, and together they congratulated Shun Jingyi. "Congratulations, side consort." "Well done. Everyone shall be rewarded," Shun Jingyi replied, her spirits lifted. However, Qin Mama quickly interjected, "Side consort, the prince has already bestowed rewards upon us." "No matter. He has his rewards, and I have mine. Receiving double the blessings is even better, is it not?" Shun Jingyi smiled brightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju and Chun Tao exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you for the rewards, side consort." At that moment, Qin Mama gently suggested, "Please enjoy your meal, side consort. This lunch has been meticulously prepared for you. We hope you find it delightful." Xiao Ju excitedly offered Shun Jingyi a piece of braised pigeon, saying, "This is what you expressed a desire to eat last night. We prepared it especially for you." Chun Tao thoughtfully presented a bowl of bird's nest and snow pear soup to Shun Jingyi, softly adding, "Bird's nest and snow pear soup. It nourishes the lungs and cools the body." Observing this tender scene, Shun Jingyi felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. She took the braised pigeon and, smiling, said to Prince Xian, "Your Highness, do try some. This is something I suddenly craved last night." Granny Qin, standing beside them, chuckled, "Your Highness, pregnancy is like this. Cravings can be quite unpredictable. Sometimes, unexpected desires arise. Just let us know what you wish to have next time." Hearing this, Shun Jingyi mischievously laughed. "Is that so? Do you think these sudden cravings might actually be the baby expressing its desires, conveying messages to me?" Prince Xian, hearing her playful banter, chided, "Naughty. What does the baby know? Don't invoke its name. We wouldn't want it to be upset, for it is you who would suffer the consequences." With a smile, he added, "All right, I shall say no more. Our little one is very well behaved." Prince Xian chuckled, seated beside her, occasionally serving her dishes, attentively inquiring about her preferences. "This is your favorite. Do indulge," he remarked. "It's delicious and nutritious, beneficial for the baby too. All right, I shall eat more. Soon I will be as round as a ball, and you mustn't disdain me. Rest assured, I shall never do so." Shen Jingyi beamed sweetly. The atmosphere during lunch was filled with joy and warmth, as the blessings and laughter of those around her enveloped Shen Jingyi in a profound sense of happiness. While savoring the delightful food, she engaged in conversation with Prince Xian, Granny Qin, Chun Tao, and Xiu Ju, discussing future plans and their anticipation of new life. Chapter 68. Nurturing the pregnancy in the study of the Lin residence. Lin Zhizhou was engrossed in his calligraphy. Suddenly, the tranquil ambience was disrupted by hurried footsteps. The steward rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, the man monitoring Prince Xian has returned." Lin Daren abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "So soon? Let him in." The steward acknowledged and quickly exited. Moments later, a young man dressed as a merchant entered the study briskly, cupping his fists in salute. "My lord," Lin Daren eagerly inquired, "what news from Prince Xian?" The young man replied, "At the hour of the snake, around 9 to 10 a.m. A maidservant from Consort Shun left the residence to invite Dr. Hu from East Street. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Dr. Hu departed the palace. I gathered information, and it appears that Consort Shun is indeed with child." Upon hearing this, Lin Daren's expression shifted to realization as he murmured, "I see. No wonder the prince holds Consort Shun in such high regard. She is pregnant." He then turned to the young man, instructing, "Continue to keep a close watch. Exercise utmost caution and avoid any slip-ups. Report to me immediately should anything unusual arise." The young man respectfully acknowledged and cautiously exited the room. Lin Daren resumed his calligraphy, lost in contemplation, while the steward stood nearby, quietly awaiting his master's direction. After a moment, the steward could no longer restrain himself and asked, "My lord, what should we do now?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Lin Daren's mind, but he swiftly composed himself and patiently replied, "Of course, we must tread carefully. Prince Xian has official duties and cannot linger here for long. As long as we remain discreet and avoid drawing their attention, we should encounter no significant troubles." The steward nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lord Lin continued his analysis. Concerning Lady Shun, even if she were to remain, there is no need for excessive concern. After all, she is merely a woman, and pregnant at that. According to common logic, she would surely seclude herself to nurture her child, posing no threat to us. Thus, we need only to observe the situation as it unfolds. Upon hearing this, the steward finally felt a sense of relief, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, Lord Lin did not completely lower his guard. As long as they remained, his heart would remain in a state of unease. After finishing her lunch, Shen Jingyi was informed that she was not permitted to leave the house during the first 3 months of her pregnancy. Her plans for shopping were dashed. Nonetheless, she was allowed to stroll about the estate. For the sake of her unborn child, Shen Jingyi acquiesced. Thus, she took the hand of Prince Xian and meandered through the estate. The temporarily rented courtyard offered little in the way of beautiful scenery, yet it sufficed for a leisurely walk. Hand in hand, Prince Xian and Shen Jingyi walked slowly, and after a while, he gently inquired, "Do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jingyi replied, "Of course a girl. Just look at how adorable Ting in the estate is." Then, as if recalling a delightful thought, she laughed and added, "If I were to have a daughter, I would dress her splendidly, take her shopping, adorn her with jewelry, and have us wear matching outfits. Just imagine how heartwarming that scene would be." Prince Xian envisioned a charming little daughter resembling Shen Jingyi, and his heart melted instantly. Nevertheless, he replied, "We will certainly have a daughter, but I believe it would be preferable for our first child to be a son." Shen Jingyi's spirits dampened at this, feeling a hint of disappointment. Did he favor sons over daughters? He already had 3 sons. Was that not enough? "Pouting," she asked, "why is that? Is a daughter not good?" Noticing her slight distress, Prince Xian chuckled as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, explaining, "Daughters are indeed wonderful. But if the first is a son and the second a daughter, that would be even better. the elder brother can protect his younger sister. This cheered Shen Jingyi, who smiled and remarked, "You make a valid point, but the sex of our child is not something we can dictate. Let it happen naturally. Indeed, let it unfold naturally. Regardless of whether the child is a son or daughter, I shall cherish them both." "Haha, then I shall give you a little piglet." "That's all right. I can take care of it." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, hand in hand, they wandered further away. The afternoon sun was rather fierce, and Shen Jingyi felt the warm breeze against her face, realizing they had been out for quite some time. Thus, the two slowly made their way back. In the corridor, Prince Xian regarded Shen Jingyi carefully, stating, I am thinking that once matters here are settled, you shall remain to nurture your child. And after I have completed my duties, I will come to fetch you." Upon hearing these words, Shen Jingyi halted, gazing at him with longing eyes. "Even though I cannot ride alongside you, I can take a carriage and slowly make my way to find you," the king coaxingly said. "But how can I feel at ease with you alone, especially considering the first 3 months of your pregnancy require utmost caution and you should not be wandering about?" Shen Jingyi pouted and playfully replied, "Then let us set forth after the 3 months, once the baby is settled." The king gazed at her, feigning difficulty, and remarked, "If you insist on this, I shall be distracted, and you wouldn't want my concern for you to affect my duties, would you?" Shen Jingyi looked at him with a sulky expression, aware that he was merely using this as an excuse to spare her the burdens of travel. After contemplating for a moment, she relented, recognizing it was also for her and the child's benefit. "Very well, I shall patiently await your return here." The king then smiled, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He gently inquired, "Is there anything else you think we should procure?" Shen Jingyi took a thoughtful turn, then smiled and said, "Well, I would like a rocking chair, but nothing else is necessary." "All right, I shall arrange for someone to fetch it," he responded. After meandering for an hour, they finally returned to the main courtyard. Upon their return, Granny Qin hurriedly brought out fruits to help them cool off. However, the fruits designated for the king had been chilled, offering a refreshing taste that was quite delightful. As for hers, alas, they were more of a tantalizing tease, neither cooling nor refreshing. Noticing the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes, Granny Qin could not help but chuckle and comfort her. "Concubine, you must refrain from cold foods at the moment, so this will have to suffice. Do eat more, as fruits are beneficial for the baby." Shen Jingyi nodded in resignation, thinking that summer would not last long. Though she still craved something cold, she could restrain herself for the sake of her unborn child. She resolved to consume more fruits to replenish her nutrition and to eat foods that would be good for the baby, ensuring it would grow healthily within her womb and be born robust. The king observed her adorable demeanor and could not help but laugh. He approached her, gently stroking her head, and tenderly said, "Such a good girl. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? I shall send someone to fetch it." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I would love some candied hawthorn, sweet glutinous rice rolls, pea cake, fried pea cakes, and tofu pudding." The king responded with a smile, turning to the entrance where Chu Qi and Chu Ba stood, who had overheard. They immediately replied, "Yes, your highness. We shall go at once." Qiu Jiu quickly intervened, saying, "Wait. Some of the items the concubine mentioned may not be available. If they are not, please return with the ingredients, and we shall prepare them ourselves." Chu Qi and Chu Ba exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood, Miss Qiu. With that, they turned and hurried away. Shen Jingyi watched their departing figures, her heart brimming with anticipation. These seemingly trivial snacks were among her favorites from before, yet she had not tasted them since arriving in this world. Though she disliked the mundane life there, she cherished the culinary delights. Now, with the opportunity to savor them once more, she felt a wave of nostalgia. The king, noticing the gleam of expectation in her eyes, could not help but smile. He gently pinched her cheek and teased, "Look at how eager you are. Soon enough, you shall indulge." Shen Jingyi smiled shyly and gently leaned against the shoulder of Prince Xian. Chapter 69, Movements in the Capital. Shen Jingyi was in high spirits as she savored the snacks from her past. In the evening, she sat beneath the pavilion in the courtyard, where a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. An idea suddenly crossed her mind. It seemed that the women here enjoyed gifting sachets to men. A sachet was not merely a gift, but also a symbol of affection. Thus, she decided to embrace local customs and make one for Prince Xian. After considering the fabrics she had purchased in Gushi town, none seemed suitable. She instructed Chuntao, I wish to create a sachet for the prince. Please look for suitable fabric tomorrow. Chuntao nodded respectfully. Yes, esteemed concubine. I will search for fabric at the market tomorrow. What color and pattern do you desire? Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. Let me think about the color. She was merely inspired and had yet to decide on a hue. At that moment, Qiujuan approached and interjected, esteemed concubine, we still have some fabric left from our last purchase in Gushi town. Would those work? Those are not suitable, Shun Jingyi replied, noticing that it was getting late. As she pondered the colors and styles of the sachet, she led them back inside. Upon entering, she spotted Prince Xian, engrossed in a book, his long fingers delicately turning the pages. Dressed in a stone-blue silk robe, he exuded a cool and handsome demeanor. She couldn't help but think that most of Prince Xian's clothing was dark. She had yet to see him in light or white garments. Perhaps his profound and reserved temperament was best accentuated against the backdrop of darker hues. Shun Jingyi suddenly changed her mind. She not only wanted to create a sachet, but also wished to craft garments, deciding on moonlight white and lake blue. Her heart danced with anticipation as she envisioned Prince Xian adorned in either color, believing they would render him exceptionally gentle and handsome. Such thoughts made her smile, and she mused. He is a natural model. He would look good in anything. Turning to Chuntao, she declared, I have decided. I want one piece in moonlight white and one in lake blue. Esteemed concubine, those colors may not be suitable for a baby's clothing. Granny Qin hesitated to remind her, having not been present earlier and unaware that Shun Jingyi intended to create a sachet, mistakenly believing she was preparing garments for the child. These are for the baby's father, Shun Jingyi replied with a playful smile, her face glowing with warmth. Chuntao was taken aback. Esteemed concubine, would one piece of each be excessive? You won't need that much for sachets. Shun Jingyi grinned mischievously. Who said I was only making sachets? I'm also making clothes. Qiujuan could not help but interject, esteemed concubine, are you certain you can manage? Perhaps you should consider the time constraints of embroidery for a wedding dress. Embroidering a wedding dress is time-sensitive, but making clothes for the prince is not. Don't worry, I can do it. After all, I have your assistance. As long as you are confident, they replied with a smile. Madame Qin felt a wave of joy upon hearing Shun Jingyi mention her intention to craft garments and scented pouches for the prince, believing such gestures would deepen their bond. Prince Xian quietly sat in his chamber, listening to their conversation at the door, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. When Shun Jingyi entered, he could not resist setting aside his book and embracing her warmly, his voice gentle as he remarked, Here, I have heard everything. While the garments can be made at leisure, might I receive the scented pouch before my departure? Shun Jingyi replied with a smile, Of course. I shall begin crafting it tomorrow. She had not intended to keep it from him, knowing would bring him early joy. Prince Xian nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I eagerly anticipated. Recalling the figure in black who had just entered, Shun Jingyi inquired with concern, Have you concluded your discussions? Indeed. The individuals from the fifth day and your second cousin have presented the evidence they gathered to me. The officials here are all implicated. None shall escape when the time comes. Shun Jingyi further asked, Are those watching us still present? The prince responded with a smile, They remain vigilant, and they may have already learned of your pregnancy. However, this is advantageous for us. They will no longer suspect the reasons for my presence. Shun Jingyi sighed, her worry palpable as she asked, I wonder if the emperor has received the incriminating evidence by now. Fear not, with the speed of our shadow guards. The evidence should already be laid upon my father's desk, he reassured her. They had surmised correctly. The emperor had indeed reviewed the evidence and consulted with his ministers. At that moment, the emperor sat upon his opulent dragon throne, holding a newly drafted edict, his brow furrowed and a hint of fatigue on his face. Only he and the eunuch Zhang Dashing remained in the grand hall. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, revealing the emperor's contemplative expression. Zhang Dasheng, the emperor, spoke solemnly. Have I truly aged? Why are these individuals so eager to vie for this position? They disregard everything, allowing those parasites to amass wealth unchecked. Eunuch Zhang stepped forward, offering quiet comfort. Your Majesty, you're certainly not old. You are in the prime of your life. Besides, which family is without a few unfilial descendants? You must not let their actions distress you. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression softened slightly, a smile gracing his lips. You are correct. He then placed the edict into a box and pushed it forward. Take this to Inspector Wang. Since he presented it, let him proclaim it. He continued, send 500 soldiers from the Western Mountain Camp to retrieve the confiscated silver. Yes, I shall attend to it at once, Eunuch Zhang replied, bowing before hastily exiting the hall. That very night, a swift horse departed the city, heading toward the Western Mountain Camp. The following day, as the city gates opened, Inspector Wang emerged with 2 attendants, burdened with packages, and joined the soldiers. They then hastened toward Sangzhou. During the morning court session, the atmosphere was tense, with ministers standing anxiously, hesitant to speak. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded them with a serious demeanor. Loyal ministers, I have an important matter to announce today. The emperor spoke with a deep and powerful voice. The governor of Sangzhou, Lindisheng, has engaged in corruption and bribery, exploiting his position to seize wealth and disregard human life, causing the common people to suffer immensely. His crimes warrant execution. The emperor's declaration resonated throughout the chamber, prompting all present to collectively inhale sharply. This matter has been entrusted to Prince Xian for resolution. At that moment, someone stepped forward and remarked, Your Majesty, I believe Prince Xian has other responsibilities, and it would be inappropriate for him to take on Sangzhou as well. No matter, the emperor replied. Prince Xian will attend to his duties in Hushi on the way there. I have already instructed Inspector Wang to deliver the imperial edict post-haste. I trust that Prince Xian will not neglect his obligations in Hushi. Subsequently, the emperor named several officials, commanding them to proceed to Sangzhou without delay. The imperial edict swiftly departed the royal city alongside the eunuchs tasked with its delivery. This news left the followers of Prince Cheng in a state of alarm. They had received no prior indication of these developments, leaving them both surprised and uneasy. After the court session, Prince Cheng's associates hurriedly made their way to his residence to strategize. Meanwhile, Prince Cheng himself awaited their arrival anxiously in his study. Meanwhile, far away in Sangzhou, Lord Lin remained blissfully unaware, preoccupied with his favored concubine, oblivious to the impending doom as his apprehenders were already en route. Chapter 70. A joyous occasion in the main courtyard of Prince Xian's residence. Princess Chu Mingyao leisurely pruned flower branches by the window. Red Ying entered hurriedly, her voice tinged with tension. Your Highness, Concubine Lu is pregnant. Upon hearing this news, the scissors in Chu Mingyao's hand trembled slightly, and with a sharp snap, a brilliantly blooming flower fell from its branch. Unfazed, she furrowed her brow slightly and continued her task. What did the doctor say? The fetus is 2 months along and appears to be healthy, Red Ying replied earnestly. Earlier that morning, someone had reported Concubine Lu's severe illness and vomiting, requesting that the princess summon a physician. They had speculated about a possible pregnancy, and indeed, an experienced doctor confirmed it. It seems she is fortunate. Pregnancy is a blessing, Chu Mingyao remarked nonchalantly, not lifting her gaze. Mama, take this good news to the palace to share with Mother Empress. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Mama cast a worried glance at Chu Mingyao before departing. The air was filled only with the sound of snipping. After a while, Chu Mingyao instructed, Red Ying, please fetch 2 bolts of fabric, a ginseng root, and some bird's nest and sanchi from the storeroom. We shall visit Concubine Lu. Understood, Red Ying replied as she left to fulfill her task. Chu Mingyao set down her scissors and took the handkerchief offered by Hong Yue to wipe her hands. Dispose of it, she commanded. Red Jean complied and walked over to collect the now barren pot that had been pruned to nothingness. In Xia courtyard, Concubine Lu Ruoxue lay on her bed, her complexion slightly pale. She gently caressed her abdomen, as if sensing the small life within. Mama Li looked at her with concern and asked, Are you well, Concubine? You were vomiting so severely this morning, it frightened everyone. I am well now. It seems the child simply wished to announce his arrival to everyone. Look, After the doctor came, all is well. Lu Ruoshu gently caressed her belly, her face aglow with a tender smile. Yun Rue chuckled in agreement, remarking, "He is both clever and flamboyant." At her words, everyone laughed. Indeed, did they not plan to wait until the third month to reveal the news? Truly, human plans are often outdone by fate. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by an announcement. "The princess is here." The ladies exchanged glances, and Mama Li and Yun Xen hurriedly assisted Lu Ruoxue to rise and exit the inner chamber. Upon reaching the doorway, they found the princess already entering with her entourage. They quickly curtsied, exclaiming, "This humble servant greets the princess." Chu Mingyao stepped into the room, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile. She kindly helped Lu Ruoxue to her feet, regarding her with concern as she said, "Sister, please rise. You are now with child and must take care." Lu Ruoxue, rising with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, princess. I am well now. It was merely the morning sickness that startled me." As they conversed, they moved inside and settled at the table, where Chu Mingyao continued with a smile, "I have already sent someone to inform the empress of this wonderful news, though it is unfortunate that the prince is absent and could not hear it first." She added, "It has been 3 years since a child was born in our household. The prince will surely be delighted to hear this." Lu Ruoxue merely smiled in response, choosing not to comment. In truth, she did not care much for the prince's happiness. This child was hers alone, not for the prince. She had long since given up on him, no longer in love, and thus indifferent to his feelings. Then the princess remarked, "I have instructed the kitchen. Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to have someone fetch it, and we shall settle it with the household accounts. The utmost priority now is to ensure the safe birth of the child. The prince will be pleased when he returns." "Yes, thank you, princess." Lu Ruoxue expressed her gratitude. Hearing the princess's words, she felt reassured. It seemed the princess would not hinder her from having this child. After exchanging some pleasantries, the princess left gifts and took her leave. "Madam, what shall we do with these items?" Yin Xian inquired, pointing to the gifts brought by the princess. "Let's put them away for now. More visitors are expected," Ruoxue instructed while stroking her belly. As anticipated, shortly after the princess departed, Tang Yuro arrived. Upon entering, she joyfully exclaimed, "Ruoxue, congratulations. Your wishes have finally come to fruition." "Thank you. Come sit with me," Lu Ruoxue replied with a smile. "Do not rise. Just sit comfortably. You must take care as the pregnancy is still delicate. If I may say, you ought to lie down," Tang Yuro insisted, pressing Lu Ruoxue to remain seated with a concerned expression. "Haha, it's not that dramatic." Lu Ruoxue laughed at her friend's worry. Just then, another announcement arrived. "Madam, Miss Bai and Miss Zheng have come. Let them in quickly," Lu Ruoxue urged. "It has been quite some time since it was this lively, has it not?" Tang Yuro remarked with a smile at Lu Ruoxue. Indeed, Lu Ruoxue nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, once the child is born, the atmosphere will be much livelier. You might even find it overwhelming." "Haha, how could that be? I find the young master to be quite well-behaved." "Dan Zuru Pautet." "That is because you haven't seen him when he is throwing a tantrum." At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation. The two turned to the door and saw Yun Xin leading Baiji and Zheng Ku into the room. They wore smiles and greeted, "We pay our respects to Concubine Tang and Concubine Lu. Please, take a seat, my dear sisters," Lu Ruoxue beckoned. After they settled down, Yun Rue entered, carrying several cups of tea, placing one in front of each person. "Ladies, do taste this fruit tea I just brewed. I hope it suits your palate." Though she spoke modestly, confidence sparkled in her eyes. The ladies raised their cups and took a sip. Moments later, Tang Yuru set down her cup and smiled, praising, "It's quite delightful, refreshing with a burst of fruity aroma." Lu Ruoxue echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, it is delicious. Yun Rue's skills have certainly improved." Baiji and Zheng Ku also expressed their agreement. Hearing their compliments, Yun Rue felt a surge of joy, though her expression remained humbly appreciative. "I'm glad you all enjoy it." The group chatted animatedly for a while, and after Tang Yuru shared some parenting insights and gifts were exchanged, they each returned to their own quarters, as expectant mothers require ample rest. Only Su Wan was absent. Ever since her demotion, she had not been seen leaving Xinya courtyard. Chapter 71. Finalizing the design and commencing work. As the morning sun poured through the window, Shen Jingyi gradually opened her eyes, realizing that Prince Xian had already departed. After she rose, washed up, and enjoyed a lavish breakfast, she noticed Xiaojuan and an unfamiliar young maid entering with a bundle of fabric and embroidery threads. Esteemed concubine, what do you think of these two pieces of cloth? Shen Jingyi scrutinized the fabric before her and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they are exquisite silks. Have you decided on the pattern you wish to embroider, esteemed concubine? Came the curious voice of Granny Qin. Without hesitation, Shen Jingyi replied, I intend to embroider clouds, symbolizing good fortune, and it is relatively simple. However, Granny Qin suggested, esteemed concubine, why not add some additional elements? It would enhance the intricacy. Shen Jingyi expressed her concerns. But I worry that it may become too complicated for me to complete. Beside her, Chuntao eagerly encouraged, esteemed concubine, the prince will be with you for several days. You can take your time. After all, this is your first handmade sachet. It shouldn't be too simple or haphazard. Taking Chuntao's words to heart, Shen Jingyi nodded in agreement. Very well. Bring forth the ink and brush, and we shall deliberate together. Certainly. Soon, the ink and brush were brought forth. Shen Jingyi sat at the table, grasping the brush with focused intent, beginning to thoughtfully conceive her design. She first gently sketched a few languid clouds on paper, the soft strokes making the clouds appear to float in the air, yet she felt the scene lacked depth, not vivid enough. She picked up the paper without hesitation, crumpled it into a ball, and cast it aside, ready to start anew. Subsequently, Shen Jingyi sketched several upright bamboo stalks on the paper, their leaves gently curling as if swaying in the breeze. However, the depiction of these bamboo shoots did not convey the natural vitality she desired, leaving her feeling dissatisfied with the outcome. Once again, she crumpled the paper and set it aside. This time, she resolved to attempt painting ripples in the water. She illustrated a shimmering surface, yet the water's depiction appeared overly monotonous, lacking a certain essence. To infuse life into the scene, she added a koi fish leaping from the water surface. The fish's body arched gracefully, its tail flickering with vigor. Nevertheless, she still found the koi's representation lacking in perfection, both in color and form. Thus, she began to revise repeatedly, meticulously adjusting every detail and reworking the painting time and again. Finally, after several attempts, she gazed at her completed masterpiece with satisfaction. The image on the paper gradually came to life. A few clouds floated serenely above, while below, a koi fish leapt from the water, its head peeking towards the heavens, as if admiring the wisps of clouds. The gentle ripples on the water complemented the fish's curved body, rendering the entire scene tranquil yet vibrant. She also took care to inscribe a few small characters at the very bottom on both sides of the fragrance pouch. Peace and smooth sailing. Though tiny, the characters were distinctly clear, adding an auspicious meaning to the artwork. All right, let's take a look. How is this? She presented the scroll to the three overseers beside her, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, hoping that this time everyone would be pleased. Your Highness, this design is beautiful. It will surely delight the prince when embroidered on the fragrance pouch, Chuntao exclaimed, her expression filled with genuine admiration and affection. Qiujun echoed, indeed, I can already envision how the fragrance pouch will look. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyi couldn't help but reveal a longing expression, as if she could see the smile on Prince Xian's face while he wore it. Then let us begin to depict the design on the fabric, Shen Jingyi eagerly proposed, her tone brimming with urgency. She yearned to witness the pattern blossom into exquisite beauty upon the cloth. Excellent. Granny Qin smiled, swiftly cutting a piece of lake blue fabric and handing it to Shen Jingyi. Taking it, Shen Jingyi furrowed her brow, contemplating how to best present the design. Noticing her hesitation, Granny Qin began to guide her, and Shen Jingyi meticulously began to draw the pattern on the fabric. The edges need to be finer, otherwise, it will be troublesome to embroider, Granny Qin advised, her gaze both rigorous and meticulous. The lines here could be softened a bit more. This will enhance the natural appearance. As Shen Jingyi watched the miniature design gradually take shape on the fabric, Her heart surged with excitement, immersed in the joy of anticipation with each stroke. After a little while, Granny Chin finally adjusted the details and nodded with satisfaction, assuring her, the side consort's intentions will surely be conveyed to the prince. Subsequently, she approached Chun Tao and Xiao Jiao, inquiring, how much embroidery thread have you sorted? Chun Tao promptly rose and presented the neatly arranged threads to Granny Chin, stating, Granny, these are all sorted. Granny Chin nodded, accepting the threads, and reminded them to pay attention to the color matching while sorting. Understood, Granny, they replied in unison. Time always seems to pass swiftly when one is engaged in tasks. Just as Shun Jingyi had begun to embroider a small cloud, a voice from outside announced the arrival of Chu Ba. He returned with a midday meal specially prepared by the local chefs for the prince. Esteemed side consort, this is a local delicacy specifically requested by the prince. Please sit down. Has the prince dined? Replying to the esteemed side consort, the prince has already dined and instructed me to inform you not to wait for him for dinner tonight. Chu Ba respectfully replied. Shun Jingyi nodded thoughtfully. All right, I understand. Noticing that Shun Jingyi had no further inquiries, Chu Ba quietly withdrew. After the midday meal, Shun Jingyi completed the cloud embroidery, and drowsiness gradually enveloped her. She set down the embroidery frame, yawned, and lazily remarked, I shall take a short nap and resume my embroidery upon awakening. Very well, esteemed side consort. Please take your time. I shall assist you inside, Chun Tao said with a smile, gently supporting Shun Jingyi's arm as they walked slowly inward. The summer sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a radiant glow upon the floor, as if adding an ethereal brilliance to her steps. With Chun Tao's assistance, Shun Jingyi returned to her spacious chamber, where the air was fresh and the atmosphere serene and comfortable. She discarded her lightweight outer garment and reclined on the soft bed. Closing her eyes, gently adjusting her sleeping posture, she gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, the prince leaned close, smiling tenderly at her, holding the sachet she had gifted him. As the sunlight outside softened and a gentle breeze wafted through, Chun Tao quietly entered the room, softly calling, esteemed side consort. It is time to awaken. Otherwise, you shall feel drowsy tonight. Shun Jingyi slowly opened her eyes, rubbed the corners of them, and the remnants of sleep faded away. All right, I shall rise now. Chapter 72. Rescuing a woman. Once Shun Jingyi was fully awake, she returned to the table, rejuvenated, and began to work on the second cloud embroidery. At that moment, Granny Chin entered, carrying a bowl of warm milk porridge, her demeanor gentle and kind. Esteemed side consort, please consume this bowl of milk porridge before you continue with your embroidery. As she spoke, she placed the bowl in front of Shun Jingyi. With a smile, Shun Jingyi accepted it and took a sip. It had a faint fishy taste, yet it was tolerable. Granny Chin sighed in relief upon seeing this. Thank goodness the esteemed side consort is eating. Many find this dish unpalatable due to its fishy flavor. However, it is nutritious. It is beneficial for both you and the child. Shun Jingyi soon finished the porridge, set down her spoon, and resumed her embroidery of the clouds. The second cloud began to emerge delicately from her fingertips, the intricate patterns becoming increasingly vivid upon the fabric. With each stitch, Shun Jingyi immersed herself in this tranquil state. Her thoughts flowed in harmony with the patterns in her hands, and the clouds took on an even more lifelike form, as if they were gracefully dancing in the air. Esteemed side consort, you seem to be in excellent spirits today. Madame Chin had been attending to her side, and upon witnessing her current state, could not help but express her admiration. Shun Jingyi offered a faint smile, warmth blossoming on her face. Indeed, perhaps it was due to her elevated spirits. Yes, as long as you are in good spirits, everything will proceed smoothly, Madame Chin remarked with a smile. Noticing that the sky was growing dark, she inquired, my lady, is there anything you wish to eat tonight? I would like some spicy chicken, Shun Jingyi replied, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. Madame Chin nodded with a smile. Very well, we shall make arrangements at once. She then took Xiaoju to the kitchen, leaving Chun Tao to assist Shun Jingyi with her needlework. By the time Shun Jingyi finished her embroidery, dinner was ready, and she had completed all the clouds she had been stitching. She set down her embroidery frame and rubbed her eyes, standing to stretch, especially her shoulders. Observing this, Chun Tao hurried over to massage her shoulders, expressing concern, "My lady, you should rest your eyes. Let us call it a day. Yes, sitting for so long has indeed made me a bit weary." After dinner, with Chun Tao's support, Shun Jingyi, accompanied by Madame Qin and Qiuju, stepped out into the courtyard, strolling leisurely. A gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing sensation. They meandered along the winding paths, appreciating the flora and fauna of the evening, their spirits exceptionally elevated. As nightfall enveloped the sky, upon returning to the courtyard, Shun Jingyi caught sight of Prince Xian striding purposefully from another direction. His steps were firm and resolute, yet his face revealed a hint of fatigue. "Your Highness, you have returned," Shun Jingyi greeted, moving to embrace Prince Xian's arm, but he quickly waved his hand to deter her. "Do not come closer. I am dirty." Upon closer inspection, Shun Jingyi noticed what appeared to be bloodstains on his sleeve. Her heart tightened, and she hurried forward to grasp his sleeve for a closer examination. Asking with concern, "Your Highness, are you injured?" Prince Xian shook his head, smiling gently to reassure her. "Do not worry, this is not my blood." Shun Jingyi sighed in relief, yet her curiosity persisted, prompting her to inquire, "Then whose blood is it?" Prince Xian explained, "We found someone at the foot of the mountain outside the city. She is gravely injured, and her blood accidentally got on me." Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow, anxiously asking, "What happened?" "We ventured outside the city this afternoon. On our way back, we happened to see someone rolling down the mountain, severely injured, so we brought her back with us. It is a woman. You should have Qiuju take a look." "All right, Qiuju, go quickly." Their conversation did not escape the ears of those present, and everyone listened intently. Qiuju promptly replied, "Yes, I shall go at once." With that, she hurried away. Suddenly, Shun Jingyi recalled Prince Xian's earlier mention of their outing, and she asked, "Your Highness, have you had dinner?" Prince Xian replied, "Not yet. Please have them prepare something for me, if they have any provisions." Shun Jingyi nodded, responding, "Oh, very well." She then turned to Madame Qin and Chun Tao, instructing Madame, "Chun Tao, please prepare something for the prince." Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the 7th and 8th, continuing her arrangements. 7th, 8th, please hurry and fetch water for the prince so he may bathe." The two responded in unison, of course, Concubine. They then hurried off towards the kitchen, leaving only Prince Xian and Shun Jingyi in the courtyard, along with a distant matron and 2 young maidens. "My lord, please go ahead and bathe. I shall fetch you some fresh clothing." Shun Jingyi spoke gently. "Very well, but do take your time," Prince Xian replied softly. However, he seemed somewhat uneasy and gestured for a young maiden standing afar to approach, offering her assistance to Shun Jingyi as they made their way to the chamber. Only then did he stride towards the bathing area. When Shun Jingyi arrived at the bathing chamber with the clothing, Prince Xian was already immersed in the tub, while the 8th continued to add water. "Here, place the garments aside, and then leave," Prince Xian advised with concern. "The floor of the bath is slippery. Be cautious not to fall." Under ordinary circumstances, he would have relished sharing a romantic bath with Shun Jingyi. Yet the current situation was exceptional, and the floor was indeed quite slick. "Very well, I shall wait for you in the room," Shun Jingyi responded with a smile. "Yes, go," he replied. Once Shun Jingyi returned indoors, feeling a bit bored, she idly picked up a book and began to peruse it. After a while, Qiujuan returned, her expression unremarkable. "Concubine, the injured woman's condition is currently stable. I have cleaned her wounds with warm water and applied dressings to stop the bleeding. She has now been arranged to rest in a guest room." "What injuries did she sustain?" Shun Jingyi inquired with curiosity. Qiujuan replied, "She has injuries to her head and arm. The head injury is from a blow, while the arm appears to have been bitten by a wolf. Fortunately, she encountered the prince and his entourage tonight. Otherwise, given her injuries, she might not have survived until dawn due to excessive blood loss." Shun Jingyi expressed her astonishment at the severity. "How grave?" Qiujuan nodded. "Indeed, it was quite perilous. Thankfully, she is fortunate to have escaped such a fate. Will someone be watching over her tonight?" Qiujuan promptly assured, "Do not worry, Concubine. I have arranged for a young maiden to keep vigil and monitor her condition at all times." Shun Jingyi nodded. "That is good to hear." Just as they were conversing, Prince Xian's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Who are you speaking of as fortunate? The one we saved? Both turned towards the entrance, where Prince Xian approached with his hair still damp. Shun Jingyi furrowed her brow, anxiously stating, Why have you not dried your hair? You could easily fall ill like this. Prince Xian, seemingly unconcerned, chuckled. It's fine. It feels refreshing. Shun Jingyi sighed in exasperation and turned to Qiujuan, saying, Qiujuan, please fetch a dry cloth. Yes. Qiujuan promptly responded, turning to retrieve a white handkerchief from within. She then handed it to Shun Jingyi. Taking the cloth, Shun Jingyi gently seated Prince Xian on a stool and began to tenderly dry his hair, her movements cautious so as not to cause him discomfort. As she was halfway through drying his hair, Granny Qin and Chun Tao entered with food. Granny Qin smiled. My lord Concubine, it is time to dine. Shun Jingyi responded with an acknowledgement and turned to Prince Xian, suggesting, Let us dine first. Prince Xian nodded, rising to join Shun Jingyi at the table. Although she had already partaken of a meal, she felt an insatiable urge to indulge once more. At times, she even fancied that she might possess two stomachs. After accompanying Prince Xian for dinner, Shun Jingyi finally broached the subject of the woman's predicament, concluding with a reflective remark. She is indeed fortunate. A woman who encounters a wolf and emerges alive is quite remarkable. I wonder what compelled her to venture into the mountains. Prince Xian, unfazed, replied, If you are curious, you may send someone to inquire about it tomorrow. Shun Jingyi nodded, her tone lighthearted. I had the same thought. The conversation then shifted as she inquired, Did you garner any rewards from your excursion outside the city today? Certainly, Prince Xian declared, settling down with a flourish, and handed Shun Jingyi a comb, instructing her to groom his hair. With a smile gracing her lips, Shun Jingyi stood behind him, gently untangling his dark locks, stroke by stroke. Then, Prince Xian continued, The individual we encountered today was previously assisting Lin Jizhou. He is quite cunning, having secretly maintained a ledger. Somehow, it was discovered, leading to his silencing. However, your cousin orchestrated a clandestine rescue. Is the ledger still extant? Shun Jingyi inquired eagerly. It could implicate numerous individuals. Indeed, that is the man's cleverness, Prince Xian elaborated. He recorded 2 ledgers, storing them in separate locations. One was submitted, while the other remains hidden in his home. At this revelation, Shun Jingyi's heart soared with joy. That is splendid news. Yet, in her exuberance, she inadvertently tugged a couple of Prince Xian's hairs too forcefully. She glanced at the strands in her hand, blinking in surprise, and offered an embarrassed chuckle. I did not mean to do that. Turning to face her, Prince Xian looked at Shun Jingyi with a feigned melancholy. Are you enacting revenge out of jealousy? Shun Jingyi hastily shook her head in denial, explaining, it was merely a slip of the hand. Besides, what do I have to be envious of? My hair is no less splendid than yours. Prince Xian smiled faintly, then rose, gently enveloping Shun Jingyi in his arms, murmuring tenderly, Very well, I suppose that was my own pettiness. I shall not hold it against you, she retorted, laughing at her own jest. Prince Xian chuckled in return, bending to lift Shun Jingyi effortlessly, carrying her toward the bed. Come, it is time for us to rest. Indeed, she replied. On the bed, Shun Jingyi nestled against Prince Xian, savoring the warmth of his embrace, her lips curving into a smile of contentment. Prince Xian held her tightly, his eyes filled with adoration, and together they drifted into a sweet slumber. The following day, Prince Xian departed early once more, this time boldly and openly, apprehending those who had been surveilling them. Upon waking, Shun Jingyi learned of this development and merely smiled in amusement. Were it not for their insufficient manpower, they would have long since taken this place by storm. After having breakfast, Shun Jingyi suddenly recalled the young woman whom Prince Xian had rescued yesterday. Thus she spoke up, Qiuju. Let us pay a visit to the young lady who was saved. Of course, I was just about to change her bandages, Qiuju replied. Upon hearing their intention to go out, Chuntao rushed over to assist Shun Jingyi. This gesture left Shun Jingyi quite speechless, as she thought to herself, It is merely a matter of pregnancy. Why does it seem as if I am gravely ill, with someone always hovering to support me? She withdrew her hand and, somewhat impatiently, said, "There is no need for assistance. I can find my way. Your support makes me feel quite overheated." Reluctantly, Chuntao let go, but still admonished, "Take care, esteemed side consort, and walk slowly." "I understand," she replied, and then instructed Qiuju to lead the way. "Very well, side consort, do mind the threshold," Qiuju reminded. Shun Jingyi couldn't help but roll her eyes, retorting, "It is the broad daylight. I am not blind, of course I can see. There is truly no need for such excessive caution." Thus, the group ambled leisurely toward the guest room. Meanwhile, within the guest room, Chan Wan had already awakened, sitting at the bedside and slowly consuming the breakfast brought to her by the little maid. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet her spirits seemed relatively high. "Young lady, you are indeed fortunate. Had it not been for our lord last night, Sister Choju mentioned you might have bled to death," the little maid remarked while tidying the room. Upon hearing this, Chen Wan's eyes flickered. She remembered glimpsing a handsome face before losing consciousness, her heart involuntarily fluttering. So he's indeed a prince, and such a remarkably handsome one at that. "May I inquire which prince he is?" Chen Wan softly asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. "Our master is Prince Xian," the little maid replied with a smile, her face radiating pride. Hearing this, Chen Wan whispered, "Prince Xian?" Then, she continued, "Is he in the manor? I wish to express my gratitude in person. Our lord has gone out, but the esteemed side consort is here," the little maid answered truthfully. Chen Wan furrowed her brow, a hint of disappointment escaping her lips as she sighed. "When will the prince return?" "That is uncertain," the little maid shook her head, indicating that they had no means to inquire about such matters. Chen Wan bit her lip, silently resolving that she must see Prince Xian again, for perhaps he could assist her in finding her brother. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of the little maid greeting caught her attention. "We pay our respects to the esteemed side consort." "Rise," Shun Jingyi commanded. Lifting her gaze, Chen Wan found herself locking eyes with a pair of sparkling, autumn water-like orbs. The other's exquisite features and fair complexion made her feel somewhat inferior. Even the maid beside her appeared more elegantly adorned. "Young lady, you are awake. Are you feeling any discomfort?" Shun Jingyi inquired with concern as she settled by the bedside. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed side consort. Aside from the pain in my wound, I am otherwise well," Chen Wan replied. "I am Chen Wan. Please call me Chen Wan." "Very well, Chen Wan," replied Shun Jingyi, her curiosity piqued by the way Chen Wan spoke. After all, her attire did not suggest that she hailed from a wealthy family, especially in an era when few were inclined to educate their daughters. "I cannot claim to be well educated. My elder brother taught me a few characters," she explained. "Your brother must possess considerable knowledge," Shun Jingyi remarked, her lips curling into a warm smile, intrigued by Chen Wan's sibling, who must surely be someone who cares for his sister deeply. "Indeed, my brother is a scholar." Chen Wan's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, though that light soon dimmed. However, he failed to succeed in this year's imperial examination. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a touch of helplessness and disappointment. In this ancient world, the imperial examination was a vital pathway to a better life for every family, and failing was undoubtedly a devastating blow. After offering a few words of encouragement, Shun Jingyi inquired, "Why did you roll down the mountain last night? It is quite perilous for a woman to be out in the mountains at night." At the mention of this, Chen Wan's demeanor grew increasingly despondent, tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill over. "I was searching for my brother. A month ago, he returned unexpectedly, saying that someone had supplanted his results in the last examination. He did not fail. He set out to uncover the truth and never returned. Recently, I heard rumors that corpses are frequently discovered on that mountain. I feared that perhaps someone had harmed him and discarded him there, so I resolved to search for him. Unfortunately, I encountered a wolf along the way and lost my way in my frantic escape. I wandered aimlessly until I accidentally slipped and tumbled down the mountain." Her voice, imbued with sorrow and despair, evoked deep sympathy. At that moment, Shun Jingyi suddenly asked, "What is your brother's name?" She seemed to recall a scholar mentioned in the tragic fates inscribed in the Yushur mountain scrolls. That scholar was named Chen Zhou. and this young woman before her shared the same surname. Could it be him? Upon hearing Shun Jingyi's question, a glimmer of hope flickered in Shan Wan's eyes as she quickly replied, Qinzhou, my brother's name is Qinzhou. Indeed, it was so. She too was a victim, a pitiable soul on the brink of losing her family and facing life alone. Concubine, could you ask the prince to help me find my brother? He is my only remaining kin, Shan Wan implored, her eyes filled with earnestness, as if all her hope rested upon Shun Jingyi. Gently patting her hand, Shun Jingyi reassured her, do not worry. Your brother is alive and will return in due time. Her tone was both steadfast and gentle, instilling an inexplicable sense of trust. Chen Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, really? A flicker of hope ignited within her heart, yet she feared it might be but a fleeting dream. Shun Jingyi smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, take this time to rest and recuperate. Once you regain your strength, you may very well see your brother again. Chen Wan was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face as she choked out her words. Thank you, consort, thank you. She understood that she had encountered a benefactor, a kindness she would forever cherish. Chapter 74. Arrangements. As night fell, Prince Xian returned to his residence, where Shun Jingyi eagerly approached him to inform him of Chun Zhou's situation. Isn't it quite a coincidence? She remarked. Indeed, it is rather fortuitous, Prince Xian replied, feeling a sense of wonder. He had been experiencing a streak of good fortune lately. However, Shun Jingyi's mind wandered back to the origin of these events, and she scowled, exclaiming, Humph, that Lin Dushing is truly despicable. I cannot fathom how many families he has ruined. Pulling Shun Jingyi onto his lap, Prince Xian smoothed her furrowed brow, smiling as he reassured her, fear not. His days are numbered. We have gathered all the evidence we need, and we shall apprehend him shortly. With her head gently resting against his chest, Shun Jingyi responded, that is good to hear. Will you be going out tomorrow? I shall not. I will stay home to keep you company, he replied, playfully pinching her nose. Shun Jingyi quickly buried her face against his chest, feigning annoyance. I've told you not to pinch my nose. Ha, truly little darling. In stark contrast to the warmth and laughter shared here, Lin Dushing found himself engulfed in anxiety. The steward hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing him, Lin Dushing asked urgently, have you found them? Wiping the sweat from his brow. The steward responded, no, we have not located them, and no one has returned. Do you think they have been discovered? Lin Dushing furrowed his brow, acknowledging the possibility. I was careless. How could I overlook that Prince Xian would not be without skilled protectors? What shall we do now? The steward inquired. We must act as if we know nothing. They are not part of our arrangement, and we must vehemently deny any involvement. He then commanded, summon the third young master to see me. Yes, the steward replied. After the steward departed, Lin Dushing approached a seemingly inconspicuous book on the shelf. Shifting it aside to reveal a hidden button, he pressed it gently, and a square opening appeared in the wall, filled with large stacks of silver notes and jewels. He retrieved 20,000 taels of silver, closing the secret compartment afterward. He then took down a renowned painting from the wall, laid it flat on the desk, and wrapped the silver notes within it. Once everything was in order, he sat down, contemplating his next course of action. Before long, Lin Shiyan arrived at the study door. He knocked softly, and upon receiving permission, he entered. Father, Lin Shiyan said respectfully, bowing to his father seated at the desk. Welcome, sit down, Lin Dushing replied warmly. Lin Shiyan complied, yet a sense of confusion lingered in his mind as he obediently asked, did you call for me? Father? Lin Dushing gazed at his son, a flicker of pride crossing his eyes as he slowly spoke. You have grown up. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. I wish to ask if you have ever considered studying abroad. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyan's eyes brightened, and a look of surprise spread across his face. He quickly replied, of course I have thought about it, but he paused, his expression dimming slightly. However, I have refrained from mentioning it to my father because I know that my parents do not venture far. Lin Dushing nodded with a smile, feeling immense satisfaction with his son's filial piety. He said, very well, since that is the case, return and pack your belongings. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Lin Shiyin did not expect his father to agree so decisively. He was taken aback, mouth agape, and after a moment, he regained his composure and hesitantly asked, "Ah, so soon?" Lin Dishing, observing his son's reaction, shook his head with a smile and said earnestly, "A true man avoids procrastination in his endeavors. Once a decision is made, one must act with resolve." Hearing his father's words, Lin Shiyin found them to be profoundly sensible. He stood up, resolved, and declared, "Yes, I understand. I shall return now to pack my luggage." Lin Dishing nodded and handed Lin Shiyin a scroll of painting, saying, "You have always admired this painting, have you not? Take it with you. Inside, there are 20,000 taels in silver notes for your urgent needs. Do not squander it as soon as you leave." Lin Shiyin accepted the scroll, his eyes glistening with gratitude, and choked out, "Thank you, father. I will cherish it dearly." Lin Dishing patted his son's shoulder, encouraging him. "Go now. Remember to be cautious on your journey and take good care of yourself." Lin Shiyin nodded vigorously, then turned and left the study with a light yet determined step. Once he saw his son's figure disappear, Lin Dishing's gentle demeanor also faded. He gazed into the darkness outside and called out, "Come here." As the words left his lips, a shadowy figure appeared at the study door, clad in black robes, concealing his features. The man respectfully clasped his fists in salute and said, "Sir." Lin Dishing instructed in a low, icy tone, "You will go to Yusher Mountain and inform Lao Lu to take care of everyone on the list." The cloaked figure took the list without hesitation and swiftly vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Dishing gazed at the moonlit night, letting out a soft sigh, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of resignation and determination. "Do not blame me. I wish to spare your lives, but the circumstances leave me no choice." He murmured this to himself before sitting quietly for a moment. Then he quietly made his way into the rear courtyard. In a secluded corner of the courtyard, there was a dimly lit room where a woman cradled a child of about 1 year old, gently soothing him. Startled by the sound of someone entering, she trembled in fear. Upon recognizing Lin Dishing, her face turned pale as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Dishing regarded her coldly, his tone calm as he replied, "Did you not intend to leave Lin Manor? You may depart now." The woman could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Lin Dishing nodded, "Indeed. Here are 3,000 taels of silver, sufficient for you and the child to acquire land and live well. Take your child and leave quickly." The woman trembled as she accepted the silver, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Have you encountered trouble?" Lin Dishing paused in silence for a moment before slowly speaking. "Perhaps we should leave quickly. I fear that if we delay any further, you may find it impossible to escape." Upon hearing this, the woman couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes." Lin Dishing merely gazed at her, and the child nestled peacefully in her arms, remaining silent. After a brief moment of laughter, the woman accepted the silver and remarked, "I shan't express my gratitude, but the child is mine, and I shall raise him well." Lin Dishing frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. Yet he nodded in acquiescence, saying, "As you wish." With that, he turned and exited the room, leaving the woman and child enveloped in darkness. The woman stood still for a moment before gently placing the child onto the bed, her movements tender and deliberate, fearful of waking him. She then quickly gathered her belongings and the child's, soon assembling 2 large bundles. Subsequently, she secured both packages to her back and, cradling the child, made her way to the back door, where a carriage awaited. Upon entering the carriage and settling into the soft seat, a profound sense of reality washed over her. She was finally able to leave this place. At long last, she had attained her freedom. She gazed quietly out the window, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 75. Capturing individuals in the dead of night. Prince Xian abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the woman sleeping peacefully in his embrace. With gentle care, he rose and quietly stepped out of the room. Upon opening the door, he found Chu waiting outside. Seeing Prince Xian emerge, Chu quickly bowed and reported, "Your Highness, just as you anticipated, they have indeed taken action." With a darkened expression, Prince Xian inquired, "Have the individuals been rescued?" Chu replied, They have been saved and are now settled outside the city, along with the two we previously found on Dakingshan. Prince Xian nodded and continued his questioning. Well, the individuals on Yusha Mountain. We captured 10 of them. However, one managed to escape, and the rest perished. Chu felt a pang of guilt, believing their oversight had allowed the escapee to flee. Prince Xian furrowed his brow and asked, who was the one that escaped? Chu promptly responded, his name is Ma Lao Lu, the overseer of the mountain. Prince Xian's expression darkened further, and he remarked he may have gone to inform the Lin family. Chu quickly assured him, I have already dispatched our men to intercept him. Before he could finish, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Leaping over the wall to report, Your Highness, we have apprehended a wounded middle-aged man outside the Lin residence. Chu, upon hearing this, became excited, interrupting the messenger, and urgently asked, Is his injury on the left shoulder? The man nodded, affirming, indeed. With this confirmation, Chu turned to Prince Xian, exclaiming, Your Highness, that man must be Ma Lao Lu. Prince Xian nodded and then addressed the black-clad figure. Please continue. Tonight, a carriage exited through the back door of the Lin residence, carrying a woman and a child approximately 1 year of age. Chu murmured in disbelief, I did not expect this old fox to be so astute, ensuring a means of escape. Prince Xian then inquired, To where has the woman gone? 50 to 100 miles outside the city lies a village, where those who followed discreetly listened for a while. The maiden, who had caught Lin Dashing's eye, was forcefully taken away, due to her persistent resistance. Her life in the Lin residence was far from pleasant, and even her son was treated poorly. After a moment of contemplation, King Xian made a decision. I understand. We shall not concern ourselves with that woman for now. Tomorrow morning, imprison Lin Dashing and all those involved, along with the local magistrate. With that, the two departed. King Xian returned to his chamber, quietly contemplating his forthcoming plans. The case involved numerous individuals and matters that needed to be addressed step by step. As dawn broke, King Xian's trusted guards and palace soldiers had already assembled quietly. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few beams of morning light filtering through the clouds to touch the ground. The doors of the Lin residence were tightly shut, and the courtyard was eerily silent, as if everything were in slumber. King Xian stood quietly before the magistrate's residence, gazing up at the grand edifice, mentally strategizing the impending situation. Your Highness, shall we proceed now? Chuba whispered, anticipation evident on his face. Once prepared, we shall act swiftly. Today, we must bring him to justice. King Xian's gaze was resolute and cold. With a wave of his hand, the group began to approach the magistrate's residence. King Xian turned to Chuba, who understood, and stepped forward to knock on the intricately carved door. After a few seconds, the door creaked open, revealing a startled servant who gasped upon seeing the contingent of soldiers. Who are you? This is an official residence. You cannot trespass. The servant's voice quivered with anxiety. King Xian waved his hand dismissively, stating coldly, We have come to apprehend Lin Ji. Step aside. The servant hastily retreated, visibly flustered. He attempted to rush inside to report, but was firmly restrained by a palace soldier. King Xian led the way inside, and the opulent hall of the Lin residence was adorned with an array of exquisite antiques and valuable paintings. After a cursory glance, King Xian pointed at a trembling maid and commanded, Lead us to Lin Ji. The maid, quaking, complied and guided them through several long corridors until they reached Lin Dashing's chamber. With a wave of his hand, several guards swiftly broke down the door. Within the room, Lin Dashing had just awakened from sleep, his face turning pale with fear upon seeing King Xian and his guards burst in. He hurriedly dressed, trying to steady his voice amidst the chaos. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why do you invade my home? A glint of coldness flashed in King Xian's eyes as he replied icily, Lin Dashing, you are guilty of embezzlement, bribery, and the wanton slaughter of innocents. You and your family are to be arrested and imprisoned. Lin Ji's expression shifted, a flicker of panic rising within. Yet he feigned composure as he retorted, You fabricate these accusations. I am an official of the court. Even as a prince, without evidence, you slander me. Whether it is slander or not shall not be determined by either of us. The court will render its judgment, King Xian said, signaling to his men to commence their search. What are you doing? How dare you? Lin Ji was thrown into disarray, his mind racing as he contemplated how to extricate himself. However, it was already too late. Chu Ba and his companions swiftly dashed into the house, searching every nook and cranny until they soon uncovered a hidden compartment. We found it. Your Highness, come quickly, Chu Ba exclaimed with excitement. Lin Zhizhou, do you have anything left to say? Xian Wang turned, a hint of disdain etched on his face. Yet, the situation was far from over at that moment. Chu Wu entered, accompanied by two individuals carrying a large chest. Your Highness, these were found in the study. Upon seeing the chest, Xian Wang's eyes widened at the sight of silver notes and jewels within. Lin Zhizhou's complexion turned pale, and panic finally flickered across his features as he realized there was no escape. Dismissing his protests, Xian Wang turned to the guards behind him, commanding, take the entire Lin family away and conduct a thorough search of the residence to ensure nothing is overlooked. Yes, Your Highness, the guards complied, leading them away. Meanwhile, in the Lin estate's backyard, Xian Wang's men were vigorously conducting their search, meticulously rummaging through every corner of the premises. Lin Madam and her concubines were being dragged about, their cries and panic echoing throughout the yard. Surrounded by several guards, Lin Madam and her two daughters were clad in disheveled clothing, their hair unkempt, faces pale, and hands weakly hanging by their sides, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Concubine Zhao Yuer was clutched tightly by one of the guards, her hair in disarray, her gown torn and tattered, eyes wide with terror as she surveyed the chaotic scene. In her hand, she clutched a delicate porcelain vase, seemingly attempting to conceal something. Xian Wang stepped into the backyard, his gaze coldly sweeping across the disarray, before finally settling on Zhao Yuer. With a voice low yet commanding, he ordered, bring me that vase. Yes, a nearby guard immediately responded, hastening forward to seize the vase from Zhao Yuer's grasp. Xian Wang took the vase, examining it closely before inverting it and giving it a gentle shake. Instantly, the contents spilled forth, accumulating into a small heap on the ground. Precious jewelry, a thick stack of silver notes, and several translucent jade stones. Ah, it seems Lin Dushing has been quite generous with you, Xian Wang remarked with a cold laugh. Zhao Yuer's face drained of color, struggling to maintain her composure, her voice trembling as she protested. Your Highness, I do not understand. All of this is my private savings. Tears streamed down her cheeks, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Why must you treat us this way? We are but innocent family members. Her cries resonated with despair and sorrow. Xian Wang silently observed her performance, his expression unyielding, his icy gaze betraying no compassion. Whether they are innocent or not, I know you are certainly not. His tone was merciless and resolute. Take them all away. At his command, the guards promptly moved into action, ruthlessly advancing to escort the women gathered in the courtyard out. The air filled with cries of shock, pleas for mercy, and shouts of anger, plunging the entire scene into chaos, as emotions spiraled out of control, with wails and cries intertwining. Your Highness, please release me. I know nothing. I was taken by his son. I beg you to let me return. Let go of me. Do not touch me. Remove your hand. Release my daughter. We will depart on our own. Lady Lin stepped forward to shield her two daughters, pulling them away. Among them, Lady Lin remained the calmest, as if she had anticipated this day. Her countenance was serene, and as she passed by Prince Xian, she even offered him a respectful bow. Chapter 76. The bustling reporting scene after the women were escorted away, the courtyard finally fell silent. Prince Xian strolled casually alongside Chuba, and upon reaching a secluded corner, a figure came into view. Lin Dushing's third son, Lin Shiyan, was hurriedly carrying a bundle, attempting to escape through the back door. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, darting around nervously. Chuba reacted swiftly, leaping forward to block Lin Shiyan's path. Prince Xian approached, a teasing smile on his lips as he inquired, Lin Shiyan, where do you think you're going? Aren't you going to greet this prince? Lin Shiyan's face was etched with panic as he stammered, I just want to leave. My father has been captured. I do not wish to remain here. Prince Xian chuckled coldly, gesturing for Chuba to open Lin Shuyan's bundle. Inside, apart from a couple of garments, it was filled with silver notes, gold, and precious jewels, including a renowned painting. This painting was obtained from your father, was it not? Prince Xian questioned sternly. Lin Shuyan lowered his head, his voice thick with emotion. Yes. It was given to me by my father. He said it would ensure my safety. Prince Xian replied icily, I beg to differ. Tears streamed down Lin Shuyan's face as he implored, Your Highness, please spare me. I spent my days studying at home, knowing nothing. My father must have been wronged. Prince Xian remained silent, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Lin Shuyan. He then signaled for Chuba to take Lin Shuyan along with his belongings. The atmosphere at the Lin residence shifted abruptly from opulence and clamor to an eerie silence. Standing before the Lin estate, Prince Xian watched the convoy being escorted away, aware that the ensuing events would demand his utmost attention. After their departure, the gates of the Lin estate were sealed. Simultaneously, a notice was posted at the city gate, detailing the crimes of Lin Zhizhou and the county magistrate. This announcement drew the attention of countless citizens who gathered to witness. An elderly man squeezed through the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he listened to someone read the notice aloud. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and strode back, eager to share this good news. Now that corrupt officials had been apprehended, he wondered about the whereabouts of his daughter and granddaughter and whether they were still alive. Such events unfolded in many places as the news spread. Old Zhang, why are you still here? Hasn't your land been seized? Now that Lin Dishing has been captured, let us hurry to the county office. The notice states that victims may register their claims, and once investigations confirm the facts, restitution will be made. Is that true? Could such good fortune exist? The man known as Old Zhang appeared somewhat skeptical. Naturally, the notice was posted at the city gate. If one doubted, they could simply go and see for themselves. Very well, let us summon Lin to join us. You go fetch Lin. I shall seek out Anhua. Agreed. We shall meet at the village entrance. As they conversed, the two hastened towards the village, their steps brisk and their faces illuminated with excitement and anticipation. Old Zhang arrived at a dilapidated little house and knocked on the door. Lin, come out quickly. I have splendid news for you. Footsteps echoed from within, and soon the door swung open, revealing a young and unassuming face. Uncle Zhang, what is the matter? Why the hurry? Lin inquired curiously. With palpable enthusiasm, Old Zhang exclaimed, Lin Dishing has been apprehended. The county office has issued a notice for us victims to register our claims. Once the investigation is confirmed, our lands will be returned. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, Is that true? How wonderful. Let's hurry. With that, he followed Old Zhang towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, another man approached Aunt Hua, who was basking in the sun in her courtyard. Upon seeing him, she greeted him with a smile. Oh, what brings you here? The man, catching his breath, replied, Aunt Hua, Lin Dishing has been captured. The county office is asking us victims to register our claims, and once the investigation is complete, we can reclaim our lands. Aunt Hua's eyes brightened with joy upon hearing this, and she promptly rose to accompany him. Shortly thereafter, the four of them gathered at the village entrance, exchanging their shared elation, eagerly setting off towards the county office. On another front, a man was urging his wife to leave. Darling, let us hurry. We must go fetch Lily home. The woman, upon hearing this, immediately grasped her husband's arm. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you think the magistrate will release her? If you go, you won't return. With this, she couldn't help but wipe away a tear. The man quickly reassured her. This time will be different. They have all been arrested. We will appeal to the prince to release our daughter. The woman paused, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Is that truly the case? The man nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Now, let us hurry. Thus, the couple rushed out the door. Similar conversations unfolded in various locations. Upon learning of the news, other townsfolk flocked to the city, gathering in front of the magistrate's office. The prince, noticing the throng assembling at the office's entrance, ordered his aides to set up a few tables outside. Observing this, the crowd murmured in confusion. One person quietly asked, What is the purpose of these tables at the magistrate's office? Another replied, Are you foolish? Have you not seen how many people have come? The office cannot possibly accommodate them all. A third individual then exclaimed in realization, "Ah, I see. They intend to conduct the hearings outside." Yet another voiced a concern, "But surely they don't need so many tables." A chorus of whispers and speculations swept through the crowd. As the seventh day approached, and the number of attendees seemed sufficient, Su Qi turned and entered the county office. Reporting to the prince, who was diligently reviewing documents, "Your Highness, it appears that the crowd has gathered in considerable numbers." The prince nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He set down the scroll in his hands, rose to his feet, and, accompanied by the seventh day, exited the county office. Upon stepping outside, Prince Xian surveyed the raucous crowd before him and raised his hand to signal for silence. Observing his gesture, the throng promptly quieted, ceasing their clamor. Thereupon, Prince Xian proclaimed, "In the coming days, I shall be adjudicating cases within this county office. Those who bear grievances may come forth to report their matters. Do you see these tables? Soon, I shall assign 2 individuals to each table, one to record the accounts and the other to oversee the proceedings. You are to queue here shortly to register and affix your seals. I will meticulously verify your claims and seek redress for you. However, should I uncover any false reports made to exploit the situation, I shall not show leniency." His authoritative voice resonated clearly among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them with an imposing presence. Observing the now hushed assembly, he uttered, "Let us commence." With those 3 words, 10 scholars from the academy emerged from the crowd. Clad in blue robes, they approached each table with measured steps, their faces radiating confidence and determination. They took their seats at the tables, poised to document the grievances of the populace. An air of tension enveloped the scene as individuals hesitated, reluctant to step forward and present their cases. After all, the uncertainty of facing official scrutiny loomed large. Yet, a couple yearning to reclaim their daughter took the initiative, revealing their genuine concern. They would not overlook even the slightest glimmer of hope. Their actions drew the attention of those nearby, sparking a flurry of murmurs. Following them were those seeking missing relatives, individuals whose lands had been usurped, and others aspiring to overturn unjust verdicts for themselves or their loved ones. In a flash, a multitude of diverse cases began to unfold. As time passed, more and more individuals came forth to report their grievances. The atmosphere grew lively, yet remained orderly. Each claimant queued patiently, narrating their tribulations to the attentive scholars, who listened intently and meticulously recorded every detail without omission. Chapter 77, 16. The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the weather was delightfully pleasant. Shen Jingyi sat by the window, needle and thread in hand, engrossed in embroidering a lifelike fish. She contemplated the completion of her work today, anticipating that the fragrant pouch would be finished by tomorrow. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and upon looking up, she was greeted by the beaming visage of Qiujuan as she entered. Curiously, Shen Jingyi inquired, "What brings such joy?" Qiujuan eagerly replied, "Your Grace, I bear good news. Lin Zhizhou and the county magistrate have been apprehended, and the prince is currently in the office delivering justice for the people." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise illuminated Shen Jingyi's face. "Oh dear, why didn't the prince mention this last night? I would have gone to witness it this morning." With a smile, Qiujuan explained, "It is indeed true. The prince likely refrained from mentioning it last night, perhaps to spare you the desire to attend the scene." Beside them, Granny Qin interjected, "Your Grace, have you forgotten that you are still a child?" Shen Jingyi smiled awkwardly, chuckling, "Oh dear, I completely forgot that the child is too well behaved." The 3 others fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jingyi proposed, "Why don't we deliver lunch to the prince? He must be quite busy attending to affairs and unable to enjoy a proper meal." However, Qin Mama expressed her disapproval, stating, "Your Highness, the area near the government office is crowded and may not be safe for you. What if you were to be knocked over?" Shen Jingyi pondered this for a moment and then suggested, "Is there a tavern across from the government office? We could go there instead." "I'm not certain," Qiuju replied. "Shall I send someone to check?" Seeing Shen Jingyi's determination, Chun Tao interjected, "Allow me to go and see. If there is one, I shall reserve a private room and return to inform you." Xiaoju chimed in cheerfully. We could also order the dishes in advance, so when we arrive, we can dine immediately. You're absolutely right, Chun Tao agreed. Shun Jingyi, amused by this exchange, teased, this is not merely delivering a meal. It is clearly an invitation to dine. Chun Tao shook her head helplessly. Do you wish to deliver the dishes to the tavern only to be chased out by the proprietor? At this, Shun Jingyi could not help but burst into laughter. All right, I understand. Please hurry and check. We cannot waste time, or we might miss out on reserving a room. Chun Tao nodded and replied, understood, before turning to leave. Just as she had not been gone long, a voice from outside announced, a young lady has arrived, seeking an audience with the noble consort. She says her name is 16. Upon hearing this name, Shun Jingyi's eyes brightened instantly. She raised her head, secretly delighted, thinking how swiftly 16 had come. She promptly instructed the maid who delivered the message, quickly, let her in. Observing Shun Jingyi's excitement, Qin Mama could not contain her curiosity and asked, noble consort, who is this Miss 16? I have never heard you mention her before. Shun Jingyi's lips curled into a gentle smile as she explained. 16 is someone the prince arranged to protect me. I have heard she possesses extraordinary martial skills and hails from the ranks of the secret guards. Upon receiving this news, a look of joy spread across Qiuju's face as she exclaimed, that is splendid. With her by your side, your safety is further assured. Just then, a slight noise emerged from the entrance. Following that, a figure quietly appeared before them. 16? Shun Jingyi called tentatively, her voice resonating softly in the room. Her gaze fell upon the young lady at the door, scrutinizing her closely. The woman was slender, her features delicate and graceful, with a spark of intelligence and determination in her eyes. 16 nodded slightly and then confidently approached, kneeling to pay her respects. Your servant pays homage to the noble consort. Witnessing this, Shun Jingyi quickly smiled and gestured for her to rise, kindly indicating a chair beside her. Please, get up and sit there. Let us converse. However, 16 did not rise. Instead, she continued, the prince has commanded me to protect you, and from this day forth, you shall be my sovereign. Offered a gentle smile, her heart brimming with gratitude for the prince's thoughtful arrangement. It is worth noting that nurturing such a shadow guard is no small feat. Now, instead of merely sending someone to protect her, he had graciously bestowed this gift upon her. This generosity filled her with joy. As she pondered this, she heard 16 say, please bestow a name upon her. After a moment of contemplation, replied, let her be called Chunlu. Yes, thank you, my lady, came the response. Observing this interaction, Qin Mama's eyes sparkled with delight as she stepped forward to take Chunlu by the hand, saying, from now on, we are akin to family. You need not refer to the side consort as your superior. Instead, you shall call her this servant. Do you understand? Otherwise, it would be rather conspicuous. Understood, Mama. Chunlu had conducted her inquiries regarding those around the side consort prior to her arrival, allowing for immediate familiarity. You arrived quite swiftly. It must have been exhausting, remarked, gazing at the newcomer. It is nothing, Chunlu replied, gently shaking her head, her tone unassuming. I have grown accustomed to this life. Compared to previous missions, this is trivial. Nearby, Qiujuan could no longer contain her curiosity and interjected, Chunlu, it is said that you possess remarkable martial skills. Might you demonstrate them for us? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. 16 paused momentarily before nodding. If the opportunity arises, I shall arrange for you to witness it. After speaking, she surveyed the room, seemingly attentive to the household arrangement and the surrounding environment, an instinctive habit of their shadow guards to remain vigilant and attentive to every detail. Qin Mama, glancing at Chunlu, felt her arrival was indeed timely, and thus continued, the side consort is with child. We are to venture out shortly, and your task is to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she does not collide with anyone. Chunlu nodded, glancing at its belly. Rest assured, Mama, I shall keep a vigilant eye on my lady. Sighed, finding their concern somewhat exaggerated. In modern times, pregnant women could be seen bustling about everywhere. In fact, was fortunate to inhabit this body. Had she found herself in the rural homes of the impoverished, she would have witnessed that the local pregnant women were not as delicate as she imagined. often toiling in the fields. Dismissing their worries, resumed her embroidery of little goldfish, finding immense satisfaction in watching her creation slowly come to life through her fingers. Noticing her engrossed in her work, Qin Mama took Chunlu outside for a conversation, meticulously detailing his habits, which Chunlu attentively committed to memory. After a quarter of an hour of quiet embroidery, the little maid, Shantao, returned from her errand. "My lady, there is indeed a tavern across from the yamen that offers a panoramic view of the entire premises. We managed to secure the last private room, thanks to Sister Shantao." S. heart soared with delight. "I understand. You may leave now." "Yes." Chapter 78. A spectacle awaits in high spirits. Rose, meticulously adjusting her attire before stepping out of her courtyard alongside Qin Mama, Qiujuan, and the recently arrived Chunlu. The day was bright, with sunlight streaming through the clouds and bathing the earth, but it wasn't long before the heat began to rise. Shen Jingyi's heart brimmed with anticipation as she eagerly yearned to witness the scene of Prince Xian presiding over the trial. Arriving at the entrance, a carriage was already prepared. Before Shen Jingyi boarded, Chun Lu entered the carriage to meticulously inspect its interior. Once assured of its safety, she assisted Shen Jingyi in taking her seat. Observing Chun Lu's cautious demeanor, Shen Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle. "Chun Lu, you needn't be so tense. I have no enemies, and under normal circumstances, no one wishes to harm me." However, Chun Lu shook her head and replied, "That was in the past. You now have enemies." Shen Jingyi, slightly perplexed, pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you referring to Lindishan and his associates?" "But they have all been apprehended." Chun Lu's expression turned serious. "I fear there may be a few who have evaded capture." "Very well. Then we indeed need to exercise caution." Shen Jingyi gently caressed her belly, suddenly realizing that she was now with child. Meanwhile, Granny Qin, who had always disapproved of this outing, grew increasingly anxious upon hearing their conversation and urged, "Perhaps we should reconsider our plans?" Qiuju nodded in agreement. Chun Lu suddenly recognized that they were merely a group of ordinary individuals, and her earlier words might have frightened them. Thus, she hastily reassured them, "It's nothing, nothing at all. That was merely my speculation. You must trust the prince." Shen Jingyi, feeling reassured by Chun Lu's words, smiled gently. "I absolutely believe in the prince, so shall we set off?" Seeing her mistress's resolve, Qiuju chose to trust the prince as well. "All right, then please hold on tight." After giving a gentle knock on the carriage door, the driver cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move slowly. After approximately 15 minutes, a cacophony of voices filtered into the carriage. "Have we arrived? Why are there so many people?" Granny Qin lifted a corner of the curtain for a glimpse and replied, "Not yet, but it should be soon. The county office should be just ahead." Qiuju curiously leaned closer to the window to peer outside. And indeed, the streets were bustling with activity, throngs of people coming and going. Naturally, the common folk wished to witness the proceedings as the prince adjudicated cases, especially since they had suffered greatly in recent years. Shen Jingyi furrowed her brow and smiled wryly. Indeed, the officials here resemble bandits. One can only imagine how many have suffered. "Your Highness, we are nearing our destination," Granny Qin reminded from the side. As her words echoed, the carriage gradually entered a wide street. Through the window, Shen Jingyi beheld the county office ahead, its entrance surrounded by a crowd. There seemed to be several long lines as well, though she was uncertain of their purpose. The carriage came to a gentle halt, and excitement surged within Shen Jingyi. Outside, she heard Chun Tao's voice, "Let the carriage stop here. We cannot proceed further." "Very well, Miss Chun Tao," the driver replied, hesitant to advance as the way ahead seemed blocked. After the carriage came to a stop, Chun Tao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a stranger emerge. Fortunately, following her was Qiuju. Then came Shen Jingyi and Granny Qin. Once they had all disembarked, Chun Tao led them into a tavern, ascending to a private room on the second floor. The private room exudes a tranquil elegance, its spacious environment enriched by the delightful fragrance of camellias wafting in from the windowsill. Shen Jingyi first approached the window to glance at the bustling scene outside before turning to introduce Chun Tao to Chun Lu. "Chun Tao, this is Chun Lu, who has just arrived today. She is assigned to me by the prince, and her duty is to protect me. Chun Tao, intrigued by this unfamiliar young woman, immediately smiled and said, Miss Chun Lu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Miss Chun Tao, you are too kind. We are all here to serve our master, merely with different responsibilities. I shall be relying on your expertise, as I am not well versed in the affairs of the inner residence. Very well, let us dispense with the formalities. You may simply call me Chun Tao, and I shall address you as Chun Lu. From now on, we're like sisters. Chun Lu nodded with a smile, finding the people around her new master quite agreeable. At that moment, Shun Jingyi inquired, Chun Tao, did you manage to summon the prince? I did, but I did not see the prince. I only met with Chu Qi, and I have relayed your message to him. That's good to hear. Shun Jingyi sighed in relief and instructed Chun Tao, please prepare some snacks and tea, and inform them that the dishes can be served. Yes, I will do so at once. Chun Tao responded and promptly departed. Before long, Chun Tao returned with a tray of exquisite pastries and a pot of hot tea. Esteemed side consort, please have a bite to tide you over. The dishes will be ready shortly. She placed the tray on the table and began to arrange the pastries and teacups. Thank you, Chun Tao, Shun Jingyi said with a smile of gratitude. You are too gracious, esteemed side consort. It is my duty, Chun Tao replied, pouring a cup of tea for Shun Jingyi. Curious about the queue outside, Shun Jingyi asked, isn't the prince presiding over cases today? Why is there no sign of him? What are those people waiting for? Esteemed side consort, they are here to report cases. They are registering their grievances. Such a multitude? Qiujuan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the lengthy line. Indeed, I have heard that a village had its houses demolished, and many lands were acquired at a pittance. Upon hearing Chun Tao's words, Shun Jingyi recalled the grievances she had seen on the earlier documents and felt a surge of indignation. What is described as a low-price acquisition is more akin to outright robbery. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the entrance, followed by a knock from Chu Qi. The prince has arrived. The door swung open, revealing Prince Xian, with Chu Qi standing guard at the threshold. Shun Jingyi hastily led the four in a bow. We pay our respects to the prince. Seeing this, Prince Xian quickly stepped forward to assist Shun Jingyi to her feet, taking her hand in his and inquiring gently, what brings you here? I came to witness with my own eyes the prince delivering justice for the people. Shun Jingyi replied with a smile. I cannot possibly miss such an important occasion. Her gaze, which had earlier reflected anger, was now filled with warmth. Prince Xian furrowed his brow, concern flashing in his eyes. But you are with child. Do not worry, Your Highness, she reassured him. Shun Jingyi comforted, the baby is perfectly fine. While saying this, she gently patted her belly to convey that all was well. Xian Wang sighed, exclaiming, I truly have no way to deal with you. He continued, if you wish to see, then look from here. But you must not go down, understand? All right, I will heed your words. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Chapter 79. The return. 2 carriages abruptly halted at the entrance of the yamen. Curious gazes from the crowd were cast upon the group of individuals disembarking from the vehicles. These souls appeared haggard and tattered, their garments seeming as if they could be swept away by a mere gust of wind. What had once fit them, well, now hung loosely, resembling rags draped over gaunt frames. Initially, the onlookers merely observed with intrigue until a tremulous voice pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. Old man, you're still alive. We thought you were dead. The tone was laden with sorrow and the joy of reunion, evoking a sense of poignant nostalgia. Wang Ergu, who had been waiting in line, was startled by the sound. It was his mother's voice. He swiftly turned to search for her. Upon spotting her, his eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly his father returning? He abandoned his place in line and rushed over, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his face. Father, you're back. Where have you been? We heard you were taken away. We went looking for you, but they said you had been released long ago, yet we could never find you. Old Wang sighed, gently patting his son's shoulder. It's a long story. I shall tell you everything in due time. At that moment, others nearby recognized Old Wang. After all, many in line were from their village. Isn't that Old Wang from our village? How did it come to this? Well, it's a blessing he is alive. Look, isn't that the owner of Shifeng Zhai? Someone else recognized Lu Xian. It seems to be him. I must inform his family. Li Cheng and his sister arrived late, just in time to see the ragged group outside the county office. The unusual sight compelled them to take a closer look. Upon doing so, Li Cheng spotted his brother-in-law. "Sister, is that not Zhao Chong?" Zhao Shi followed her brother's gaze and indeed saw her husband. In a rush of excitement, she dashed towards him. Zhao Chong, hearing his wife's voice, he swiftly turned to search for her. Upon seeing her rushing towards him, he enveloped her in his arms. "My dear, you have suffered these days. Where are you staying now?" His greatest concern was for their housing, uncertain if they had a place to reside. Wiping her tears, Zhao Shi showed no disdain for the odor emanating from her husband. "We are currently living in my mother's old house. Do not worry, we are well." "That is good to hear." Li Cheng observed their embrace, noting the many eyes upon them. Thus, he felt compelled to speak up. Brother-in-law, are you well?" Zhao Chong regained his composure and promptly released his wife. He expressed his gratitude to Li Cheng, saying, "Thank you for your support during these days, my dear brother-in-law. I am well, and soon I shall have my case overturned. It is truly wonderful that my case can be revisited. And this is my sister. How could one consider her a burden?" He continued, Brother-in-law, since you are about to have your case overturned, I shall return and inform our parents to ease their worries." "Very well, my dear brother-in-law. Do hurry back," Li Cheng replied. The bustling sounds of the crowd filled the air at the courthouse. Shun Jingyi and Prince Xian stood by the window of the tavern, observing the lively scene with deep reflections. Although their sense of justice arrived belatedly, it was fortunate that it was not too late. "Your Highness, what shall we do about the Zhao family in the capital?" Shun Jingyi inquired, glancing at the commotion outside. "The inspector has already arranged for her return. She should arrive in a few days," Prince Xian reassured her. "That is splendid," Shun Jingyi thought to herself, feeling a sense of relief. "What about the people gathered below?" Shun Jingyi's concern grew as she observed the citizens waiting outside. Will they be released after the afternoon trial? Indeed, once the trial commences, matters can be resolved swiftly, and they shall return home soon, Prince Xian replied confidently, his tone casual. At that moment, a waiter entered carrying dishes, and Chun Tao and Xiao Zhu hurried to assist in arranging them. Once the table was set, Shun Jingyi turned to Granny Qin and the others, saying, "You should all go out for a meal. There is no need for assistance here." "Yes, Your Highness," they responded quietly, retreating. Prince Xian then guided Shun Jingyi to the table. "Let us dine now, lest our little one grow hungry." "Indeed, let us eat," she agreed. As they began their meal, Shun Jingyi offered Prince Xian a piece of fish, smiling as she said, "Your Highness, you must eat well. You may be weary from these past few days. Do not only think of me. You must eat well too, for the child requires nourishment," Prince Xian replied, serving her favorite dish. They exchanged smiles, their eyes sparkling with affection. After the meal, as Prince Xian prepared to head to the courthouse, he turned to Shun Jingyi, reminding her, "Stay here and do not wander about. If you tire, return home. I shall come back once the trial concludes." "Do not worry, I will," she responded with a smile, her heart brimming with unspoken anticipation. She gently grasped Prince Xian's hand, encouraging him, "Do your best. I shall be watching, witnessing your righteous endeavors." Prince Xian chuckled at her words, tousling her hair playfully. "You are quite silly," he remarked with a smile before stepping outside, where many awaited him and numerous matters needed his attention. Once he departed, Granny Qin, Chun Tao, Chun Lu, and Xiao Zhu re-entered. Upon entering, Granny Qin could not help but laugh, saying, "Your Highness, the people outside are praising our prince." "Oh, what are they saying?" Shun Jingyi inquired with keen interest. Chun Tao eagerly replied, "They say our prince is a good ruler, dealing with corrupt officials on behalf of the people." Xiao Zhu chimed in. "They also mentioned that our prince is fair in his dealings. If only he could come more often, there would be no corrupt officials in this place." Laughter filled the room, drawing the attention of passers-by, who glanced in curiosity. Not long after, Lin Shubin, who had been absent for a while, knocked and entered. Shun Jingyi gazed at his dark, gaunt face and couldn't help but chuckle. "Cousin, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've become so tanned." Lin Shubin glanced at her helplessly and replied with irritation, "I've been out running every day. How could I not be tanned?" Shun Jingyi, however, smiled and said, "It's all right. You look healthier this way." Lin Shubin retorted with a look of disbelief, since when is being tan synonymous with health? Shun Jingyi then inquired, "Cousin, have you eaten?" Lin Shubin nodded, "Yes, I just had a meal with Chu and the others." "You've been working hard during this time," she remarked. "It's not hard, on the contrary. I find it quite meaningful," Lin Shubin asserted, his eyes shimmering with a different light than before. Shun Jingyi blinked, pondering, has he matured? Before she could delve deeper, a series of urgent knocks sounded from outside. Chapter 80. Case hearing as the rapid beat of drums resonated. The county office swiftly prepared the necessary court documents and the grand chair for the hearing. 2 rows of officials stood solemnly on either side, their expressions grave and imposing. They barred the common folk who wished to approach, leaving a clear space in the center. Shun Jingyi, accompanied by Granny Qin, Chun Tao, Chun Lu, and Qiu Juan, gathered at the window, keenly observing the proceedings at the county office. Positioned at a height, they could see the entire scene unfold before them. Lin Shubin, on the other hand, took the initiative to step outside and assist. Before long, the Prince Su In emerged from the county office. He walked with a steady stride, his posture erect, and settled into the chair behind the court documents, casting a glance at the window of the tavern across the street. His gaze met that of Shun Jingyi, who was lost in admiration. A smile nearly formed on his lips before he suppressed it, maintaining an air of authority. Shun Jingyi, captivated, murmured, "So handsome. Indeed, a man dedicated to his work is at his most attractive." Qiu Juan, unable to catch her words, curiously asked, "Your Highness, what did you say?" "Nothing," she replied. However, Chunlu had heard her clearly, but did not grasp the underlying meaning. The prince casually picked up the top document, quickly scanning its contents, and soon comprehended the particulars of the case. He called out loudly, "Summon Lin's concubine Zhao Yuer, steward Lin Zhong, Zhao Chong from Wang Jiakan, Wang Jiu, and Wang Guzi." It wasn't long before these individuals were brought forth, all kneeling in the designated area. At that moment, Zhao Yuer and the steward had lost the nobility and vigor they once held at the Lin residence. Their clothes and hair were disheveled, their complexions pale, and their lips devoid of color, appearing listless and even trembling slightly. In that instant, the prince's authoritative voice rang out. "Wang Jiu, Wang Guzi, I ask you, did you witness Zhao Chong setting the fire with your own eyes?" The 2 questioned men trembled significantly. Wang Jiu stammered, replying, "To your Highness, we did not see it." "Then why did you previously testify that you saw Zhao Chong set the fire?" The prince's tone grew severe, his eyes flashing with a cold glimmer. "Wang Guzi, you answer." As Wang Guzi was singled out by King Xian, an icy chill surged up his spine. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his lips quivered slightly. Yet, he mustered his courage and replied through gritted teeth, "That is because Steward Lin provided us with 20 taels of silver to find a murderer in the village." "But why Zhao Chong?" King Xian pressed on, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing Wang Guzi's very soul. Wang Guzi nervously swallowed, furtively glanced at Zhao Chong, and stammered, because they're outsiders." "Very well, I shall ask you once more. Who set the fire in Dawang village?" King Xian's voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an irresistible force. Wang Guzi and Wang Jiu exchanged fearful glances, recognizing that they could no longer conceal the truth. In unison, they confessed it was Lin Zon's people. Bang! King Xian slammed the gavel, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the hall. His expression darkened ominously as he fixed a cold stare upon Lin Zhong, demanding, "Lin Zhong, do you have anything to say?" Lin Zhong's face turned pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat dripping from his brow. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Highness, I am wronged. It was Zhao Yuer who instructed me to do all this, including the land of Shaowang village. It was her idea." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuer was incensed, realizing that the blame was being shifted onto her. She widened her eyes and glared at Lin Zhong, exclaiming loudly, "Your Highness, Lin Zhong also profited from this. The idea was mine, but he executed the deeds. I am merely a woman of the inner chambers, without connections or manpower to accomplish such tasks." King Xian's gaze shifted to Zhao Yue, his eyes flashing with disdain. He coldly replied, I am well aware of your collusion, and there is no need for you to shift blame onto one another. Lin Zhong, do you have anything further to say? Lin Zhong shot Zhao Yue a resentful glance before lowering his head. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head again, his eyes filled with bitterness and defiance. He bit his lip and, trembling, spoke, Your Highness, I have one more matter to report. 3 months ago, Zhao Yue's brother forcefully took a villager's daughter and even killed her father. When the girl's brother went to report this, Zhao Yue approached me, instructing me to send the girl's brother to Yusher Mountain, and I complied. At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Whispers erupted like a rising tide. Zhao Yue's complexion turned even paler as she stared at Lin Zhong in horror, unable to believe he had betrayed her brother. It must be noted that he was the only male heir in their family. Anxiously, Zhao Yue interjected, Your Highness, he is speaking nonsense. The girl willingly followed my brother. There was no forced abduction whatsoever. Moreover, her father merely fell and accidentally met his demise. King Xian paid no heed to her frantic denials and directly struck the gavel again, commanding loudly, Summon Zhao Wei, Zhao Xiaohua, and Zhao Bao. The three were swiftly brought forth from the county office. Zhao Wei and Zhao Xiaohua both had red eyes, evidently having wept inside. In contrast, Zhao Bao hung his head, bearing wounds on his face, as he was escorted out. Shun Jingyi stood within the restaurant, quietly observing the proceedings outside through the window, marveling inwardly at the unexpected familial ties among the Zhao siblings. Chun Tao echoed her sentiments, noting that one might mistakenly believe they were a united family. That Zhao Yue is quite protective of her brother, remarked Xiu Ju, who had noticed Zhao Yue's actions. Qin Mama, upon hearing this, scoffed. The siblings are hardly virtuous. They must be fundamentally corrupt. The others readily concurred. While they continued their discussion, another individual was brought forth. Look, this time it's Lin Dushing's eldest son, Lin Shuren. After listening quietly for a while longer, Shun Jingyi realized that he and Zhao Bao were complicit in the murder of the widow. Meanwhile, voices of indignation erupted from below. How dare they attempt to frame the poor peddler? The crowd lamented the unfortunate lot of the young merchant. Suddenly, the resounding crack of the gavel echoed through the air. Silence, no loud disturbances, boomed the authoritative voice of the king, causing the crowd to hush. The interrogation continued, and as the threads of the case became increasingly intricate, the tension in the room escalated. An hour passed before the moment of judgment arrived. Li Ming, Zhao Chong, and Wang Hanshan are acquitted. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief, only to be gripped by tension once more as the subsequent verdict was announced. Zhao Bao, Lin Shuren, and Lin Zhong, having committed numerous heinous acts, shall have their possessions confiscated and be executed by beheading tomorrow at noon. The sudden declaration struck the named individuals like a bolt from the blue, rendering them trembling and weak, collapsing to the ground. The king paid no heed to their reactions and continued to announce the penalties for Zhao Yue and her associates. Zhao Yue shall receive 20 lashes and be detained for the time being. Zhao Jiao and Zhao Guzi, having given false testimony, shall each receive 20 lashes and be fined 30 taels of silver. These two had initially hoped to frame others for a profit of 20 taels, only to find themselves suffering a far greater loss. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon hearing the verdict. Some even moved to tears of joy. They perceived this judgment as both just and reasonable. Boldly, someone inquired, Your Highness, what of our land? Rest assured, your land shall be returned to you. Tomorrow, you may bring the original transaction documents to the magistrate's office to reclaim your deeds. As for the houses in Dowang village, each family will receive a compensation of 30 taels. Have your village chief come to collect it tomorrow. At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in astonished cheers, their voices echoing jubilantly. Is it true? This is wonderful. Thank you, Your Highness. An elderly woman, her face alight with gratitude, spoke with a quivering voice, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement and joy. Our land has finally returned to us, exclaimed another villager, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy and appreciation. We thought we would go hungry this winter, But now, the land is restored, and we have funds to rebuild our homes. As he spoke, tears welled up in the eyes of a robust man, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Thank you, Your Highness. We never anticipated such compensation. Many embraced one another, their faces alight with joy, as if all their worries and hardships had dissipated in that moment. The sound of the gavel echoed once more, commanding silence. I must remind everyone that although we are outdoors, we are still in a court setting and must refrain from making excessive noise. Upon hearing the voice of Prince Xian, the crowd subdued their enthusiasm and quieted down. Noticing the silence, Prince Xian picked up a scroll and called out, Lu Exen, Lin Shisheng, Neo Ergue. Chapter 81. Chun Zhou. As case after case was deliberated, time slipped away unnoticed, and evening approached. Thanks to thorough preparation and irrefutable evidence, coupled with the enthusiastic testimonies of the populace, the handling of the cases progressed swiftly and smoothly. By the time nightfall descended, the two had finally returned home. Upon entering, they were greeted by Chun Zhou and his sister, Chen Wan, who had been waiting in the living room. Upon their return, the siblings immediately rose to welcome them. Chun Zhou knelt first, expressing his gratitude to Prince Xian for saving his sister's life. Chen Wan, her head and arms still bandaged, joined her brother in kneeling, silently grateful for the chance to see Prince Xian again and for his life-saving grace. Please rise. This was merely a fortunate coincidence. I happened to pass by at that moment, Prince Xian said gently, gesturing for them to sit. He then personally assisted Shan Jingyi to a seat at the main table. Taking a seat beside her, with concern, he inquired, What are your plans now, you two? Chun Zhou replied resolutely, I wish to travel to the capital to participate in this year's special winter examination. I hope to succeed and make a name for myself in the future. Prince Xian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well. I would like you to compose a treatise on the subject of public welfare and present it to me. This treatise will serve as a test of your abilities. Should you pass this examination, I will consider granting you an opportunity. Upon hearing Prince Xian's words, the siblings exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Without hesitation, Chun Zhou clasped his hands in respect and responded earnestly, Yes, Your Highness. I will not disappoint your expectations. Prince Xian nodded in satisfaction and instructed his aide, Chu Ba, Take him to the study. Certainly, young Master Chun, this way please. Chun Zhou followed Chu Ba out of the hall, his heart racing with excitement and anxiety as he pondered how to intertwine his ideals with the welfare of the people to craft a treatise that would impress the prince. Do not be nervous. Just relax, Chu Ba comforted him, noticing his tension. The prince values talent. Simply showcase your abilities. Chun Zhou nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. I will do my best. Thank you, Brother Chu Ba. They arrived at the study, where Chu Ba opened the door, revealing an atmosphere rich with the scent of books. The shelves were orderly, and the desk was adorned with writing instruments and paper. Chun Zhoushan inhaled deeply, gradually making his way to the writing desk, his mind already beginning to outline the structure of his article. Beside him, Chuba had prepared the ink and handed him a pen, patiently advising, You need merely to write diligently. Indeed, I shall, Chen Zhou replied as he grasped the pen and commenced inscribing his thoughts onto the paper. His handwriting became increasingly fluid, and his ideas began to crystallize. He realized that what he intended to write was not merely an observation of the people's livelihoods, but also a presentation of strategies to ameliorate the current situation. Meanwhile, in the living room, Chanwan fidgeted nervously, her fingers incessantly twisting the fabric of her dress, her gaze occasionally darting towards the door. Observing her unease, Shen Jingyi took the initiative to offer comfort. Miss Chun, there is no need for excessive anxiety. You should have faith in your brother. His willingness to accept this challenge indicates his confidence. Chunwan trembled slightly, lifting her head, her eyes filled with gratitude and concern. Thank you for your kind words, consort. I am merely worried about whether my brother can successfully complete this treatise. He has always worked diligently, yet this is his first trial under the scrutiny of the prince. She glanced at Prince Xian as she spoke. Shun Jingyi smiled gently, her gaze soft. I understand your apprehension. But I believe that young Master Chun is not solely striving for this examination. The prince is looking for his knowledge and capabilities. Qin Huannadi, seemingly invigorated by Shun Jingyi's reassuring words. You are right, consort. My brother has always taught me that true scholarship exists to benefit the populace, not merely to excel in examinations. Upon hearing this, Prince Xian turned his attention towards them. Your brother's perspective is indeed commendable, if all thought this way. How could our Great Xia not flourish? They continued to converse casually as time slipped away. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and Shenzhou and Chuba returned. Approaching the prince, Chuba respectfully presented the paper in his hands. Your Highness, here is the treatise prepared by young Master Chun. Excellent. Prince Xian replied with a smile as he accepted the treatise and began to read attentively. The intensity of his focus caused Chunzhou's heart to race, inducing an unprecedented sense of tension and excitement. After a moment, Prince Xian set the treatise down, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes as he remarked softly, Well done, young Master Chun. This treatise is remarkably insightful, particularly in its focus on issues concerning the people's livelihoods, which indeed warrants reflection. Shenzhou's heart surged with emotion, a profound exhilaration coursing through him. He bowed slightly, expressing gratitude for the prince's affirmation. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall continue to strive. Prince Xian glanced at the sky, speaking slowly. It is getting late. You may return now. Come to the county office to find me tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. The siblings replied in unison before bowing and departing. Once they had left, Prince Xian immediately swept Shun Jingyi into his arms. She did not resist. Feeling fatigued and not inclined to walk, nestled in his embrace, she twirled a strand of his hair and softly inquired, Is Your Highness intending to send him to the Imperial Academy? Prince Xian nodded. Indeed, I plan to send him to the Imperial Academy, allowing Master Chow to instruct him for 2 months. Given his knowledge, while he may not rank among the top 3, he will surely make his mark. Shun Jingyi's lips curved into a subtle smile, sensing that the prince held high hopes for him. King Xian smiled gently as he explained, His knowledge is indeed